Chapter 891 Otreus's Ear. These vents are not conspicuous, and are basically on the back of the statue. You can hardly see them unless you go around. In addition to the vents, you can also see that the stone slab itself is movable, which means that the base of the statue is not solid, but is built with an arched structure like the Flavian amphitheater. John Hung moved the stone slab away and saw that the space below was very small, basically only able to accommodate a child no older than 14 years old. In addition, John Hung also found some bread crumbs and a bowl of unfinished water inside. But John Hung could not find anything else. So he went around to the back of the temple, where the priests lived. The young priest, who had opened the door to welcome him, had now returned to bed and was asleep. In addition to him, there were 2 older priests and 6 attendants who did odd jobs. John Hung searched their residence without waking them up, but did not find much. So he returned to the hall with the statue, opened the bronze door, and quietly left the temple. A quarter of an hour later, John Hung stood in front of the temple of Juno, the Queen of Heaven. He was about to repeat his old trick and throw the stone in his hand. But the next moment the door of the temple suddenly opened by itself. A woman dressed as a priest came out with a group of children. John Hung didn't have time to climb onto the roof, so he could only roll sideways and roll directly to the edge of the cliff. When the door was fully opened, he hung his body directly on the cliff, with one hand climbing the rock wall. His movements were very fast, but because it happened suddenly, the child who stepped out of the door first still discovered something. The child stopped and looked at the cliff where John Hung was hiding with some confusion. "Priest Vera, I seem to have seen something." The priestess named Vera looked in the direction indicated by the child, and found nothing unusual. Then she said, "It's just the wind. Mosmir, let's go quickly. You all have to get up early tomorrow." Mosmir blinked his eyes, and didn't think that what he saw was the wind. But he still listened to the priestess and continued to walk forward, while the other children followed him. After the children left, the bronze door did not close immediately, but another male priest came out from inside. However, compared with the priestess just now, he did not pay so much attention to etiquette. After watching the children leave, he walked directly to the edge of the cliff, unbuttoned his pants, and was about to release the water. But he didn't expect that it was not his urine that flowed out first, but his blood. A black shadow with a breath of death came around behind him at some point, cut his neck, and hugged his body backwards, so that he couldn't scream when he died. The male priest stretched out his hand and grabbed the murderer's sleeve tightly, as if he wanted to keep the murderer here, but he only lasted less than a few seconds before gradually losing his strength. After that, John Hung laid the male priest, who had become a corpse, flat on one side. He grabbed his right hand and took a look. There were many calluses on the male priest's index finger and thumb, and there were scars on his arm. Obviously, he had received strict military training before, and might even have participated in wars. Rather than saying that he was a priest, it would be better to say that he was a soldier wearing a priest's cloak, and judging from his appearance and skin, he should not be born in Rome. If nothing unexpected happens, he is the elite brought by Ortulus from the border, and also the most trusted group of guards. John Hung knew that he had found the right place this time. Speaking of which, John Hung had to thank Klein for finding Ortulus's hiding place. If it weren't for the information that Klein revealed when he chatted with him in the dungeon that night, John Hung really couldn't find this place. Klein described Ortulus as having witchcraft, which could enter a person's head and know what you were thinking. With the experience of being drugged before, John Hung thought that Klein was talking about Ortulus using True's serum. However, there are big problems with using the alkaloids in scopolamine to pry open a person's mouth. First, there is the problem of toxicity. Although it is unknown what means Ortulus used to neutralize some of the toxicity, it did not completely eliminate the toxicity. With John Hung's physical fitness, drinking that cup of medicinal wine may not be a big problem, but it is hard to say for ordinary people. In addition, in terms of efficiency, this is not a good way to collect intelligence. Ortulus needs to let the target drink the prepared medicinal wine first, and also find a way to take the target to a place where no one is around before he can start questioning. In this way, he can only interrogate 7 or 8 people a day at most. It is impossible for him to know the secrets of both civilians and nobles, as Klein said. Moreover, John Hung did not think that Otreus would waste scopolamine on civilians. He should have other means to collect intelligence. Scopolamine is more like a special means for him to deal with certain emergencies. In addition, Klein mentioned that night that Otreus was defeated 3 years ago. The dock workers on the Tiber River demanded wages, which paralyzed the traffic on the river. Otreus did not get any news in advance about such a big thing. These things seem to be meaningless when taken separately, but when put together, the answer is obvious. Otreus was collecting intelligence through the temple. Temples and bathhouses were probably the few places open to both the poor and the nobles. And they were also the two places where people liked to discuss secrets. Believers would not hesitate to speak out their most secret wishes when praying. Similarly, many people liked to discuss business and some private matters in the bathhouse. What made John Hung exclude the bathhouse was the embarrassing incident of Otreus 3 years ago, mentioned by Klein. Otreus could not get the news of the dock workers in advance because most of the dock workers were Jews. They either believed in Judaism or Christianity, and would not come to the temple to pray to the Roman gods. At the same time, John Hung was more inclined to the temple for another reason. That is, Otreus was sentenced to death by a word from the court priest. If his father had not finally relented and sent him away, he would have died at the age of 4. In the end, although he survived, he also lost his status as a prince and could never live in the sun again. When he returned to Rome many years later and regained power, John Hung did not believe that he would not take revenge on the priests in the temple. In this way, he could also control these temples and turn them into his intelligence collection sites. The hiding place that John Hung found under the stone base of the statue of Jupiter was the best proof. And the group of children taken away by the priestess before should be Otreus' ears. Chapter 892. Being too clever may lead to one's own mistakes. John Hung quickly dealt with the male priest who came out to release water, and then came to the temple door and took a look inside. Unlike the pitch blackness in the temple of Jupiter, the temple of Juno was brightly lit. John Hung saw 2 followers helping a male priest to sort out something, which should be valuable information obtained from the children just now. The 3 people were a little far from the gate. John Hung estimated that it would be difficult for him to get close to the 3 people before they noticed. So John Hung took off the plague bone bow on his back. The first arrow accurately hit the throat of a follower. The follower didn't have time to make a sound before his body slid down the marble column behind him. Another follower beside him was awakened by the sound of the arrow shooting into his body. He drew his weapon and opened his mouth to shout a warning. However, he didn't expect that he would follow his companion's footsteps. The second arrow came much faster than he expected and pierced his heart directly. In order to get rid of the 2 followers in the shortest time, John Hung used an ordinary arrow for the first arrow and the arrow of Paris for the second arrow. He just took a casual aim and immediately released his finger. The next moment, the automatic hit function of the arrow of Paris took effect and corrected its flight path. When the 2 followers fell, the priest who was busy sorting the papyrus realized something and looked up. But John Hung's Persian sword was already on his neck. "Where is Otreus?" John Hung lowered his voice. "Who?" The priest seemed a little panicked. "I don't know what Otreus is. This is the temple of Juno, the Queen of Heaven. We don't have much money. If you want to rob someone, you should go to the nobles at the foot of the mountain. You know I'm not here for the money," John Hung said. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps coming from behind the statue room. The priest showed a hint of joy on his face, knowing that someone was coming this way, and the stealth journey of the man in black in front of him might end here. But what he didn't expect was that John Hung reacted quickly when he heard the footsteps, and directly pushed the Persian sword in his hand into his neck. The priest looked at the blood gushing out of his throat, and seemed a little unbelievable. John Hung had already leaned sideways to the entrance of the corridor. The owner of the footsteps saw the priest covering his neck with his hands before he left the corridor, so he subconsciously wanted to go in to see what was happening. But he saw a figure jumping into his arms, and John Hung took advantage of this leap to stab a dagger into the heart of the person who came. So far, he has dealt with 5 enemies, basically in one move, trying not to let the dead make too much noise and be discovered. It's not that John Hung suddenly wanted to pursue a 5-star achievement of stealth clearance, but because he knew that there was a secret passage in Orthus that led directly to Commodus' study, and the other end of the secret passage was likely to be connected to the temple. In addition, John Hung didn't know if there were other exits along the way. In order to avoid trouble as much as possible, John Hung certainly hoped to solve this problem before Orthus entered the secret passage, so he chose the stealth fighting method. So far, the progress has been smooth, although he was not able to directly ask the male priest where Orthus was. Fortunately, the temple was not particularly large. John Hung put away the arrow of Paris, and continued to walk forward along the corridor. The oil lamps on the stone walls of the corridor were not as bright as those in the hall outside. John Hung's shadow was projected on the wall, swaying and looking a little gloomy. In particular, there were 1 or 2 stone chambers appearing every now and then around, which looked quite old. They should be the rooms where the priests lived hundreds of years ago. However, the temple was expanded several times later, and now the priests have a new residence. So this place has become a place to store files and sundries. However, after walking for a while, John Hung also found something wrong. First, he had walked for a long time and could feel that the terrain was getting lower. Secondly, there were many more stone chambers here than in the Temple of Jupiter next door, and many of the stone chambers were connected to each other, like a maze. Therefore, John Hung had to pay attention to remember the path he had taken while searching. But with a loud rumbling sound, John Hung looked back and found that there was suddenly a huge stone on the road he came from. At the same time, Otreus' voice also sounded behind him. "Who sent you to kill me?" John Hung turned around and looked at the place where the voice came from. But there was only a stone wall there, and there was no figure. At the same time, Otreus' sneer sounded again. "Don't waste your energy. You can't see me? Do you know where this is? I would like to hear more about it," John Hung said as he walked to the stone wall and looked up at it. "This is the underworld." Otreus' voice sounded a little eerie. "Except for people like me who have died once. Other living people who come here can never get out again." Huh. John Hung knew that Hades was not just a myth. In fact, there was a Hades in the Roman Forum. Beside the gilded pillar that symbolized the starting point of all roads, there was a small building. The upper part was called the umbilical cord by the Romans, and the lower part was Hades. People in Rome believed that the living world on the ground and the dead world underground were connected by a crack. The Hades would open its doors for 3 days every year, and these days were also considered unlucky days. But John Hung certainly didn't believe these things. He quickly found what he was looking for on the stone wall. It was a copper tube hidden in the cracks of the stone. Otreus relied on this copper tube to let his voice come through, cooperating with the gimmick of the underworld to play tricks. John Hung approached the copper tube and muttered a few unclear words. He knew that at this time, Otreus on the other side of the copper tube was probably listening carefully to distinguish what he was saying. So John Hung took out a dagger and scraped the copper tube hard a few times. On the other side, Orthus immediately experienced what an enhanced version of chalk on a blackboard was, and he almost vomited his dinner because of this wave of attack. John Hung was not idle, and just made trouble for Orthus. This time, Orthus was too smart, and shot himself in the foot. He wanted to use the name of Hades, and his voice separation to scare John Hung. It must be admitted that his method was quite powerful in this era. Coupled with his homemade true serum, John Hung even felt that Orthus was wrong by being a consultant to Commodus. He should have been an inventor or a scientific pioneer in the 2nd century AD to enlighten all mankind. But his little spark of thought was just like the 2nd grade level in front of John Hung, who had received 9 years of compulsory education and was close to science. Moreover, John Hung also judged that Otreus was not far away from him because he could hear him talking through the copper tube. John Hung sent Otreus a set of sonic attacks in the hope of angering Otreus, so that Otreus would not rush to drill into the tunnel and wait for him to come. Chapter 893 Death of Ortulus. There was a reason why Ortulus didn't escape at the first opportunity. This time, John Hung not only changed into a black suit, but also put on a hood. Although Ortulus noticed John Hung's arrival in time, he didn't know who sent this assassin. According to the information he received, the blade of balance was finished, and only one alternate member was left outside. Even if he was still alive, he should be unable to take care of himself and would not come to trouble him. Although the hounds were allies with him now, Ortulus was not completely confident in them. The two sides formed an alliance because of a common enemy. Now that the enemy was gone, the alliance relationship was naturally dissolved. If the assassin was sent by the hound, Otreus would not be too surprised. Besides, he had other enemies, big and small. Otreus needed to determine who his opponent was at the first time, especially how the opponent found his hiding place. These temples hide Otreus's biggest secrets. If the things in the stone base of the statue were exposed, not to mention what kind of impact it would bring, his most important intelligence channel would be cut off from now on. Although Otreus's own ability is not bad, it is like a magician losing his best magic. If possible, Ortis still wanted to keep this secret, which was why he took the risk of talking to John Hung. Ortis had always been a very cautious person, but at the same time, he was also very conceited. He was very confident in his little voice trick, and coupled with the reputation of Hades, no matter how determined a person was, he should feel nervous standing here tonight. As a result, Ortis received a small gift from John Hung. At first, Ortis was really furious, and he wanted to cut the bastard who scraped the copper pipe with a knife into pieces. But as the side effects of the sound passed, his head gradually calmed down, and Ortis realized that it might not be safe for him to stay here any longer. He even regretted why he didn't leave early in the morning. Fortunately, it should be in time to leave now. Otreus didn't hesitate this time. He grabbed his cane and said to the guards around him, "Let's go to the tunnel." The guards protected him in the middle, and then moved to another stone chamber from the side door. However, they only ran 2 steps, and the guard who stayed at the end of the team suddenly knelt on the ground. His back was shot by a sharp arrow. So the remaining guards also became nervous. They spontaneously split into 2 teams. One team stayed behind to stop the enemy, and the remaining 2 continued to protect Otreus and ran towards the stone chamber with the tunnel. In a panic, Otreus, who was already inconvenient for his legs and feet, fell down, and his cane flew to the side. However, Otreus had no time to pick it up. Although the copper tube has a good effect on transmitting sound, there will still be a certain loss as the distance increases. In order to better hear what John Hung said, he chose a stone chamber closer to John Hung. But the price was that he could not enter the tunnel directly from that stone chamber, and needed to walk a short distance. Fortunately, this distance was not long, only about 50 meters. However, now Otreus felt that this was the longest 50 meters in his life. Soon after Otreus fell, he was immediately helped up by the 2 guards around him. The next 30 meters were almost carried by the guards. Otreus vaguely heard the sound of fighting behind him, but the sound did not last too long. It disappeared after a few seconds. So Otreus's heart rose again, because the team left behind had 6 people, all of whom were good players he brought from the border. It was impossible for them to be solved so quickly, so they had a greater hope of killing the assassin. But Otreus did not stop there, and continued to run towards the stone chamber from the tunnel. He was less than 2 meters away from the stone chamber, but the next moment, he felt a gust of air passing over his ears, and then the guard on his left was shot and fell to the ground, and Otreus also lost his balance, while the guard on his right wanted to draw his weapon to resist. However, the figure holding the Persian sword on the opposite side easily cut open his chest without much effort. Then John Hung walked to Otreus, who was still crawling forward. The latter had already crawled to the door, and was almost touching the door of the stone chamber. But then he heard someone behind him say, "Your sister asked me to bring you her greetings." At this moment, Otreus could no longer maintain his usual calmness and pride, and begged, "No, this is impossible. I can pay you double, not 10 times, whatever she paid you, in exchange for you not killing me. I feel your sincerity, but I'm sorry. You can't give her what she paid me." John Hung grabbed Otreus' hair while speaking. The fear in Otreus' eyes gradually turned into anger, and he kept repeating, "No, I have escaped from the hands of death once. I won't die here. I won't die here. It's a pity. But this time you are really going to die. But the good news is that everyone has received the news of your death 5 days ago. And I also attended the funeral held by His Majesty for you, which was quite good," John Hung said as he cut Otreus' throat. The latter's fear and anger eventually turned into unwillingness, which was forever frozen in his eyes. John Hung solved the first target of the night, but encountered some trouble when he was leaving the stone chamber maze, because the way he came in was blocked. John Hung had to go a long way to get back to the ground, and it was almost dawn at this time. John Hung saw the wanted poster of him posted on the street. He could only put on his hood while there were not many people around and returned to the southeast city. There was one person left on his assassination list, and he was the one who had been hiding the most: the leader of the hounds. John Hung had never gotten any clues about him before. Otreus was mysterious enough, but compared with the leader of the hounds, Otreus' name was at least known to everyone in the upper class. In comparison, the existence of the leader of the hounds was a question. If it wasn't for an accident, John Hung wouldn't have known the other party's identity. John Hung originally wanted to assassinate the leader of the hounds after killing Ortulus, but he was accidentally trapped in the maze and missed that night. When the wanted poster was posted, John Hung's actions were greatly restricted. Fortunately, since John Hung knew who the leader of the hounds was, he also knew what the best opportunity to assassinate him was. John Hung simply stopped moving and waited quietly for the other party to come to him. Chapter 894, The Head of the Hounds. Although Lucilla temporarily gave up the idea of suicide under John Hung's persuasion, she was still full of uneasiness, especially the next morning when she saw John Hung wanted posters posted almost all over the city. In such a situation, it was more and more difficult to even walk on the street, let alone approach the target. As time went by, John Hung's situation would only become more and more dangerous. Since that night, the two had lost contact. Lucilla didn't know whether John Hung was still alive, and if he was still alive, how long he could hide. She knew that John Hung had his own power in the Southeast City, but the bounty on the wanted poster was enough to turn anyone into a traitor. Not to mention that those guys in the Southeast City had no sense of honor. As long as the money was enough, those poor people could even sell out their own fathers. John Hung had now lost his position beside Commodus. In other words, now was the time when his control was the weakest. Lucilla didn't know how John Hung could restrain his men so that she wouldn't be betrayed. In fact, Lucilla felt that it was more likely that John Hung had already escaped from Rome, because only in this way could he explain why he had neither come to see her nor been caught. Thinking of this, Lucilla's heart sank. At this moment, a hand embraced her body, and Pomponius' voice came from behind her, as gentle as ever. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lucilla withdrew her gaze from the street downstairs and forced a smile. "Nothing. I was just thinking that the Saturnalia will be in a few days." "Oh, yes, the Saturnalia," Pomponius nodded. "I heard that there will be a grand celebration in Trajan's Forum that day, and we may go there to have some fun." "Yes, that's right." Lucilla dealt with her husband absent-mindedly. "But now, dear, we have to go to the Victor Arena to watch the gladiatorial performance first." Pomponius picked up the necklace on the table, put it on Lucilla himself, and tidied her hair. "It's a pity that your favorite Oriental can no longer perform in the Victor Arena. But fortunately, we still have the giant telephilos to watch. However, we have to hurry up. Otherwise we will miss the show. I'll be there soon. Why don't you wait for me downstairs first?" "Okay." Pomponius smiled, kissed Lucilla's forehead again, and then opened the door. However, he just took a step and froze there, then slowly retreated back into the room. Lucilla frowned when she heard the footsteps behind her, then turned back and said, "What? Did you forget something?" But the next moment, she saw a guy dressed as a servant holding a dagger against Pomponius' chest. Lucilla felt a chill in her heart. She obviously didn't expect the hound's assassin to come so quickly. She said, "Whatever happened to me, it has nothing to do with him. He knows nothing. No, I'm afraid this matter has a lot to do with him." The assassin dressed as a servant spoke, and it was John Hung's voice. "You are still in Rome?" Lucilla was stunned. "Yes. Our agreement has not been fulfilled yet." "Of course I will not leave," John Hung said. "I have helped you kill Ortrus, but the leader of the hounds usually stays in the barracks, so it is not easy to kill him. After I kill Ortrus, he will definitely increase his vigilance. But fortunately, I know a great opportunity to perfectly avoid all his men and guards. That is, when he returns home from the barracks." "Wait, are you saying that my husband is the leader of the hounds?" Lucilla looked incredulous. "How is that possible? This is just a lie you made up to get into the library." "Right. Unfortunately not. To be honest, I never doubted him before because he has an almost perfect disguise. He is a confidant of Aurelius, your husband, the #1 figure in the military, and has always been known for his gentle personality. At the same time, he hardly participates in any factional struggles. Normally, no one would associate him with the leader of the hounds, and neither would I." John Hung paused, and continued, "But a few months ago, when I was still in the Southeast City, I was assassinated. At that time, I was more inclined to think that the assassin was sent by Klein because he had always been jealous of Commodus's favor to me. But until a few days ago, I met the man who hired the assassin, a centurion named Herto, and learned that he had served under your husband for a long time. When someone mentioned his relationship with your husband, he seemed a little flustered, and this made me realize that your husband might not be as simple as he seemed. But until then, I still didn't think he would be the leader of the hounds. First, the person who assassinated me was not from the hounds. Second, because of the timing of the assassination. My identity had not been exposed at that time. No matter who hired the assassin. It was obviously not because I was a candidate member of the Balance Blade. In fact, I still don't have an answer to this question until now, Zhang Heng said, while casting his eyes on Pompeianus in front of him. However, the latter just listened quietly and didn't say anything. So Zhang Heng continued. But this incident made me know that the person behind Herto is your husband. And as I said before, until this time, I still only knew the identities of you and Otterus, and didn't know who the leader of the hounds was. So I didn't plan to stay in Rome at that time. I have a friend named Vero, who met in the gladiator school. Before he became a slave, he was an antique dealer. But later his wife and his best friend teamed up to cheat him of all his property. Afterwards, I hired someone to help him investigate and found that this matter was not simple. Whether it was his wife or friends, they were just helping others. The mastermind behind the whole thing was a senator named Peregrino. And this was not the first time he did this kind of thing. What do you want to say? Lucilla didn't know why Zhang Heng suddenly changed the topic to a civilian. And Zhang Heng said, "Don't worry. Listen to me, and you will understand. After the fake Ordilis was assassinated, the Balance Blade has not contacted me. I knew that your situation was not good. I waited for another 2 days and prepared to escape. At that time, I thought that since I was going to run away anyway, I might as well solve my friend's troubles. After all, Vero and I got along well in the gladiator school. I just did him a favor for the last time." Chapter 895 Love. I found Domus of this elder Peregrino and killed his 6 guards. By the way, the whole process didn't take much effort. I also visited his residence. As a result, I unexpectedly found that our elder Peregrino, who has been busy making money, lives a very simple life. There are not many slaves in his home, and there are no particularly valuable things, considering that he has a lot of income every year. This made me suspect that elder Peregrino was a miser who valued money as his life. But when I kicked open his door and put my dagger on his neck, elder Peregrino was so scared that he knelt in front of me and begged for mercy. But he didn't mention using money to buy his life. Zhang Heng said. This made me feel a little strange, because according to my previous experience, no matter how stingy a person is, he will still be willing to spend some money when he is about to lose his head. Unless the money he earned over the years is no longer in his hands. Lucy raised her eyebrows. He's making money for others. That's right. And what's even more interesting is that when I asked him who he gave the money to, Senator Peregrino actually gave me the name of our centurion friend. And this suddenly reminded me of another thing. What is it? Rome has always been the territory of the Balance Blade. It is not easy for the Hound to infiltrate its assassins. In addition, my teacher also told me that assassins who seem to be alone actually need external support, including but not limited to contact persons and efficient intelligence channels. The latter is especially the biggest source of money. There is an organization called Beehive in the Southeast City. It is very mysterious, and their influence is not limited to the Southeast City. They seem to have people in the Senate. It can be seen that they have spent a lot of money to collect intelligence. But unlike the other two forces, the Hive has no income. Or more precisely, no visible income. Which means that the owner behind it needs to continue to burn money. As far as I know, the owner behind the Hive is the Hound. Their spokesperson is a guy called the Telephone. He once used the doctrine of the Balance Blade to test me. It was then that I began to really doubt your husband. So I started to investigate your husband. From the time he became successful at a young age. Zhang Heng looked at Pompeianus. You come from a famous family. But in fact, by the time of your father, the family had already declined. In order to revitalize the family, you joined the army and began to follow Aurelius in battles. At first, you were just an inconspicuous centurion. But then you began to stand out and made continuous contributions. Aurelius also admired you more and more and regarded you as a confidant. However, your situation is actually a bit similar to mine. Although Aurelius values you very much, you are not the only young general he is optimistic about. You actually have a lot of competitors. And there are many who are better than you. But in the next 2 years, those young generals who are better than you died one after another for various reasons. In the end, you became the most dazzling existence of this generation. And Aurelius relied more and more on you. Although there are many people in the army who are older and higher in rank than you, They are all very old, mostly from the Antonine era, and will not pose a threat to you. There is only one person who is really troublesome. Lucius. Lucilla thought of something when she heard this, and her expression suddenly changed. She was originally standing in front of her dressing table, but she took 2 steps back and distanced herself from Pompeianus. Yes, Aurelius's brother, Lucius, the co-ruling emperor of Rome. Zhang Heng said. He was the top military official at the time, with great military achievements, and he was in his prime. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have controlled the army for a long time. And he, like Aurelius, was the emperor of Rome. As long as he was there, you would always be inferior to him. So Lucius also died. On the way back to Rome from the front line, the unlucky guy was infected with the plague, and he didn't even make it to Rome. You bastard killed my first husband? Lucilla looked at Pompeianus. She even forgot her fear at this moment and shouted, I could have continued to be the queen in the palace. After my father's death, Lucius would have become the only emperor of Rome, and our child would have been the next ruler of the Roman Empire. Not my stupid brother. Pompeianus smiled and did not comment. Then he looked at Zhang Heng and finally said, Enough. Let's stop here. You don't understand me at all. You said before that you didn't understand why I sent assassins to assassinate you. The reason is actually very simple. Because of jealousy. What? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Oh, of course I'm not jealous of you rising from a commoner to a noble, and getting the favor of Commodus. I don't care about this kind of thing at all. The jealousy I'm talking about is the instinctive reaction of being a man and a husband. You mistakenly thought I was your wife's lover? Zhang Heng suddenly realized. Let's not talk about whether I am your wife's lover or not. As far as I know, your wife has had many lovers before. You shouldn't take this kind of thing to heart. Then do you know where they are now? Pompeianus said slowly. I would even kill the Roman Emperor Lucius to get her. Not to mention the toys she threw away when she got tired of playing with them. But if you really care about this matter, why didn't you stop her at the beginning? Oh, then you underestimate her. Lucilla has never been a woman who can be controlled by anyone. Even her father can't control her. Otherwise, if she just coveted the pleasure of having an affair, why would she let the whole city of Rome know that she was using this method to declare war on her father, who used her as a political bargaining chip to marry? To trample on the royal honor that her father was proud of. She is like a ball of fire, burning wantonly, and doesn't care where it will ignite. And this is why I fell hopelessly in love with her. Pompeianus smiled and said, With my status, it would be easy for me to find a gentle and obedient woman, whether it is a wife or a lover. But none of them have her charm, her wildness and greed, her beauty and imprudence, her inherent cruelty and ruthlessness, all of which are intertwined together to form her. There is no more perfect existence in the world than this. I fell in love with her at first sight. I can't change her. And I don't want to change her. Chapter 896 Long Journey. You are lying. Lucilla took a deep breath. You said that just to make me forgive you for what you did and let you go. Maybe. Maybe not. Pompeianus did not argue too much on this issue, and there was no panic on his face. In fact, from the moment his identity was revealed until now, his expression was very calm, as if he did not see the dagger against his chest. He said leisurely, No matter how much you hate me, there is at least one thing you can't deny. That is, I am indeed the most suitable person for you in this world. No, you're just a liar full of lies. Lucilla looked at Zhang Heng, who was watching the fun, and seemed to have finally made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and said, Kill him. If you kill him, I tell you where the library of the Blade of Balance is. Deal? Zhang Heng was also very straightforward. He had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Hearing this, he pushed the dagger into Pompeianus' chest cleanly. This is why I like you. Pompeianus still looked at Lucilla at the last moment of his life and smiled. But don't worry, dear. Even death can't separate us. What does that mean? Lucilla's expression changed slightly. However, Pompeianus would not answer anymore because he was no longer breathing. Zhang Heng drew out the dagger. He is dead, and I have fulfilled my promise to you. Now it is your turn to fulfill your part. Wait, what did he mean by the last sentence? Lucilla frowned. I can't answer your question. My understanding of him is limited to the part related to the hound. Zhang Heng said. Maybe you should ask yourself. After all, you and him have been married for so long. Lucilla's expression was a little uncertain, But she finally stopped dwelling on this question and said, "You seem to have a way to hide in the city. Can I hire you as my assassin? I lost all the assassins of the Balance Blade in this war. But we can recruit new people. You can become the assassin chairman. And all the resources left by the Balance Blade can be deployed by you. In addition, I will pay you a lot of money." John Hung was completely indifferent when he heard this. He wiped the blood off the dagger and then put it back in his arms. "Sorry. The only thing I'm interested in about you is the whereabouts of the library." Lucilla's face was a little angry when she heard this. But she quickly sorted out her emotions. Although she still has many allies in politics and is the Emperor's sister, the destruction of the Balance Blade has indeed weakened her power a lot. John Hung was able to kill Ortolus and discover the hidden identity of Pompeianus. Although it was a pity that he couldn't use it for her, Lucilla didn't want to create another strong enemy for herself at this time. So she nodded and said, "That's a pity. Wait a minute." After saying that, Lucilla walked to her dressing table again, took out one of her dressing boxes, and then took out a map from the mezzanine below. "Where is this?" John Hung took the map, unfolded it and looked at it, and asked with some confusion. "Egypt," Lucilla said. "The secret library of the Balance Blade was originally located in Greece. But because of the appearance of traitors 200 years ago, it had to be relocated. For safety reasons, the people at that time placed the new library in a desert in Egypt." "Huh. Then it seems that I can enjoy my long journey next. I hope the scenery along the way is not bad." John Hung raised his eyebrows. After killing Pompeianus, John Hung basically dealt with all the things in Rome. After that, he returned to the southeast city, mainly to arrange things after he left. As for why Lucilla was curious about Marcus, Soap and others did not sell him out for a high bounty. The reason was very simple. It was not because John Hung's charm was great enough, but because John Hung used his little cheat again and showed his pair of shadow wings in front of Marcus, Soap and others, which had a huge impact on their spirits. It was hard to say how long the effect of this trick would last, but it was enough for John Hung to get through the difficult situation at that time. The last place John Hung went to was the Red-Nosed Blacksmith shop, where he took out the props he had stored there and didn't need for the time being. Because if nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't return to the city. Then John Hung used his level 2 makeup skills to blend into the team leaving the city, successfully passed through the city gate, and then looked back at Rome behind him. In just 6 months here, he went from a slave to a gladiatorial champion, and then was favored by the emperor, granted the status of a free man, and gradually became a noble with a fiefdom, and finally became a wanted criminal by the entire empire. Probably no one could have experienced more ups and downs in life than him. However, John Hung himself did not have much emotional fluctuations, because he was just a passerby in Rome in the 2nd century AD. For him, whether he became a noble here was not as interesting as appreciating the scenery and charm of the city. Then John Hung retracted his gaze. He had less than a year left in this copy of the game, which seemed quite long, but considering the traffic conditions at that time, it would probably take him a long time just to get from Rome to Egypt. If he took the land route, he would probably not reach his destination in a few months. But fortunately, you can still take a boat and cross the Mediterranean directly, and the current wind direction is suitable for this voyage. John Hung found a grain ship that was about to return at the dock. Don't be surprised. Modern people think that Egypt is all desert and pyramids. But in the 2nd century AD, Egypt was known as the granary of the Nile River. The grain ship from here every year fed half of the population of the Roman Empire. After paying a gold coin for the ticket, John Hung successfully found a bed for himself on the ship. Returning to the sea again also made John Hung feel a little bit of intimacy. It didn't take him long to get familiar with the sailors on the ship. After arriving in Egypt, the captain wanted to keep John Hung and let him stay on the ship to work, but he was finally rejected by the latter. John Hung did not forget the purpose of his trip. Of course, he still spent 2 weeks after landing to check in under the pyramid. After that, John Hung spent money to buy 30 camels, prepared enough food and water for himself for 7 months, hired several local guides, and made sufficient preparations before he began to march towards the desert marked on the map. Chapter 897: The Sunset of the Empire. Although there were maps to guide us, there were no satellites in those days, so we should not expect too much accuracy from hand-drawn maps. Basically, they only gave a rough range. In addition, many sand dunes in the desert would move around with the wind, and there were not many reference points for the terrain. Therefore, John Hung wandered in the desert for a whole month before he found the stone tablet that Lucilla mentioned, which represented the entrance to the library. On the way, John Hung also accidentally ran into a group of robbers. Although John Hung finally got rid of the robbers, he still lost 2 camels and a guide. The guide was unlucky. He was far away from John Hung when the incident happened. He was shot in the forehead by an arrow and died on the spot. John Hung had no choice but to pay an extra pension and ask his companion to bring the money to his family. The 2 camels ran away in fear, which was not a big problem. As long as they found the place, they could go to the nearby town to replenish food and water. When they reached the final destination, John Hung said goodbye to the remaining 2 guides and set up a tent next to the stone tablet. At night, he finished his outdoor barbecue and the moon climbed above his head. John Hung followed Lucilla's instructions and waited patiently for a while. After confirming that it was past midnight, John Hung extinguished the campfire and walked about 50 steps in the direction indicated by the shadow of the stone tablet. Of course, this thing also has errors. Time is easy to tell. After all, John Hung has a hidden prop in his hand, which is his starfish watch. He can know when it is 12 o'clock by converting the time. But the problem is that the height of the moon in the sky will change with different seasons, and everyone's stride is different. So in John Hung's opinion, the assassin predecessors of the balance blade 200 years ago designed the entrance, which was also quite tricky. Although it was cool, it was not easy for later people to get in. But complaining is useless. After finding the place, John Hung started working. He picked up the shovel and dug the sand. After another half an hour, John Hung's shovel finally dug up something hard. After all, the balance blade is just an assassin organization. No matter how powerful it is impossible to create a library under the sand. Therefore, there is actually a natural cave here. It was discovered by the balance blade. Later, some modifications and disguises were made, and a stone tablet was erected as a mark. Now that the cave has been found, it is only natural to find the entrance to the cave. John Hung used a shovel to lift all the sand into the sky, letting it blow away with the wind, revealing the bronze door below. Then John Hung threw away the shovel and took out the dagger from his waist, knocking on the 4 directions of the bronze door in a specific order. Finally, he took out a movable iron sheet from the lower left corner of the bronze door, inserted the dagger into it, and touched the mechanism inside. Ding! Successfully found the secret library of the Blade of Balance. Game points plus 50. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. After completing the above steps, John Hung heard the system prompt sound in his ears, and at the same time, he also heard a rumbling sound coming from underground, which was the sound of the iron plate driving the bronze door turning. John Hung took 2 steps back and looked at the slowly opening bronze door in front of him. He knew that a new world was beckoning him behind this door. Return deadline reached. Mission completed confirmed. Cleared the Empire Sunset Dungeon. The 9th round of the game ended, and will return to the real world soon. On the 560th day, John Hung received a reminder to return to reality. Before that, he had been in the secret library of the Blade of Balance for 7 months and 11 days. Of course, John Hung didn't stay inside all the time. In fact, when he was browsing the library's collection, he would go out for a walk from time to time, breathe in the fresh air outside, or go to a nearby town to improve his food. Although John Hung complained that the entrance of the library was not easy to find, he had to admit that at least those guys 200 years ago did spend a lot of time and effort when building this library, and almost used the technology they mastered to the extreme. After entering the library, John Hung found that he could actually manipulate the mechanism inside and raise a rock with holes all over it to the entrance. This way, he could keep the air flowing and prevent passers-by from discovering the existence of the underground library. Therefore, John Hung was quite happy to stay there. By the 6th month, his assassin skill had been upgraded to level 3, and this was probably the fastest skill he had ever reached level 3. It took him several years to upgrade his sailing skill from level 2 to level 3 in the Black Sail Dungeon. This time, thanks to the secret library of the Blade of Balance, he only took a little over a year. In addition to the 292 points I got in this dungeon and the item called Heart of Creus, this time I had a great harvest. When John Hung opened his eyes again, he had returned to the lounge on the 2nd floor of Desire City from the desert full of yellow sand. Zhang Heng got up from the booth and walked directly to the bartender. I can pay back the 71 points I owed last time. In addition, I have an item for you to identify this time. Previously, Zhang Heng had almost sold everything he had to recast the ordinary knife, resulting in only 21 points left on him at the end, so that he could not even pay for the ritual to inherit the remaining power of the shadow set. Fortunately, the bartender was quite reasonable, and agreed to let him owe the remaining points first. So the first thing Zhang Heng did after the end of this instance was to pay back the points he owed before, and then put the unidentified heart of Creus on the bar. Although he had basically figured out the specific function of this item, he didn't know if there was anything missing. Anyway, Zhang Heng didn't need those 3 points, so he simply gave it to the bartender for identification. Congratulations. It seems that your harvest is as good as always. The bartender took the sapphire, took out the tablet, and opened the payment interface. Without the bartender's reminder, Zhang Heng took the tablet, directly entered his player number skillfully, and deducted 74 points. It seems that our cooperation is still as pleasant as always, the bartender said with satisfaction. I will help you identify this item as soon as possible. By then, I think your knife should be recast. Do you want me to send it to your school, or do you come to pick it up yourself? I get it, Zhang Heng answered without much hesitation. The props before were relatively small, but sending a knife to school was a bit too much. Zhang Heng was not worried about not being able to get past the guard. The bartender lady didn't know what kind of logistics she used. It was estimated that even if Zhang Heng stayed on the moon, he would be able to receive the package she sent on time. But the problem was that Zhang Heng had no place to put the knife after getting it at school. If Chen Huadong, Wei Jiangyang and others found it, it would easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Chapter 898 Vacation. After Zhang Heng returned to school, he was still thinking about the last words of the bartender. When Zhang Heng was about to leave the bar, the latter said, "There have been a lot of weird people recently. You'd better stay away from the guy with the head of a hogue." The guy with a hogue? Zhang Heng thought about it. And the one who fits this description most is Chen Huadong new apprentice Nanako Mikachi. Nanako Mikachi is a junior of Hayes Osaka. As an exchange student, she has just arrived in Shiagua not long ago. Zhang Heng and Nanako Mikachi had just met not long ago and helped Nanako Mikachi find the book she wanted to buy in the bookstore. But then the old man in Tang suit appeared out of nowhere, and Zhang Heng said goodbye to Nanako Mikachi and Chen Huadong. Therefore, strictly speaking, he and Nanako Mikachi did not have too deep contact. Judging from the situation on that day, Nanako Mikachi seemed to behave quite normal. However, Zhang Heng also believed that the bartender lady would not be aimless. In addition, the appearance of the old man in Tang suit also indirectly indicated that Nanako Mikachi might have some problems. Although the old man in Tang suit seemed to be idle all day long, as long as he thought about it, he could find that the guy had a reason for appearing every time, except for the first encounter, which was to sign an agent contract with Zhang Heng. The remaining few times basically appeared when Zhang Heng encountered trouble. For example, the second encounter was because Molesby broke into the static world, and the third encounter was because Zhang Heng faced the goddess of justice Justitia. After that, it was the time in the bookstore not long ago. The old man in Tang suit took away the books on the bookshelf that should not be there before him. Now it seems that the reason why the book appeared there is very likely related to Nanako Mikachi. After realizing this, Zhang Heng wanted to remind Chen Huadong to pay attention to safety in the subsequent interactions with Nanako Mikachi. But when he saw Chen Huadong holding his phone and laughing foolishly, he knew that his reminder would probably be useless. Fortunately, the other party should be targeting him, so it stands to reason that Chen Huadong should not be too embarrassed. Since the proxy war started, Zhang Heng has obviously become busier. Not only has the time between copies become much shorter, but it has also been June before he knew it. In other words, it is time for the final exam again. In addition, Zhang Heng has been in ancient Rome for a year and a half, which will definitely affect his previous memories. But fortunately, he has 48 hours in a day, so even if he studies intensively, he has twice as much time as Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyang. Moreover, Zhang Heng found that, perhaps because he had learned the deductive method, his memory seemed to be much better than before. When he was in London before, he tried to build a memory palace in his brain according to what Sherlock Holmes said, and stored all the collected information in the memory palace for emergency use. This was also the reason why he could quickly find hidden connections between several seemingly unrelated things in Rome later. Now, this memory palace also saved him a lot of time for relearning, allowing Zhang Heng to complete his review plan faster than expected. However, just as Zhang Heng returned to the library and started studying, a Tesla Model S drove into the campus in a hurry. After attracting countless people's attention, it stopped in front of Zhang Heng dormitory building. The driver's door opened, and the first person to get out of the car was a beautiful leg with flawless curves, which immediately attracted the hot eyes of the boys in front of the building. Then its owner also walked out of the car and took off his sunglasses. Han Lu looked at Wei Jianyang, who was packing lunch and preparing to go back to the dormitory to eat. "Oh, great. You are the classmate who played basketball with Zhang Heng last time. Can you help me ask him to come downstairs?" Wei Jianyang opened his mouth and managed to say something after a long while. "Didn't you drive a Lexus before? It's not like I only have one car. Besides," Han Lu shrugged, "I've already given away the LC. Compared to my life, that car is nothing. Although strictly speaking, it was actually Zhang Heng who saved me that time." "Zhang Heng saved your life?" Wei Jianyang felt like a paparazzi who was lying in ambush near a celebrity's house with a gun on his back, smelling the scent of big gossip. However, Han Lu didn't seem to want to continue the story. She just smiled and said, "Can you ask him to come down?" "Oh, don't tell me I found him. I want to give him a surprise." "Oh, no problem. But he's not in the dormitory now. He should be in the library." Wei Jianyang stuttered. He couldn't help but get nervous when facing Han Lu. The main reason was that Han Lu was too famous and had been engaged in capital operation for a long time, which made her have a decisive temperament. Wei Jianyang didn't know how Zhang Heng got along with such a strong woman. Anyway, in his opinion, although Han Lu looks pretty, if he really spends a day with her, he thinks it is quite a torture. Later, Zhang Heng was called down to the library by Wei Jianyang on a random pretext. Before he walked out of the gate, he saw the Model S parked below through the glass. Han Lu lowered the passenger window and said to him, "Get in the car." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows, handed the computer and notebook in his hand to Wei Jianyang, who was standing beside him, and asked him to help take them back to the dormitory. Then he opened the car door and asked him after he sat down and closed the door, "Where are we going?" "Hawaii. A friend of mine just bought a yacht there. I asked him to lend it to me for a few months." Zhang Heng shook his head. "Hawaii is too far away. And I still have final exams." "What about Japan? There are also many beautiful islands there. And the flight is very fast. Only 3 or 4 hours." Han Lu said, "You said you are about to take your final exams. But you also need to combine work and rest. We can find a beautiful island there to stay for 2 nights to relax and then come back. I heard from Shinsisi that you have been very busy recently, although she refused to tell me what you are busy with. It just so happens that my work has just come to an end. So I thought maybe we can go on vacation together or something." "Then why didn't you call me in advance?" "Because I don't want you to have time to find a reason to reject me." Han Lu set the autopilot to the airport, then turned to look at Zhang Heng on the side. "You saved me. I know you may not take it seriously, but I can't pretend that those things didn't happen before. I also want to do something for you. Why don't we start with some small things?" Chapter 899 Okinawa Trip. Han Lu looked at Zhang Heng, seemingly waiting for his answer. But Zhang Heng was looking at the road ahead and reminded him, "The Buick on the right is about to change lanes." "Oh." At this stage, Tesla's autopilot is only level 2, far from the level advertised. It can still operate normally in some relatively open places. But in cities, especially those with serious traffic jams, the owner needs to take over if the road conditions are slightly more complicated. Han Lu obediently switched back to manual mode after hearing this. "But you have to take your passport when you go abroad." "My passport is in my hometown. There is also the visa issue," Zhang Heng said. "I haven't prepared any change of clothes. We can't leave today." "Don't worry. I called Xiaoxia and asked your grandfather to send your passport. Someone will help you with the visa issue. We can just wait at the airport. As for clothes, it's even simpler. You can buy them there," Han Lu said. "It seems that I have no reason to refuse." "Thank you," Zhang Heng said politely. "No. I feel more at ease with you on vacation. I don't want to go through the days of not being able to sleep again." Han Lu still seemed to be in a state of fear. Unknown dangers are the most frightening. Even Han Lu, an elite in society, can only do nothing when facing supernatural forces. Especially for someone like her who is used to controlling everything. This loss of control makes her even more uneasy. Han Lu couldn't help but glance at Zhang Heng in the passenger seat. She didn't know how people like Zhang Heng and Shen Sisi, who have been living in that mysterious and dark world, could fight against this loss of control. Especially Zhang Heng, who always looked quiet and rational. Even in danger, he was still calm and methodical, as if what he was facing was no different from sitting in a classroom, listening to a teacher's lecture, or playing basketball on the court. Han Lu has seen countless people over the years, but she has never met a man like this. The time they spent together was a completely strange and novel experience for her. She has done countless things that she would never do before, and said countless words that she would never say before. Especially on the last night, when she realized that this might be her last night in the world. Her emotions completely collapsed. And she even blurted out, "I wanted to have sex with you." It's not that there is anything wrong with this sentence itself. Han Lu has been single for such a long time, and has no shortage of money. She must have tried some methods to solve her physiological problems. However, this need has always been just a physiological one for her. But the situation that night was different. Especially considering that Zhang Heng was the son of her best friend Xiao Xia, which gave her a vague sense of betrayal. Fortunately, neither of them mentioned the incident again afterwards. Zhang Heng acted as if he had completely forgotten that she had said such a thing. And Han Lu threw herself back into work, hoping to get back on track with busy work. So the two of them had not contacted each other for a while since the death dream. However, Han Lu found that her tried and true trick seemed to be ineffective this time. After a rare 2-day hesitation, Han Lu still contacted Xiao Xia and asked the latter for Zhang Heng's passport. Xiao Xia, who is so easygoing, certainly wouldn't have any other ideas. She even praised her, saying that it was okay. She was a good friend, and she would entrust her son to you, a rich man, to take care of him. This made Han Lu feel even more betrayed. But in the end, Han Lu still drove the Model S to Zhang Heng's school. And 4 hours later, the two of them boarded a plane to Okinawa. However, Han Lu was Han Lu after all. And when she leaned back in the first-class seat, she had driven most of the distracting thoughts out of her mind. It is useless to think too much about some things, so it is better to let things take their own course. She did not want to go against her own subjective will because of their past friendship. But she did not insist on any result. In fact, she had also discovered in the process of getting along with Zhang Heng before that the boy in front of her rarely showed emotions. And this time her feeling was even more obvious. Although Zhang Heng was sitting next to her, she always felt that as long as she closed her eyes, he would disappear. This came from a woman's sixth sense. Han Lu picked up the cup in front of her and chatted casually. "The girl you were with before was not Shen Sisi, but the girl who drove away my Lexus." "Fan Meinan?" Zhang Heng said. "I don't know. I haven't been able to contact her for a long time. The last time I saw her, she complained to me that your car was too expensive to maintain and asked me when you could drive it back." In fact, Zhang Heng also tried to contact Fan Meinan after returning from Rome, and even called the latter, but received a cold voice prompt that the user you dialed is turned off. "I won't take back anything I give away. If she doesn't like it, she can sell it at a discount. Of course, it's also good if she keeps it for herself. I can reimburse her for the subsequent maintenance costs." Han Lu took a sip of water and continued. "After all, she almost lost her life for my sake. I tell her," Zhang Heng said. "Are you worried about her?" Han Lu then raised her eyebrows and asked. "Somewhat, mainly because the guy behind her is not an ideal partner, given his countless black history." Zhang Heng said frankly that Fan Meinan was Loki's agent. In Norse mythology, this guy has always caused a lot of trouble. In reality, his agent is not an easy person to deal with. Fan Meinan is still good, but her sister with sunglasses played the 3 major guilds around and exchanged Death Dream for a few pieces of plasticine in public. In the end, this thing fell into the hands of Set, the god of chaos, which led to the subsequent proliferation of Death Dream replicas. Although the 3 major guilds have been working hard to collect these dangerous goods, it is inevitable that some are still lost. In addition, Zhang Heng did not think that Set would be satisfied with this level of chaos, especially since there had been no news from him and Loki during this period, which was not a good sign. However, this kind of thing could not be told to ordinary people like Han Lu. Zhang Heng thought about it and changed the subject. You have always had a good relationship with my mother. Have you ever heard her talk to you about the scientific expedition in Greenland? Chapter 900 Adventure and Vacation. Scientific expedition to Greenland? Han Lu frowned. I seem to have some impression. I remember she mentioned it a long time ago, saying that it seemed that a local on Greenland had discovered a relic or something. And it was said that there were some murals related to primitive worship. That guy reported it to the authorities, which caused a big sensation at the time. Many famous scholars were very interested in it. So they organized 2 scientific expedition teams and went to the area mentioned by the local twice to look for the relics. But in the end they found nothing. After that, everyone began to blame the local who claimed to have discovered the relics, thinking that it was just a story he made up. Although the locals still insisted that they did not lie, because they could not find enough evidence. The matter gradually came to nothing. But your mother has always been very interested in it. She thinks that from the description of that guy, the relic is likely to be related to the origin of Mesopotamian mythology, Celtic mythology, and Egyptian mythology. Zhang Heng seemed a little surprised when he heard this. Why can't I find these things on the internet? Oh, this news is about 70 or 80 years away from now, because it was considered a big shame for the archaeological community at that time. It was only published in some local newspapers. Xiao Xia seemed to have found it in an old newspaper in the British Library. She was writing a paper at the time. Although this news had little to do with her research at the time, she has always been obsessed with it. Later, we all graduated and were busy with our own things. At first, Xiao Xia and I kept in touch by phone. But as our work became busier, we switched to emails. We usually talked about what happened recently. Then one day, Xiao Xia suddenly told me that she and your father met a man named Tame in a salon. He ran a travel agency and loved adventure. He formed an expedition team and was planning to go deep into the uninhabited area of Greenland. Xiao Xia told him about the report from more than 70 years ago. Tame was very interested and decided to invite your parents to join the expedition. I persuaded Xiao Xia at that time that she should not accept the invitation so quickly. I was not just talking about the dangers brought by the harsh environment, but also a group of strangers she just met for the first time and didn't know. In a blink of an eye, she was going to explore a desolate and uninhabited area with them. But Xiao Xia told me that the opportunity was rare, and your father would go with you. But your mother... Han Lu put down the water cup, as if thinking about the wording. From what I know about her, she's not very brave. She's afraid of pain even when giving birth. And she's afraid of the cold. When we were studying together, whenever it snowed, she would stay in bed eating chips and watching TV series. And she didn't even want to get out of bed. I don't know why she cares so much about the ruins in Greenland. But it's obvious that the fact that she braved the cold and didn't care about the danger can only mean that she really wants to go there. Finally, she joined the expedition team as she wished, together with your father. Because of their joining, the expedition team also became a scientific expedition team. They stayed in Greenland for a while. Well, we didn't contact each other for about 2 months. Then she told me that she and your father had returned safely. I asked her how the scientific expedition went, and whether she had found the ruins she had always wanted to see. She said that she did find some things that she didn't know how to describe. If these things were made public, it would probably cause a stir in the entire theological and archaeological circles, and even have an impact on the existing scientific system. I thought she might have exaggerated a bit at the time, but I could hear the shock and excitement between her words. Although I have not seen her publish the research results of that scientific expedition until now. In fact, I have hardly heard her mention that scientific expedition again after that. Han Lu said. I didn't ask her again to take care of her feelings, but I still have to say that her decision at that time was a bit too rash. Especially considering that you were only 2 years old at that time. She didn't take you back to China to give you to your grandfather, but left you in the home of a colleague and asked someone to take care of you for a few months. She didn't even tell me. It wasn't until she returned to China that I knew she had a son. To be honest, it did make me a little uncomfortable at the time. I am her best friend. We used to talk about everything. Although we don't keep in touch as often as we did in school after graduation, it has not affected our friendship. She shouldn't have kept the news of having a child from me for so long. Although she later explained that I had just broken up with my boyfriend and she didn't want to irritate me. She also knew me, just like I knew him. She should know that I would not be irritated by such things. Han Lu paused, then asked curiously, Why are you so interested in Xiao Xia's trip to Greenland? And why don't you ask her directly? Or your father? I asked my father. But like you said, they don't seem to want to talk about it, Zhang Heng said. Anyway, thank you for telling me what you know. It's just a piece of cake. Han Lu smiled. But you better not tell Xiao Xia that I told you these things. Because I don't know why the guy kept this matter so secret. But it always feels like we are doing something behind her back. I won't tell her. After a while, the stewardess came over with the menu and asked the two to order with a smile. Han Lu chose Japanese food and a glass of plum wine. But she didn't eat much of the main course. Instead, she finished the dessert and fruit, and then drank about half a glass of plum wine, which made her cheeks slightly red. She changed the topic back to vacation. Where do you want to go tomorrow? I haven't been to Okinawa. So you decide? Zhang Heng said. Hearing this, Han Lu didn't refuse, and said directly, Then let's go diving. Have you ever dived before? How is your skill? Well, it's okay. I've dived at Cape Maeda and wrecked 92. So let's go to Yonaguni this time. It's said that if you're lucky, you can see hammerhead sharks and humpback whales there, Han Lu said. But you may encounter strong currents when diving in the waters there. If you're a beginner or don't dive too many times, we can start with a more basic place. It doesn't matter. Just go where you want to go, Zhang Heng said. Chapter 901 Toolman. Although the flight time was not too long, it was already evening when the two arrived at Naha International Airport. Including the waiting time at the airport, Han Lu contacted the local guide in advance to meet them at the airport exit. And they did not bother on the first night, and stayed in 2 rooms at the Hyatt Hotel, which was a 20-minute drive from the airport. The next morning, Han Lu fulfilled her previous promise before diving, and accompanied Zhang Heng to a nearby shopping mall to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Seeing Zhang Heng walk out of the fitting room in beach pants and a t-shirt, Han Lu's eyes lit up and she praised. This outfit looks great. Not inferior to the models and the advertisements outside. Really? But we've already bought 2 sets. So let's forget about this one, Zhang Heng said. No. I like this one. Listen to me. Han Lu had already taken out her credit card. Yonaguni Island is at the westernmost end of Japan. There are no big shopping malls on the island. So we have to prepare a few more sets of clothes. Right? Her last question was to the local guide. The latter was a handsome guy. A Chinese-Japanese hybrid. Especially when he smiled. He was very sunny, with a summer atmosphere, which was why his service fee was always high. The ordinary local guide charges 1,000 to 1,500 yen per hour. But he doubled it. 4,000 yen per hour is still in short supply. But when he saw Han Lu at the airport and showed his signature sunny smile, he found that the latter frowned. Han Lu didn't expect her assistant to be so inconsiderate. Yes, when she went to Japan for vacation, she would find some handsome local guides. After all, no one doesn't like people who are pleasing to the eye. But this time she was on vacation with Zhang Heng. So what was the point of finding a handsome local guide? However, at this point, Han Lu couldn't dismiss the local guide directly, because it would be too obvious, as if she was covering up something. So she could only accept it with a pinch of her nose. Of course, the more miserable one was the handsome local guide. Although he was the one who provided the service. Generally speaking, no one would pay twice the price just to enjoy the human navigation service. Everyone enjoyed the sun, the sea, and the beach while chatting about life and ideals, which was the real added value of this part. Especially this time, when the tour guide saw Han Lu walking out of the airport. He felt his heartbeat slowed down by 2 beats. And then he saw her frown. This was the first time that the tour guide was disliked so directly. Fortunately, he just sent the two to the hotel and left at night. And there was not much contact. It was not until the next day that he really realized what a tool person was. Han Lu basically only spoke to him when she needed a translator or went somewhere. The rest of the time, it was as if she didn't see him at all. Although the sky was clear and the sea breeze was blowing in Naha today, the tour guide was as bitter as winter. He could only force a smile on his face and casually agreed. Yes. Then go and swipe the card. Han Lu finally made the decision. In fact, she didn't take the tour guide's opinion to heart. She just used the latter's mouth to persuade Zhang Heng. Sure enough, Zhang Heng didn't object again. Both Han Lu and he were not short of money now. so they naturally wouldn't worry too much about a set of clothes. It turns out that women of all ages and professions are very enthusiastic about shopping. Although they came to buy clothes for Zhang Heng, Han Lu would not ignore the clothes she liked. So they spent the whole morning shopping. Not only did Zhang Heng buy 5 sets of clothes, but Han Lu also bought a lot of cosmetics, shoes, and bags for herself. When they walked out of the mall, the tour guide was already full of shopping bags. "It's getting late. We should find a place to have lunch," Han Lu said as she looked at the depressed marauder map following behind her. "Are there any special restaurants around here?" "I don't know." The tour guide shook his head. "I don't know." Han Lu frowned. "You charge 4,000 yen an hour. And you don't even do this little homework?" It would have been fine if Han Lu didn't mention it. But when she did, the tour guide got angry. Before he charged 4,000 yen per hour, no one used him as a mobile clothes drying rack. With his handsome appearance, he could find an employer. There was no need for him to work hard here and earn hard-earned money. There are still many young and beautiful girls in the world whose inner emptiness is waiting for him to fill. Thinking of this, the tour guide straightened his back again and said, "Sorry, Miss Han. I am not feeling well, and I may not be able to guide you anymore." Without waiting for Han Lu to speak, he continued, "I will return all the fees I have received, and I can only apologize for the trouble I have caused you." After saying that, the tour guide put all the shopping bags on the side of the road. He felt that his image was extremely majestic at this moment. Just like Mr. Jingjie, who would not bow down for a few pieces of silver. "Of course you can leave, and I don't need you to return the money. But you have to wait until we find a new tour guide to take over the work." Han Lu had long disliked this guy. He charged 4,000 yen per hour, but couldn't even provide the most basic service. He looked listless when working and had no sense of service. Han Lu was worried that she couldn't find an excuse to fire him. But she didn't expect the other party to bring it up first. "Find us a restaurant first." Han Lu took out her phone while talking and prepared to contact her assistant to change the tour guide. But she heard Zhang Heng say, "Forget it. There's no need to be so troublesome. Anyway, we are going to Yonaguni Island. I can help you translate for daily communication." After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he stopped an elderly couple who were about to cross the street and politely asked them if there were any recommended restaurants nearby. The tour guide almost popped his eyes out when he heard the conversation between the 3 people. Of course, those who would hire a tour guide did not understand the local language. Otherwise, why would they need a tour guide if they could go wherever they wanted? Moreover, Zhang Heng had not shown any signs of being able to speak or understand Japanese before, and he was very quiet during his translation. This also made the tour guide take it for granted that Zhang Heng did not know Japanese. As a result, when the latter spoke, he still spoke with a standard Tokyo accent, which immediately scared the tour guide and even made him think. Could it be that these 2 people spent 4,000 yen per hour just to find a mobile clothes drying rack? Did he misunderstand what they meant from the beginning? Chapter 902 Yonaguni Island. There is a barbecue restaurant about 700 meters from here. They have Okinawa-style ishigaki beef. How is it? After Zhang Heng thanked the old couple, he turned around and asked Han Lu. "Sure," Han Lu said. And then she no longer paid attention to the tour guide, who was standing aside, and was completely petrified. She curiously said to Zhang Heng, "I didn't know you could speak Japanese." "What is that?" "Oh no. I learned it myself." Zhang Heng knew what Han Lu meant. Explained, "You know too many things. Don't you need to sleep normally?" "No. It's just that my day has 48 hours. Zhang Heng waved, called a taxi, put all the clothes and shoes he bought into the trunk, and then opened the back door. Heh. Han Lu thought Zhang Heng was joking, shook her head, and got into the car. Zhang Heng sat in the passenger seat and told the driver where he was going. At this time, he also received a WeChat message. Zhang Heng thought it was a reply from Fan Meinan. But when he opened it, it was from the bartender lady, and the content was only a photo. Judging from the location of the photo, it should be in the lounge of the bar. There is no one in the photo, only a knife placed on the knife rack. Zhang Heng knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this was the knife that he had spent a lot of money to ask the bartender to find someone to recast for him. Calculating, 6 days have passed since the end of his last copy, which is 2 days longer than the time the bartender told him. Because the whole knife was recast, Zhang Heng did not insist on keeping the original appearance. The new knife is closer to the horizontal sword in the four systems of Tang swords. This is mainly because the Mo Dao is mainly used against cavalry. The barrier sword is too short, and the Yi Dao is as its name suggests. Most of them are used for appearance. Therefore, Zhang Heng finally chose the horizontal sword most commonly used by Tang dynasty soldiers. The shape of the horizontal sword is also very similar to that of the katana, except that the blade is straight and very hard. However, it is not as sharp as the katana. Zhang Heng found a balance between the two. Strictly speaking, the craftsmanship used in this sword is neither the Tang sword nor the katana. It just inherits some characteristics of the two in appearance. The light in the photo is a bit dim, but you can still see some extraordinary features of the new sword, although its appearance is still not very ostentatious. Staring at it for a long time makes people feel that their blood flow is accelerated. At Zhang Heng level, he has already controlled his body's reaction very well, and is almost not affected by the external environment. It is quite rare for a photo to make him have a physiological reaction. In addition, for some reason, Zhang Heng also felt a strange sense of familiarity from the knife. So he sent a message to the bartender. Is this a success or a failure? After waiting for a while, the latter replied, well, it's your knife, and you probably don't like someone to give you a preconceived impression of it before it. So you should come back and see it for yourself. Also, remember to bring these souvenirs from Japan. Okay. After hearing what the bartender said, Zhang Heng felt relieved, since the bartender still had the time to ask him for a gift. It meant that he had at least made no loss in this recast, and the new knife could at least reach the level of a top-level C-level item, which was worthy of the sky-high price of 4,000 points he spent. As for the specific situation, we will have to wait until he returns. After lunch, Zhang Heng and Han Lu went back to the hotel to pack up and check out, and then returned to Naha Airport. The Yonaguni Island where the two were going to dive is located in the Yaeyama Islands of the Ryukyu Islands, at the westernmost end of Japan, but it is actually closer to Taiwan province, only about 60 nautical miles away, and you can even see the mountains on the opposite side, because there are not many people on the island. Naha does not have a direct flight to Yonaguni Island, so the two had to fly from Naha to Ishigaki Island first, and then fly from Ishigaki Island for 40 minutes to reach the final destination. It's quite tiring, but once you get to the island, you will find that all the hard work along the way is worth it. The area of Yonaguni Island is not large, less than 30 square kilometers, and the permanent population on the island is less than 2,000, which also allows the entire island to maintain a relatively good original ecological environment. In addition to being a diving paradise, it also has the world's second-ranked marlin fishing ground, which attracts some sea fishing enthusiasts. Sometimes, marlin fishing competitions are held irregularly, but overall, there are still not too many tourists. You often walk a long distance without seeing other people. There are large empty beaches and black volcanic rocks. In addition, there are some Yonaguni horses that are raised on the island, strolling around, and are not afraid of people. The water here is as clear as a transparent sapphire without any impurities, as if you have come to the edge of the world. Han Lu was tired and found a place to sit down. While blowing the sea breeze, she could see the lighthouse not far away. She stretched comfortably and said, I have wanted to come here for a long time. This is a vacation. You don't have to think about anything, and you won't see any extra people. Yeah. Zhang Heng nodded, took off his shoes and socks, and walked to a reef in his beach pants. What are you doing? Preparing dinner. Dinner? Here? Han Lu was stunned, thinking someone was joking. But we have nothing. And it's almost dusk now. We won't be able to get back to the hotel before dark. Don't worry. There are horses everywhere on this island, and they are short horses with good tempers. We can find 2 horses and ride back. Han Lu obviously didn't believe Zhang Heng's words, but she still watched Zhang Heng curiously preparing dinner on the beach. Zhang Heng was also inspired and recalled the more than 500 days he had lived on a deserted island in his novice copy. Unlike the beginning when he was alone and had no dog, although he did not prepare the tools for the picnic in advance, he had so many things at hand, and even brought a fishing rod. Zhang Heng knocked some oysters from the reef as a starter, and then he found some swimming crabs in the sea. This kind of crab is large and meaty, and is basically the best tasting sea crab you can find on the beach. As for crabs such as king crabs and snow crabs, they hide in the deep sea. In addition, Zhang Heng also caught a few fish as the main dish. skewered them with wooden sticks, and roasted them directly on the fire. Soon Han Lu smelled the fragrance. She sniffed, a little greedy, but still kept some rationality, and asked, "Are you sure these things are not poisonous?" "Don't worry. The ones I picked are not only non-toxic, but also very good fish," Zhang Heng said, and then handed Han Lu 2 oysters. "This can be eaten raw." Chapter 903 Relationship Advice. Han Lu has been to Japan for vacation many times and has eaten all kinds of food. But this is the first time she has tasted such an original dinner. Moreover, Zhang Heng did not add any seasonings. But the taste was actually quite good, although there is still some fishy smell. I don't know if it is because the cooking method is particularly primitive. The freshness of these seafoods is preserved intact. A friend told me that nature is like a treasure house. No matter where you are, as long as you pay attention to your surroundings, you can always find a place to live and food to fill your stomach, Zhang Heng said. Well, if the world suddenly ends now, I'm sure your friend will be the last to die. Han Lu used the lid of the thermos to scoop up some seafood soup and blew it while talking. It was almost dusk now, and the setting sun was about to sink into the sea level. The sunset glowed the sky with a layer of gorgeous red, and with the fishing boats returning to the port in the distance, it made people feel indescribably moved. Han Lu waited for the seafood soup in her hand to cool down a little, drank 2 sips, and then said, "I've decided that I will take some time every year to come here and stay for a few days. What about you? Do you want to join us?" "I don't know if I will have time by then," Zhang Heng said truthfully. In fact, he had already realized something on New Year's Eve. The conversation with Han Lu on the plane only confirmed those crazy guesses from the side. He and his current father and mother may not have any blood relationship. Zhang Heng didn't know how other people would react to such news. Many people had heard their parents make jokes like "we picked you up from the trash" or "gave you a gift" when you recharged your phone bill when they were young. Then you would be depressed all day, feeling like something precious was taken away by someone. Fortunately, it won't be long before your parents pick you up and say with a smile that your parents lied to you. At that moment, it's like the sun is shining through the window again, and you will feel relieved. However, sometimes, the story doesn't always have a happy ending. For example, now, Zhang Heng can clearly feel that his feelings are gradually fading away. He is becoming more and more difficult to feel the changes in his emotions. But even so, when he got the news, Zhang Heng still felt sad for the first time in a long time. This sadness was not strong. Not even as strong as the melancholy of an ordinary person after failing a course. At most, it was just like a shallow wound. But this wound remained there forever and could not be healed. And now Zhang Heng was forced to face a new problem. That is, who is he? Or, what is he? There is no doubt that the scientific expedition in Greenland 18 years ago was obviously related to him. If he was really picked up by his current parents in the no man's land, then considering the harsh and extreme environment there, it is almost impossible for a human baby to survive. The old man in Tang suit, or Kronos, planned the meeting between his parents and him. In other words, he obviously knew everything that would happen. Zhang Heng didn't know whether Kronos had secretly manipulated his growth experience. If so, then his life had been arranged by someone, just like Truman in The Truman Show. And what was the purpose of Kronos, who played the role of his guardian angel from beginning to end? Zhang Heng had a vague feeling that all this might be answered after his next trip to Greenland. But the answer might not be what he expected. This was also the reason why Zhang Heng agreed to go on vacation with Han Lu. Because this might be his last chance to appreciate the natural scenery and completely relax himself without any distractions. "Your biggest shortcoming is that you are too honest," Han Lu said, drinking the seafood soup in the lid of the thermos in one breath. "And it's the son of my best friend. Forget it. I know we are from 2 different worlds. I have to admit that the mystery and danger in you are also a big reason why I am attracted to you. No, not just me, but also Shen Sisi and the girl named Fan Mei Nan. We are all like moths flying into the fire," Han Lu said. "I'm just curious. Is there really someone in this world who can understand you?" Zhang Heng was silent for a while, and then said, "Something happened to me, and I'm trying to figure it out. Before that, I can't deal with emotional problems." Han Lu snorted, not making any comment. "Have I ever told you my first love story? This is the first time. If you want to listen, when I was in high school, I liked a boy in my class. He wasn't tall, nor was he particularly handsome, and he didn't seem to have any particularly outstanding skills. But I didn't know why I liked him very much. There was no reason, and I liked him no matter how I looked at him, especially when he talked to me. Hanlu closed her eyes. His voice is like the sea breeze now, blowing gently and warmly on your face. One day after school, I was on duty. After cleaning, I turned off the lights, checked the doors and windows, locked the door, and left the classroom. I saw him at the corner of the second floor. He stopped me and handed me a collection of Borges poems with a red face. Oh, he likes Borges very much. Although it seems silly now. The point is not the collection of poems, but the note inside. I guess it was a love letter he wrote to me. Did you accept the love letter? No. Hanlu shook her head. Why? Because I don't think I'm ready yet. We're all too young. Because I want to see the outside world and escape from my mother's control. I want to become better, and then come back and accept the love letter with a clear conscience. Hanlu paused. At that time, I was busy planning for our future, full of longing. But I forgot that some people will be gone if you miss them. And to be honest, even if he is still waiting for me now, I don't like him as much as I did before. Because now looking back, he is indeed quite ordinary. After returning to China, I asked someone to find out about him. He didn't do well in the college entrance examination that year. After graduation, he got into a state-owned enterprise through his family's relationship. Now he is probably a small leader or something. It's not bad for ordinary people, but it really has no appeal to me. However, I still think of him from time to time, thinking about what it would be like if I had accepted that love letter. Of course, I know that it is difficult for young feelings to last long. We will probably break up like other couples in the Cold War. But I just can't stop thinking that if there is really an ending where we go to the end, get married and have children, and live an ordinary life together, it seems not bad. Hanlu put her feet into the seawater and stretched comfortably. Just give you a piece of advice. You can't talk about feelings after you have dealt with everything. Because feelings are like ice cream. If you don't eat it, it will melt. Thank you, Zhang Heng said. He didn't explain that his problem was originally related to feelings. In his current situation, no matter who he chooses, his feelings will probably be lost in the end. It's late again today. I will try my best to write the second update. But don't wait. I also recommend a book. Welcome to the Walking Adult. Written by Meng Jun. An infinite flow work. It's a story of dancing on the edge of a knife, turning the world upside down, with every knife drawing blood and every punch hitting the flesh. Chapter 904 Dive. After eating this somewhat unique dinner, Zhang Heng really found two wild horses nearby, trained them briefly, and then let Hanlu sit on the smaller one, while he rode the larger one. Hanlu seemed a little nervous. She had ridden a horse before and practiced horsemanship for a while. But the horse she rode at that time was a well-trained horse with complete equipment such as saddle and reins. Unlike now when she just picked up a horse on the road and rode it. When she sat on the horse, she didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. Just hold the horse's mane. We won't run, Zhang Heng said as he led the way. The two horses he found were one big and one small, and they should be mother and son. With the mother in front, the pony would follow obediently behind. In the end, the two of them returned to the hotel before the sun completely sank below the sea level. The next morning, Zhang Heng and Hanlu came to the dock after a simple breakfast and rented 2 sets of diving equipment and a boat to go out to sea. Hanlu wanted to come here to see humpback whales and hammerhead sharks, which is also the biggest feature of diving in Yonaguni Island. If you are lucky, you can see hundreds of hammerhead sharks swimming over your head in groups. These hammerhead sharks have strange T-shaped heads, with an eye and a nostril at each end of the T, which makes its shape look very strange. At the same time, hammerhead sharks are also very aggressive sharks. Hammerhead sharks attack humans every year. But basically they are the behavior of hammerhead sharks after being frightened. Usually, as long as the divers do not attack the hammerhead sharks with harpoons or something, the hammerhead sharks will ignore the divers. Humpback whales are more gentle in character. Their appearance is very similar to the Kuan in the web game advertisements that are now flooding the internet. Or the latter is an artistic processing of the former. Humpback whales sometimes jump out of the water, especially when many humpback whales jump out of the water together. The scene is very spectacular. Although humans still don't know why humpback whales have such behavior. The explanation currently recognized by more scientists is for social purposes. Humpback whales show their strength by jumping out of the water to attract mates or express certain emotions. In addition, there are also theories of breathing, etc. However, whether it is hammerhead sharks or humpback whales, their movements are often cyclical. They are most likely to be encountered near Yonaguni Island from January to March every year. However, Han Lu and Zhang Heng came here on a whim this time, and it was already June. So although the uncle driving the boat tried hard to find them, he still couldn't see any traces of the two. Han Lu seemed a little disappointed and could only find a place that was not too deep on the coast to dive. Although the corals and other scenery on the seabed were also good, they were not much different from the places she had dived before. Apparently seeing that the two were not very satisfied with the diving site, and Han Lu's boat fare was very generous. The uncle who was driving the boat took the initiative to ask Zhang Heng, "Why don't you go see the underwater ruins?" "What underwater ruins?" Zhang Heng asked. About half a century ago, a diving guide discovered an ancient ruin near the sea west of Yonaguni Island. It looked like a pyramid or a city. Some people said it was evidence of the existence of Mu continent, but some people said it was just the work of nature. But anyway, that place is indeed worth seeing, the uncle who was driving the boat said. Zhang Heng translated his words to Han Lu, who nodded after listening. "I seem to have heard of this. Since we can't find hammerhead sharks and humpback whales, it seems that we can only go to see the ruins. However, we have already dived today, so let's go tomorrow to avoid being too tired." The ecological environment on Yonaguni Island is well protected. It can be seen that the indigenous people on the island love their hometown very much. However, the economy here is not very developed. The only two industries on the island are fishing and tourism. Now it is the off-season for tourism. Once the fishing boats go out to sea, there are few people on the dock. It is conceivable that the two will not meet other divers in the underwater ruins they are going to visit tomorrow. Although Han Lu's diving skills are not bad, she has obtained an AW certificate and has dived more than 60 bottles. But it is just for fun. As for Zhang Heng, Han Lu is not sure about his level, although Zhang Heng said that he would not hold her back. Before the two of them dived in the morning, Zhang Heng was still reading the diving manual and asked her many questions about the equipment in detail. Considering the complicated environment of the underwater ruins, Han Lu decided to hire a diving guide for safety reasons. Zhang Heng had no objection to this, although he was confident in his ability to swim. It was always easier to have someone to guide him. So in the afternoon, the two of them came to the diving club on the island. Having learned from the previous lesson of hiring a local guide, Han Lu found a female diving guide this time. Her English name was Nellie. She was not very old and seemed to be younger than Zhang Heng. Because of long-term exposure to the sun, her skin became a little dark, but she looked quite healthy. It was said that she started diving with her father when she was less than 12 years old. Now she has almost 8 years of diving experience. At the same time, she is serious and responsible, and is a well-received diving guide. The two sides quickly agreed on the price. And the next day, the three met again at the dock and continued to take the uncle's boat yesterday to the sea where the ruins were located. Nellie was cheerful, while telling the two about the precautions for diving. She couldn't help but drag Zhang Heng to ask what skincare products Han Lu used. It can be seen that she seemed to envy Han Lu's skin, although the two were a generation apart in age. Nellie's skin looked a little bumpy when viewed closely because she was always exposed to wind and rain, and was not as delicate as Han Lu's. The latter seemed very happy to be asked this question, and even said that she would give Nellie a set of skincare products when she returned. The three chatted all the way and finally arrived at the destination of this trip. The uncle parked the boat. The weather was good today. There were almost no wind and waves on the sea. At the same time, the sky was clear. Looking down from the boat, it seemed that the huge black shadow below could be vaguely seen. That should be the location of the underwater ruins. The three checked their diving equipment again. After confirming that there was no problem, they put on fins and masks and went into the water one by one. After everyone entered the water, Nellie made a gesture to prepare for diving. After receiving the response from Zhang Heng and Han Lu, she gestured okay, and the three officially started diving. Chapter 905 Underwater Relics. It is June now, and the sun is still quite abundant. Therefore, when we were on the boat, the three of us felt a little stuffy in our diving suits. However, this stuffy feeling disappeared after we entered the water, especially as the depth increased. The temperature began to gradually decrease. Because the thermal conductivity of water is much higher than that of air. People lose more heat in water than on land. Fortunately, there are diving suits to keep warm. And recreational diving like this generally does not dive too deep. Because of the pressure, every 10 meters of diving in the water will increase 1 atmosphere. After more than 30 meters, there will be a risk of nitrogen intoxication. Ordinary recreational diving cylinders are mainly filled with compressed air. That is, 21% oxygen and 79% nitrogen. High pressure will allow nitrogen to be absorbed into the body. Similarly, breathing oxygen under high pressure for too long will also cause oxygen poisoning. The underwater ruins Zhang Heng and his team visited this time were about 25 meters deep. There was basically no danger at this depth. With the water skills Zhang Heng had developed in the Black Sail dungeon, he could dive to this depth with just one breath even without any equipment. Of course, he couldn't stay there for long. Basically, he had to go back to breathe after seeing the ruins. Strictly speaking, this trip to Okinawa was not Zhang Heng's first time diving. When he was a child, he followed his parents to see corals in Sanya. But that was a pure parent-child leisure activity. The diving depth was less than 8 meters. And the time spent underwater was also very short. Only 20 minutes. And he was accompanied by a coach throughout the whole process. If you really count, Zhang Heng spent a long time underwater wearing his equipment in the Apollo training camp. NASA used the underwater environment to simulate weightlessness. Zhang Heng not only had to stay underwater, but also had to receive instructions from the console to complete a series of operations. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not feel strange when he returned to the underwater. Whether it was the feeling of weightlessness or the quietness underwater, the seawater almost isolated all sounds. Every diver could only hear his own inhalation and exhalation when diving, especially the sound of bubbles passing through the seawater and floating upwards when exhaling, which made people feel quite at ease. Nellie was just as competent as she said. She stayed no more than 2 meters away from the two people, closely watching their physical and mental conditions. After confirming that they did not encounter any trouble when diving, she gestured to the ruins not far away and asked them to follow her. In fact, she did not need to make a special gesture. As long as you dive into the water, it is difficult to ignore the scene in front of you. This is a huge underwater palace, or a pyramid-shaped building. It looks very dilapidated from the outside. It is said that it can be traced back to about 10,000 BC. If this underwater site was built by the people who lived here at that time, their production technology level may have reached the level of the Egyptians when they built the pyramids. And you know, the latter happened around 3000 BC. This is why many experts firmly believe that this building made of stones is just a coincidence of nature. However, after seeing the neat stone steps and the smooth and square right-angled rock walls with their own eyes, Han Lu is more willing to believe that this is really the remains of a mysterious lost civilization. She even saw traces of what looked like a gate and a road. Nellie gestured for Zhang Heng and Han Lu to get closer, and she picked up the underwater camera, took a photo of the two with the underwater ruins in front of them, and then swam towards the gate. Han Lu followed closely with a video camera, and Zhang Heng checked the time and direction on the diving computer, and then followed. The three of them passed through the stone gate one by one. It was called a city gate, but in fact it was just 3 pieces of stone put together. From time to time, leisurely tropical fish swam past Zhang Heng's eyes, and Zhang Heng also saw a small sea hare. This marine creature is as cute as its name suggests. It looks like a little rabbit with ears. From strong women like Han Lu to little girls like Nellie, they can't resist this cute creature, and they take pictures of it like photographers in the Victoria's Secret stage. It took about a minute to move forward. After that, the 3 of them swam through a narrow place. The narrowest place was probably only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Then the view suddenly became wider, as if they had arrived at the hall of this underwater palace. Looking around, there were walls made of rocks, and above her head was sparkling water. Nellie, who was leading the way, stopped, put her left and right hands together, and moved her thumbs up and down quickly, telling the 2 people that there were turtles ahead. Seeing this, Han Lu swam over and saw 2 turtles between the cracks in the rocks. So she waved to Zhang Heng behind her, signaling him to follow quickly. But Zhang Heng seemed not to see her waving, and remained where he was, looking a little dazed. For some reason, when Zhang Heng first saw this underwater ruins, he had a sense of déjà vu in his heart. However, this feeling of déjà vu was not too strong at first. But when he came to this open-air hall, this feeling appeared again. And this time, John Hung knew where this feeling of déjà vu came from. He had a strange dream in the alien copy before. In the dream, he came to a gloomy seaside town. After collecting the shadow set, he returned to the seaside town again. He felt the same way at that time. And now, this feeling appeared again. Considering what happened in that town later, this was not a good sign. Although this diving spot is quite famous, it receives many tourists every year, and no one has had an accident here so far. But John Hung did not want to doubt his instinctive perception. Then he decisively gave Han Lu and Neely a thumbs up and asked to ascend. Neely felt a little strange. She didn't know why John Hung suddenly wanted to stop diving. She also wanted to gesture to ask John Hung what difficulties he encountered. On the contrary, Han Lu was more experienced. She and John Hung had experienced the death dream event together and had unconditional trust in the latter. She also knew that there was another more crazy and dark world under the ordinary world. Therefore, she did not question why John Hung made such a decision, but immediately made a firm gesture to ascend. But then Neely's face suddenly changed, and she anxiously made a gesture of descending. Chapter 906 Red Tide? During diving, there are different probabilities of encountering ocean currents depending on the diving location. Downwelling currents are just as their name suggests, meaning downward ocean currents. This can be seen from the bubbles exhaled by the three people. The bubbles that were originally rising suddenly scattered around them in a ring shape, and then began to drift downwards. The two turtles not far away saw that the situation was not good and retreated into the cracks in the rocks. At the same time, the vision of the three people began to become turbid. Fortunately, except for John Hung, the other two were not novices, including Han Lu. It was not the first time for them to encounter ocean currents, so they were not as panicked as beginners. Han Lu was at the edge of the stone wall. Seeing this, she immediately pressed her body against the stone wall and clung to the stone wall like a gecko. Neely turned on her flashlight and shone it on the big rock closest to John Hung, motioning John Hung to go over there, and she also swam towards it. The two of them were not descending fast, which meant that the current they encountered was not strong, which made Neely feel relieved. In addition, Han Lu and John Hung were also very calm. The most dangerous thing underwater is to fall into panic. Not only can you not solve any problems, but random struggles will accelerate the consumption of oxygen, and wrong operations may cause greater trouble. Because Han Lu has enough diving experience, Neely is not too worried. What she is really worried about is John Hung on the other side, especially the latter who just asked to ascend, but encountered the current in the blink of an eye. But fortunately, John Hung did not show any panic so far, and swam to the rock with Nelly. About a minute and a half later, Nelly felt that the current had weakened, so she gestured to ask John Hung how much gas he had left. John Hung looked at the residual pressure gauge, which showed that he still had about 120 bar of gas. The three of them did not stay underwater for a long time, and they were basically active at a depth of about 25 meters, and did not dive too deep, so the gas in the cylinder was not consumed much, and they were still far from the warning line. But since John Hung has decided to ascend, Nelly, as a dive guide, certainly has no reason to continue diving. However, before ascending, the two of them need to meet up with Han Lu at the rock wall. Unlike the relatively clear sea water before, due to the influence of the ocean current, a lot of mud and impurities were brought up, and the visibility in the water became very low. Nelly turned on her flashlight again, but I don't know if it was because of insufficient power. The flashlight in her hand flashed several times before it gradually stabilized. However, when Nelly moved the flashlight towards the rock wall where Han Lu was, she suddenly found that there was no trace of the latter. Nelly blinked her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she saw, because when the downwelling came, Han Lu was the first person to find a place to stabilize her body. And judging from her condition at that time, she was obviously out of danger. After that, the three of them were separated for less than 2 minutes. It was unreasonable for Han Lu to leave this position in such a short time. Nelly then turned the flashlight to other directions nearby, searching for Han Lu. But there was no result. At this time, Nelly saw John Hung gesturing to her, pointing to the top of his head. Nelly thought that John Hung had found Han Lu. But when she looked up, she saw a strange scene that she had never seen in all her years of diving experience. The sea water above their heads was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this a red tide? Nelly lives by the sea, although she has never seen a red tide with her own eyes. She is not unfamiliar with this natural phenomenon. Red tides are generally caused by the explosive reproduction or high aggregation of some phytoplankton, bacteria or protozoa in the seawater in a short period of time, which will change the color of the seawater and cause great harm to the environment. However, this sea area is a famous diving spot on Yonaguni Island. The residents of the island have always attached great importance to the ecological environment. Over the years, there has never been a red tide in the nearby sea area, and the red tide generally affects the upper seawater. However, Nellie found that the red above their heads was approaching them quickly. Soon, the two of them were also surrounded by red sea water. The color of these sea waters was very close to human blood. It was very creepy to be in it. And the most important thing was that they would further reduce visibility. Now Nellie could only see less than 2 meters in front of her. And even Zhang Heng's figure beside her became vague. Even with Nellie's rich diving experience, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious now. Mainly because this strange red tide appeared at the right time, just when they were looking for Han Lu, making the subsequent search work suddenly difficult. Nellie wanted to take Zhang Heng up first, and then come back to find Han Lu, because Zhang Heng had asked her to ascend before the downwelling appeared. But it takes time for divers to ascend, because the pressure at different depths is different. When divers are at a deeper depth, nitrogen will dissolve into the blood. At this time, the main danger is the nitrogen intoxication mentioned earlier. Nitrogen is dissolved in the blood at this moment. If the pressure decreases rapidly, the nitrogen dissolved in the blood will precipitate and cause blood clots, which can cause diving sickness in the best case and lung explosion in the worst case. Therefore, a safe stop time is required when ascending from underwater. It will take at least 7 minutes for Nellie to send Zhang Heng to the boat and then come back. Not to mention whether she can get back to her current position in this blood-red seawater. It is hard to say whether Han Lu will still be nearby at that time. In addition, the remaining gas in her gas tank may not be enough to support her search for too long. If it were normal, Nellie could certainly choose to take Zhang Heng with her to look for Han Lu. But because of the influence of this strange red tide, the two of them might not be able to see each other if they were a little apart. In such a harsh environment, Nellie had no confidence that she could take good care of Zhang Heng while looking for Han Lu. Han Lu had already disappeared, so she didn't want to lose Zhang Heng later. After a brief thought, Nellie decided to take Zhang Heng up first, because she still had a fluke in her heart. Maybe Han Lu had returned to the boat before them, and they would be able to see each other when they floated to the surface. And to be honest, even if she took Zhang Heng to take the risk to look for Han Lu now, it was just a matter of luck. But just as Nellie was about to take Zhang Heng up, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a dark shadow passing by her side from the corner of her left eye. Could it be Han Lu? Nellie felt a glimpse of hope again. Although the dark shadow passed by very quickly, she still saw the general outline. It really looked like a person wearing a diving suit. Chapter 907 Flashlight. Now is not the peak season for diving in Yonaguni Island. This can be seen from the recent business of the diving shop. Zhang Heng and Han Lu are the second group of tourists who came to dive in the past week. As far as Nellie knows, the first group will take a plane back at noon today. So if nothing unexpected happens, the three of them will be the only divers in this sea area. It is precisely because of this that Nellie judged that the figure just now was Han Lu's, because there is no fourth person in this sea area. In other words, Han Lu was probably only 2 or 3 meters away from them. So Nellie regained hope, and she even subconsciously ignored the problem of the black shadow moving very fast. In fact, that was not the speed that humans could move underwater. But at this moment, Nellie was full of joy at finding Han Lu. Even if she noticed the unreasonable speed, she would probably explain it with ocean currents or something. It was precisely because of this that Han Lu might need their help more. So Nellie gestured for Zhang Heng to follow her. But then she saw Zhang Heng stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture to her. And then Zhang Heng crossed his fists on his chest, and then pointed his fists in the direction where the black shadow disappeared. This means danger in the diving gesture. Since Nellie saw the black shadow, Zhang Heng would certainly not miss it with his observation ability. And unlike Nellie's fleeting glimpse, Zhang Heng's eyes caught the movement trajectory of the black shadow. Although it was only less than a second, Zhang Heng had already recognized what it was. Yes, that's right. That shadow was the half-human, half-fish-frog monster he encountered in the mysterious and gloomy seaside town in the previous Shadow Set trial. Zhang Heng didn't expect that he would see these monsters again in the real world. And unlike the situation when John Hung was fighting against hundreds of people in the town, after entering the water, they actually changed their clumsy way of moving on land and became like fish in water. After the Black Sail Dungeon, John Hung's water ability has been trained very well. At least, he can kill most people who don't make a living by the sea in seconds. However, he is still no match for this thing that has changed at the genetic level. They are the product of the combination of humans and monsters, breaking the reproductive isolation between species. They already have many biological characteristics of marine life. The flippers that Nelly saw before are their real feet. Compared with divers, they do not need oxygen tanks to move underwater. They can breathe directly through their gills. Their movement speed underwater is at least twice as fast as on land. On the contrary, John Hung's skills cannot be as flexible as on land. Every move he makes will feel the resistance from the seawater. At the same time, he needs diving equipment to stay underwater. So it is not so easy for him to gain the upper hand here. If there was only one, John Hung could still handle it. But if there were as many as in the seaside town before, it would be a big trouble. This is why John Hung is so vigilant now. However, after seeing John Hung gesture, Nelly mistakenly thought that he was just nervous about the sudden red tide and wanted to rise. Nelly could understand John Hung's current mood. This was originally her choice. But that was before she saw Han Lu. Now that she knows Han Lu right beside her, if Nelly gave up the search and took John Hung up directly, it would be hard for her to get over this hurdle in her heart, especially when there was still enough gas in the tank. So Nelly tried to calm John Hung down while trying to tell him through gestures that Han Lu was nearby. But John Hung still showed a dangerous attitude towards her, and Nelly was a little impatient. I don't know if it was because of the Red Sea water around her that made her more irritable than usual, especially when she saw the flash of the flashlight coming from a distance. Nelly immediately turned on her flashlight excitedly and shone it on the opposite side, and then she planned to swim over there. But as soon as she turned around, she was pulled by John Hung, and Neely's suppressed anger suddenly rushed up. She didn't know what the relationship between John Hung and Han Lu was. But since the two of them went to Yonaguni Island for vacation together, they must be more than just ordinary friends. As a result, when Han Lu was in danger, John Hung not only didn't think about rescuing his companion, but also repeatedly stopped her. Neely put herself in Han Lu's shoes, and she would definitely feel extremely chilled now. So she broke free from John Hung's arm in a rage and swam towards the place where the flashlight came from. At this moment, her heart was completely filled with anger, and she even forgot to ask John Hung behind her to catch up with her. In fact, she had no other thoughts in her head now, and only had the idea of swimming forward, as if she was completely possessed. Nelly's diving skills were still very good. In addition, unlike John Hung, who was always alert to the surroundings, Nelly was only focused on finding Han Lu. So the two of them soon separated in this Red Sea. John Hung was a little helpless. He noticed Nelly's abnormal emotions, but there was not much he could do underwater, and he couldn't knock Nelly out directly. As for John Hung himself, it was not known whether it was because he did not have much emotion left, or because of some other reason, but he seemed to be immune to the Red Sea water around him. And after losing Han Lu and Nelly in succession, John Hung became calmer, because he knew that those half-human, half-fish frog monsters were coming for him, just like in that strange dream and the later Shadow Set trial. The other party's target was always him. But John Hung did not give up looking for the whereabouts of the two women, because he came to Japan for vacation. Most of his props were not with him, and even if he brought them, it would be difficult to use them underwater now. After all, there was no Lego for him to assemble here, and the arrow of Paris could not be shot underwater. However, John Hung was glad that he still had the filter lens and Betty's shell with him. These two items were in the thigh pocket of his diving suit, sealed with Velcro. John Hung opened his pocket and took out the filter lens first, which was also the equipment he needed most. The field of vision within a range of 300 meters is not affected by factors including light and natural environment. This attribute does not seem to be very outstanding and has no lethality. But anyone who has played real-time strategy games basically knows the importance of vision, especially in the current environment where nothing can be seen clearly. John Hung took a deep breath, took off the mask, and stuffed the filter lens into it. Then he put the mask back on, tilted his head back slightly, pressed the top of the mask with his fingers, and began to exhale through his nose. Soon, bubbles gathered at the top of the mask, squeezing the seawater out from the bottom of the mask. After repeating this twice, the seawater in the mask was drained out. Chapter 908 Wall Engraving. John Hung regained his vision after opening his eyes again, and it was clearer than before the red tide appeared. This was his first time using the filter lens underwater. John Hung was a little worried whether the red seawater belonged to the scope of the natural environment. But now it seems that the filter lens is still effective for this red tide. Not only did the red color disappear, but even the seawater within 300 meters became transparent. John Hung quickly found Nellie, who had separated from him before. The latter was swimming towards the depths of the ruins. And in front of her, John Hung's old friend, a half-human, half-fish frog monster, was holding a flashlight, flashing it from time to time to lure Nellie. John Hung did not find other monsters nearby for the time being. Another good news was that when John Hung observed the half-human, half-fish frog monster for a while, he found that the red sea water also had an effect on it. But its visibility in the red tide was still higher than that of humans, about 3 to 4 meters in front of it. That's why it can see Nellie. But Nellie can't see it clearly. But John Hung still couldn't see Han Lu nearby. In fact, he didn't find any place to hide. But John Hung knew that Han Lu's disappearance must be related to this half-human, half-fish frog monster. So as long as he followed this monster, he might be able to find Han Lu. John Hung didn't hesitate anymore. After putting on the goggles, he immediately swam towards Nellie, and at the same time, he always paid attention to the distance between himself and the monster in front of him, so as to keep himself out of the other's sight. John Hung saw Nellie, under the guidance of the monster, come to the stone wall where Han Lu was before. Just when John Hung was wondering if they had nowhere to go, he saw the stone wall suddenly tremble. And then the crack on it, which was about 1 foot wide and could only accommodate a turtle, began to expand continuously, like a giant beast with its mouth open. The half-human, half-fish frog monster that led the way took the lead and rushed directly into the crack. Then he took out a flashlight and called Nellie behind him. However, no matter how slow Nellie was, she felt a hint of danger when facing this sudden crack. She hesitated for a moment outside the crack. But in the end, the desire to find Han Lu overwhelmed the fear of danger, and Nellie gritted her teeth and swam into the crack. However, not long after she entered the crack, the flashlight beam in front of her disappeared. Nellie's brain, which was affected by the red sea water, became a little more sober, and she began to feel scared. Dive guides are not life-saving talismans for divers. They do help the divers they lead to deal with some dangers, but those are only dangers within their capabilities. When the danger is beyond their ability to handle or endangers themselves, the dive guide also needs to know when to let go. After all, it is just a job, and being a hero often means paying a price. The current situation is obviously beyond what Nellie can handle. She is in an unfamiliar underwater tunnel, surrounded by strange rocks and low visibility. Nellie doesn't know how long this tunnel is, whether there are forks, or where this tunnel will take her. She just swam forward a short distance. According to the display of the diving computer, her depth is gradually decreasing, which is not a good sign. In addition, Nellie finally remembered John Hung, who was left outside by her. This was also a big reason why she decided to turn around. But when she returned the same way, she found something that shocked her. The crack on the rock wall had closed up again, returning to a width of only about 1 foot. Nellie couldn't calm herself down at this time. She tried to insert her palm into the gap and pry the rock walls apart, because since the crack could expand before, it meant that the stone walls around it should also be movable. But reality poured cold water on Nellie. No matter how hard she tried, the crack didn't move at all, as if the huge opening didn't exist at all. And after all the intense activities, Nellie consumed a lot of compressed air and began to feel frustrated. But fortunately, she had rich diving experience and had dealt with some underwater crises. Even in such a harsh environment, she didn't completely collapse like those rookies. After confirming that the crack in front of her would not open again, Nellie calmed down, checked her residual pressure gauge, confirmed her direction from the diving computer, and continued to swim forward along this underwater corridor. Now, she could only hope that there was another exit ahead so that she could leave here. Nellie turned on the flashlight, firstly to illuminate the road ahead and find the exit, and secondly to get in touch with Han Lu. Again, however, she did not see Han Lu again, but saw something else. The underwater ruins of Yonaguni Island caused a great sensation when they were first discovered, but there was no key evidence to prove that the ruins were really built by a lost civilization. Even those neat-looking brick walls and steps might just be coincidences of nature. In order to support the relic hypothesis, some enthusiasts even forged coins or pottery jars with magical patterns. But these Western products obviously cannot withstand the test of modern technology. However, Nellie knew that what she saw now was definitely not forged by modern people. The wall carvings on both sides of the stone wall obviously have a very long history. But surprisingly, they are not difficult to understand. They tell the story of some creatures that look like mermaids hunting sea beasts. In addition, there are stories about some of them falling in love with humans. At least that's how Nellie sees it. The mermaid gave a gift to the woman on the shore. And then, they got married. The woman gave birth to a child. And the children grew up for a while, and returned to the sea. This was quite romantic in the eyes of a girl like Nellie, who had heard a lot of mermaid legends. She was even a little fascinated by it. Even after the baptism of time and the scouring of the ocean current, the murals were still magically lifelike. If she was not in danger, Nellie would definitely want to stop and appreciate them. In fact, she had taken out an underwater camera and pressed the shutter on several of the murals. These murals ended the dispute over whether this ancient site on Yonaguni Island was the work of nature or built by earlier humans. Any one of them would cause a huge sensation if brought to the shore. Of course, the premise is that she can still return to the shore alive. Chapter 909 Accidents and Weapons. The fear of death diluted Nellie's joy of discovering the wall carvings. She did not stay there for too long. After taking pictures, she continued to swim forward. However, the stories on the wall carvings did not end there. Although Nellie forced herself to focus on finding a way out, she would occasionally glance at the wall carvings around her. There was no way. Unless she looked straight ahead, she would always catch a glimpse of the wall carvings when looking for a way out. The diving computer showed that she had now reached a depth of 35 meters, which was nearly 10 meters deeper than their usual diving location. In other words, the pressure had increased by 1 atmosphere, and the compressed air in the cylinder was consumed faster. At the same time, the content of the murals changed from romantic to gloomy. The grown-up children returned to the sea and then gathered together in large numbers. They followed 2 leaders, one of whom was a mermaid like them, but much larger in size, and the other was a giant snake with 9 heads. Speaking of Hydra, in addition to a famous villain organization in the Marvel Universe, the most famous one is the monster Hydra in Greek mythology, which is of course also an out-and-out villain. This seems to be reflected in the murals. The mermaids, led by the big fish and the Hydra, stir up trouble in the sea and hold weird and disgusting rituals. In addition, they also lure nearby natives and trade with them with fish and something like gold in exchange for the right to marry with them. These mermaids value reproduction beyond imagination. But for some unknown reason, they cannot mate with each other. So they can only deceive humans, and even disguise themselves as pirates to attack some seaside towns and kidnap people when necessary. The subsequent murals made Nellie feel nauseous, and there was no romantic feeling anymore. But what really frightened her were the next few murals. On them, the mermaids summoned something through prayer to make the underwater pearl divers lose their way, and then lured the pearl divers to their nests to reproduce for them. When she saw this, Nellie was really frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. A huge panic hit her like a tide. Although those wall carvings had no color, Nellie certainly knew what those mermaids summoned. That's right. It was the sudden red tide outside. In other words, she was now experiencing the same thing as the pearl divers on the wall carvings. Although Nellie knew that the most important thing to do when encountering danger underwater was to stay calm, and she had always said so to the diver she led, it was really difficult for her to stay calm at this moment. And the hand holding the flashlight couldn't help but tremble. Compared to dying here, being forced to combine with those monsters is undoubtedly a more terrifying thing. Nellie didn't even want to move forward, even though her air tank had only 60 bar of residual pressure. As a professional diver, Nellie knew that every second she spent here would reduce her chances of returning to the shore. But even so, she couldn't move forward, especially when the thing in front of her waited for her for a long time and flashed a flashlight at her. Nellie's brain was completely occupied by fear, and she turned around and ran away subconsciously. But the thing obviously could see Nellie's reaction. And then a black shadow swam quickly from the other end of the tunnel to this side. It was much faster than Nellie, and with a graceful kick of its flippers in the water automatically parted from its side, and it jumped behind Nellie, but it did not attack Nellie immediately. Instead, It kicked again, and passed by Nellie, and came in front of her. As it moved, it even turned around, and showed Nellie a sinister smile, which almost stopped the latter's heartbeat. When she saw the creature clearly, Nellie almost screamed. But then Nellie saw an arm suddenly stretched out from behind the rock next to the monster, grabbing the fin on its back, and then pressing the monster's head against the rock. The ugly half-man, half-fish frog monster was obviously confused by the sudden change, especially after the head was hit. The sinister smile on its face froze there. However, due to the resistance of the seawater, it was not actually injured, and the collision also aroused its inherent ferocity. It used its legs to stare at the rock, trying to get out of trouble, while waving its hands behind it, trying to use the sharp nails on its fingertips to deal with the attacker. But the guy behind it was obviously much faster than he imagined. Zhang Heng jumped onto the monster's back while it was still dazed after being hit. Then he used his other hand to poke a sharp stone he picked up on the road directly into the monster's eyes, blinding one of its eyes on the spot. Before the monster could react, Zhang Heng quickly took care of the other eye, leaving the monster completely in darkness. The pain made the latter roll rapidly in the water, and Zhang Heng on his back was also thrown around, and the two even hit the stone wall on the side. Nellie was stunned by the sudden change in front of her. She had recognized that the person who saved her was Zhang Heng, but she didn't know how he appeared here. Zhang Heng's appearance was even more sudden than that of the monster. Before, Nellie didn't feel that there was someone behind her, and Zhang Heng had clearly advised her not to continue chasing the light beam. But now he appeared here. However, Nellie also knew that this was not the time to dwell on such issues. Although Zhang Heng had destroyed the monster's eyes right at the beginning, he was obviously in some trouble now. If it was on land, Zhang Heng, who had just upgraded his assassin skill to level 3, would have no less than 100 ways to easily deal with the half-man, half-fish frog monster in front of him. But underwater, especially without weapons, every action was like a slow-motion replay. It would be a bit difficult to cause damage to this monster covered with scales and thick skin with only the pure natural weapons he picked up on the road. Fortunately, Nellie on the side also noticed this problem and quickly threw her diving knife over. Diving guides like Nellie carry diving knives, most of the time not for fighting in the water, but to deal with some special situations of being entangled by seaweed or net ropes. She didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Zhang Heng did not choose to get rid of the entanglement with the monster, because the latter was now in a frenzy. If Zhang Heng chose to get off its back at this time, he would be very likely to be injured by the monster. He just consciously guided the direction of the other party's struggle, and then successfully picked up the knife thrown by Nellie. Before the monster crashed into the stone wall again, he stabbed the knife into its heart. The sharp stainless steel metal was much more lethal than the uneven stone, and it easily pierced the monster's skin. The monster struggled a few more times, and the nearby sea water seemed to become more scarlet. But soon the half-man, half-fish frog monster's struggles weakened until it could no longer move. Chapter 910 Throne. Zhang Heng used a knife to kill the half-man, half-fish frog monster, then checked his diving equipment, especially the air tank, to confirm that it was not damaged in the tumble and collision just now, and then gestured to Nellie beside him, asking her if she was okay. Nellie was full of doubts now, but she couldn't ask them underwater. But it felt good to meet her companions again, especially at this time. If it weren't for Zhang Heng's timely appearance, Nellie almost thought that she would be buried in this underwater corridor, or be abducted by these ugly and terrifying monsters like the pearl divers on the wall carvings. But this was obviously not the time to reminisce and express gratitude. Nellie had already consumed a lot of compressed air when she was breaking the rock wall, and Zhang Heng must have consumed a lot in the previous battle. The two were still trapped in the tunnel. If they couldn't get back to the sea surface before the air in the cylinder was exhausted, they would have to sleep here forever, accompanied by these terrifying wall carvings. Nellie originally thought that Zhang Heng would be a gentleman and explore the way ahead of her, but she didn't expect the latter to just make a gesture for her to go first, as if he was still planning to hide behind her. This explains why Zhang Heng followed her, but refused to show up. Zhang Heng was obviously using her as bait. However, Nellie was not stupid, and soon realized why Zhang Heng did this. She had seen the half-man, half-fish frog monster swimming faster than an Olympic champion. If it hadn't been for the sneak attack, Zhang Heng would have been unable to stop the monster from escaping, let alone killing it, even if he could have hurt it. However, knowing this did not reduce the fear in Nellie's heart. She has been diving for so many years, and has encountered many strange underwater creatures. But this is the first time she has seen a real monster under the sea. It has a human-like body, but has some fish characteristics, especially the eerie smile on its face, which makes people shudder as long as they think about it. What she saw and heard during this dive has completely overturned her common sense and cognition. The reason why Nellie chose to be a dive guide is not only because of the influence of her father, but also because she is full of love for diving and the underwater world. There are many unknown beauties here, waiting for divers to discover. In Nellie's view, every dive is a sweet encounter. But this was before she encountered this half-human, half-fish frog monster. Now she saw the horror beneath this tranquility. As long as she thought of such monsters living under the sea, she was not even sure if she had the courage to approach the sea again. Of course, this was after she left here. Now she needed to move forward and find a way to survive. Fortunately, she realized that Zhang Heng was following her and would help her when she was in danger, which gave her some comfort. Especially the calm expression on the latter's face gave Nellie great courage. Nellie didn't know how Zhang Heng could wrestle with the monster without feeling any fear, especially considering that Zhang Heng had almost no diving experience. Most people would probably be scared to death at this time. It would be good if they didn't turn around and run, let alone stand up. But Zhang Heng just killed the monster with his own hands without even blinking. This also made Nellie curious about Zhang Heng's identity. A soldier or a policeman? Or maybe he was just a frogman who had received special underwater training. But Zhang Heng didn't seem to have much of a military temperament. In fact, when Nellie recalled it now, she didn't even know what temperament Zhang Heng had. He was like a drop of water that could blend into the sea anytime and anywhere. In addition, Nellie also wanted to apologize for her previous misunderstanding of Zhang Heng. At that time, she was determined to find Han Lu and thought that Zhang Heng stopping her was selfish. But now it seems that he was just reminding her of the possible danger. Nellie regretted not listening to Zhang Heng's advice. Otherwise she would not have put herself in danger. Nellie swam forward while thinking about it, considering the remaining gas in the tank. Her speed was not too fast, but it was definitely not slow. However, the statistics on the depth on the diving computer continued to increase, and Nellie's pressure was getting greater and greater. Fortunately, when she reached about 45 meters, she clearly felt that the tunnel began to rise again, which also meant that they were finally no longer rushing to the depths of the sea. At this point, Nellie knew that she couldn't turn back. Even if the crack miraculously opened again, she probably wouldn't be able to return to the surface before the gas in the cylinder was exhausted. So now she could only bet that there was a way to return to the sea surface at the other end of the tunnel. Compared to Nellie's anxiety, Zhang Heng, who was following behind, was much calmer. From the wall carvings, it can be seen that these half-human, half-fish frog creatures would occasionally abduct some ordinary people to marry. And the people they abducted could not stay underwater for a long time like them. So they must have a secret place for ordinary people to live. At the same time, since these things were coming for him, then abducting Han Lu was obviously also to threaten him. And only a living Han Lu was worthy of threatening him, which was why Zhang Heng judged that the end of the tunnel was not a dead end. The facts also proved his inference. The two swam for a while, and Nellie suddenly found that her vision became wider. And at the same time, the Red Sea water was gradually fading. When Nellie saw the surroundings clearly, she found that she was in a magnificent underwater palace. Unlike the seemingly real ruins outside, this palace was obviously built by humans. The ancient stone pillars supported the dome of the palace. Those stone pillars were so big that at least 3 or 4 people could hug each one. They were at least 20 meters high, and there were dozens of stone pillars like this. In addition, the top of the palace was occupied by a huge stone carving. However, unlike the easy-to-understand stone carvings outside, the carvings on this stone carving were obscure and difficult to understand. They looked a bit like a star map in the sky, or just some random graffiti of an unknown existence. The chaotic lines seemed to break the stone wall. Nellie just stared at it for a while, and felt dizzy, so she had to quickly retract her gaze. Then her eyes shifted to the 2 thrones at the back of the hall. They were made of some kind of gold-like metal, and they were still shining after thousands of years. They were also incredibly large, just like the stone pillars. Obviously, they were not prepared for humans. Nellie thought of the leaders of the half-human, half-fish frog monsters she had seen on the wall carvings before. These 2 thrones were prepared for them. Chapter 911 Memory Fragments. Those half-human, half-fish frog monsters were scary enough. But compared to the other two monsters on the wall, they were probably as cute as the cartoon Mickey Mouse in Disneyland, who was responsible for taking photos with tourists. Especially before. It might not have been so intuitive just looking at the wall carvings. Now that she saw the two thrones, Nellie had a better understanding of the size of the things sitting on them. Even in the vast seabed, they can definitely be called huge monsters. Nellie felt like a mouse that had broken into a cattery. Fortunately, the owner of the cattery was not at home today. Nellie just hoped that they would never come back. She even began to worry about Yonaguni Island where she lived. Considering such a bad neighbor, it was a miracle that Yonaguni Island had not had any problems for so many years. But seeing these two thrones was not without good news. Nellie had been worried about whether there was an exit at the other end of the underwater tunnel. Now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because no matter how wide the crack that allowed her to enter was, it was obviously not enough to accommodate the things on the throne. Therefore, there must be another exit here. And Nellie scanned the area with a flashlight and quickly found the exit. It was located on the right side of the throne, just blocked by two stone pillars. But because it was large enough, it could be found as long as you paid a little attention. It was a dark hole, large enough for an adult sperm whale to enter and exit. You could feel the impact of the ocean current when you approached it, which also meant that it must be connected to the outside world. Nellie's eyes lit up immediately when she saw this. There was not much compressed air left in her gas cylinder. Less than 30 bar. If she couldn't find the exit, she would never see the sun tomorrow. However, before entering the cave, Nellie looked behind her. After confirming that there was no one in the hall, John Hung had already swam out from his hiding place. But he didn't feel good. Looking at the grandeur of this underwater palace and his previous understanding of those things, John Hung didn't think there was only one guard here. But they did not encounter the second monster along the way. Either they were lucky and happened to catch those guys out hunting, or those guys were hiding in the last place, waiting to give them a big gift. John Hung certainly hoped for the former, but he had to prepare for the latter. He had already taken out Betty's shell from his pocket. This was another item he carried besides filter lens. Unlike filter lens, Betty's shell was a real item suitable for the marine environment. This item originated from a Celtic ancient god in the Black Sail dungeon. It consumes one's anger to summon a storm on the sea for 15 minutes. The level of the storm is related to the degree of anger. To be honest, this item is becoming more and more embarrassing for John Hung now. Mainly because his emotions are disappearing more and more. Whether it is anger or happiness, there is little left. Even the means of empathy he used before are gradually becoming ineffective. In the subsequent copies, John Hung even stopped carrying it. But because it represented another life of his, and it was a life of more than 10 years, John Hung did not want to sell it for money. John Hung just hoped that it could still play a role this time. In addition, John Hung also noticed the two thrones. When he saw them, the feeling of déjà vu came to him again. This time, John Hung even got some fragments of memory. This did not seem to be the first time he came here and stood in this palace. And that time the king and queen did not sit on the throne. They crawled at his feet, like the most devout believers. As for the other half-human, half-fish frog monsters, they could not even approach the palace. Just looking up at the great figure in the center would make them fall into eternal madness and frenzy. It was a very strange feeling, especially when John Hung found that his perspective was still looking down. In order not to destroy the palace, he even had to shrink his neck and hunch his back. In his eyes, the king and queen were like two little ghosts who were just starting to learn to walk. John Hung deliberately looked at the queen a few more times, because the queen gave him a stronger sense of familiarity, as if he had met her there before. No, to be more precise, they had known each other for a while, and this familiarity did not come from these memory fragments, but from John Hung himself. However, before he had time to think about it, Nellie's gesture brought him back to reality. John Hung nodded. He and Nellie didn't have much gas left in their gas tanks. No matter what was ahead, they had to give it a try. So, Nellie was still in front, and John Hung was behind. And they went into the big hole on the wall that symbolized the last hope. Unlike the cramped and oppressive corridor before, the underwater tunnel behind the hole was spacious enough. The number representing the depth on the diving computer was also rising steadily. After experiencing the previous terrifying moment, the luck of the two seemed to have improved, and the hope of escaping was just around the corner. Nellie couldn't help but speed up, and the blurred light above their heads became clearer and clearer. After swimming up a distance, The numbers on the diving computer showed that they were only about 12 meters away from the sea surface. Nellie bypassed a huge coral reef and found the missing Hanlu behind it. Hanlu's condition did not look very good. She seemed to be entangled in an abandoned fishing net and could not get out of it by her own strength. But fortunately her breathing equipment was intact. Like the two of them, she was still alive. Nellie swam to Hanlu's side and first looked at Hanlu's residual pressure value and found that there was less than 5 bar left. In other words, if they were a few minutes later, Hanlu might have suffocated to death. So Nellie gestured to comfort Hanlu while helping her untie the fishing net. However, what she didn't expect was that it would be fine if she didn't show up. When she swam to Hanlu's side, the latter became even more panicked and began to struggle desperately, while constantly patting Nellie's shoulders, as if wanting her to turn around. Nellie turned her head with some doubts. Although the oval tunnel entrance looked bumpy and like a honeycomb, everything was normal at this moment. Extremely quiet, and within reach. Nellie knew that as long as they swam through the last 12 meters, they would be able to bathe in the sun again and get out of trouble completely. But the next moment, the cruel reality shattered all her beautiful fantasies. From the entrances of the honeycomb-like tunnels, black shadows suddenly emerged one after another, just like worker bees leaving the hive. Because there were so many of them, they even blocked the sunlight from above, plunging the world into darkness again. Chapter 9:12 Speed of Life and Death. Nellie's scalp went numb. She had never seen such a horrible sight. Just like a group of sharks smelling blood, those black figures emerged from their caves one after another. The densely packed, ugly bodies covered with scales swam freely in the seawater, which also made Nellie feel a deep sense of despair. She really couldn't imagine how the three of them could survive in this situation. Before, John Hung had a hard time dealing with a half-man, half-fish frog monster alone. And now there were hundreds of monsters above their heads. Gathering together, they can easily tear them into pieces. And these things are different from sharks, and have the same wisdom as humans. No, it should be said that these monsters are much more cunning than humans. And they will use Hanlu as bait to lead them step by step into the current desperate situation. Nellie's calves were trembling. But when she subconsciously looked back, she found that John Hung not only did not retreat and run away, but was swimming towards this side. When passing by the two women, John Hung did not stop, but just casually threw the diving knife he had taken from Nellie back to the ladder, as if to let her continue to cut the rope on Hanlu. Facing monsters of this magnitude, it doesn't make much difference whether you have an ordinary diving knife or not. John Hung continued to swim towards the terrifying sea of monsters above his head. In Nellie's eyes, John Hung's current actions were no different from committing suicide. And the fact was indeed so. It would have been better if John Hung didn't move. When he started to swim, the hundreds of monsters above his head seemed to be stimulated by something. They gathered into a black tornado in the shortest time and rolled towards John Hung quickly. The half-man, half-fish frog monster in the lead was like a black arrow, piercing John Hung's chest. However, John Hung's expression remained unchanged, as cold as a reef in the sea. Although John Hung and the monsters were approaching each other, the speed of the two sides was very different. The seawater was the natural home of the monsters. In comparison, John Hung, who was wearing a diving suit, was not as flexible as a turtle. It was clear who was the prey and who was the predator. Nellie couldn't bear to watch any longer. Soon, John Hung was less than 2 meters away from the leading monster. He could even see the wrinkles on the other's face. His courage seemed to be shaken by the huge pressure. He turned around and wanted to escape. This was not a wise choice in Nellie's eyes. Considering the speed difference between the two sides, John Hung might not be able to run even half a meter. However, the next moment, Nellie didn't know if it was her illusion. She actually saw a pair of huge wings spread out behind John Hung. Nellie originally thought that the pair of wings would burst John Hung's diving suit. But when she looked closely, she found that the wings behind John Hung were just a shadow. At this time, Nellie was even a little numb, because in the past less than 20 minutes, she had witnessed too many scenes beyond common sense. She didn't even know which of the two parties in front of her was more subversive to her worldview. Was it those half-human, half-fish frog monsters, or John Hung who suddenly had a pair of shadow wings behind him? The half-man, half-fish frog monster in the lead was about to touch John Hung's body with his claws. But unexpectedly, John Hung suddenly sped up the next moment. Shadow wings. This was John Hung's last resort to save his life. which did not require any props to perform. It was almost like his own supernatural ability. But in the past, John Hung used it more to fly in the sky. However, since the shadow wings were different from other wings made of feathers, its unique texture allowed it to function 100% underwater. John Hung's figure in the water suddenly accelerated, and he pulled a short distance away from the monsters again. So far, the development of the situation is almost the same as John Hung expected. Just like the gloomy seaside town before, these things are indeed targeting him. Whether it is kidnapping Han Lu or luring Neely, it is all to make him show up. Once he appears, the attention of the monsters will immediately be focused on him. No one even pays attention to Neely and Han Lu next to them, as if they are just two stones. What John Hung is doing now is to lead these monsters to one side as much as possible, so as to free up the sea area above his head. Then John Hung's body turned again, drew an arc in the water, and returned to Neely and Han Lu. Although Neely had been paying attention to the situation on John Hung's side, fortunately, she did not forget her job. She grabbed the knife John Hung had thrown before, cut open the fishing net that was entangled with Han Lu, and helped the latter escape from it. Not long after she cut open the fishing net, she was picked up by John Hung, who had returned. John Hung also grabbed Han Lu on the other side. He held the two girls in his hands. John Hung looked like he had just come out of the supermarket with a lot of shopping bags. He rushed to the sea surface, while the monsters were still not able to react. The three of them were now at a depth of about 12 meters. Strictly speaking, they should have stayed in a shallower place before going out to sea. Fortunately, John Hung and Neely did not ascend too fast before, and Han Lu, as bait, also stayed here for a long time. Therefore, although there was still a certain risk of decompression sickness from the rapid ascent, there was basically no danger to their lives. Besides, compared with being caught by the monsters behind, this risk is worth taking. The alarm of the diving computer was flashing wildly, but the three of them had no time to care about it at the moment. Nelly's attention was now on the shadows behind them. Originally, John Hung, who had spread his wings, was faster than them, but now John Hung had two more people in his hands, so his speed naturally slowed down. Therefore, the distance that was open before was now shrinking. In order to drag John Hung as little as possible, the two women were inflating their BCDs, buoyancy control devices. On the other side, John Hung was also calculating in his mind how long the shadow wings behind him could last. Fortunately, this pair of wings should be able to support the three of them until they get out of the water. From the exit of this tunnel, there is a reef outside. As long as they can reach the reef, at least the three of them will no longer be troubled by the remaining air tanks. Moreover, once those monsters leave the sea, their agility will be greatly reduced, and they will no longer be as difficult to deal with as in the sea. Chapter 9:13 Falling. Nelly kept looking behind her nervously. The distance between the monsters and them was shrinking rapidly. But on the other side, the three of them were getting closer and closer to the sea above their heads. In the last section of the journey, both parties in the chase increased their speed to the extreme. Nelly saw those half-human, half-fish frog monsters rushing in from all directions, as if they were going to drown them. But the next moment, her head had left the water, and she saw the sun outside again. Before this, Nelly had never thought that the sun she saw every day could be so lovely, especially when the sun fell on her again. Nelly felt an unprecedented warmth. The bodies of the three people have now left the sea. But just when Nelly thought the danger was over, an extremely strong black shadow suddenly jumped out from under the water. It jumped from the back of a companion, which made it much higher than when it jumped directly from the water, high enough to grab John Hung's ankles. Originally, John Hung's shadow wings could only carry two people. Nelly and Han Lu were girls, and they were not heavy, but they and John Hung were carrying a full set of diving equipment. As soon as they left the water, John Hung felt the pressure of flying. The speed dropped again, but it was still rising, and when a half-human, half-fish frog monster was hung on his body, the shadow wings finally couldn't support such a heavy weight anymore. The bodies of the three people also began to fall back to the water. Even at this moment, John Hung remained absolutely calm. He visually estimated the distance between him and the nearest reef. He threw Nelly and Han Lu over with all his strength, and after throwing the two women out, the weight of the shadow wing was reduced. However, before John Hung could rise again, more black shadows emerged from the water. They couldn't reach John Hung, so they hugged their companions hanging on John Hung. Then Nellie and Han Lu saw a scene that they would never forget. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 monsters hanging on John Hung. And at the same time, more monsters jumped out of the sea or were jumping out of the sea. To make matters worse, the shadow wings behind John Hung also reached the 12-second single-use time and disappeared. John Hung's body fell back into the sea, like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. The half-man, half-fish frog monsters below were completely boiling with excitement. They surrounded John Hung, who fell into the water, and took him all the way down in the huge underwater tunnel. It was as if they were sending him to hell. Han Lu, who witnessed this scene, was about to jump back into the sea to look for John Hung, but was stopped by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Nellie. "Are you crazy? You're out of air. He was captured by those things because he wanted to save us," Han Lu said. "Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely be able to escape even if he couldn't beat those things alone." As Han Lu spoke, his eyes turned to Nellie. "Please lend me your air tank. I don't have much air left in my tank. You need to calm down. We can't help him if we go back into the water in our current state." Nellie didn't say anything more. That is, there was not much compressed air left in John Hung's gas cylinder. Even if he was not immediately torn apart by those monsters, once he was dragged to the bottom of the sea, there was almost no chance of survival. And all she could do now was to persuade Han Lu not to let the latter do something stupid. Otherwise John Hung's previous sacrifice would be in vain. Fortunately, Han Lu was not the kind of little girl in the TV series who wanted to die together with her. The reason why she wanted to go into the water before was because she witnessed John Hung's instinctive reaction after being dragged into the water by those monsters. But after Nellie dissuaded her, her mind calmed down again. She knew that Nellie was right. In their current state, even if they went into the water again, they could not help John Hung, but would lose their lives. Up to now, John Hung has saved Han Lu twice. If one life is exchanged for another, Han Lu is not incompatible with considering it. But there is no point in unnecessary sacrifice, because only if she is alive can she find a way to save John Hung. Unlike Nellie, Han Lu has actually thought of the problem of the gas cylinder. But because of the death dream event, Han Lu has more or less peeked into the world where John Hung lives. So she still has some hope. Although Han Lu also knew that this hope was more like a self-consolation. She was still willing to do her best for this weak hope. Han Lu asked Nellie in English, "I heard that there are troops stationed on Yanaguni Island." "Right?" Nellie was stunned for a moment, and then said in somewhat awkward English, "Yes, there is a self-defense force base, but there are not many people in it. Do you want them to help us find John Hung?" At this point, Nellie seemed to remember something and took out her camera. "Although I didn't take pictures of the monsters down there before, I did take pictures of some wall carvings. We may be able to convince the people in the base to believe us through these photos." Han Lu looked at the underwater tunnel at her feet again. It seemed extremely peaceful at the moment, and there was no trace of a monster, as if everything before was just her illusion. The figure Han Lu expected never returned from the bottom of the sea. Han Lu reluctantly withdrew her gaze. "Let's go now without further delay." Han Lu and Nellie used the direction indication of the diving computer to find the boat they came from. The captain was also taking out his mobile phone to Google the magical phenomenon of the sea water suddenly turning red. However, the stupid netizens could not offer any constructive suggestions except to eat melons and sigh in amazement. Seeing Han Lu and Nellie, he said, "I'm so glad you're all right. I was worried about the suddenly red seawater." The captain suddenly paused when he said this. "Aren't there 3 of you? And where's the guy with the Tokyo accent?" "We encountered some terrible things," Nellie said. "We need to go back to the island to find someone to help us." "Got it." The captain could see the seriousness of the situation from the 2 girls' faces. He put away his smile and said seriously while driving the boat, "One more person means more strength. If you need it, please let me help. I can mobilize the people from the Fishery Association. As long as we work together, we can always overcome the difficulties." Nellie smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid this matter is not something that ordinary people can handle. Anyway, send us back to the island first." As long as Nellie thought of the things she saw underwater, she didn't want to stay on the sea for a moment. Then she looked at Han Lu, who was sitting at the stern of the boat blankly, wondering what she was thinking. Chapter 9:14 Discussion. Han Lu and Nellie did not stop after returning to the shore, and immediately went straight to the base of the self-defense force. They rejected the boat driver's suggestion to ask the Fisheries Association for help, and did not even go to the police station on the island. This is because those underwater things, except for the army, no one else has a way to deal with them. In this matter, Neely was even more urgent than Han Lu. Not only because Zhang Heng also saved her, but also because she couldn't imagine that there was such a large group of monsters living not far from the island where she lived. There are not many people on Yonaguni Island, and most of them are civilians with little combat power. Nellie has not forgotten the wall carving she saw before. But there are also patterns of monsters attacking human towns. This is her hometown, where her friends and relatives live, and she must protect it. As soon as Nellie and Han Lu arrived at the gate of the military base, the two soldiers guarding the gate immediately raised their rifles and warned, "This is a military restricted area. No entry without permission." After that, they seemed to see Han Lu's identity as a tourist and repeated it in English. Nellie raised her hands to indicate that she was not carrying any weapons, and said, "We have something urgent to see the person in charge here." However, the two soldiers were indifferent to hearing this, and just repeated, "This is a military restricted area. You must get permission to enter. Otherwise we will have to ask you to leave here. Please, this may be a matter of life and death for Yonaguni Island," Nellie said anxiously. But the two soldiers seemed to have not heard it, and raised their rifles a little higher. "Do you know anyone here? Maybe we can ask him to take us in." Han Lu also saw that it was almost impossible for the two to go in directly. Nellie shook her head and said, "These soldiers are not from the island. They hardly leave the base except for exercises and training. Normally, we have no intersection with them." But what? "The people in the Fisheries Association have some contact with them. It seems that they send them some seafood regularly." "You are right. The person responsible for sending seafood may know someone in the base," Nellie said. "We can try to find them." Nellie then contacted the uncle who drove the boat. About a quarter of an hour later, a man in his 40s, wearing a military uniform and looking quite capable, walked out of the base. "Are you looking for me? Are you the person in charge here?" Nellie said with expectation. "No. I'm just the sergeant major, mainly responsible for the base's external procurement," the man said. And when he walked out of the gate, the soldiers on both sides put away their guns and saluted him. "Then can you take us to see the person in charge here? Tell me what you are here for first." The sergeant major did not agree, but did not refuse immediately. "Well, I know this sounds a bit crazy. We were diving in the underwater ruins before, and the sea water suddenly turned red. Then we encountered a current, and when the current passed, one of our companions disappeared. That was Ms. Han Lu next to me. Later, in order to find her, we entered an underwater palace." "You guys?" The chief sea lieutenant raised his eyebrows. "Oh, yes. There were originally 3 of us. I was a dive guide from the island's diving club, and the other 2 were tourists who came to the island," Nellie explained. "Well, let's continue. I don't know how to describe what I saw afterwards. A monster that looked like a human and a fish attacked me. But then it was killed by another of our companions. We swam forward and met the missing Miss Han Lu, but also encountered more monsters. From what I saw, there were hundreds of them, but I don't know if this is all their number. Another of our companions was dragged to the bottom of the sea by those monsters to save us, and his life or death is unknown." Nellie's voice became choked up at the end. "Are you saying that you were attacked by a group of mermaids?" "No, not mermaids. They look ugly and have nothing to do with mermaids. And I'm not talking about fairy tales. They really exist. I saw them with my own eyes. I was too scared to take pictures of them, but I did take some pictures of the stone carvings at the entrance." Nellie handed over the camera while speaking. The sergeant took it and looked at it for a few seconds, without making any comment, but then asked, "Have you shown these photos to anyone else?" "No. We came here as soon as we landed," Nellie said truthfully. "Sir, please believe us. We know the consequences of lying about such things." The sergeant did not speak for a while after hearing this, as if thinking about Nellie's proposal, and nodded after a moment. "Okay. This is a military base of the self-defense forces, and you are indeed not allowed to enter. But for the sake of Tanaka, the chairman of the Fisheries Association, I will report your words to my superiors truthfully, but I can't guarantee that he will believe you. In addition, I will bring your camera with me, and these photos should also make your story a little more convincing. Then I leave it to you. This is about a life and the survival of Yonaguni Island. I hope you can convince your superiors to take this matter seriously. Nellie bowed with tears in her eyes. After the sergeant turned around and walked into the wall with the camera, Han Lu asked Nellie in English. What did he say? Mr. Sergeant said he would convey our request to his superiors. If we can persuade the self-defense forces to take action, we may be able to kill all those monsters. Nellie didn't say to rescue Zhang Heng, because it had been 2 hours since they left the sea area, and Zhang Heng's hope of survival was too slim. But as long as the self-defense forces were willing to take action, killing those monsters would at least avenge Zhang Heng, and also save other people living on Yanaguni Island. But Han Lu didn't look happy when she heard her words. Instead, she said, Something's wrong. Did he just take your camera? Yes. The sergeant said he would show the photos inside to his superiors, so that we can prove what happened to us. Logically, there is nothing wrong with this. But for some reason, Han Lu always felt uneasy, especially when she saw the sergeant. Han Lu even began to doubt whether it was the right decision to ask the self-defense force for help. However, now she is in a foreign country and seems to have no other choice. Chapter 9:15 Hallucination. The two women waited for about half an hour, and then the gate of the base opened again. The sergeant came out, and Nellie immediately greeted him, her eyes full of expectation. But the sergeant's words poured cold water on her. I reported the story you told me to my superiors truthfully, but it was too absurd to be believed. What about the photos? Did you give them the photos? Of course. The sergeant nodded. Those photos are indeed surprising. But this can only prove that there is a real underwater ruin near Yanaguni Island. And this is something that the archaeological community should worry about. Besides, we don't know whether these photos are artificial forgeries. Nellie's heart sank when she heard this. But then she heard the sergeant say, Even so, we just asked the hotel, the airport, the dive shop, and the boat that sent you back, and learned that you did have a companion who did not come back after diving with you. Adhering to the spirit of humanitarianism, the self-defense forces agreed to allocate some personnel to help you search the nearby waters. How many people are there? Nellie's hope was rekindled. 2 patrol boats, including me, a total of 25 maritime self-defense force members. Too few people. Nellie shook her head. And we are no match for those monsters in the water. Unfortunately, this is the maximum number of people we can send. The sergeant said, paused, and then continued, We will bring some weapons. This is the greatest help I can provide you within the scope of my duties. Nellie knew that this was the best offer they could get. Perhaps only after seeing the underwater palace with their own eyes could these self-defense force soldiers really change their views. Just as Nellie was about to thank the sergeant, Han Lu suddenly asked in English, Where is the camera? It's in the hands of the people behind. I will return the camera to you after we get on the boat. Without waiting for Nellie to translate, the sergeant also answered in English. And then he looked at Han Lu. Any other questions? Although Han Lu still felt that something was wrong, she could only shake her head. Perhaps, as Nellie said, when these soldiers really saw the underwater tunnel and the things below, they would believe what they said before. Saving people is like putting out a fire. So let's go now, the sergeant said. When she came to the Navy's special dock and saw the endless sea, Nellie couldn't help but feel a sense of resistance in her heart. After this diving experience, it was difficult for her to love this blue water without reservation like before. She even had to shake her head hard to drive away the fear. The 2 patrol boats of the self-defense forces were already ready, and they were full of soldiers. In addition to regular Navy soldiers, there were also some frogmen with diving equipment. Nellie also felt a little safe from those resolute faces. The sergeant took the 2 women onto one of the patrol boats and arranged them in the cockpit to make it easier for them to find their way. As soon as they sat down, Han Lu asked again, Can we return the camera? Of course, the sergeant said, and then made a gesture, asking a soldier to take Nellie's underwater camera and return it to the 2 women. But Han Lu's expression changed soon after she took the camera. Where is the SD card inside? We have seized the SD card. As I said before, we need to verify the authenticity of those photos, the sergeant said. We will return the SD card to you after the verification. If you need it, I can give you a blank card first. But why don't you make a copy of the photos and then return the SD card to us directly? Han Lu asked. The sergeant looked at Han Lu deeply after hearing this, but did not answer. Finally, Nellie came out to smooth things over. It's okay. The self-defense forces have already sent people. I return the SD card later. Everyone's goal is the same. To resolve this crisis as soon as possible. Hearing this, Han Lu glanced at the soldiers outside the cockpit who were armed to the teeth. And said nothing more. The speedboat quickly drove to the place where Nellie and the other two had died before. And then Nellie and Han Lu also found the reef, where they escaped based on their memory. But this time, there was no need to send frogmen to dive. And it could be seen that there was no underwater tunnel underneath. In fact, it was a rocky beach. In addition to the rocks above the water, there were also rocks under the water. Not to mention the passage that could accommodate sperm whales. Even slightly larger dolphins would probably get stuck in it. Nellie's eyes widened. How is this possible? We clearly escaped from here in the afternoon. Are you sure you remember it correctly? The sea sergeant asked. Yes, I remember that rock. It looked like a saddle, and the rock next to it looked like an onion. Nellie said. It's here, Han Lu also said in English. I will never forget this place. But where is the underwater palace you mentioned? The sergeant frowned. It should be here, through that huge underwater tunnel. Below is the mysterious and terrifying underwater palace. When Nellie said this, she seemed to recall what happened below, and couldn't help shuddering. The sergeant shook his head. To be honest, I didn't believe the story you told me just now. Let's not talk about the magical and strange parts. Just talking about the underwater tunnel and the palace. You are a dive guide here. You should know that this area has always been a popular diving spot. And it receives many divers every peak season. If there is really an underwater tunnel and a palace below, do you think no one has discovered it until today? Nellie was stunned. She had to admit that the sea lieutenant's words made sense. However, she did escape from here a few hours ago. But now it seems that all this is just an illusion. Could it be that this is all the influence of the Red Sea water? But how can this solve the problem that she and Han Lu happen to have the same illusion? And where did Zhang Heng go afterwards? Was he just an illusion too? Nellie looked around blankly. She could no longer tell what was reality, and what was her delusion. The sea lieutenant was quite patient, and continued in English. The reason why I brought people here even though I knew you were lying was because I found that one of your companions was missing. But if you keep telling me about monsters and underwater palaces, believe me, this will not help us find your companions. He looked into Nellie's eyes. I want to help you. But first you have to tell me what happened underwater. Nellie opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Chapter 916 Request for Help. The cockpit fell into an eerie silence. Just when Nellie began to question whether everything she had seen before was fake, Han Lu spoke first. Sorry. My companion disappeared while diving. We were worried that this was just an accident, and we couldn't convince the self-defense forces to send someone to help us search. So we made up such a bizarre story. I hope it can attract your attention. The photos were also forged by a friend who has great PS skills. That explains it. The sergeant nodded. Although you deceived us. As I said, for humanitarian considerations, we are still willing to help you find people. Now, can you tell me where your companions disappeared? Of course. Han Lu pointed in a direction. The patrol boat then turned around and headed in the direction she said. When they arrived there, several frogmen put on their breathing equipment and dived into the water. However, until sunset, they could not find Zhang Heng's shadow. The sergeant said to Han Lu and Nellie, It seems that there is nothing to gain today, but we will closely monitor the nearby coastline later. Maybe the tide will send back the bodies of your companions. By the way, how many days do you plan to stay on the island? I will stay until my visa expires. Han Lu said. Okay. I will send someone to the hotel to inform you as soon as I have news. The sergeant replied. Then the patrol boat sent Han Lu and Nellie back to the island. Nellie looked at Han Lu, and many words came to her lips. But she didn't know where to start. She hoped that Han Lu could take the initiative to explain to her what she said on the boat. You know, the self-defense force is the biggest chance to find Zhang Heng. But in the end Han Lu just randomly pointed to a place and wasted this opportunity. As for the photos, Neely has now realized that if everything she saw before was just her illusion. How to explain the photos of the wall carvings? Now that these photos are in the hands of the self-defense force, Neely suddenly found that the only thing that can prove that she is not lying is gone. She did understand why Han Lu cared so much about those photos before. But Han Lu never mentioned it again, which also made Neely feel confused. Nellie hoped that Han Lu could explain these problems to her. But the latter just said to her, It's getting late. I have to go back to the hotel. You should go home too. Thank you for your help today. Nellie was stunned when she heard this. Is that all? What are your plans for the future? Like I said, I will stay here for a while and wait and see if there is any news, Han Lu said. Then, I wish you good luck. If you need any help, you can come to me. You know where to find me. Nellie said that she didn't ask the question in her heart in the end, and went home worriedly. And Han Lu turned around and walked back to the hotel. After returning to her room and closing the door, Han Lu immediately took out her mobile phone and found Shinsisi's contact information from the address book. She and Shinsisi were introduced by Zhang Heng in the Death Dream event. Shinsisi was the only person Han Lu could contact, who also knew about the Dark World. As for Fan Meinan, although Han Lu had been with him for a few days, she did not leave any contact information. So now, Han Lu can only count on Shinsisi. Fortunately, the phone was picked up not long after it rang, and Shinsisi's voice came from the other end. Hello? Han Lu closed the curtains, walked into the bathroom next door, turned on the faucet, and tried her best to ensure that her voice would not be heard by a third person, and then told Shinsisi everything that happened on the island. Shinsisi listened to Han Lu quietly, without interrupting. But Han Lu could clearly feel that Shinsisi's breathing had become rapid for a while, and the latter seemed to be adjusting his emotions. After a while, he spoke. It seems that you have indeed encountered a supernatural event, and your suspicion is not unreasonable. The people of the self-defense force on the island are likely to be in the same group as those monsters. I suggest you take the flight tomorrow morning and leave there as soon as possible. No, I need to find Zhang Heng before I leave. Han Lu paused, then added, no matter if he is dead or alive. But from your description, your current situation is not safe. Let us handle this matter. If you are really worried, you can wait for news on Ishigaki Island, Shinsisi advised. If you know me, you will know that I have never been a person who passively waits for news. Han Lu said, my life motto is to embrace risks, control risks, and then get benefits from risks. I will wait for you here. You still need me to lead the way to find the underwater palace. Shinsisi knew that the other party was telling the truth, and she could only agree. In that case, at least ensure your own safety before we arrive. And don't contact the self-defense forces again. Well, other people on the island should be careful too, Shinsisi said. We will get there as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Han Lu sat in the bathtub in a daze. She had done everything she could, but she still couldn't accept the reality that Zhang Heng was dead. Looking at the water rushing down from the faucet, Han Lu's mind was full of the scene of the three people jumping out of the water, Zhang Heng throwing her and Nellie onto the reef. And then she was dragged into the water by those monsters. Han Lu didn't know how long it had been, but there were suddenly several knocks on the door. Who? Han Lu turned off the faucet, got up and walked out of the bathroom, leaned over the peephole and looked out. However, the other side of the peephole was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. So Han Lu opened the door again. The lights were still on in the corridor outside, but there was no one. At the same time, Han Lu also noticed that someone had covered the peephole on the outside of her door with a band-aid, as if it was a prank by someone. This made Han Lu a little nervous. Although Han Lu told Shinsisi on the phone that she would stay on the island until Zhang Heng was found, she was indeed alone before Shinsisi and her people arrived. Not only did she have to face the monsters on the seabed, but she also had to face the self-defense forces with strange attitudes. Han Lu didn't know who she could trust on the island. This was why she didn't even want to explain to Nellie. Han Lu stayed in the corridor for less than half a minute before she tore off the band-aid on the cat's eye and returned to the room. This time she not only closed the door, but also plugged the bolt. Chapter 917 Knock on the door. After locking the door, Han Lu stood behind it for a while, put her eyes on the peephole, and observed the situation in the corridor. But this time, there was no strange knock on the door, and no one passed by her door. So Han Lu walked to the window again, confirmed whether the window was closed tightly, and even read the English fire prevention instructions on the wall. Although Yonaguni Island looked very quiet under the night, for some reason, Han Lu always felt uneasy in her heart. Nellie once said that the public security on Yonaguni Island has always been very good, and there have been almost no criminal cases. This is because the area of the island is so small that everyone on the island basically knows each other. And if someone commits a crime, as long as there are checkpoints at the airport and the dock, The criminal will not be able to escape. Therefore, this island has always been the safest place in Japan. Hanlu also comforted herself in this way, although she found that the garrison on the island may be related to the monsters on the seabed. Judging from the other party's reaction, no drastic measures have been taken against her and Nellie for the time being. Whether it is taking away the SD card or making the underwater tunnel disappear by some unknown method, it is just to cover up the truth from the perspective of eliminating physical evidence. This is why Hanlu judged that she was still safe for the time being, because if the other party wanted to attack her, they could have detained or killed her when she and Nellie first came to the military base. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to great lengths to perform the following scene. But Hanlu was indeed a little uneasy tonight. In order to eliminate her anxiety, Hanlu turned on the TV and randomly tuned to a channel that was playing a variety show. Although she couldn't understand what the people in it were saying, turning up the volume did make Hanlu feel a little more relaxed. The program team deliberately set up some difficulties for some young couples. After that, the host and celebrity guests observed how those young couples solved these difficulties and complained about them, which caused constant laughter. Similar programs in Japan have always had good ratings. However, Hanlu herself did not really like such programs. The reason why she tuned to this TV station was purely because of the excitement on the screen, which was exactly what Hanlu needed when she was alone on Yonaguni Island. She reluctantly watched it for a while, but her mind was not on it. It was better to say that she was staring blankly at the TV than watching the program. Around 10 o'clock, the front desk called and told her that there might be a heavy rain later in the evening, and reminded her to close the doors and windows. Hanlu thanked them, and around 10:30, she took a simple bath, mainly to wash off the salt particles on her skin and hair. She had not had time to clean up since she finished diving, and now that it was time to go to bed, she could not delay any longer. However, Hanlu took a bath with the bathroom door open, so that she could hear any movement in the room. At 11:15, Hanlu finally finished her shower and dried her hair, and climbed into bed, but she hesitated and did not turn off the TV. However, the previous variety show had already ended, and now the program in it had become a TV series. Hanlu lay on her back in bed, and could hear the thunder outside. Soon, raindrops fell from the sky, hitting the window glass, making a dripping sound. Hanlu gradually felt sleepy listening to the sound of rain and the TV series. She had a terrible day. She was exhausted from both the underwater and the shore. Hanlu had a nightmare after falling asleep. She dreamed that Jong Hung was eaten by those monsters underwater. In this way, even the body could not be found. Just when Hanlu didn't know how to explain to Jong Hung's parents, she was awakened by a light knock on the door. Hanlu sat up from the bed, not knowing whether the sound came from reality or dreams. But less than half a minute later, as if to answer her question, there was another knock on the door. Hanlu got out of bed, walked barefoot to the door without slippers, and tried not to make any noise. Then she leaned over and lay on the peephole, looking out. But then she felt a chill running up her spine from the soles of her feet. Just like the last time, it was still pitch black outside the peephole, and she couldn't see anything. Needless to say, the guy knocking on the door had glued her peephole shut again. And this time Hanlu felt full of malice from it. If it wasn't for the heavy rain outside, she would have even had the urge to run out the window. Hanlu stepped back while looking around for something that could be used as a weapon. But what she didn't expect was that the guy outside the door opened her door lock the next moment. Then he used a knife to pick the bolt on the door. Hanlu was frightened by this sudden horror scene and almost screamed. But then the uninvited guest outside the door rushed over, covered her mouth, and then pulled open the hood of his raincoat. Under the hood was someone who Hanlu thought was in danger. Jong Hung. Hanlu couldn't believe her eyes, although she always had a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that there might be a certain possibility, even if it was only theoretically possible, that Jong Hung was still alive. Hanlu herself knew how small this possibility was, almost comparable to a miracle. But now, this miracle really appeared before her eyes. Jong Hung made a gesture to Hanlu to keep quiet, then walked around the room and took out several coin-sized eavesdropping devices. Jong Hung threw the eavesdropping devices into his own room next door, closed the door, and then dragged an unconscious man into Hanlu's room. "Who is this?" Hanlu asked. "The self-defense force. The one who knocked on your room and taped your cat's eye," Jong Hung replied. "Huh?" Hanlu was shocked. She didn't expect her analysis to be wrong. The self-defense force. Aren't they trying to cover up the existence of those monsters? Why are they attacking me again? Maybe it was like this before. But now the situation has changed. After I come out of that underwater palace, they will definitely want to control you and continue to negotiate with me, John Hung said. How did you get out of the seabed? Han Lu was puzzled. We still didn't see you after we returned to the boat. Nellie said that your gas tank was probably exhausted. We all thought you were dead. It's a long story. John Hung blinked. To be honest, I don't fully understand it. I don't know how to explain it. And before that, we'd better leave this island first. Chapter 918. Shock at the bottom of the sea. Time went back to 10 hours ago. The shadow wings behind John Hung disappeared, and there were still several half-human, half-rain frog monsters hanging on his body. So John Hung's body fell back into the sea under the action of gravity. His arrival also made the monsters below, who were eager to see him, boil over. It was as if it was a signal for the carnival to begin, and all the monsters rushed up like crazy. In less than half a second, not only was John Hung's vision blocked, but his arms, chest, back, legs were full of monsters. The monsters behind arrived too late and had no place to hang on, so they could only lie on their companions. So John Hung was finally wrapped up layer by layer. In this case, even if John Hung took out Betty's shell, it would be useless because the two sides were too close. But what surprised John Hung was that the monsters did not attack him immediately after they pounced on him. Instead, they carefully retracted their teeth and nails, as if they were afraid of accidentally hurting him. At the same time, he led John Hung all the way down. John Hung couldn't see his diving computer now, but he could feel that their depth was rapidly decreasing. At the same time, John Hung was silently estimating the remaining compressed air in the cylinder. It was probably only a few bars. This amount of air was enough for him to breathe for 2 more minutes at most. Even if he took into account the time he held his breath, the situation became very grim. Even with John Hung's usual calmness, he had to admit that his chances of turning the tables this time were slim. After another minute and a half, John Hung clearly felt that breathing became a little laborious. Even if the monsters let him go, the remaining air would not be enough for him to swim back to the surface of the sea. However, at this time, John Hung calmed down completely. He relaxed his body, stopped struggling, and let the monsters take him to the unknown distance. After about half a minute, John Hung found that he finally stopped. And at the same time, the monsters lying on him seemed to be decreasing. When the monster that blocked his vision also swam away, John Hung saw the familiar scene again. He was back in the underwater palace again. However, unlike when he came here, he was now leaning against the dome in the center of the palace. Not far away were the 2 empty thrones, and behind him was the huge stone carving that looked like a star disk. The group of half-human, half-fish frog monsters that brought him here had retreated to the side. They looked up at him from a little lower, but they seemed to be afraid that John Hung would escape, and their positions were still surrounded. But John Hung felt that they were totally overthinking, because now his diving computer was alarming like crazy. The compressed air in the cylinder had been completely exhausted. In other words, John Hung could not go anywhere now, and could only stay in this huge underwater palace and wait for death. The good news was that at least he died in a lively way, with many monsters watching nearby. The bad news was that until the last moment of his life, John Hung did not see the real owner of this place. The 2 guys on the throne. John Hung suspected that at least one of them was related to his previous experience in the gloomy seaside town. But now it was not important. Because of the lack of oxygen, John Hung's consciousness began to blur. He took a last look at the huge star map behind him. Not sure if it was an illusion before death, John Hung felt that the star map was slowly turning. John Hung wanted to continue watching, but his body did not allow it. So John Hung took off the respirator in his mouth with the last bit of strength, and then closed his eyes. The next moment, John Hung felt like he was back in his mother's womb. It was a feeling of incomparable tranquility and security. He no longer needed to breathe through his nose and mouth, as if there was an invisible umbilical cord connecting him to the sea, and the entire ocean became his placenta. John Hung even had an illusion that compared to land. The ocean was his real home. The azure blue water gently wrapped him, and every pore of his body stretched in the water. He even forgot the passage of time. John Hung originally thought that this was the last hallucination of his life, when his brain was extremely deprived of oxygen. It is said that all life on Earth originated from the ocean, and humans are no exception. So when death comes, it may be reasonable for the soul to return to the starting point. But when John Hung opened his eyes again, he found that he had neither entered heaven nor fallen into hell, but was still in this underwater palace. The difference was that the strong feeling of suffocation caused by lack of oxygen had disappeared, and was replaced by the wonderful feeling of feel breathing before. John Hung hesitated for a moment, and took off the mask on his head. As a result, his eyes did not feel any irritation or discomfort. John Hung noticed that the half-human, half-fish frog monsters nearby also showed a hint of joy on their faces after seeing him open his eyes again. However, they did not make way, but still formed a circle, surrounding John Hung in the center. At the same time, the star map on the dome was still moving slowly, which was very different from when John Hung first came to this underwater palace. John Hung vaguely realized that the changes in himself might be closely related to the star map that was rotating behind him. Logically, this star map gave him the ability to breathe and move underwater, so John Hung should wait here until it stops rotating. But John Hung had a warning in his heart. If he really waited until the star map stopped, then something bad might happen. So John Hung made a quick decision and decided to leave this underwater palace. He took out Betty's shell from his pocket. He had never found a chance to use this prop before, but now it can finally come in handy. Soon the originally calm sea surface became turbulent, and Han Lu in the hotel on the other side also received a notice from the front desk, telling her that there is a high probability of heavy rain tonight, and asked her to close the doors and windows. Betty's shell, the original function was to consume anger and create storms at sea. However, no matter how strong the storm is, as the depth of the sea increases, the energy will quickly decay until it disappears. But this time, John Hung used Betty's shell again, but found that he didn't need to provide much anger at all. And the scope of effect also expanded from the sea to the sea. John Hung could even command the sea current, blowing several half-human, half-fish frog monsters nearby to the ground. The originally extremely tight encirclement net revealed a gap. John Hung did not miss this opportunity and rushed out directly with the sea current. Chapter 919 Breakout. When the monsters saw John Hung leave the dome, they immediately became anxious and followed him, apparently wanting to capture someone again. But John Hung is no longer the same as when he was dragged into the sea by them. Although John Hung's swimming speed is still not as fast as these half-man, half-fish frog monsters, it is still much faster than before. And John Hung can also control the ocean currents, not only to speed himself up or block the pursuers behind him, but also to roll up the mud and sand on the seabed and muddy the sea water. It was the red tide created by the half-man, half-fish frog monsters that inspired John Hung. With the filter lens in hand, John Hung can always gain the upper hand in such a chaotic situation. However, when John Hung passed through the layers of encirclement by those monsters and returned to the surface of the sea, he found that it was already dark outside. John Hung was a little surprised. He didn't have time to check the time when he was on the seabed before. However, from John Hung's personal feeling, the time from when he fell to the bottom of the sea and began to lack oxygen to when he took off the respirator and could breathe again should be very short. John Hung didn't expect that so much time had passed. On the dome of the underwater palace, he seemed to have completely lost the concept of time. Afterwards, John Hung looked at the starfish in his hand and found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the ship that brought him here was no longer there. This place is still a distance away from the island. If it were normal, even if John Hung could barely swim back, he would probably be exhausted. Moreover, in order to shake off the little tails behind him, the sea was very rough and he couldn't swim. But now John Hung could dive into the seabed again and use the current from below to send himself back. There were quite a few half-human, half-fish frog monsters, but they were in their nests. Once they left the submarine tunnel, it would be difficult for them to surround John Hung in the vast ocean. Therefore, John Hung did not spend too much time to return to Yonaguni Island. John Hung and those half-human, half-fish frog monsters were old friends. They had fought each other in that gloomy seaside town before, and John Hung also had a preliminary understanding of these monsters. And the stone carving seen during this dive also recorded a lot of history related to them. John Hung knew that these half-human, half-fish frog monsters liked to seduce nearby humans, and that tourists who had visited Yonaguni Island over the years had not found any clues. John Hung would never believe that there were no accomplices on Yonaguni Island. However, Zhang Heng initially suspected the fishermen on the island, because fishing was the economic pillar of Yonaguni Island, and most of the men on the island were fishermen. In order to support their families, Zhang Heng would not be surprised if they traded with those half-human, half-fish frog monsters in exchange for rich fishery resources. The fact that Yonaguni Island has the world's second-largest marlin fishing ground seems to prove this from the side. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not stop the storm after landing on the island. On the contrary, he made it rain heavily to cover his whereabouts and avoid being discovered by the fishermen on the island. In such bad weather, coupled with Zhang Heng's stealth skills, no one would notice him. However, when he arrived at the hotel where he had stayed before, he soon found that someone was monitoring Han Lu downstairs. And from the behavior of the monitors and the equipment they used, it can be seen that they obviously have a military background. Zhang Heng knew that there was a self-defense force base on Yonaguni Island, but it was said that the soldiers inside had always been very low-key and did not interact much with the residents of the island. Therefore, Zhang Heng had not thought of them before. But now it seems that they may be the insiders of those monsters on the island, because of the restricted area of the military base. Even if some of them have undergone some changes in appearance, it is not easy to be discovered. This may be the reason why they rarely interact with the indigenous people on the island, just like the self-enclosed seaside town. Moreover, they are the party with overwhelming military force and can better protect the underground palace. Zhang Heng put himself in Han Lu's shoes, guessing that the latter should have gone to the island's self-defense force after he was dragged into the water by those monsters, because this was the closest person Han Lu could find to provide help. But in this way, she just ran into the muzzle of the gun. However, in order to prevent the situation from escalating, the other party may not attack her for the time being and take a wait-and-see attitude. However, once the news of Zhang Heng's escape spread, Han Lu would probably fall into danger immediately. Zhang Heng estimated that when he arrived on the island, the half-man, half-fish frog monsters had already found the insider on the island and asked the latter to help capture him back. So Zhang Heng did not stay downstairs any longer. He borrowed a raincoat from a nearby house, then knocked out a guy who was responsible for surveillance at the side door of the hotel, sneaked into the hotel from there, bypassed the front desk, and came to the floor where Han Lu was. Then Zhang Heng met the guy who put tape on the cat's eye in the corridor. With Zhang Heng's current level 3 assassin skill, it was really easy to deal with such a guy, until he walked behind the other person. The guy still didn't notice anything, just holding the knife in one hand and quietly inserting the key from the front desk into the door lock, waiting to give Han Lu behind the door a surprise. Zhang Heng didn't forget that he was in the real world now, and like these guys in the self-defense force, he didn't want to make things worse. So he just knocked the guy outside the door unconscious with a stone. And then Zhang Heng knocked on the door. Seeing that Han Lu didn't open the door, he simply twisted the door directly with the key inserted in the door, and then picked up the knife to pry open the door lock and broke into the door. So this is what Han Lu saw. Zhang Heng led Han Lu downstairs, but at this moment footsteps were heard down the stairs. Zhang Heng estimated that the people monitoring Han Lu had discovered that 2 of his companions had lost contact. But Zhang Heng had no intention of retreating. The number of the self-defense forces was not small, and it would be more disadvantageous for them if they dragged on. Once the guys downstairs called more people to form a siege, it would be more difficult to break out. Zhang Heng asked Han Lu to stand against the wall on the left-hand side and wait for a while. He carefully listened to the footsteps below and silently calculated the number of people coming down the stairs and the distance between them. When those guys were about to climb up the stairs, Zhang Heng rushed out first and kicked the weapon out of one person's hand. When the other person reacted, Zhang Heng had already knocked down his companion, and the following battle became very easy. The opponent originally relied on his professional training and did not take Zhang Heng too seriously. He thought that his companion suffered only because of Zhang Heng's sneak attack. But when he really fought, he found that he knelt faster than his companion. He didn't even see Zhang Heng do anything, and a knife appeared under his neck. Chapter 920. Rushing into the storm. Zhang Heng did not resort to ruthless tactics, but just knocked the target unconscious. Then he said to Han Lu, who was standing beside him in a daze, "Let's go!" Han Lu finally woke up from her dream. She found that every time she came into contact with Zhang Heng, she thought she knew him better. But in the end, Zhang Heng would always prove that her so-called understanding was only the tip of the iceberg. The man in front of her had too many secrets. Every time Han Lu glimpsed a secret, there were more secrets waiting for her. Han Lu even doubted whether there was really anyone in the world who could fully understand Zhang Heng. The hotel was not very high, and the two of them quickly came downstairs. They still went through the side door, and Zhang Heng first dealt with the three people guarding the door. If the previous battle happened too quickly, and Han Lu didn't see it clearly, then this time she finally saw how Zhang Heng attacked. Zhang Heng first approached a target by stealth. The target was standing relatively inside, with half of his body left in the corridor, and was a little far away from his two companions. Zhang Heng took advantage of the opposite side's eyes turning to the other side, and went around behind the target. The whole process was silent. It was as quiet as a Persian cat stepping on a carpet. When he got close to the target, he covered the target's mouth with his hand, dragged the target into the corridor, and knocked him unconscious. Then Zhang Heng deliberately made a little noise to attract the other two people. But when they turned the corner, they only saw their companions lying on the ground. The two of them suddenly became nervous, raised their weapons, and faced the stairwell opposite. But they didn't know that the danger came from a place beyond their sight. The subsequent plot was exactly the same as on the stairs. Zhang Heng killed another person, and the remaining person found his location and wanted to suppress him with his close combat ability. There was indeed a considerable gap between the two sides in close combat ability, but Zhang Heng was the one who had the advantage. After the three gatekeepers were knocked down, Zhang Heng took Han Lu out of the hotel smoothly. "How do we leave this island?" Han Lu asked after the two came to a slightly safer place. "Airport? Airport? But aren't there very few flights to Yonaguni Island? They're all during the day." Han Lu was puzzled. "Besides, it's raining heavily now. Even if there are flights, they can't fly." "Don't worry about the rain. It will stop when we find the plane," Zhang Heng said. Han Lu didn't know how Zhang Heng found the plane, because she had opened her phone to search before, and the result showed that there were no flights today and tomorrow. In fact, there was only one flight to Ishigaki Island in the next week, which was in 3 days. But Han Lu didn't think they could wait until then. Yonaguni Island is not big. Even if they escape from the hotel, Zhang Heng can use wild food to solve the problem of eating. But as long as the self-defense force is determined to search the island, they basically have nowhere to hide. So the more realistic way to leave the island is to take a boat. The fastest stop is of course the neighboring Taiwan province. However, the dock must be heavily guarded by the self-defense force. In addition to visa issues, taking the sea route may encounter those monsters living underwater again. Facts proved Han Lu's opinion. There were no people at the airport. The waiting hall was dark, so the self-defense forces did not arrange too many people. Zhang Heng climbed over the outer wire mesh and caught Han Lu, who jumped down. The latter was now wearing Zhang Heng's raincoat, but because of the heavy rain, her hair was still wet, and the rain dripped down the sleeves and hem of the raincoat to the ground. Han Lu wiped the rain off her face, looked around, and asked, "What should we do next?" Zhang Heng pointed to a private plane in the distance. "We take that one to leave." Han Lu was confused. "But where can we find a pilot?" Then she heard Zhang Heng say, "It's okay. I drive. Do you have a pilot's license?" "I had one before, but it was from the last century. I guess it's expired a long time ago. But don't worry. I've flown many planes, and the internal control systems are not much different. I will send us back safely," Zhang Heng said. And then he looked at his watch again. It was very close to midnight. Zhang Heng did not stop, and used a paper clip to open the door of the plane, then climbed into the driver's seat, while Han Lu sat in the co-pilot's seat next to him and watched Zhang Heng fasten his seat belt. Zhang Heng was lucky. There was a spare key hanging on the lower left side of the cockpit. Zhang Heng was not bragging. Compared with fighter jets, the control system of private aircraft is much simpler. Even though decades have passed, various dashboards and key switches have not changed much. Those control systems that seem extremely difficult to ordinary people are not complicated in Zhang Heng's eyes. He performed various checks skillfully, turned on the main switch and navigation lights, let the fuel pump start filling, waited for 3 seconds before stepping on the throttle, and then turned the key. Then Han Lu heard the roar of the engine. Han Lu couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at Zhang Heng, who was turning on the switch of the electronic equipment and controlling the plane to taxi on the runway. She thought for a long time before asking, "Does your mother know that you can fly a plane?" "You know her. If she knew I could fly, she would definitely pester me to take her flying around. Maybe she would even ask me to take her to the North Pole to see the aurora or something," Zhang Heng said, as he kept accelerating the plane on the runway. So, please keep this a secret for me. At this time, the Self-Defense Forces personnel at the airport also discovered the private plane running wildly on the runway. They obviously found it hard to believe that Zhang Heng and Han Lu's Hong could actually fly the plane directly off the island and take off in such severe weather. At this moment, the strong wind and lightning in the sky seemed to never stop. The rainstorm smashed the windshield of the private plane, and Zhang Heng slowly pulled the plane up and left the ground in such an environment. Because of the chaotic airflow in the air, Zhang Heng had to carefully control the plane to keep balance in the air at the beginning, which made them look shaky and made Han Lu's heart rise to her throat. But soon, just as Zhang Heng had predicted before, this seemingly fierce rainstorm suddenly stopped. As if someone pressed the pause button, the howling winds disappeared. The dark clouds above the head dispersed. The night sky returned to calm, and Zhang Heng had already flown over Yonaguni Island in his private plane. Chapter 921 Night Flight. After setting the cruise, Zhang Heng took out 2 bottles of red wine and a box of sleeping pills from the passenger cabin at the back to help with sleep during long-distance flights. Zhang Heng poured a glass of red wine and put a sleeping pill in it. After the bottle of sleeping pills melted, Zhang Heng handed the red wine to Han Lu in the cockpit. Although the two of them were temporarily out of danger, Han Lu still seemed a little worried. She took the wine glass. Will the Self-Defense Forces send fighter jets to chase us? And if they call the police? We will probably be detained immediately as soon as we land at the airport. But we can go through the diplomatic procedures. I will find some friends to contact the embassy to see if they can handle this matter. In addition, I thought you were in trouble before, and I notified Shinsisi. She should be rushing to Yonaguni Island. Since we have left, we must notify her to prevent her from being in danger. But she was interrupted by Zhang Heng before she finished speaking. The latter said, "Those monsters probably don't want to make a big deal. They won't call the police. As for the pursuers, there may be. But don't worry. They can't catch up with us. As for Shinsisi, I will contact her in person later. Hey, you have experienced a lot today. And it's almost midnight now. Why don't you drink this glass of wine and take a nap first? And we can talk about the rest after you wake up." Okay. Han Lu did not reject Zhang Heng's proposal, although she wanted to know why the pursuers could not catch up with them. Zhang Heng did not seem to be in a hurry at all. She still picked up the wine glass and drank it all. But then she frowned. Well, it seems that the owner of this plane has no taste. The wine he had tastes weird. It seems that he was deceived by the wine seller and bought some fake goods. Then I open another bottle for you, Zhang Heng said as he took out another bottle. But Han Lu shook her head. No, just this bottle. I'm not in the mood to drink now. And to be honest, I'm not in the mood to sleep either. At least you can lie down and close your eyes for a nap, Zhang Heng said. Han Lu nodded. Then I lie down for 10 minutes. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. When I get up, you have to tell me how you got rid of those monsters underwater and how you got back to the island. After that, Han Lu came to the small bed in the passenger cabin. Soon after she lay down, she felt sleepy. Han Lu yawned and her eyelids became heavier. Zhang Heng stood up and put a small blanket on her, then looked at his watch. There was less than half a minute left until midnight, and they would soon enter that still world. This was why Zhang Heng didn't care about the pursuers who might come. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he might be hunted down with Han Lu, Zhang Heng could have hidden until midnight and left. In a half-awake state, Han Lu vaguely heard a voice that made her feel inexplicably relieved, saying, "Good night. Everything that happened before was just a nightmare, and everything will be fine when you wake up." Han Lu wanted to listen more, but her consciousness became increasingly blurred, and then she fell asleep. Han Lu didn't know how long she had slept, but she could feel that she was lying on the bed, and it was not the small bed on the private plane, but a large bed. It was already getting light outside the window. Could it be that they were in the hotel? Had they already arrived in Naha? But how did Zhang Heng convince the airport to let them land? And how did they get rid of the pursuers? Han Lu opened her eyes while thinking. But then her eyes widened, because she found that she was not in Naha at all, but had returned home, lying on her bed. Han Lu quickly grabbed the phone on the bedside. And what surprised her even more was that the time was only June 13th, and it had been less than 6 hours since they left Yonaguni Island. Considering the distance between China and Japan, this time was enough for them to fly back to China. But the same problem. Zhang Heng did not have a pilot's license, and he could not explain the origin of the plane. Flying back to China directly would only cause more trouble. However, Han Lu then turned on the computer, and she was relieved that she did not see any news about private planes breaking into the airport. The internet on this day was no different from the past. The hot searches were full of gossip about various celebrities, new jokes in TV dramas and variety shows, or other eye-catching news. The whole world still seemed to be in a state of peace and prosperity. When Han Lu walked into the living room, she saw the card on the coffee table again. It said, "Thank you for your vacation. Breakfast is in the kitchen. I hope to explain to you what happened on the island. But I am actually investigating this matter myself. Maybe I will tell you the truth when I have investigated everything in the future, even if the truth may not be what you want." The last signature was Zhang Heng. Han Lu put down the card, walked into the kitchen, and turned on the rice cooker. Inside, I saw a bowl of tofu brain being kept warm, plus 2 fried dough sticks that had just been fried. At this moment, Zhang Heng had already arrived at the lounge on the second floor of the bar. Because it was almost dawn, there were almost no other players in the lounge. Only the bored bartender was playing with her phone behind the bar. Strangely enough, Zhang Heng and the bartender had known each other for a long time. According to the latter, she worked several jobs to make money. In other words, she also worked during the day. The maid cafe before was not only the first place where Zhang Heng met the old man in tang suits, but also the first place where he met her. At night, she managed the game point here. But Zhang Heng never saw her sleepy. Although she didn't have much enthusiasm for work most of the time, at least she was always awake. When Zhang Heng walked in from the door, the bartender who was playing with her phone suddenly uttered a sigh and twitched her nose twice, as if she smelled something. "Where have you been during this time?" "I went to Yonaguni Island and spent some time on vacation with my friends," Zhang Heng replied. Yonaguni Island. No wonder. The bartender showed a look of realization when she heard this. But she obviously didn't want to explain why she said that. She just nodded and said, "You came here for the knife and the little prop." Zhang Heng nodded. "Yes. In addition to the ordinary knife that was recast before, Zhang Heng also entrusted the heart of Creus obtained during the trip to Rome to the bartender for appraisal. Now it is finally time to receive the goods." The bartender turned around and took out 2 wooden boxes made of tule trees, one large and one small, and placed them in front of Zhang Heng. "Here, your props. Which one do you want to see first?" Chapter 922 New Knife. Zhang Heng first picked up the slightly smaller tule tree box, which contained the props he had just obtained in the previous copy, and was also a gift from the old Persian trainer before leaving Rome. Name, Heart of Creus. Quality, D. Effect, it can greatly reduce the wearer's footsteps, heartbeat and breathing, and slightly reduce the vigilance of nearby creatures within a 3-meter range. The effect of the Heart of Creus in reducing the wearer's footsteps, heartbeat and breathing is similar to what Zhang Heng tested. But the latter part of reducing the vigilance of creatures within a 3-meter range is something Zhang Heng didn't know before, because he has always been the wearer, and his stealth skills are getting better and better. On Yonaguni Island, even without Heart of Creus, Zhang Heng can easily approach those self-defense force soldiers, and he can't interview the target afterward. So naturally he can't know the latter's mental journey. And this is why he knew the usage of Heart of Creus. But he still asked the bartender to identify it after returning. In addition, Zhang Heng also noticed that the 2 functions were described differently. The wearer's breath-holding function used a large word, while reducing the vigilance of nearby creatures was a small word. Obviously, there is a difference in the effect of the 2. However, these 2 attributes are well matched, worthy of the title of Assassin's Magic Suit. And this is probably why the quality of this item can reach D level. After looking at Heart of Creus, Zhang Heng moved his eyes to another wooden box, which was the item he cared about most. Zhang Heng always wanted to find a knife weapon that suits him. Before, he made a deal with the Scarlet Sword and got a chance to enter the Seeking Knife dungeon. It was a special dungeon, similar to the Lego dungeon he had entered before. There was no penalty for failure, and props could be obtained by successfully passing the level. Zhang Heng challenged various major arenas in Kyoto, and finally got not only the 2 famous swords, Jujumaru Tsuneji and Kikuchimanji Normian, but also the nameless sword given to him by Xiaoshan Akane. These 3 swords were also the best swords he could find in that dungeon, if nothing unexpected happened. The first 2 were both sea level, and the sword given to him by Xiaoshan Akane was the most difficult to get. Zhang Heng speculated that it might be a hidden reward of the dungeon, and the quality should not be too bad. However, according to the rules of the dungeon, he could only take one out. Just when Zhang Heng was about to make a choice, he met a guy who seemed to be the owner of the dungeon. The latter proposed to him to exchange one knife for 3 knives. After thinking about it, Zhang Heng finally agreed to the other party's proposal. The result was an ordinary knife of only F quality. However, after looking at the properties of this knife, Zhang Heng decided to spend another 4,000 points to recast it. This amount of money is an astronomical figure for individual players, which is what Zhang Heng, an outlier who has spent a long time in the dungeon, can afford. But this also used up all the points he had saved before, and he had to sell some of the props that were not very useful at a discount to make up enough money. It was not until the end of the last copy that Zhang Heng points returned to a surplus state. And now, it is finally time to reveal the answer. Even Zhang Heng rarely felt a little nervous. But this nervousness was fleeting. And then Zhang Heng reached out and opened the slender Tule tree box readily. Zhang Heng had seen the knife in the photo sent by the bartender. But this was the first time they had met in person. Compared to the crooked appearance when he first got it, it was now completely transformed. After the recast, the blade was shortened by ½ inch. But the weight did not decrease, but increased. Zhang Heng now felt more comfortable holding it in his hand, just like a part of his body. Zhang Heng knew that this also showed that this knife was very compatible with him. In addition to the length and weight, the material of the entire knife is completely different from before. It looks like some unknown alloy, and the color is dark, which makes it look unpretentious at first glance. However, Zhang Heng tried it, and found that this knife can easily cut the steak knife that the bartender brought to him for trial. Under its harmless appearance, Zhang Heng can feel its hidden ferocity. In addition, there is AV engraved on the handle, which seems to be the signature left by the forger. Name, unknown. Quality, B upgradable. Function, forged with the hardest material in the world. It is extremely difficult to damage. The wound caused by this knife cannot be healed, and because the finger bones of a certain god are mixed in the forging process, the wound will continue to rot, and the damage to mythical creatures is increased. In addition, the forger left room for upgrading this knife. Please find the method yourself. This is the third B-level item Zhang Heng has obtained after infinite building blocks and plague bone bow. It is also the most ferocious B-level item Zhang Heng has ever seen. Its function description is very simple and straightforward. There are only 3 truly effective parts, but each of these 3 is more fierce than the other. When Zhang Heng got the recast knife, he realized that the mysterious alloy it used might be very unusual, but the positioning of the world's strongest material still exceeded his initial expectations. This also means that no matter what weapon collides with this knife in the future, the opponent will suffer, and the attribute of the wound not being able to heal is even more severe. In other words, as long as you are scratched by this knife, even if it is just a cut on the finger, you will continue to lose blood, and if the wound is bigger, you will basically die. Fortunately, this knife is not particularly sharp. Otherwise even Zhang Heng, the owner, would not dare to keep it by his side all the time, in case he is accidentally scratched by it and dies before he can hurt the enemy. When Zhang Heng saw the decaying effect, his expression became a little strange. Now is not the era of the War of Gods. According to the old man in Tang suit, the disputes among gods are now resolved by this mysterious game. It is no longer as primitive and bloody as in the past. So the fall of gods is not frequent. The only god known to have died in recent times is the White Horse Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, who was killed by Zhang Heng. After Zhang Heng killed the White Horse Knight, the latter's body disappeared immediately. Now it seems that the body may have ended up in the hands of the craftsman who recast the knife. He added a piece of finger bone to it, which brought about the effect of wound decay. This is why Zhang Heng felt a sense of déjà vu when he first saw the knife. Of course, the most ruthless effect of this knife is the last one, which increases damage to mythical creatures. Among all the enemies Zhang Heng has dealt with, the most powerful ones are still those supernatural creatures. Almost every one of them has different abilities. Even if the old man in Tang suit wants to deal with Moresby, he needs to use the spear that can summon lightning. And the knife in Zhang Heng's hand now obviously has the same function as the previous spear. Chapter 923 Exam Week. As far as Zhang Heng knows, although there are many kinds of game props, Props that can inflict damage to mythical creatures are very rare. Even the old man in Tang suits does not have such a prop. Otherwise, he would not have to borrow a spear from afar to deal with Moresby. If nothing unexpected happened, the spear he used was most likely the famous Spear of Longinus, also known as the Spear of Destiny, which is the spear that stabbed Jesus in the legend. The knife in John Hung's hand is a prop of the same level as the Spear of Longinus. John Hung then asked the bartender, "Why is the name of this knife a question mark?" "Because it was just forged not long ago. It should be given a name by the craftsman who made it. But the guy who forged the knife for you refused because he said that this knife was not forged by him. Strictly speaking, he just replaced the knife with a new body that suits it." The bartender paused. "I guess that guy meant that this was a work he and another guy completed together. They both have the right to name it, and neither of them has the right to name it. Besides, this is your knife, so you can name it whatever you want." John Hung thought about it. "Then let's call it Sanshao. This knife is too fierce. If a person is cut by this knife, as long as the wound is slightly deeper, it is basically incurable." John Hung named it Sanshao to remind himself not to use this knife unless it is absolutely necessary. With his current skills, he actually doesn't need a B-level knife to deal with ordinary enemies. John Hung's positioning of Sanshao is to deal with strong enemies, and only strong enough enemies are worth Sanshao drawing. Then John Hung spent another 10 points to order a scabbard made of tule tree from the bartender. As for the upgrade, John Hung also consulted the bartender. According to the latter, there are not many props with upgradable attributes, but there are indeed some. But most of them are E-level and F-level. It is the first time she has seen a B-level quality prop that can be upgraded. However, the upgrade path of each prop is different, and the bartender can hardly give too many useful tips in this regard. Even though John Hung was willing to pay a certain amount of points, the bartender only suggested that John Hung could try to kill a few people. After leaving the bar, John Hung temporarily put Hidden Sheath and Heart of Creus in the trunk of the polo, and then went back to school to take a shower. In the following days, he did not run around, but stayed in the library to review his lessons and prepare for the baptism of exam week. John Hung also ran into Shinsisi several times in the library. The latter was also busy reviewing. After the dissolution of the consortium, Shinsisi had less things to deal with and had a little more time, which seemed to be quite relaxing. As for Fan Meinan, John Hung was a little surprised. Fan Meinan was about the same age as him and should be in college. But John Hung never saw her mention anything about school, nor did she talk about her major or classmates. John Hung was a loner in school. He didn't participate in group activities very often, but he would usually go out with Chen Huadong, Wei Jiangang and others in the same dormitory. In comparison, Fan Meinan was always running around alone, making trouble everywhere. Lego copy. John Hung knew that Fan Meinan's family was in Yancheng, and there were a father, a mother, and a younger brother. In addition, the woman in sunglasses who had cheated Death Dream away under the noses of the 3 major guilds at the auction seemed to be Fan Meinan's sister, who had been separated for many years. But other than that, John Hung's understanding of Fan Meinan was very limited. However, John Hung could still feel that although Fan Meinan looked heartless, this heartlessness was more like a disguise of her to cover up her true thoughts. Especially when the two met for the last time. Fan Meinan still forced a smile, but seemed a little worried, and the two have been out of touch since then. John Hung was a little distracted during the exam, but after drinking a sip of water, he quickly focused on the paper and wrote the last punctuation mark on it, which also put a period on the study of this semester. Then he put down the pen in his hand and checked the answer again. It seemed that he accidentally touched his pencil to the ground. John Hung bent down and picked up the pencil. Then he packed his things, stood up and handed the test paper to the podium. At the same time, Chen Huadong, who was 6 seats away from John Hung, took advantage of John Hung handing in of the test paper to attract the attention of the invigilator, leaned over and quickly picked up the eraser that rolled to his feet, took off his coat, and saw the 2 rows of ABCD inside. He was so moved that he almost cried. Chen Huadong has always boasted that his ability to cram before the exam is unparalleled in the world. But recently his relationship with Nanako Makachi has been heating up. Chen Huadong, who has fallen into the gentle land, really has no mood to review. He relied on staying up all night to barely finish the previous exams, but he couldn't squeeze out time for the last one anyway. Therefore, he could only seek off-site assistance by bleeding again. Zhang Heng promised Chen Huadong that he would write the correct answers to the multiple-choice questions on the eraser and throw it to him. But he didn't expect that something unexpected happened before the test. The invigilator suddenly asked Chen Huadong to change seats with a girl, which forced Chen Huadong to move from Zhang Heng's seat to a relatively far distance. Chen Huadong's face turned pale at the time, and he felt like he was sentenced to death. Fortunately, Zhang Heng was more powerful than he thought. He still threw the eraser accurately to his feet from such a long distance, and easily gave him the opportunity to pick up the eraser. Chen Huadong suddenly felt that the 2 meals at Pizza Hut were really worth it. He did not waste this rare opportunity. He quickly copied the answers to the multiple-choice questions on the answer sheet, and then started to make up stories for the essay questions. In the end, the scores of the multiple-choice questions and the essay questions were 50-50, in addition to his usual grades. As long as Chen Huadong did not get a 0 on the essay questions, he should not fail the exam. Of course, he did not dare to copy all the multiple-choice questions in the front, and he always deliberately made a few mistakes. So he still had to find a way to get some points on the essay questions. Chen Huadong basically filled up all the blank spaces on the test paper. In addition to hoping to get some points by chance, he also wanted to impress the examiner with his diligence. Of course, it was hard to say whether his plan would work. However, when the invigilator called for a stop and began to collect the papers, Chen Huadong felt that he had performed well in this test and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 924 Changes. When you plan to go home? Wei Jiangang asked the 3 people in the dormitory after the exam. Oh, you know the situation at home. As usual, I have to work during the holidays, so I won't go back, Ma Wei said. As soon as the exam was over, he took out his high school textbooks without resting, and sat down with a pot of hot water to start his summer tutoring work. The boy Ma Wei taught was said to have made great progress this semester, so his parents decided to hire Ma Wei as a tutor for a long time and doubled his hourly wage. Ma Wei certainly would not miss this rare opportunity. What surprised Wei Jiangang was that Chen Huadong, who was always the most active in going home, actually said this time, I have to stay in school for a while, because Nanako said she wanted to know more about this city. As her Chinese teacher, I have to accompany her. Huh? Wei Jiangang raised his eyebrows. It seems that someone has been fascinated and now talks about Nanako all the time. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Chen Huadong rolled his eyes. When you two were showing off your love all over the world, I didn't ask you to pay for the love control fee. But there is still a strait between you two little Mandarin ducks. What are you going to do when Nanako's exchange student career ends and she returns to her country? Wei Jiangang obviously did not have a good idea about their future. There is always a way out. I am trying hard to learn Japanese now. If it doesn't work out, I can go to her place to teach Chinese after graduation. Or she can stay and teach Japanese or something. Chen Huadong glanced at Zhang Heng. Mr. Zhang can practice English so well without saying anything. I can do it too. Mr. Zhang scored nearly 700 points in the English Level 6 exam. But you didn't do that. This is different. This time, I have the power given to me by love. Chen Huadong gritted his teeth. But he must admit that he has played fewer games and watched fewer dramas recently. A large part of the saved time has been invested in learning Japanese, which has also improved his Japanese a lot. I think you just read too many hot-blooded comics. After Wei Jiangang finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Heng again. Mr. Zhang, what about you? When I finish my work, I will probably use my vacation time to go on a trip. Zhang Heng said. Are you still with your rich woman? Chen Huadong poked his head out. No. I'm alone. Ah. What's the point? Even if you don't like rich women, you can still ask Hayes Asuka. I heard from Nanako that Hayes Asuka always talks about you. If you ask her to go on a trip, she will definitely agree. With Nanako as an insider, Chen Huadong has been very well informed recently. He scratched his head and said, to be honest, Hayes Asuka is a good girl. Why don't you go with her? Then we can go to Japan together to be Chinese teachers and be neighbors. I have always wanted to go to Akihabara to see it. You will probably be disappointed. Zhang Heng said. Which one are you talking about? Being your neighbor or going to Akihabara? Both. Zhang Heng chatted with the 3 people in the dormitory while turning on the computer. The school exam was over. But there was another exam that was not over. Zhang Heng first logged on to the official website of the organizing committee and took a look at the rankings. The first round of the proxy war was already halfway through, and the list had changed a lot. Zhang Heng was no longer the first place. The current first place was Tianma, the president of Silver Wing. He took the top spot with 2,203 points, followed by the vice president of Light Arc, Wooden Man, who ranked second with 2,176 points. Most of the names behind him were from the three major guilds, which once again proved the strong power of the three major guilds among the players. As for Zhang Heng, he has dropped to 49th place because he has only played one game. Zhang Heng himself did not have any idea about the top spot, because he did not need to maintain his honor or reputation in this way like the three major guilds. According to the bartender, the first 500 players can enter the next stage of the game, and the first 50 players can get an extra small gift. But there is no difference between the gifts received by the first and the 50th place. So Zhang Heng just needs to ensure that he ranks in the top 50. Of course, because the deadline has not yet arrived, his current ranking is not safe. But Zhang Heng estimates that he does not need to play all three games. As long as he passes one more proxy war copy, the points he gets will be enough for him to enter the top 50. However, when Zhang Heng later entered Fan Mainan's player number into the search, he found that there was still no such person. Fan Mainan mentioned that after being cheated from the auction by her sister in Death Dream, because the latter used some means to cheat the character panel, both of them were banned from entering the game copy again. However, it is not known whether they obtained the understanding of the organizing committee or found some new loopholes. Fan Mainan invited Zhang Heng to enter the LEGO copy together on New Year's Eve. At that time, the ban was obviously lifted. However, in this proxy war instance, Zhang Heng did not see Fan Mainan start the game. Fortunately, Zhang Heng went to the player forum and did not see any news about her. Recently, the focus of all players has obviously been on the proxy war, especially the players who are at the top of the rankings. Many of them have been exposed, and a group of water monsters gathered together to analyze who is stronger. However, most of the posts are Guan Gong versus Qin Xiong, unless the players being compared really meet and fight to determine the winner. However, to be honest, even in this way, it is impossible to completely and fairly evaluate the strength of the two, because different players have different development focuses, different props, and are also greatly affected by the environment and teammates. An all-round player like Zhang Heng who takes care of everything is probably rarer than a unicorn. However, players are still keen on comparing themselves, perhaps because humans have an innate desire to compare with each other, which is why the opening of the ranking list is a milestone event no matter what game it is. Zhang Heng quickly searched through the more popular posts in the forum, and there were even a few posts about him. But because he has always been a loner, there is very little information left, and the players who follow the posts can only rely on their own imaginations and stare at each other. There are not as many complaints as public figures like Tianma, and the popularity slowly decreases. Zhang Heng thought this was a good idea. He could put the second proxy war game on the day before the deadline, keep a low profile as much as possible, and then clear the July normal game. Then, he could fly to Greenland to explore his origins. Something was obviously waiting for him in that huge wasteland, especially after he escaped from the underwater palace on Yanaguni Island. Zhang Heng noticed that his body had changed again. He not only had the ability to breathe underwater, but also became more and more fond of water, and could control the water flow to a certain extent. Unlike the pair of shadow wings behind him, Zhang Heng could feel that the ability he mastered this time seemed to belong to him. When he controlled the currents on the seabed, it was as natural as eating and drinking water. Chapter 925 Reminiscing. After returning to the shore, Zhang Heng also did some tests on his new ability, including his breathing time underwater, mobility, restrictions, the limit of water flow control, etc. Regarding the former, Zhang Heng does not have a clear answer now. He took off the respirator and stayed in the underwater palace for 7 or 8 hours before, and still did not feel any discomfort. After returning, Zhang Heng found a swimming pool in his 24 hours and tried it again. He found that it was not necessarily in the sea. He could breathe freely without restrictions in the stagnant water of the swimming pool. Therefore, Zhang Heng now tends to believe that his underwater breathing ability has no additional restrictions. This also means that he will never be drowned from now on. In addition, Zhang Heng also found that the resistance in the water has become much smaller than before, only about 1/5 of the original. So his movements have become more flexible. Although it is not as good as on land, It has far exceeded the limit of humans. John Hung waited until time flowed normally, and even went to the flower, bird, fish and insect market to buy a few fish and put them in the swimming pool, letting them swim for a while. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, these poor fish were caught by John Hung again. If John Hung had this ability on the deserted island in the novice copy, he would not have to work hard to find food. When he was hungry, he could just dive into the sea and catch whatever seafood he wanted. The whole sea was like a 24-hour seafood stall to him. However, in terms of manipulating the water flow, the most effective attack method John Hung can use now is to control the sea flow. He did try to shape the water flow into a certain shape, such as water arrows. But unfortunately, it all failed in the end. John Hung could only make the sea flow extremely thin, and it could not cause any effective damage when it hit the target, and could only bring some stinging at most. John Hung gave up after trying a few times. This method was not as good as doing it himself. Anyway, as long as he was given a dagger, he would have almost no rivals underwater with his body flexibility. In addition, John Hung found that he had acquired some life skills such as making instant coffee without a stirring spoon and taking a bath with the least amount of water. But it was difficult for John Hung to be happy, because he didn't know whether he could still be considered a human being. As the game progressed, he became more and more unfamiliar to himself. This unfamiliarity was not just an increase in external strength, but also included some internal changes. John Hung instinctively smelled a hint of danger. On the other side, the bartender had finished her night shift at the game center and was energetically fishing in the maid cafe. Ignoring the manager's sad eyes, she held her phone in one hand to watch TV series, and with the other hand, she was randomly mixing something she didn't know. She grabbed the pepper bottle next to her and sprinkled it into the newly mixed passion fruit drink, and then added a spoonful of oil and vinegar. The maid waiter next to her brought this freshly baked dark dish to a fat otaku guest at a table. The latter was also stunned after seeing the drink he ordered. And after a long pause, he said, "Yes. Was it served wrong? I remember that the last time I drank it was not this color. Sorry, master. I go ask for you." The maid waiter seemed very considerate, and came back in less than half a minute, blushing and repeating the nonsense that she herself did not believe for a guy who neglected his duty. Our bartender said that this is a secret special version. Not everyone can drink it. Only regular customers, who come here often, have the opportunity to taste it. As for the bartender's second half of the sentence, if he keeps nagging and interrupting my TV show, I stick a straw into his head and let him drink his brains. It was directly blocked by the gentle and kind maid. Is that so? The fat man's face showed a hint of joy when he heard it, and he couldn't wait to pick up the drink in front of him. As a result, before the maid could warn him, he sneezed because of the pepper floating on the top of the drink, and when he tasted the oil and vinegar, his whole face turned green. But just when he was about to ask an angry question, his eyes suddenly widened, because he saw a cute figure that he thought could only be seen in the second dimension walking in from the door of the maid cafe. The other person's appearance was simply the most standard Japanese beautiful girl template in anime. She was 1.5 meters tall, with silver hair, a cute look that looked like she hadn't woken up yet, and the anti-gravity hair on her head swayed left and right as she walked. The fat otaku almost shouted that Ah Wei was dead. He felt something hit his heart hard, especially when he saw the girl smiled at him. He had to drink several mouthfuls of the secret special drink in his hand, and the spicy taste of pepper and vinegar made his heart, which had almost stopped beating, start working again. A maid came up and asked enthusiastically, "Master, what do you want?" "No, I'm here to look for someone." The Japanese beauty pointed to the bartender, who was watching a TV series behind the bar. "Oh, then you can just treat this place as your home." The maid seemed to feel a little sorry for not being able to serve such a cute girl, but she still smiled. Then the Japanese beauty walked straight to the bartender and greeted, "Hi. Long time no see." The bartender didn't look up, but said lazily, "Before I finish watching this episode of the Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation, you'd better disappear from my sight." However, the Japanese beauty seemed to have not heard her words, and sat down directly on the high stool in front of the bar, and then said, "You are still as bad-tempered as ever. Why? Did you cut off your good-tempered head and put it away?" The bartender's eyelids twitched when she heard this. A fierce look flashed across her eyes, and she finally looked up at the guy in front of her. "Why? Do you want to fight?" No. I'm just a small messenger. The Japanese beauty shook her head and said, I usually don't fight when I can avoid it. Oh. It's just because you can't beat me now. The bartender sneered. Why? Are you running errands for your outdated master again? It's probably not as strong as you now. And how many people still remember its name? Good communication starts with showing politeness. The Japanese beauty blinked her eyes. No matter how weak it is now, it created us, including your master. To me, it has always been like a father. Chapter 926. Forget about the treat. If Chen Huadong were in the store now, he would recognize that the Japanese beauty sitting in front of the bartender, who attracted the attention of all the fat guys in the store, was none other than Nanako Mukechi, who was learning Chinese from him. But now the Chinese spoken by the latter was no longer as awkward as before, and was even more standard than that of Mr. Zhang, who had lived in the alley next door for 70 years. It's your father. But not mine. The bartender finally put down her phone and looked at Nanako Mukechi across from her. I have existed for much longer than any of you. But now, you are one of us. Nanako Mukechi smiled and said, thanks to the development of literature, as well as the birth of movies, animation, and games, they spread faster than any known religion in the world. How can those obscure stories engraved on stone slabs compare with those carefully crafted entertainment cultures? Any popular video on YouTube and Bilibili has hundreds of millions of views. In the past, it would take thousands of missionaries several years to achieve such an effect. Take you for example. You were just an insignificant little character in your original pantheon, a stepping stone on the road to hero fame. But with the popularity of Marvel comics and movies, your name has become a household name. Yes, that's right. But thanks to popular culture, my identity has also changed. The bartender said coldly, I have become one of you. This situation does happen. Nanako Mukechi nodded. In fact, any myths and legends will be repeatedly processed during the process of dissemination. Sometimes it is to adapt to local customs. Sometimes it is a struggle within a sect. One side overwhelms the other and obtains the right to reinterpret. And sometimes it is purely for entertainment, or simply spread by word of mouth. As long as time is long enough, there will be evolution and great differences in the source. Sometimes there is no clear boundary between myth systems. As long as you are willing to spend time tracing back, the background of each of us is a mess. So the messenger of one of the three pillars of the gods has become so ridiculous now. The bartender laughed. You no longer rely on deceiving and luring people into despair to get happiness, and have changed your career to act stupid and cute. You are now quite suitable to work in our store. Do you want me to introduce you to an opportunity to make extra money? Or simply introduce you to a few sponsors to do a beep? Nanako Mukechi was not angry when she heard it. She blinked and said, thank you. But I still won't compete with Kama for business. Then what are you doing here? Nanako Mukechi sighed. I don't know why you are so hostile to me. I am just doing my job. I am a messenger. Once an old god awakens, I need to start running around and do some publicity work in advance. What's more, the one who is about to awaken is the most powerful being in our pantheon. Half of all the popular culture about horror today is related to him. His existence has influenced tens of thousands of creators. He is everywhere in video games, movies, and novels. Although World of Warcraft has not been doing well in recent years, there is still Bloodborne, Hearthstone, and Dota. There are also traces of him in DC and Marvel. The #1 on the Cheatian bestseller list is also about his work. And the most terrible thing is that since our entire pantheon is named after him, in other words, all of us are working for him. Let's get to the point. The bartender's expression remained unchanged. He is very powerful. You know where our power comes from. One is our existing description, and the other is our popularity. Unfortunately, he is very strong in both aspects. And according to the development trend of current popular culture, his power is still increasing. However, in just a few decades, he has already possessed power that exceeds most of the ancient gods. After the Jewish god decided not to participate in this game, there is no one more powerful than him among the ancient gods. Although the new gods are unstoppable in terms of popularity, they also have weaknesses. Without exception, they are almost all not good at fighting. When I say this, I believe you can understand why so many people don't want him to wake up. Why else do you think I stay with him? The bartender's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Is it really to save money to buy a house outside the 4th Ring Road and squeeze into the subway every day to go to work? I'm not worried about you. You are his servant, and there is no way you can harm him. I'm talking about another person. Then who are you worried about? Kronos. I know you have some private agreements with him, but you know he can't be trusted. Right? Nanako Mikachi said. He has a good network among the ancient gods. In the previous rounds of the game, he has always stood on the side of the ancient gods and fought for their interests. I don't think we should let him interfere in our affairs, especially such a big thing. Interesting. Kronos also warned me not to trust you too much, because you are only loyal to Azathoth. And you are Azathoth's most loyal lackey. You have always wanted to help Azathoth regain the throne. Right? The bartender said lightly. Compared to you, Kronos at least got him back. Don't be silly, little snake. Nanako shook her head. Does Kronos look like a helpful person? He must have his plans. The old guy who looks harmless is actually the most ambitious guy among the ancient gods. I don't know what Kronos is planning, but I can see your little moves clearly. Why did you put that book in front of him in the bookstore before? The bartender narrowed her eyes and held an empty glass at the same time. It seemed that if Nanako Mikachi's answer did not satisfy her, she would throw the glass in her face. Nanako Mikachi looked innocent and shrugged. Like you. I miss our old friend very much and want to see him sooner. You'd better not do such dangerous things again. The bartender warned word by word. He will come back when he should come back. Before that, all we have to do is wait patiently. And you'd better stay away from him. It sounds like a reasonable suggestion. Nanako Mikachi nodded, and then showed a silly smile on her face again. We're done with business. And now it's time to talk about personal matters. Can't you buy me a drink when you meet an old friend? The bartender said lightly. Forget about the treat. Anything you drink here will be deducted from my salary. Besides, I know what your true form is. So you'd better not act cute in front of me maliciously. Chapter 927 Bodyguards. Zhang Heng has already booked his flight tickets and hotel to Greenland, and hired a local translator online. Greenland's official language is Greenlandic. In addition, since 1/6 of the population is Danish, some people also speak Danish. Unfortunately, although Zhang Heng now knows 8 languages, these 2 languages are not on his language list. So if he wants to be active in Greenland, at least when he is active in places with people, he still needs a translator. Zhang Heng screened out several resumes from the travel website, and then used his normal distribution selection method to directly roll out a girl named Song Jia. Zhang Heng looked through her resume again, and found that she was a mixed-race child. Her grandfather was from Xia, which made her a quarter of Xia blood, and Song Jia's grandmother was an Eskimo. This made her have 3 bloodlines, Xia, Denmark, and Eskimo. She was still studying for a master's degree. She worked as a translator to earn money to buy a used car. Her resume was very clean. After reading it, Zhang Heng called her directly, told her the services he needed, and agreed on the employment fee. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Heng spent a few days to purchase some supplies that might be used in Greenland. Then he looked at the time. There was only 1 day left before the end of the proxy war copy. The ranking competition on the official website list has also entered a white-hot stage. Tianma, who was previously at the top of the list, has fallen to 9th place. The first place is now the president of Guanghu, Yu Weicheng, who has a score of 2,892 points. The second and third places following closely are also Guanghu people, which caused an uproar on the forum. Among the 3 major guilds, Silver Wing has the longest qualifications and the largest number of people in the second battle line, which is almost the sum of the remaining 2. These 2 guilds are also old and powerful. Light Arc was established the latest and has the shortest history, except for the previous conflict with Shinsee's consortium. It is a relatively low-key party among the 3 major guilds. The advantage of Light Arc is its super high execution from top to bottom. February Siege is an executive in the real world. The organizational structure he designed is very efficient. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Players who join Light Arc are more like employees of Light Arc, rather than just the loose player alliance in traditional game guilds. Of course, doing so will definitely sacrifice some freedom. But Light Arc's benefits are the best among the 3 major guilds. In recent years, it has attracted many powerful and especially ambitious players to join, so no one dares to underestimate it. However, the spectators did not expect that Light Arc's strength has quietly developed to this extent. In this proxy war copy, their guild actually took the top 3 places directly, and the 4th place was not until the second front line's turn. The strength of Silver Wing was still affected a lot because the president died in the Death Dream event. This time, there are only 2 people in the top 10, and they are ranked 9th and 10th. This may be why the new president Tianma finished all 3 games early. He also knew that he might not be able to compete with the other 2. So he took the top spot in the leaderboard early to attract attention and enhance the reputation of Silver Wing. However, as his competitors continued to make efforts, he only stayed at the top for a short time before being surpassed by the people behind him. As for Zhang Heng, he also fell out of the top 50 and is now ranked 89th. The discussion about him, the former top spot, has basically cooled down. And because his score has not changed, some people even suspect that he has died in the next copy. However, the real owner was walking into the lounge on the 2nd floor of the bar with his new knife, greeted the bartender behind the bar, and sat in the booth where he usually sat. 23:55. The familiar dizziness came over him, and Zhang Heng began his second trip to the Agent War dungeon. Player identity verification. Verification passed. Agent identity confirmed. Welcome player number 07958 to join the Agent War. The current stage is the second assessment dungeon. Randomly drawing a dungeon. Drawing completed. The current dungeon is Bodyguard Attention. You are now entering New Shanghai 0297, which is a federal demonstration city invested and built by Shentang Morgan Group. Please ensure that all your actions in the city comply with relevant laws and regulations. At the same time, we also hope that you can enjoy the charm of this city. New Shanghai 0297. A young, prosperous, stable and inclusive new technology city. Mission objective: earn as many points as possible. 10 points for each shellac record. Mode: single player. Time flow: 240. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 10 days in this game. And players are forced to return to the real world after 30 days. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Zhang Heng was also a little confused by the game background that was similar to a city advertisement. But from the above introduction, he still got some information. First, New Shanghai 0297 looks like a newly built city. Second, this city was invested and built by a corporate group. It is hard to imagine that a company can come up with such a large investment amount. Third, this city belongs to a federation. There are still many federal countries, such as the United States, Russia, Germany, Belgium. They are all federal countries. But it is also hard to imagine that any of them would name the newly built city Shanghai 0297. Without more information, Zhang Heng could not make further inferences for the time being. In addition to the game background, the way to earn points in this dungeon also confused Zhang Heng. It turned out that the combat mission of the previous dungeon was changed to a collection mission. It sounds like the difficulty coefficient has been reduced a lot. But Zhang Heng does not think it will be so simple. The difficulty of the Agent War dungeon has been discussed on the forum for countless pages. Judging from the feedback from previous players, the Agent War dungeon is undoubtedly much more difficult than the ordinary dungeon, because these dungeons are aimed at agents with supernatural powers. Moreover, most agents fight in teams and have reliable teammates, unlike Zhang Heng who chooses to play alone. This means that the difficulty Zhang Heng faces is undoubtedly the highest among all players. Even if there are 24 extra things to help, he needs to be vigilant at all times. In addition, judging from the name of this dungeon, it should be to protect someone. But strangely, there is no mention of this part in the main task. If something is abnormal, there must be something wrong, which is also what Zhang Heng pays special attention to. As the countdown ended, Zhang Heng opened his eyes again. He found himself standing in an elegant residential area. In front of him was a white building that looked a bit like the Tokyo Dome. But it was not a stadium, but an apartment building. Each household had a balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows. Various plants were planted on the balcony, and under the dome was a large green lawn. Chapter 928. When I don't know what to do, I go to read the email. The faucet on the lawn was spraying water in a circle. Zhang Heng looked up at the sky and found that the weather was good today, with plenty of sunshine and moderate wind. Occasionally, there were a few white clouds floating by, but the movement trajectories of those white clouds looked a little dull. Zhang Heng checked his body and found that all the props were on him, including his plague bone bow and the new knife hidden sheath he just got. But this also made him look a little bit like a good person. If he appeared on the street in this state in the real world, he would probably be taken to the police station for a kung fu tea in less than 10 minutes. However, Zhang Heng noticed that the residents who passed by him did not show much surprise on their faces, as if his presence here was a normal thing. In addition, Zhang Heng noticed another thing. That is, everyone who passed by him, including himself, had a bracelet on their hands. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be a small personal turmoil. The bracelet was very light, probably less than 50 grams, with a titanium shell, and could project images into the air, which looked quite technological. Zhang Heng saw a young couple using their bracelet to navigate to a restaurant, and a woman who looked like a housewife was shopping there. So Zhang Heng followed their example, and used his fingerprint to unlock and summon his personal terminal projection. The titanium bracelet worked in a similar way to a mobile phone, with a unified operating platform equipped with various functional modules. Zhang Heng first opened his email inbox. The emails were arranged by date, and usually in this case, the first email was undoubtedly the most important. Sender, G7Z Security Company. Time, March 15, 2077. Recipient, Zhang Heng, G7Z Security Employee Group 3-079558. Subject, Work Notice, read, Hello. Employee 3-079558 Zhang Heng. The company now notifies you to go to room 3094. Unit 12. Yachting Apartment. Area D. 3rd floor before 1400 hours on March 15, 2077. To perform the bodyguard mission for the target person Su Qian for 2 weeks. The mission ends at 1400 hours on March 29, 2077. During this period, please ensure the safety of the target. The specific details can be discussed with the target in detail. In addition, if you have any questions, you can also contact the company. I wish you a smooth mission. Sure enough, when you don't know what to do, it's always a good idea to read the email. The name of this copy is Bodyguard, and the content of this email is also related to Bodyguard. It not only explains what he needs to do next, but also reveals Zhang Heng's current identity. He is an employee of the G7Z Security Company. He received a notice from the company this morning, asking him to protect a person named Su Qian in the next 2 weeks. Zhang Heng glanced at the time displayed on the bracelet. It was almost half an hour away from 1400 hours. And he also concluded from the signature of the grass warning sign that the community he was in was Yachting Apartment. But then Zhang Heng didn't rush upstairs to meet Su Qian. Instead, he spent some time searching for some information online, and finally managed to figure out the background of this copy. It is 2077. Yes, but it is not the timeline of his world. The background of this copy is a bit like the American TV series The Man in the High Castle, but it is not as dark as The Man in the High Castle. But it looks quite positive. The United States, China and the Soviet Union still won the final victory. But the huge losses caused by World War II made humans reflect on their mistakes and finally decided to establish a federation, becoming a huge federal country, and then sharing all technology and culture. Which explains why the previous game background introduction said that New Shanghai 0297 belonged to the Federation. The establishment of the Federation has brought mankind into an unprecedented era of peace. Far from the threat of war, they can develop and build with peace of mind, coupled with the sharing of science and technology culture. The level of technological development of mankind on this timeline is slightly ahead of the real world. After the elimination of trade barriers, the economy has also ushered in unprecedented prosperity. The pursuit of capital for monopoly interests has spawned huge corporate conglomerates. The Morgan Group of the Tang Dynasty is one of them. At the same time, humans are not satisfied with continuing to live on the Earth and begin to move towards space. New Shanghai 0297 was created in this context. It is a huge space station city that simulates gravity through the centrifugal force generated by the central rotation, and in order to control the Coriolis effect. Such space station cities are usually built very large. Zhang Heng closed the webpage and checked the subsequent emails. A large part of them were advertisements, recommending a variety of products and discount information. But unfortunately, Zhang Heng could not find any information related to the shellac records that he was looking for in the main line. In addition, there are several emails between him and his friends and family. His friends are employees of G7Z Security Company like him. As for his relatives, Zhang Heng's parents are still alive. In addition, he has a sister in this timeline. Zhang Heng's bracelet has their photos and videos saved. They have nothing to do with his relatives in the real world and look very strange. The three of them stayed on Earth and would communicate with him regularly through video. about once a month. It was less than a week since the last communication, so John Hung didn't have to worry about this matter in the short term. The above is the information he collected in 20 minutes. For now, John Hung has not seen where the danger of this copy is, because according to the information he found on the internet, the third floor of New Shanghai 0297 is very safe, and the crime rate is very low every year. But then again, in the first proxy war, he thought he had returned to the past when he was in high school, but it didn't take long before he discovered those alien creatures hidden in human society. With the previous experience, John Hung will not take it lightly this time. He looked at the time. There were only 10 minutes left until 1400 hours. John Hung did not delay any longer. He turned off the projection of the bracelet and decided to meet the target named Su Qian first to learn more about this mission, because the main mission did not make any requirements on whether Su Qian needed to be protected. Theoretically, even if Su Qian died in front of John Hung, it would not affect John Hung's trip to the dungeon. John Hung could even leave directly after meeting Su Qian and ask for leave from the company. After that, he could collect his shellac records with peace of mind, using his extra 240 days of game time. John Hung believed that as long as there were shellac records in New Shanghai 0297, he would find them. But the question was, would things really be that simple? Chapter 929 Meeting. John Hung walked to the door of the dome-shaped building and looked at the access control above. He was still thinking about how to contact Su Qian, but he didn't expect that the system on the bracelet had automatically connected to the access control the next moment. Welcome, Visitor John Hung. Miss Su Qian of Unit 12. Room 3094 has opened temporary access to the door of Yaching apartment for you for 2 weeks. If you have any questions, please contact the apartment property. Accompanied by a friendly female voice, the door of the apartment also opened to both sides. And then John Hung's bracelet flashed twice, and the surface of the bracelet showed an email icon. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be an email sent by the apartment property. This was not the first time John Hung came to a copy about the future. He had been to a future ruled by toes in the leaker copy before, but that future was not far away, just 12 years after the original copy. In comparison, the timeline of this copy was obviously later, and the sense of technology was stronger. John Hung walked into the apartment building. First his eyes swept across the camera on the ceiling, and then he began to look around. Like the outside, the environment inside the building was also very good. The circular corridor was covered with red Persian carpets. The center of the building was hollow, and had a huge glass curtain wall structure. The first floor was a large flower garden, and the upper floor was the private balcony of the inner residence, which had good lighting and was not disturbed. Just as John Hung looked up and squinted his eyes to distinguish what plants were growing on the balcony on the second floor opposite, the elevator door next to him suddenly opened, and a woman with heavy makeup and fishnet stockings walked out. She glanced at John Hung, stopped, and raised her eyebrows. What's your communication ID? Are you Su Qian? No. But as long as you give me 1,000 credits, I can be anyone to you. The woman licked her lips. Oh, I'm not a resident here. I came here for work just like you. John Hung said politely. That's a pity. I wanted to give you a 20% discount, the woman said, and took out something like an electronic cigarette from her pocket, took a puff, and then walked towards the door without stopping. And John Hung walked into the elevator she had taken before. The space inside this elevator is not large, and it can only carry 3 to 4 people at most at a time. It is obviously not recommended for passengers to share a car. Please tell me the room you want to go to. When John Hung walked into the elevator, the friendly female voice sounded again. Unit 12. 3094. Since this is your first time taking the elevator, would you like to set this room as your default room number? Okay. 5 seconds later, the elevator door closed, and the elevator car that looked like a glass marble continued to accelerate upward in a slot-like track. As the glass marble John Hung was riding left, a new glass marble moved to the elevator door for the next passenger. This design saves each passenger's time to the maximum extent, and there is no need to accommodate other passengers to stay on other floors. There are 64 similar elevator doors on the entire first floor, which can easily meet the travel needs of the entire apartment building during peak hours in the morning and evening. As for how many of these glass-bead elevator cars there are, John Hung doesn't know. About 20 seconds later, the marble elevator car John Hung was riding in stopped at the 30th floor. But the elevator door did not open afterwards. The The elevator car began to move horizontally again, and directly sent John Hung to the door of room 3094. Access has been obtained. The friendly female voice spoke again, paused, and said, "Welcome home." As soon as he got out of the elevator, John Hung was already standing in room 3094. This is a small apartment with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, designed for singles or small families. The place where John Hung is standing now should be the living room. However, the situation here doesn't look too good. Things are turned everywhere. Drawers and shoe cabinets are open. Clothes and socks are on the coffee table. Some are on the sofa. And there are lipsticks and skincare products scattered all over the floor. The whole living room looks like a real burglary scene. In addition, Su Qian just hired a bodyguard from G7Z Security Company. So John Hung didn't dare to neglect it. He had already taken off the plague bone bow behind him and put the arrow of Paris on the bowstring. The next moment, there was a rustling sound from the direction of the bedroom. John Hung walked over quietly with light footsteps. When he was 2 steps away from the bedroom door, the door suddenly opened automatically, as if sensing his arrival. Then John Hung saw a girl in very cool clothes squatting on the ground, rummaging through something in the closet. She also heard the sound of the door opening, turned around and saw John Hung, and was stunned. However, she was stunned not because John Hung walked to her bedroom and saw her current appearance, but because she saw the weapon in John Hung's hand. Bow and arrow? Is it so retro? What kind of technology is on it? Microbombs? Electronic positioning? Or super metal? No. It's just an ordinary bow, John Hung said. And then seeing the girl's furrowed brows, he had to add, it also has some biochemical attacks. Oh, this is quite rare. Sorry. John Hung retreated to a place where he couldn't see the girl. I didn't mean it. I saw that your living room looked like it had been invaded. And I thought your house was robbed. By the way, I know who you are. You are the bodyguard sent by G7Z Security Company to protect me. I have received the information that you have arrived here when you passed the access control. Please sit outside for a while. The girl's voice came from the bedroom, and she was not shy at all. Yes. John Hung looked around the sofa, but it was basically filled with things, and he didn't see any place to sit. After about a quarter of an hour, the girl changed her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. However, seeing her dress, John Hung didn't know what to say, because the girl's clothes were not much different from those in the bedroom before, or even more so than before. Qingyang was still the same, except that her hair was dyed blonde. She had a black collar around her neck, and there was a cat tail behind her, and that tail was obviously a high-tech product. It would swing around as she walked, or stand up, and it looked like it was real. In addition, John Hung also noticed that her facial features were very delicate, and she was an absolute beauty. The girl herself seemed to be unaware of the inappropriateness of her current outfit, and generously extended her hand to John Hung. Su Qian, online anchor. John Hung, responsible for your security protection for the next 2 weeks. John Hung shook hands with Su Qian and said, "Can you tell me why you want a bodyguard?" "Of course, but you have to wait a while," Su Qian said. "I just received an expedited order, but I couldn't find my cat ears anywhere. They should be here. Forget it. It's too late." John Hung, right? I need to work first. Let's talk in 45 minutes. Okay. After Su Qian finished speaking, she hurried to another room, which should be her workplace. John Hung saw cameras, some audio equipment, musical instruments, live broadcast props, and a virtual background wall. Su Qian had just stepped into the workshop, but then she seemed to think of something and clapped her hands. A housekeeping robot that looked like BB-8 in Star Wars rolled out of the bedroom and began to clean up the living room and bedroom that Su Qian had messed up. Clean the sofa first, then make a pot of tea. After Su Qian finished speaking, the door of the workshop was closed, and the door lock position showed locked. Chapter 930 Class. The housework robot quickly tidied up the sofa, and John Hung finally had a place to sit. While Su Qian was working, John Hung also checked his character panel. Name, John Hung. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player ID, 07958. Number of game rounds experienced, 9. Current game points, 217. Possessions, Sheath B. Infinite Building Blocks B. Plague Bone Bow B. Vision of Death C. Heart of Kleist D. Filter Lens D. Arrow of Paris D. Lucky Rabbit Foot E. Oath Ring F. Marzipan F. Mastered Skills. Swordsmanship LV4. Sailing LV3. Shooting LV3. Assassin LV3. Language Proficiency LV2. 8 languages to reach the level of daily communication. Lego Assembly LV2. Archery LV2. Wilderness Survival LV2. Car Driving Technology LV2. Modification and Repair LV2. Astronautics LV2. Geek LV2. Criminal Investigation LV2. Makeup LV2. Cowboy LV2. Piano LV1. Skiing LV1. Rock Climbing LV1. Herbalism LV1. Evaluation. This player inherits some of the power of the shadow. Is proficient in 8 languages. And has incredible knife skills. As an opponent, you don't want him to touch any knives in the battle. At the same time, he is also a Lego master. A gun master. An assassin lurking in the shadows. A skilled cowboy. With excellent criminal investigation and camouflage capabilities. Slightly higher luck and enemy encounter rate than ordinary people. He is the messenger of plague. With a fierce blade. And has excellent sailing experience. Is good at using bows and arrows. Can drive cars, airplanes, spacecraft and other vehicles, and can adapt to the wild environment. Has a rich skill reserve. Has a strong combat effectiveness. Keeps his oath. And is rare among players. After the efforts in the Roman dungeon, John Hung finally raised his score from 0 to 217 points. The props and equipment he brought this time also changed from before. John Hung replaced Crown of the White Horse and Hunter's Blessing with Hidden Sheath and Heart of Creus to strengthen his output. In terms of ability, he has an additional level 3 assassin skill. However, John Hung paid special attention to the evaluation column and found that for some reason, his ability to breathe underwater and control the ocean currents after the trip to Yonaguni Island was not reflected at all. On the contrary, Shadow Wings, which was also his ability, was mentioned in the first sentence of the evaluation. Fortunately, his character panel was normal except for this. John Hung had been sitting on the sofa for more than 45 minutes, and he had drunk countless cups of tea, but the door of the studio was still locked. It was not until more than an hour later that Su Qian came out of the room, with a tired look on her face. After coming out, she directly held the teapot and gulped down the remaining tea in it, and then sat down on John Hung right. Don't you go back to the bedroom to change clothes first? No. I have to start broadcasting in more than an hour. Let's change it then, Su Qian said, stretching her body. By the way, where were we talking about before? Why did you hire a bodyguard? Oh, it's not a big deal, Su Qian said. I just felt like someone was following me a while ago. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Did you see what he looked like? No. I can't even be sure if I was really being followed by someone. Su Qian hesitated. It's just a feeling. As if someone is watching me. Oh, by the way, one time when I came home, I found that my cup seemed to have been moved. I'm left-handed, so the handle of my mug has always been facing my left hand. But that time I found that the handle was facing my right hand. Yeah. Apart from that, is there anything else unusual? John Hung continued to ask. Nothing else. After moving her body, Su Qian leaned directly against the back of the sofa. She really looked like a cat now. The alarm didn't go off, and there was no visitor record of 3094 on the access control downstairs. I even went to the property management to check the elevator video that day, but there was nothing found. So it might just be my hallucination. To be honest, I've been a little nervous recently. Why? Work matters. Su Qian sighed. The income in this industry is not bad, but the competition is also fierce, especially for middle-level anchors like us. The company's resources are tilted towards a few top anchors, and there is always a shortage of young and beautiful girls waiting to get promoted. The number of people online in my live broadcast room has been declining for 4 consecutive months, and the number of VIP customers willing to pay for one-on-one chats with me is also decreasing. I finally got one just now, so I tried to chat with him for a while. Su Qian shook her head at this point. Sorry, I shouldn't complain to you about these things. Anyway, although I know that it's probably just stress that makes me suspicious, I haven't been able to sleep for several nights in a row. I happened to see your company's advertisement on the side of the road, so I contacted your people and paid you to be my bodyguard for 2 weeks. It doesn't sound like a big deal. Why don't you ask your friends first for this kind of thing? Zhang Heng asked. Friends? Su Qian looked at Zhang Heng with a strange look. What's wrong? Nothing. I just haven't heard this word for a while. Su Qian said. People in this industry spend most of their time online and don't have much time and energy to make friends in real life. There are quite a few colleagues, but they are also very scheming. There are only so many resources. And if you get more, I will naturally get less. So it's not easy to maintain superficial friendships. If I want to ask someone for help in private, even if they are willing, I dare not. Otherwise the next morning, the internet may be full of negative news about my mental problems. It seems that your line of work is not easy. Who says it's not? But if I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to live on the 3rd floor and rent such an apartment. Su Qian's words still revealed a lot of pride. Of course, she also had the capital to be proud. While waiting for Su Qian to go off the air, Zhang Heng was not idle. He continued to collect information on the internet, especially information related to this city. Zhang Heng now knows that New Shanghai 0297 is divided into 5 floors, although there is no clear class division. Due to the huge gap in commodity prices and housing prices, these 5 floors do divide the citizens in New Shanghai 0297 into 5 classes. From the poor in the 1st layer to the billionaires in the 5th layer. Personal wealth is increasing layer by layer. And the infrastructure, living environment, education quality and public security of each layer are also constantly improving. For example, the 3rd layer where Su Qian is located is mainly inhabited by university professors, some high-income public servants in the city, and middle-level managers of large companies. Basically all social elites. This situation will undoubtedly cause dissatisfaction among the lower-class people. But fortunately, the upward channels are still smooth, and there is considerable mobility between classes. So there has been no major problem so far. Su Qian asked the housework robot to add some hot water to the teapot. When I first came to New Shanghai 0297, I lived on the 1st floor. At that time, I was an unknown person, working as a receptionist in a small restaurant. My daily job was to deal with some idiots. Then a scout from the company met me and found that I had good looks and good ability to deal with people. He signed a contract with me and introduced me to the live broadcast industry. After that, I relied on my own efforts to get here step by step. Chapter 931 The Life You Long For. It looks like you're living a good life now. Because of her work, Su Qian has more than 100 lipsticks, in addition to various skin care products, clothes, handbags and shoes. Although Zhang Hengda doesn't know those brands, he can easily find out the approximate prices of these things by searching on the internet. There is no doubt that these are luxury goods. Even a small lipstick is equivalent to a month's living expenses for people in the 1st level. It seems that no matter which timeline, women have no resistance to these things. Since we are talking about friends, can you briefly introduce your other interpersonal relationships? Your parents, relatives, spouse, and competitors at work, etc. Zhang Heng continued to ask. Su Qian nodded. You also know that New Shanghai 0297 has only been built for 30 years. This is an extremely young city, compared with the increasingly crowded earth with rigid classes. It is full of opportunities. So like other young people who come to seek gold, I saved enough money for the boat ticket and came here with my sister. You have a sister here? Yes, a distant cousin. We went to the same school when we were young and had a good relationship. But since I was signed by the company and became more and more famous, we almost stopped contacting each other after moving out of the 1st floor. Is it because of the class difference between you that she feels inferior? Well, I personally think it's more of jealousy. Su Qian shrugged. At that time, the scout not only took a fancy to me, but also some other girls, including my distant cousin. But there was only one signing quota. I'm sure you can imagine the story behind it. I defeated other competitors and got the quota, completing the leap from cart to Dragon Gate. But others were not as lucky as me, including my cousin, and could only continue to stay on the 1st floor. As Su Qian spoke, she took off her contact lenses and false eyelashes, and her hair gradually returned to its previous black color. The problem is that we may have some differences in our views on this matter. In my opinion, opportunities will not come to you by themselves in most cases. They always come with competition, and you need to work hard to fight for them. The position I am in today is the result of my hard work. I pay and then get rewards. This is how society works. But my cousin obviously doesn't think so. She thinks that if I am not there, then she should be the final winner. Everything I have today, my clothes, my apartment, my lipstick and perfume, all belong to her. She thinks I am a thief who stole her life from her. So we had a big fight the night before I moved out of the first floor, and decided not to contact each other anymore. Then do you think she could be the one following you? Jong Hung asked. She? Impossible. Su Qian shook her head. She doesn't know where I live. And even if she knew, she wouldn't have the guts to do it. She is just a poor woman who complains about herself. We worked together as receptionists in a small restaurant, and she didn't dare to speak out when the boss took advantage of her. I see. As for the spouse, in our industry, getting married basically means retirement. Because once the news gets out, the fans will drop dramatically. Especially for some anchors with pure personalities, which basically drop off like a cliff. Su Qian hesitated at this point, and finally said, But I am indeed dating someone. Please keep this a secret. Huh? He has a small factory, mainly researching sensors or something, huh? I'm not familiar with these things. Anyway, those high-tech gadgets look the same to me before they leave the factory. Su Qian said. The important thing is that he lives on the 4th floor. We met through a live broadcast. He gave me a large sum of money at that time. It was really a large sum of money. Although I am also a little famous in this industry. No one has ever given me so much money before him. Moreover, he also bought a one-on-one chat service with me. We chatted for about a whole night, and said a lot of stupid things. However, unlike before, I didn't feel too tired during this process. That's how we met. He bought the chat service several more times after that, and we got to know each other better. Then one day, he asked me to meet him. I agreed. He drove to pick me up. We had French food at an expensive restaurant on the 4th floor, and then went to see a symphony performance. Although I couldn't understand what those guys on the stage were doing, and no one was singing. It was just a group of people playing non-stop. But it was still a good date. I guess this is probably the kind of date that all girls dream of. Su Qian picked up the teapot with water and poured a cup into her cup. Then continued. He's not bad. Although he's 10 years older than me, his figure is a little out of shape, and he likes to brag. He has a good temper and is humorous. He lives on the 4th floor. Ha! I know what you're thinking. This woman must have been attracted by his money. I never casually comment on other people's life choices. Zhang Heng said calmly. It doesn't matter. Su Qian took a sip of tea. I just wait for the money. Or to say, the main reason for dating him was money. Although my line of work makes money quickly, it is a job for the young. I have to consider my future life, especially now that the number of people in my live broadcast room has been declining. I don't want to go back to the small restaurant on the 1st floor and be a receptionist again. If I marry him, although I can't make money through live broadcasting anymore, I can move directly to the 4th floor and be a rich full-time wife. I've been to his residence. He has an independent small villa by the lake. The scenery is very good, and unlike the 1st to 3rd floors, the 4th floor has 4 seasons. Su Qian closed her eyes. Now, imagine that in the summer. We can get a boat and row on the lake. When we get tired, we can stop in the middle of the lake, and I can rest my head on his thighs. At night, we can also barbecue by the lake. Sounds good? Yes. This is the life I want. Su Qian opened her eyes, with a happy smile on her face. I tell you another secret. In fact, he has proposed to me, but I haven't agreed to him yet. Men are like this. If they get it too easily, they don't know how to cherish it. I said I would think about it for a while. It happened that he also had a big business to discuss over there, and he was on a business trip to Earth. Otherwise, I would just move to his place, and I wouldn't have to hire a bodyguard. Chapter 932 Street. Congratulations, Zhang Heng said. Thank you. Su Qian accepted someone's blessing, drank 2 more sips of tea, and then put down the teacup. As for competitors, I can give you a lot of names. After all, anyone with a popularity similar to mine is my potential competitor, and there are countless small anchors waiting to be promoted. However, the competition between us is not too fierce. If there is a fierce one, it is still the anchors with the same style and popularity as me. I can give you a few names. Su Qian opened the bracelet and quickly selected a few business cards from the address book and sent them to Zhang Heng. I have considered this possibility before, Because I think if someone is really following me, it can only be someone they hired. Probably a private detective or something like that. Trying to dig up some dirt on me and spread it online to make my popularity drop. Sometimes in order to get promoted. Some people in this industry will do anything to get ahead. Jong Hung clicked on the email and took a look. But he didn't comment. Anything else you want to ask? Su Qian said. That's all for now. I investigate the list you gave me first, Jong Hung said. Su Qian's eyes widened when she heard that. And she seemed a little surprised. In addition to protecting my personal safety, will G7Z's bodyguards also be responsible for investigating who is following me? In fact, when Jong Hung asked questions before, Su Qian had some doubts in her heart. It was the first time she saw a bodyguard who collected such detailed information. He didn't look like a bodyguard at all, but more like a private detective. But at that time, she only thought it was necessary to formulate a security plan. But she didn't expect that the other party really wanted to investigate further. Jong Hun's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. Oh, didn't the people in the company tell you about my work style? Compared with passive defense, I prefer to take the initiative. I didn't ask too much. They just gave me a price list and told me what level of bodyguards corresponded to what level of consumption. Anyway, Su Qian seemed to have thought of something when she said this, and didn't say anything else. After a pause, she added, Anyway, I paid the money directly. But it's up to you. You can investigate if you want. But you can only go out to investigate when I'm live broadcasting. And you must come back at night. In addition, you have to stay by my side when I go out to ensure safety. No problem, Jong Hung said. He took the initiative to investigate, not only to solve the trouble Su Qian encountered, but also to take this opportunity to go out and look for the whereabouts of the shellac record. Although he had 240 more game days than ordinary players, and this copy currently seemed to be harmless. But Jong Hung did not intend to waste time, and was ready to investigate while looking for the whereabouts of the shellac record. Su Qian was satisfied with Jong Hung's answer. Very good. Then I will trouble you to live with me for the next 2 weeks. The master bedroom is my room, and I will use the second bedroom for work, so I can only wrong you to sleep on the sofa. But my sofa is a high-end product, which is more comfortable than many beds on the first and second floors. And it can be reassembled and laid completely flat, and you can operate it directly on the bracelet. Okay. Jong Hung didn't care much about where he lived. He had slept in the hammock that swayed constantly on the sea, and in the hut he built himself. He wasn't here for vacation. So as long as he had a place to shelter from the wind and rain, it would be fine. Su Qian stood up from the sofa and stretched. I have also placed an order for bedding for you. The courier will arrive soon. You can buy daily necessities and clothes by yourself. I will start broadcasting soon. According to our agreement, you can also go out, but you must be back before 12 o'clock in the evening. There is nothing else to do, Su Qian said, and stretched out her hand. I hope we can get along well in the next 2 weeks. I will find out who is following you. Jong Hung and Su Qian shook hands. That would be best. Although she said so, Su Qian obviously did not believe Jong Hung's promise. There is still some time. I will catch up on my sleep first. You can do whatever you want, Su Qian said and walked into the master bedroom. The door of the master bedroom showed the word locked. After about a quarter of an hour, a drone carrying a package flew out of the window, and Jong Hung also received a message whether to accept the package. After clicking to confirm, the upper part of the French window opened directly, letting the drone fly in. The latter placed the package on the wall of the living room, played some music, and then flew out through the open glass. About 20 minutes later, Su Qian yawned and walked out of the bedroom, glancing at the package in the corner. Had you received the things? Then you can go out too. Well, if you have anything, just contact me directly. Jong Hung picked up the hidden sheath and Plague Bone bow at his feet, and said goodbye to Su Qian. On the first day out, Jong Hung did not immediately start the investigation, but still focused on getting familiar with the city. He walked out of the Yachting community apartment and came to the street outside. Su Qian's room was on the inside of the dome, and the floor-to-ceiling windows did not face the street. So this was Jong Hung's first time seeing the outside world. The entire third floor was designed with a sense of technology, with tall buildings everywhere. Both the sidewalks and the roads in the middle were very spacious. But unlike the future city in Blade Runner, Jong Hung did not see floating cars above his head. The cars on the road were still four-wheeled. But gasoline cars were eliminated, and all were powered by new energy. As for the space in the air, it is reserved for the suspended light rail, which is also the main public transportation on the third floor. It is crisscrossed and intertwined. In addition, various billboards can be seen everywhere, just like in Blade Runner, with advertisements continuously played on them using projection technology. From fully automatic razors to chocolate cakes, everything looks very tempting to buy. But overall, the urban atmosphere on the third floor is still sunny, especially the people on the road. Everyone looks quite confident, with their chests and heads held high, and they walk hurriedly, looking like they are full of confidence in the future. The greenery on both sides of the road is also very good, and the extremely realistic simulated sky makes people living in it feel not depressed at all. It is now approaching dusk, and the light is getting darker. John Hung stood at the intersection, thinking about where to go for dinner later. He has been fiddling with his bracelet for a while, and has basically figured out all the functions on it. Chapter 933 Help. Before, when they were in front of the elevator, John Hung had heard the woman in fishnet socks mention credit points. Credit points are the official currency of the Human Federation. Almost all goods and services are settled with credit points. And John Hung also saw his current credit point balance from the bracelet. 962 points. This number is not much. Obviously not enough to pay for the service of the woman in fishnet socks, nor enough for Su Qian to buy a new bag. But it is not too little. For example, the beef ramen John Hung is eating now costs 25 credit points per bowl. As long as he spends 962 credit points frugally, he can complete this 2-week mission. I just don't know whether his salary here is paid monthly, or once a task is completed. Right next to the noodle shop where John Hung ate noodles, there is a store selling various audio equipment. John Hung also went there for a look after finishing his noodles. Shellac Records? Never heard of it. The owner of the audio equipment store is a man with long hair and looks quite artistic. But when he heard John Hung question, he shook his head. Although I don't know what you are looking for. Physical records have basically stopped production in 2039. Now they are all digital audio, downloaded directly from the internet. And the effect is better. But, he paused, then continued, there are indeed some people who like old things and collect these things. I give you an address. You can go there and try your luck. Thank you. After receiving the address, John Hung used the navigation module on his wristband to navigate there. It was a grocery store called the House of Used Things, not far from the audio equipment store. But the location was a bit remote, between two residential areas, not facing the road. And next to it was a pastry shop that was also not very popular. Although it was not dark yet, the window of the House of Used Things had already hung a sign saying it was closed, and it had closed early. It had to be said that just like its name, its appearance also looked quite retro, and it still used the classic glass and wooden doors from the late 20th century. In this technological city, it was rare for John Hung to find a sense of familiarity. However, it seemed that he came at the wrong time today. John Hung saw that the people across the street had closed, so he could only come back at another time. However, just as he turned around and prepared to leave, the glass door of the old house was suddenly pushed open. A young man ran out. He looked only about 16 or 17 years old, with a guitar on his back and an old stereo under his arm. He called out to his companions behind him. Hurry up. The old guy might wake up soon. His companion was about the same age as him, holding an electric oven and 2 routers with antennas, but his face looked a little sad. Wang Qian, do you think these things can really be sold for money? We haven't found a buyer for the junk from last time. We can ask the museum. If it doesn't work, we can just sell it back. Isn't this place for recycling old things? The leading young man said, before the young man behind him could speak. He saw his companion suddenly retract his feet and stood still. He was caught off guard and almost bumped into the young man named Wang Qian in front of him. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to run fast? The young man behind complained. But when he raised his head and looked around his companion's body, he saw John Hung opposite and immediately became nervous. The 3 of them just stood there and stared at each other for about 4 or 5 seconds. Then the boy named Wang Qian asked tentatively, Who are you? Bodyguard. John Hung replied. What? The 2 boys were shocked. We just took some garbage. Did old man Gung have to find a bodyguard to guard against us? You seem to have misunderstood something, Zhang Heng said. I am not the bodyguard of the owner of this store. Wang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I was scared to death. But, Zhang Heng changed the subject. It's always bad to take someone's things. And aren't you afraid of being photographed by the store's security system? Once the police are called, you be finished. It doesn't matter. Old Man Gung's store doesn't have a security system. And he's a weird guy and doesn't trust the police. The young man behind Wang Qian said quickly. But after he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to be a little too talkative. Wang Qian glared at his companion, and then said to Zhang Heng, since the matter has nothing to do with you, then you'd better get out of the way. Friend. What else? Zhang Heng asked. What else? Wang Qian gritted his teeth, put down the speaker under his arm, and took out a knife for peeling fruit from his pocket. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Zhang Heng didn't react to his words, but just glanced at the sheath on his waist. The two teenagers opposite him looked at the horizontal sword, and their faces turned pale. They were not professional robbers. They just had nothing to do to have some fun in their boring lives and earn some capital to brag about in school. They didn't even expect that the pile of garbage in their hands could be sold at any price. And of course, they didn't bring any decent weapons. The only knife was not as long as the thing on Zhang Heng's waist. And it was obvious who was the real man. The two looked at each other and put down their things obediently. Zhang Heng also stepped aside and said, let's go. And don't come back again. If I hit you again next time, it won't be so easy. After scaring away the two teenagers, Zhang Heng bent down and picked up the pile of things they dropped on the ground. Then the door of the old house opened again, and an old man who looked to be in his 60s came out with an old shotgun and shouted, raise your hands. You damn thief. Well, actually I just chased the thieves away. Since this is not the first time they have come to your shop. You should know them. Zhang Heng explained. I was just planning to send these things back to your shop. I can't cheat you. The guy with the bow. This is clearly a case of robbery. The old man's cheeks were red, and he panted. You followed those two little bastards to my shop, and waited for them to steal my treasures before you robbed them. It makes sense logically. When the old man was talking, Zhang Heng also smelled a whiff of alcohol in the air, so he didn't say anything more. Put down the router and speakers in his hands, and then suddenly made a move. The old man felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he reacted, the shotgun was in Zhang Heng's hand like a magic trick. Seeing Zhang Heng turn the gun to point at him, he seemed to suddenly sober up, nodded and said seriously, well, I believe you are here to help. Chapter 934 Shellac Records. Zhang Heng didn't bother with the old man. He took the gun barrel apart and found that there was no bullet inside. So he returned the shotgun to the other party, then picked up the things he had put on the ground before, and followed the old man into his shop. Where should I put the things? Well, just find a place to put them. I clean them up later. The old man's attitude became much better after being pointed at by the gun. So Zhang Heng put the pile of things in his hand on the table beside him, and then looked around. The house of used things is really a concentration camp of used things. The goods here are basically many years old. From 100M routers to old teapots, stamps, commemorative coins, and even a range hood. Of course, the most common things in the store are books, various paper books, and many old newspapers, which have been carefully collected. This also makes this place look a bit like a library. However, Zhang Heng's eyes finally fell on a car model, and he asked with a change of expression, how much is that? The old man looked in the direction of Zhang Heng's finger. Oh, this is an early building block toy, made by the first toy company to produce building blocks. It was once popular, but the building blocks at that time were just simple building blocks without so many functions. Later, other manufacturers produced smarter gadgets, and the company itself blindly transformed, and eventually went bankrupt due to poor management. I received this with great difficulty, and it is of great commemorative value. It must be sold for at least 800 credit points. Too expensive. Zhang Heng bargained while walking to the car model, picked it up and looked at it carefully. He found the familiar Lego logo on the convex point of the parts, and Zhang Heng's heart was relieved. He was originally worried that due to the change of the world line or some other reason, Lego Company would not appear. In this case, the infinite building blocks he brought with him would not be useful again. Now with this Lego model car, he can activate this B-level prop on his body, And infinite building blocks itself is the most suitable prop for dealing with complex environments. Good things are never cheap, the old man said. Then he frowned. Did you come to my store just to buy building blocks? No. I also want to inquire about the whereabouts of shellac records, Zhang Heng said. The owner of an audio equipment store told me that I can try my luck with your store. Then you really came to the right place, the old man said. Nowadays, few people know about shellac records. This is an audio medium that was born in the early last century. It uses the purple natural resin secreted by lac insects after sucking leaves as raw materials, and adds clay, cotton fiber and other mixtures to make records. It has dominated the market until the end of World War II, but later because the origin of the material was invaded by Japan, coupled with the advent of vinyl records. This kind of record was quickly eliminated. Of course, not long after that, vinyl records were also eliminated by CDs, and then various formats of digital audio. It is said that there are still some small factories on Earth that produce CDs and vinyl records to meet a small number of needs. But shellac records, no one produces them anymore, which makes them very rare. To be honest, this kind of thing itself is not very suitable for storing audio. A record can only be listened to for a few minutes, and the sound is not well preserved. Why are you interested in shellac records? People always have to find new hobbies for themselves from time to time, Zhang Heng said. So do you have shellac records here? Huh? The old man snorted, but did not answer immediately. He crossed his hands on his chest and looked at Zhang Heng. You even bargain for building blocks. I don't think you can afford the price I want. How do I know that if I take out the shellac records, you won't grab them and run away like those two little bastards? Because the quantity I want is quite large. I would rather make a long-term deal with you than just grab a handful and run away, Zhang Heng said. You seem to have many channels to collect these old things. I want to buy all the shellac records in the entire New Shanghai 0297. That's impossible. Do you know how much it costs? Besides, it's not just about money. The old man shook his head as if he had heard a joke. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of time. We can take our time, Zhang Heng said. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure if I were you, the old man said. But since you helped me get my things back, I can sell you a few shellac records. He said a number without blinking. 3,000. 3,000 credit points per record. 100. Zhang Heng also didn't blink. Are you here to cause trouble? The old man said angrily. You started it, Zhang Heng said. You also said that not many people know about shellac records these days, and even fewer collect them. If I'm not mistaken, your shellac records can't be sold at all. Why don't you sell them to me at a lower price? What do you know? You don't know the value of these old things at all. I might as well take them to my grave and listen to them myself for 100 credit points each. But you don't want me to keep thinking about digging your grave, do you? Zhang Heng said. The old man was so angry that he laughed. But then he seemed to think of something, and the anger on his face subsided a little. You are right. Who else would want those shellac records except you? I can sell them to you at a low price, or even give them to you directly. But? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. But you have to give me something I need in exchange. What do you need? Although you are dressed quite extravagantly, your skills are surprisingly good. I want you to be my bodyguard and accompany me to meet someone. He lives on the first floor, and that place is not very safe, especially if I go alone. I'm afraid you have to wait for the rest of the time, because I just took a bodyguard job and it will take 2 weeks before I can protect you, Zhang Heng said. No, I don't need you to protect me all the time. I said I just want you to accompany me to meet someone, the old man said. Can you spare some time? Just 4 or 5 hours will do. If that's the case, it's no problem. Su Qian broadcasts live every day, especially at night, which usually lasts until midnight. According to the agreement between the two, Zhang Heng only needs to get back to his residence before midnight. Wait for me. After getting Zhang Heng's reply, the old man turned to the bookshelf on the side, pulled out an iron box from the side, opened it, took out a paper bag, and handed it to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng knew what was in the paper bag without opening it, because the system prompt told him that he had found a shellac record and got 10 points. Chapter 935 Going Out Shopping. Late at night, Su Qian finished her routine sleep-inducing service every night, wished her fans a good sleep, and then left the live broadcast room. She yawned a little tiredly, but she didn't get up in a hurry. Instead, She went to the backstage to check her income for the day. Since the number of people in the live broadcast room has been declining in recent times, the gifts she received have also decreased. And her income is naturally not ideal. Compared with when she was the most popular, it is less than half. But then Su Qian saw the sweet text message sent by her boyfriend 2 hours ago, asking her to rest early and saying that there would be a surprise for her tomorrow. Su Qian's mood improved a lot, and she began to think that it would not be a bad idea to get married and quit this business. She walked out of the workshop, went directly to the refrigerator, and took out a bottle of beer. She turned around and saw Zhang Heng playing with building blocks on the sofa. She opened the beer. "You are back. How is it? Did you find anything?" "Well, I just ruled out 2 suspects. They are both on your list." "But..." Su Qian waved her hand and interrupted Zhang Heng. "I don't care why you ruled them out. You just need to do your job well and give me the results in the end." But after she drank 2 sips of beer, her irritability seemed to be diluted a little, and she apologized. "Sorry. I just said a lot of things in the live broadcast, and I really don't want to say more." "I understand." Zhang Heng nodded and said indifferently. So the two of them stopped talking. Su Qian turned on the projector and watched the most popular TV series on the internet recently. But she didn't stay for too long. After finishing the beer in her hand, she got up and went to the bathroom. After more than half an hour, the bathroom door became unlocked again. Su Qian came out wrapped in a bath towel. Her hair just dried, and said to Zhang Heng, "I'm going to sleep first. You don't sleep too late. I'm going out to buy some clothes tomorrow morning." "Okay. See you tomorrow morning." "See you tomorrow morning." After saying that, Su Qian turned around and walked into her room. After Su Qian left, Zhang Heng tried the sofa that the former mentioned, and it was indeed more comfortable than an ordinary bed. Although Zhang Heng had no requirements for the living environment, he certainly would not object to sleeping more comfortably. He put the horizontal sword next to him, and soon fell asleep with the pillow. The next morning, Su Qian ordered 2 takeaway breakfasts, which were delivered by drone. Zhang Heng also noticed that although Su Qian's apartment had a small kitchen, it seemed that she had never cooked. In fact, in 2077, there were very few people who cooked their own food, because all kinds of restaurants had delivery services. Drones were extremely convenient and had strict hygiene and health standards, and the scale effect of restaurants themselves could also keep prices very low. Most people would choose to order takeout for 3 meals a day, saving time for other things. So cooking has become a pure hobby. Vegetables and meats are directly supplied to restaurants. Of course, they can also be bought separately in supermarkets, but the price is much higher. Many people no longer have kitchens at home, but the apartment rented by Su Qian still has one. It is estimated that the original owner was a cooking enthusiast, but now Su Qian uses it as a utility room. Zhang Heng wanted to pay for his breakfast, but was rejected by Su Qian, although there is no part about food and lodging in the agreement. "I have to eat anyway. It's just a matter of ordering 1 more portion, and it won't cost much more," Su Qian said as she gave half of her meal to Zhang Heng. Although there are various technological means to help lose weight now, it is still better to maintain your figure by yourself, especially since fans nowadays are not stupid. Once the technological weight loss is exposed, fans will also be lost. Zhang Heng didn't insist after hearing this. He didn't have many credit points, so it was always a good thing to save some. The Lego blocks in his hand were still rented from Old Man Gung in the House of Used Things. Yes, it was rented, not bought. Although Old Man Gung was willing to let him exchange his services for shellac records, he still insisted on 800 credit points for Lego blocks, and would not sell them for a penny less. So Zhang Heng asked Old Man Gung to rent them. Unlike the shellac records required to be collected in the main story, Lego blocks were only used by him during the dungeon. Anyway, he could not take them out after the dungeon was over, so it was not impossible to return them to Old Man Gung after using them. So in the end, Zhang Heng obtained the right to rent this set of Lego blocks at a monthly price of 10 credit points. Both parties were quite satisfied with this. Zhang Heng paid the rent for half a year first, which meant that he only spent 60 credit points to get the blocks he wanted. After breakfast, Su Qian called a taxi and went straight to the largest department store on the 3rd floor with Zhang Heng. The dynamic advertisements on the outer wall of the mall can be seen across several streets. A variety of goods are rolling on it. Not only clothes, cosmetics, but also various technological gadgets. and newly released game masterpieces. Su Qian looked at the advertisement for sports headphones made by a young girl with a girl-next-door temperament, and a trace of envy appeared on her face. That's Jia Wei, our company's top anchor. 2 years younger than me, and she has only been in the industry for a year and a half. But her annual income has reached 8 figures, and she has received many endorsements. She is the company's well-deserved cash cow. She lives on the 4th floor now. When she celebrated her birthday this year, she invited more than 100 anchors from the company at once. I also went. When I entered the door, I received a limited edition lipstick and about 6,000 to 7,000 credit points. In addition, there were drinks, gigolos, etc. It is said that the cost that night exceeded 1 million. Yeah, John Hung echoed in the co-pilot seat. But his attention was mostly on looking around. He did not forget his duty as a bodyguard. This is almost the most prosperous place on the 3rd floor. And the whole street is full of shopping stores. People and cars are coming and going. And it is very lively. John Hung, who has been an assassin, certainly knows that this is also the place where something is most likely to happen. Because no matter who it is, it will be difficult to find them once they are stabbed into the crowd. John Hung did not bring the plague bow and bow and hidden sheath this time, and dressed like a normal person, which is also to lure out the stalker. Although Su Qian herself didn't care much about finding the person who was following and monitoring her. She just wanted to sleep peacefully, because as long as her boyfriend came back, someone would be able to protect her again. And maybe she could use this incident to move to the 4th floor and live the life of a hostess in advance. But Zhang Hung was still very concerned about his first job. If he could catch the stalker directly, Su Qian's troubles would be solved once and for all. After all, the name of this dungeon was Bodyguard. Zhang Hung could of course just go through 2 weeks to get the job done. But his instinct told him that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Although from the information he has come across so far, Su Qian is indeed just an ordinary anchor. She looks good, has some fame, is a little vain, and sometimes has a bad temper. But she quickly admits her mistakes and is relatively polite. Her mind is full of thoughts about marrying into a wealthy family and living a better life. But this is understandable in itself. And her interpersonal relationships are simple. So it is hard to imagine that she would be involved in any major event. Chapter 936 Stalker. As soon as Su Qian got off the car, she went straight to the luxury stores on the 1st floor of the mall. Even on the 3rd floor, not many people bought clothes that cost tens of thousands of credit points. So the flow of people in the store was less than outside. But it can be seen that Su Qian should be a frequent customer here. The shopping guide greeted her warmly as soon as she entered the door. She recommended the new clothes that had recently arrived in the store. Su Qian picked a few pieces and went to the fitting room at the back to try them on. Zhang Hung, like other men in the store, stood in a corner of the store board. Some people around him played with bracelets, while others took advantage of their girlfriend's absence to look at the beautiful women passing by outside the store. However, the latter's eyes were quickly attracted by the figure that just walked out of the fitting room. Su Qian had just changed her clothes, and she looked a bit like Black Widow in the movie version of Ghost in the Shell. It was very simple, but at the same time gave people a sense of the future. In addition, the tights also completely outlined Su Qian's figure, coupled with her sweet appearance. This strong contrast immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the shopping guide kept praising her. I want this set. Su Qian looked at herself in the mirror and said, just as she finished speaking. A boy next to her finally plucked up the courage to come over under the urging of his companions, blushing and saying, Hello, hello. Have we met somewhere before? Unfortunately, the beautiful girl in front of him, who made his heart beat, did not answer him. Su Qian looked at Zhang Hung, who knew that he had to do something that ordinary bodyguards would do. So he came over, stood in front of the two of them, and politely said to the boy, Hello. What can I do for you? The boy looked at Zhang Hung's figure and appearance, and wisely chose to give up. However, after such a thing happened, Su Qian didn't want to stay in this store any longer. She went back to the dressing room to change back to her own clothes, asked the shopping guide to pack her new clothes in a hurry, and then put on her sunglasses again, paid and left. After leaving the store, Su Qian said to Zhang Hung, You did a good job just now. Zhang Hung knew what Su Qian meant. She always encountered some such things when she went out, and she was already annoyed by them. But she was also a public figure, and she was sweet. She couldn't use two tough means to solve such troubles. Otherwise, once someone recorded it and posted it on the internet, she would definitely lose fans. Once it was hyped by someone with ulterior motives. If it was not handled well, the collapse of her personality would lead to a series of serious consequences. So Zhang Heng's soft and hard but polite way of handling things just now made Su Qian feel satisfied. After that, Su Qian went to several other stores and spent a total of 60,000 to 70,000 credit points. She was reluctant to stop. It was almost noon now. To express her gratitude to Zhang Heng, Su Qian decided to treat him to Huaiyang cuisine. But when the two were riding the escalator, Zhang Heng suddenly leaned over to Su Qian's ear and said, "It seems that someone is following us." Su Qian's heart tightened when she heard this. "Then what should we do?" "It doesn't matter. Just pretend you don't know anything and walk forward. And I take care of the rest," Zhang Heng said as he reached into the backpack behind him. He didn't bring the plague bone bow and hidden sheath because he was going fishing. But that didn't mean he lost his caution. Especially when he didn't know the strength of his opponent. The infinite building blocks and the pile of Lego parts in his backpack were just for this situation. In addition, Zhang Heng had been observing the stalker for a while. The latter thought he was careful enough. He thought he would not be discovered by the busy flow of people in the mall and the distance between them. However, Zhang Heng's observation ability has always been very good. He has been baptized by the deduction copy. And he is now a master of stealth. If he can't find that he is being followed, it would be really weird. On the contrary, Zhang Heng secretly observed the stalker behind him for a while and found that his level was very average. Basically the amateur level of ordinary people. Except that his face was well covered. There was nothing special about it. However, Zhang Heng was too lazy to guess any more and decided to ask directly after catching the man. On the other side, Su Qian followed Zhang Heng's instructions and tried to control her pace. Not too fast or too slow. Pretending that she hadn't noticed anything and continued to walk normally. Zhang Heng reached into his backpack, pretending to be looking for something, and quickly assembled a stun gun with Lego blocks. Then inserted infinite bricks to make the stun gun materialize. Although from the observation results, the guy behind looked very weak, and Zhang Heng could easily deal with it with his bare hands. But considering that this was a proxy war copy, it would always be good to be cautious. At this time, a corridor appeared on the right side of the two people. This corridor connected the second floor of this mall with the second floor of another slightly smaller mall opposite, so that customers could walk directly between the two malls without going downstairs and crossing the road. Su Qian pretended to go to another mall and turned to walk into the corridor, and Zhang Heng accompanied her as before. The figures of the two people quickly disappeared behind the corner store, but when their sight was blocked, they did not move forward, but pressed their backs against the wall. Zhang Heng believed that with the alertness and anti-reconnaissance abilities shown by the other party before, they would not expect someone to ambush him here. When he walked here, he could see Zhang Heng and Su Qian hiding. But at that time, the distance between the two sides was only 3 or 4 meters at most. He could not run away at such a short distance. Su Qian was a little nervous. But because they were still in a public place and people were coming and going nearby, she did not feel too scared. However, she saw Zhang Heng frown. And then he suddenly rushed out without saying anything. Zhang Heng calculated the time. With the speed of the stalker, he should have arrived in front of the two people. However, Zhang Heng waited for 2 seconds and still could not see the guy. So he immediately realized that the situation might have changed. When Zhang Heng rushed out from the back of the store, he saw the target he wanted to catch was running desperately in the crowd. The distance between the two people was getting farther and farther. Zhang Heng took out the stun gun. But compared with the pistol, the stun gun had a very short range. The distance between the two people was beyond the range. Now Su Qian was still by his side. Zhang Heng could not abandon his employer. He stopped after chasing for a short distance and watched the stalker completely disappear in the crowd. What happened? Su Qian looked confused. He ran away. Zhang Heng said as he put away the stun gun. Didn't you say he wouldn't find us? Su Qian asked. That should be the case, Zhang Heng said. Then why did he run away? Zhang Heng didn't say anything, but just looked up at the surveillance camera above his head, and then said, "We will find out." Chapter 937 Live Broadcast. After realizing the existence of the stalker, Su Qian's relaxed heartstrings became tense again, even though she received a surprise from her boyfriend in the afternoon. a sports car worth 600,000 credit points, which was driven directly to her downstairs by the car sales company and presented with flowers and keys. Compared to this gift, Su Qian now hopes that her boyfriend can be by her side. However, the latter is still busy negotiating business on Earth and will not be back until next week at the earliest. Originally, she only sought help from the security company to solve the problem of insomnia. But Su Qian is now glad that she hired a bodyguard. After the two came back from the mall, Zhang Heng did not go out again, even though Su Qian had already started live streaming in the studio. According to the agreement, Zhang Heng could also go out and move freely at this time. But he still chose to stay in the living room to make Su Qian feel at ease. But Zhang Heng was not idle either. He was lucky. G7Z Security Company is the largest security company in the entire New Shanghai 0297. Its business scope is very wide. In addition to high-end services such as private bodyguards, it also has business in public places such as shopping malls and theaters. The security work of the large shopping mall, where the two went in the morning, was also handled by G7Z Security Company. In this way, Zhang Heng could obtain the video footage of that time through internal application without sneaking into the monitoring room. He filled out an application form online, and then waited for about an hour. And the video footage was sent to his personal terminal. Then Zhang Heng connected the projection equipment in the living room and played the videos. It was easy to find the stalker in the crowd. Zhang Heng paid special attention to the guy's behavior, and did not find any verbal or physical contact with other people in the mall. The video footage soon came to the corner store where Zhang Heng and Su Qian hid. It happened that at this time, the tracker also lowered his head and operated something on the bracelet. But he used an external screen and took advantage of the crowd for cover. Zhang Heng could not see what he was operating specifically. But soon, he saw him put away the external screen, then turned around and ran. After a few seconds, Zhang Heng realized something was wrong and rushed out from behind the store. The two chased and fled for a while. And then Zhang Heng stopped because he was worried about Su Qian. And the tracker escaped successfully. Hacker? Zhang Heng touched his chin after watching the video several times. This could explain why Su Qian's previous residence was invaded. Why was there no visitor record in the downstairs access control, and the indoor alarm never sounded? Su Qian did not tell the story of being followed in the live broadcast according to Zhang Heng's request, although telling this story could arouse the protective desire and sympathy of male fans. And with this sympathy, she might be able to get another wave of gifts. But since she had already thought of quitting this business, and received a small gift worth 600,000 credit points from her boyfriend in the afternoon, Su Qian didn't care much about the money. She ended the live broadcast and walked out of the room, only to find that Zhang Heng had just exited the live broadcast hall. "Were you watching my live broadcast just now?" Su Qian raised her eyebrows. "Well, I didn't expect you to be able to dance," Zhang Heng said. "Huh. When I was a kid, there was a dance studio next to where I lived. My mother knew the teacher there, so I studied there for a while. But it was too hard and I couldn't stick with it. I didn't pick it up again until I became a live broadcaster. Nowadays, it's not enough to just be pretty. You have to have some talent." Su Qian was not as irritable as before after the live broadcast tonight, probably because of what happened in the morning. Seeing Zhang Heng made her feel safe. Su Qian opened the refrigerator door and took out 2 cans of beer this time, throwing one to Zhang Heng. "You dance very well." Zhang Heng took the beer and praised. "Thank you. Although I know you are just being polite. I am far from a professional dancer, and the people who watch my live broadcast are not really appreciating my dancing, but just paying attention to my figure," Su Qian said. "This at least shows that you have a good figure," Zhang Heng said calmly. "I accept this compliment." Su Qian threw her body directly onto the sofa next to Zhang Heng, took a long breath, and then opened the can of beer in her hand. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to watch my live broadcast." "Why do you say that? Who usually watches your live broadcast?" Zhang Heng asked back, and opened his own beer. "All kinds of people. But basically they are lonely people who have a void in their hearts, but cannot be satisfied in the real world. You don't look like that kind of person," Su Qian said. "It is said that some countries were troubled by rapid population growth before. But about 50 or 60 years ago, the population of the Federation basically entered a negative growth phase, and everyone seemed to prefer to live alone. Well, in primitive society, our ancestors lived in a large tribe, hunting together, gathering together, and raising children together. This is because individuals cannot survive alone without the tribe. But after the emergence of overproduction, as material conditions improved, individuals began to gradually leave the tribe, first in a family style, and then formed into small families. Then we came to an era of unprecedented material abundance. All your basic life needs can be met through the phone and the internet. You no longer need to connect with society. So we have more and more time to pursue individual freedom and achieve the value of self-realization. In this process, the family, the basic unit of life, is also being challenged, Zhang Heng said. In fact, this trend is very obvious on the timeline he lives in, especially in the neighboring countries next door, where the fertility rate is getting lower and lower. Many single men and women prefer to stay alone, because they don't have to accommodate another person, and the quality of life without children is higher. In 2077, where the copy is located, this phenomenon is only more serious. This has also made the anchor industry grow unprecedentedly. There are all kinds of anchors, from games, comedy, to chatting, to various talent shows, and even pure suicide, to meet all the reasonable and unreasonable requirements of fans. Well, it makes sense, but I still have to find a long-term meal ticket for myself, Su Qian said, especially when I am young and beautiful. If you grab a man on the street and ask him what kind of woman he likes, they will definitely give you all kinds of answers, such as virtuous, gentle, etc. It's all nonsense. There is only one truth. Men are very loyal animals. From 8 to 80 years old, they only like young and beautiful girls. So if your goal is to get married, no matter how much you improve your connotation, you will not have more advantages than you when you were young as you grow older. I won't make such a mistake. I want to marry myself when I am most valuable. Su Qian drank the beer in her hand. Chapter 938 The Second Job. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Heng asked to join Su Qian's fan chat room. Su Qian agreed very readily, and gave Zhang Heng an administrator position. It was not until 1 a.m. that Su Qian felt tired and ended the free chat, got up to take a shower and went to bed. The next day, Zhang Heng accompanied Su Qian for the whole day and did not go anywhere. What surprised Su Qian was that Zhang Heng actually fulfilled his duties as an administrator, managing illegal speeches in the chat room and mediating conflicts between fans. He had a lot of fun, which made Su Qian embarrassed to ask him about the investigation. She was also considering whether she should pay Zhang Heng an extra salary. However, on the third night, Zhang Heng finally went out when Su Qian was broadcasting, and Su Qian also added another physical lock on the door of the workshop. Before leaving, Zhang Heng reminded Su Qian again, considering the identity of the other party as a hacker, there is a possibility of impersonating someone else's ID. Therefore, Zhang Heng told Su Qian that even if she received a message from him, it would be better not to pay attention to it. Anyway, he would be back when Su Qian was off the air. Then Zhang Heng called a taxi and came to the old thing's house. Old man Geng contacted him yesterday and asked him to pay for the shellac record, and also promised to give him another shellac record after the matter was completed. So Zhang Heng could only put aside the matter of the stalker and accompany old man Geng to the first floor. Leave your knife and bow with me first, old man Geng said. We are going to do business, not to fight. Didn't you say you wanted me to be your bodyguard? Zhang Heng frowned. Yes, but that's just in case. We should show a peaceful attitude first. Don't worry. You can put your knife and bow in my secret basement first. I hide the real good stuff there, and will never lose it. Zhang Heng had no choice but to keep the hidden sheath and plague bone bow after hearing this. Old man Geng looked at Zhang Heng again and expressed satisfaction with the current situation. Then he said, Let's go. Don't you have to go back before 12 o'clock in the evening? By the way, you are a high school girl. Do you have to go home on time every day? Forget it. I am not interested in your other work. If everything goes well, I can finish my work here quickly, old man Geng said. Then the two took a car to the central shuttle in the city center. From here, you can take the shuttle to travel between the various layers of the city, and it is also the only way to go to other spatial layers. However, people living in the lower floors must apply for registration before going to the higher floors. Basically, if there is no criminal record, the application will be approved quickly, but it is limited to the 2 floors above the residence. To go up, you need someone to invite you. However, if the work and residence are separated, You only need to apply for a long-term pass at the workplace, and then review it every 6 months. You can travel freely between the two places, avoiding the trouble of applying every time. In addition, the relocation of residents is also very simple. Each floor has an asset threshold. Once you pass the threshold, you can move to that floor and become a citizen of that floor, enjoying the welfare benefits here. Or you can provide corresponding proof. As long as you can prove that you have a continuous and considerable cash flow in the future, you can successfully settle down even if your assets do not meet the requirements for the time being after reaching the required amount. When Su Qian moved from the first floor, she took this road behind. After the application was successful, she took the central shuttle to the second floor. She lived there for almost 2 years, and then applied for the residence qualification of the third floor. Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung now have to use the central shuttle to get to the first floor. It is almost time to get off work, and the central shuttle is crowded with people who have just finished work and are waiting to go home. Fortunately, the shuttle has a considerable carrying capacity. There are 4 tracks in total. During peak hours, a train is sent every 3 minutes on average, and it can accommodate up to 10,000 people at a time. Everyone lined up outside their respective waiting rooms, waiting for the previous group of people to leave. After that, the next person needs to immediately enter the corresponding waiting room, find a seat, sit down, fasten the seat belt, and wait for the next shuttle to arrive. Each waiting room has about 50 seats, all for passengers going to the same floor. And these waiting rooms are actually small units that can be spliced together. When the shuttle arrives at the corresponding space layer, it will complete the replacement of up to 200 waiting rooms in just 7 minutes. Put the waiting room for getting off the train into the arrival hall, and then assemble the waiting room modules for getting on the train to different positions according to the number of arrival floors. Although there are many people waiting to go home, everything seems to be in order. Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung waited for less than a quarter of an hour before they boarded a shuttle, and after another 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination, the first floor of New Shanghai 0297. Unlike the modern and technological feel of the third floor, the first floor looked much more shabby. Whether it was the buildings or the streets, it was said that this was also the first part of the entire space station city to be built, where the construction workers lived before. And then it became a place for young people who had just come to New Shanghai 0297 to seek their fortune, and the low-income people in this city to settle down. The largest population of the entire New Shanghai 0297 lives here, but the municipal investment seems to be a little insufficient, including the simulated sky above. There is only a simple day and night, and there are no stars at night. Zhang Heng looked up at the sky and could only see a moon. The realistic level of details is far inferior to the third layer, not to mention the temperature changes and the 4 seasons. In short, the public facilities here are basically just to meet the most basic survival needs. If you want a better life, you can only go up to other space layers. At the same time, the public security situation on the first floor is also the worst in the entire New Shanghai 0297. This is why Old Man Gung brought Zhang Heng with him. He looked a little nervous after getting off the central shuttle, holding an old-fashioned briefcase to his chest and looking around. Zhang Heng on the side had to remind him, if you continue to do this, it will simply tell the people here to come and rob me, because I have good things on me. Then what should I do? Old Man Gung asked. Just be normal, like an ordinary person, Zhang Heng said. Where is the person you are looking for? I don't know. Old Man Gung accepted Zhang Heng's suggestion, put down his handbag, and tried not to look around. What do you mean? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. He only let me come for 1 floor, and he will come back to find me when the time comes. Old Man Gung replied. What are you? A high school girl waiting for her boyfriend to take you to a nightclub? Zhang Heng finally got the chance to avenge his previous attack. This time it was Old Man Gung's turn to be defeated. Chapter 939, One Level of Space. The two did not stand on the road for too long, and soon found a companion. A few guys who looked like bad guys surrounded them. But it was obvious that this group of people also took into account the flow of people here and the guards at the station not far away, and did not take action immediately. It seemed that they planned to wait for Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung to go to a more remote place before taking action. Seeing this, Old Man Gung suddenly became nervous again and whispered to Zhang Heng, How is it? Can you handle so many people? I can deal with it, but it seems that I don't need to do anything. Zhang Heng looked at a woman wearing a cheongsam across the street while speaking. The latter didn't look like someone who would appear on this level. Her facial features didn't look outstanding. Just a little better than ordinary people. Even if she was on the first level, she would be just one of the crowd. But she had a very unique and strong temperament. Su Qian had a good temperament because she practiced dancing. But she was eclipsed by her. Even Xia Wei, the top anchor from the same company as Su Qian, who appeared in the mall's exterior wall advertisement before, had tens of millions of fans. But her temperament was slightly inferior. Xia Wei's appearance is obviously more outstanding, and she is younger. But if the two stand together, Xia Wei must look more like the ugly duckling. This is a very strange feeling. As if an angel is trapped in a mortal body. It is a pity. If she had Xia Wei's face and went live, she would definitely be able to easily explode the internet and gain hundreds of millions of crazy fans. In addition to her appearance and temperament, Zhang Heng is actually more concerned about her left arm. For some reason, her left arm was gone, replaced by a prosthesis, and there was no artificial skin. Just the white alloy shell was exposed. It looked quite thin and slender. But Zhang Heng did not dare to underestimate this arm. The information Zhang Heng had collected about this era before was related to mechanical prosthesis, which was also the part he paid special attention to. This was because as early as 2019, when he was in the past, the research and development of mechanical prosthesis had already been a hot topic, and there were many relatively mature products. These products can not only help disabled people who have lost their limbs to complete some daily movements, but also allow these disabled people to do things that ordinary people cannot do. Not to mention the faster technological development in the dungeon he entered this time. Some extremists even took the initiative to replace their bodies with corresponding mechanical parts in order to pursue greater strength and speed. Of course, this is expressly prohibited by laws and regulations. Zhang Heng didn't know what abilities the mechanical prosthesis of the Chongsam woman gave her. But judging from the sword hanging around her waist, the mechanical hand was obviously not just used to hold chopsticks and arrange flowers. When the traffic light turned green, the Chongsam girl crossed the road and walked in front of Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung. She didn't say anything, just said, "Follow me." Then she turned around and walked towards another intersection. With her appearance, the group of guys who were ready to move before also changed their expressions. They bowed to the figure and then retreated into the crowd. Zhang Heng said to Old Man Gung, "It seems that the person you are looking for is not simple in this layer. New Shanghai 0297 was invested and built by Shentang Morgan Group. These guys are a group of profit-oriented bastards. They obviously have the ability and technology to manage this city well. But they deliberately treat the fifth layer differently and take a semi-laissez-faire attitude towards the first layer. One is to reduce expenditure, and the other is to stimulate people here to climb up and create more wealth. However, no matter which piece of land there is a ruler. And this place is no exception. Shentang Morgan gave up here. Naturally, there will be other people to fill the power gap left by them. What we are going to meet now is the guy who actually rules here," Old Man Gung said. Zhang Heng frowned and stopped. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were going to meet a local boss? Are you serious? You want me to accompany you to the Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair for 2 shellac records? We won't be in any danger. I asked you just in case." Old Man Gung wiped the sweat from his forehead and defended himself. But when he thought about meeting such a big shot next, he was a little nervous. "I'm not here for a deal this time. Just to bring the two sides together to discuss the intention of the possible deal next. I'm just a middleman. So it doesn't matter if they kill you?" Zhang Heng said calmly. "They won't do that." Old Man Gung looked at the Chongsam girl, who had stopped walking not far away, and looked at them quietly, feeling a little anxious. "Boy, can't we go back and talk about it? Don't start a quarrel before you even see the real boss. And make a fool of yourself. Besides, you have already agreed to be my bodyguard. And you should keep your word." Zhang Heng was unmoved by what he said. "That's because you concealed important information. You only paid me to deal with the small fry. But you want me to be your main attacker when you fight the boss? What do you want? Either we negotiate a reasonable price, or we go our separate ways," Zhang Heng said. "How much do you want?" Old Man Gung said helplessly. "If you didn't lie to me this time, I want 10 shellac records." Zhang Heng didn't take advantage of this time to ask for a high price. He just gave a more reasonable price after reevaluating the risks. Old Man Gung seemed to feel a little pain when he heard this, and he tried to ask, "How about I give you 3 more?" Zhang Heng was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Okay, 10 is 10." Old Man Gung finally had to give in addition to the fact that he couldn't find anyone else to be a bodyguard at this time. As John Hung said, the price was indeed not excessive. Even if he hired someone in advance, it would basically be about the same price. The Cheongsam woman on the side listened quietly to the two people bargaining, and didn't say anything during the period. Only after the two people finalized the deal did she say, "Don't worry. You two are guests from afar, and Mr. G will not hurt guests." I know. Old Man Gung also nodded and said, "Mr. G's credit has always been well known. I hired a bodyguard just to protect me on the way back and forth." The Cheongsam woman did not expose the obviously insincere words of Old Man Gung, but just said, "Do you have anything else to deal with? If not, let's continue on the road, and don't let Mr. G wait too long. Of course, I trouble you to lead the way." Seeing the Cheongsam woman turn around again, Old Man Gung also grabbed the briefcase in his hand and followed her. Chapter 940 Movie. The three of them walked not far before arriving in front of a movie theater. It was not a holiday, so there were not many people in front of the movie theater. The ticket inspector outside nodded respectfully to the Cheongsam girl after seeing her, and the latter nodded in return, but did not stop in front of the gate, but continued to walk forward and turned into an alley on the side of the movie theater. There was an iron ladder facing a security door on the second floor of the movie theater. The Cheongsam girl walked in front and arrived in front of the security door first. She pushed the door open, and two guys who looked like bodyguards stood behind her. John Hung's figure is pretty good. He has been keeping fit since he started playing the game. His arm strength and waist and abdominal strength have increased. However, in order to maintain flexibility, he also controlled his muscle ratio and did not train too much. Therefore, he cannot compare with the two muscular bodyguards in front of him. They just stood there, giving people a feeling that they are not easy to mess with. Old Man Gung also felt the same way. He was not afraid of not knowing the goods, but he was afraid of comparing the goods. Looking at the opposite side, and then at the bodyguard he found, Old Man Gung suddenly began to feel pain for the 10 shellac records. On the contrary, John Hung himself did not react. He and Old Man Gung had come to the two burly bodyguards, who began to search them. When they found the pile of Lego blocks in John Hung's backpack, they were obviously stunned. Old Man Gung also wanted to cover his face. He did not expect John Hung to like those blocks so much. He carried them even when he was doing business. Was he afraid that he would do some puzzles when he was bored? Fortunately, the other party did not make fun of the two because of these blocks. At least not openly. After checking and confirming the two people's belongings, the Cheongsam woman said, "Please stretch out your hand." John Hung stretched out his left hand. However, the Cheongsam woman looked at it and shook her head. The other hand? The one with the bracelet. So John Hung changed to his right hand. The Cheongsam woman put on another slightly smaller pure black bracelet for him, and explained, "Don't worry. This is just a signal blocker to block the signal source on your body, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles. Please be sure not to take it off before leaving here." On the other side, Old Man Gung also enjoyed the same treatment. After all this, the Cheongsam woman made a gesture of invitation to the two. At this time, John Hung had realized that the deal that Old Man Gung helped to broker might not be simple, because according to the latter, Mr. G is the actual ruler of the first floor, the uncrowned king here, at least in his own territory. He does not need to worry about his own safety. Therefore, the focus of the search just now is obviously not to ensure his own safety. Judging from the second bracelet on John Hung's hand, the other party is more worried that the news of the deal to be negotiated will be leaked. After putting on the bracelet, John Hung and Old Man Gung also passed through the security door. When entering the door, John Hung noticed that there was a light above his head. I don't know if it was due to poor contact, but it went out again not long after. John Hung looked back at the two strong bodyguards and the Cheongsam woman behind him, and found that they seemed to have not noticed it. The former still stayed in place to guard the door, and the Cheongsam woman also came up from the back and led the way. The three walked about 20 meters away. The Cheongsam woman said to Old Man Gung, "Mr. G is waiting for you in VIP Hall 6. Just walk straight to the end." Old Man Gung nodded and looked at John Hung again. "We will also treat your bodyguards well. You can reunite after you finish talking. Then thank you for your help," Old Man Gung said. Although he did not want to separate from John Hung, he also knew that it would not be good for outsiders to hear what they were going to talk about. Anyway, As long as John Hung was here, the other party would always consider John Hung present when they wanted to do something to him. Although Old Man Gung did not know what the use of John Hung presence was, it was at least a comfort to him. Especially the latter always looked calm. And even after knowing who the two were going to meet this time, he did not show any fear, which made Old Man Gung relax a little. Then the two separated. Old Man Gung continued to walk forward, while John Hung, led by the Cheongsam woman, turned a corner and came to another screening room. However, there was no movie being shown here, and only he and the Cheongsam woman were left in the empty hall. "What do you want to drink?" "Just plain water is fine," John Hung said. "What movie do you want to watch?" the Cheongsam woman asked again. "Oh, no need for movies. You'd better choose one, because there is a lot of information over there, and it may take a lot of effort to verify it," the Cheongsam woman insisted. "Okay, do you have any recommendations?" This time, the Cheongsam woman did not speak again, but walked out of the screening room directly. After another 5 minutes, the screening room suddenly went dark, and then the projection in front turned on and began to play a movie called Symbolic Exchange and Death. In this era where holographic projection has long been adopted, this movie is still 2D, and the content is extremely boring. It is just an old man with glasses, gray hair on his temples, and a bald head, sitting at a wooden table, smoking and talking to the camera. Moreover, his speech is very casual, basically talking about whatever comes to mind, and there is no system to speak of. But the main content is all about society, including the organizational structure of society, the way it operates, production and reproduction, consumption and other links. The Cheongsam girl returned to the screening room at some point, carrying a pot of water and 2 cups, and sat down next to John Hung, pouring him a glass of water. Then the two stopped talking. John Hung didn't know why, but after he passed through the door and went up to the second floor, the Cheongsam girl's attitude towards him seemed to have changed subtly, revealing a sense of closeness. In contrast, her attitude towards tonight's protagonist, Old Man Gung, did not change at all, still showing that kind of polite yet distant feeling. John Hung turned his head and glanced at the Cheongsam girl beside him. The latter was concentrating on watching the movie being shown. However, she seemed to notice John Hung's eyes on her face. She frowned slightly and warned, "Watch it carefully." Although it was an imperative tone, it was more like a teacher educating a naughty student, without any threat or hostility. So John Hung raised his eyebrows and turned his eyes back to the front. The two watched the long and obscure movie for 3 hours until someone came in and informed them that the other side had finished the talk. Chapter 941 Gift. The Cheongsam lady stood up and escorted John Hung out of the screening room and into the corridor. The door to VIP room 6 at the end of the hall opened at this time. But the first person to come out was not Old Man Gung, but a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was not particularly tall, only about 1.7 meters tall, half a head shorter than John Hung. But he was definitely not the kind of person you would ignore because of his height. Whether it was the long scar on his face or the 2 missing fingers on his right hand, they all told the stories he had experienced. And unlike others, he still retained his physical defects even though mechanical prostheses have been extremely developed today. If it was an ordinary person, it might be because he had no money to buy a prosthesis. But John Hung had already guessed the other party's identity. As the uncrowned king of the first layer of space, he obviously would not have any financial worries. While John Hung was looking at the short man opposite him, the latter was also looking at him. When he saw the Cheongsam woman and John Hung coming out of the screening room together, he seemed a little surprised, but soon thought of something, took the initiative to extend his hand, and smiled. "Ah, you are the bodyguard. I am the owner here. Everyone calls me Mr. G." John Hung shook hands with Mr. G. At this time, Old Man Gung also came out from the back. He no longer had the nervousness he had before, and muttered, "I've suffered a big loss this time. If I had known that you and your people were so polite, I wouldn't have spent a lot of money to hire a bodyguard." Mr. G did not comment. Danger will never come when you are ready. And the significance of the existence of bodyguards is not just to provide help when danger occurs. Their existence itself can eliminate many dangers. It can be seen that the bodyguard you hired is a very capable person. I can guarantee that no matter how much money you spend to hire him, you will not suffer a loss. "Him?" Old Man Gung said unhappily. "It might be okay to deal with the 2 stupid students on the 3rd floor, But if your people hadn't shown up in time, we might have been robbed by the gangsters in front of the station. Oh, come to think of it, I haven't introduced you yet. Mr. G stretched out a hand, and the Cheongsam girl put her good hand into his. The person who brought you here is called F, my fiancée, but she doesn't like to introduce herself, so I do that for her. Mr. G and Miss F. I guess we two freaks are probably quite a good match. Mr. G teased. Are you engaged? Congratulations. You two are really a match made in heaven. Old Man Gung said this, but he didn't agree in his heart. Although Mr. G was a little short in height, he himself was not the kind of person who chased women by height. As the actual ruler of the first floor, there was no way he was short of women around him. In his position, there were no beautiful women to be found. Although Miss F was outstanding in temperament, she was still a little short in appearance. Since ancient times, heroes have been paired with beauties. Mr. G is a hero, but Miss F is a bit lacking. However, seeing that the two parties seemed to be quite satisfied with their partners, Old Man Gung naturally would not worry about their relationship problems. He glanced at Zhang Heng and said, Let's go! Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Then I let F take you to the station. Mr. G said, No. Although I'm old. I'm not so old that I can't even remember the way. We can go back by ourselves. So you and your wife won't have to worry about it. As Old Man Gun was talking, he was already walking towards the security door. But just as Zhang Heng was about to catch up, he heard the Cheongsam girl say, Wait, I have a gift for you. Old Man Gung in front of him stopped and looked flattered. You don't have to be so polite. I'm just a middleman in charge of matchmaking. I'm not talking about you. Miss F looked at Zhang Heng and repeated, I have a gift for you. Zhang Heng looked at Mr. G on the side, who shrugged. You better accept her gift, because no one here, including me, can refuse her. However, Zhang Heng nodded not because of Mr. G's half-threatening and half-joking words, but because of the faint kindness he felt from Miss F in the screening room. Miss F turned and walked to another room. After a while, she came out of the room and put the thing in Zhang Heng's hand. Here you go. Mr. G raised his eyebrows. Oh, golden hamster. This little thing is cute, isn't it? It's easy to keep as a pet. It doesn't take up much space. Just feed it some food. Old Man Gun was a little confused. He didn't know what Miss F meant by this gift. After all, the other party was a local tyrant of the first floor. He probably had a lot of rare weapons and mechanical prostheses. Even if he didn't want to give these things away, it would be more in line with their status to just give them some credit points. But in the end, they took out a hamster? But Zhang Heng didn't look like someone who liked to raise small animals. Zhang Heng was also a little surprised. But he still took the mouse cage from Miss F and said, Thank you. Then Miss F stopped talking and stood quietly beside Mr. G. Zhang Heng also caught up with Old Man Gung in front of him with the newly acquired hamster. The two took off the shielding bracelets they were wearing from the two big bodyguards at the security door, returned them to the opposite side, and then walked down the stairs. When they arrived outside the cinema, Old Man Gung finally breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to be in a good mood and didn't bother about paying Zhang Heng for 10 shellac records in vain. He even suggested finding a place nearby to have a drink. But then he gave up the idea and decided to return to the third floor as soon as possible. Zhang Heng certainly had no objection to this. So the two of them walked along the way. They came to the central shuttle station. It was past the rush hour, and there were fewer people on the road. The two of them crossed a quiet street, and Old Man Gun was still complaining that the moon on the first floor was too perfunctory. As a result, at this moment, Zhang Heng suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to stop Old Man Gung. What? Old Man Gung still looked a little confused. Zhang Heng had already spoken again, asking, What are the consequences of killing someone on the first floor? Consequences? What do you mean? Who are you going to kill? Before he finished speaking, he saw two teenagers who were skateboarding not far away suddenly stop their skateboards, then reached into their pockets and took out a pistol, and walked towards the two. Are they coming for me? Old Man Gung's hair stood up when he saw this. Otherwise, are they coming to find me? Zhang Heng said indifferently. Chapter 942 Motorcycle Gang and Human Shield. The two skateboarders soon came to Old Man Gung and Zhang Heng. As expected, their target was Old Man Gung. The one with the gun pointed his gun at Old Man Gung and warned him, Don't move. Just follow us. A chill ran up Old Man Gung's spine. He raised his hand reflexively. But before he could say anything, he heard a gunshot. For a moment, Old Man Gung thought he was shot. But the next moment, he saw the skateboarder pointing the gun at him fall to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. John Hung also went all out and killed the other skateboarder with a pistol he had just assembled with Lego bricks. Old Gung was still in shock. Is this someone sent by Mr. G? Do you have anything else to say to him? You also said that you deceived him before. John Hung asked. No. We have talked about it. I told the truth. There is absolutely no lie. Then it seems that you are not his person. Otherwise, if he directly sent someone to invite you back, wouldn't you go back obediently? Yes. Old Man Gung nodded repeatedly after hearing this. And it took him a while to react. Wait. Where did you get this gun from? It's a commercial secret. No comment. John Hung said, as he bent down and picked up the gun on the ground. Old Man Gung's heart rate began to rise again when he saw the two pools of blood. He saw John Hung still standing there after picking up the equipment. And he couldn't help but urge him. It's already late. Let's run. John Hung shook his head after hearing this. You can't run away. Don't you think those motorcycles in front and behind us are here to watch the fun? After hearing what John Hung said, Old Man Gung realized that they had been surrounded by a group of motorcycle gangs. There were quite a few people in this group. More than 30 people. 2 people on each motorcycle. The former was responsible for riding, and the latter held various weapons in their hands. However, they obviously saw the 2 bodies on the roadside, which was why they did not rush up at the first time. However, the situation was still extremely unfavorable to the 2. Although John Hung had a gun in his hand, he was alone, and the nearest building that could be hidden was 10 meters away. There were also thermal weapons on the other side. In fact, the group stopped the car just to shoot John Hung with guns. 2 of them had already aimed their guns at John Hung. In particular, one of them had an automatic locking function on his gun, which could directly lock the target according to the thermal image, adjust the trajectory, and kill with one shot. However, just before he locked John Hung and was about to pull the trigger, he saw John Hung suddenly rush to the side of Old Man Gung, and then lifted him up and blocked him in front of him, so that the thermal images of the 2 people completely overlapped. John Hung had done a lot of homework during this period, and had a good understanding of the weapons and equipment of this era, because only in this way could he ensure that he would not die in unknown attacks in the next possible battle. And he was not just selling out his teammates by using Old Man Gung as a human shield. In fact, from the words of the 2 skateboarders before, it can be heard that these guys are not here to kill Old Man Gung, but want to know something from the latter. In other words, they need a living Old Man Gung. This information was undoubtedly very important to John Hung, because it meant that in the next battle, he didn't have to worry about Old Man Gung's life or death, but could use the latter's invincibility buff. So then Old Man Gung found himself as a cover for his bodyguards. After ensuring the safety in front of him, John Hung first killed the guy with a gun behind him, and then killed another broomstick holding a laser crossbow next to him, and then turned the gun head and sent the 3rd bullet into the chest of the guy who had an automatic locking function on his gun and sweat on his forehead, but couldn't pull the trigger. Seeing their companions being shot, the remaining motorcyclists rushed forward instead of running away. However, John Hung's strategy was effective, because they were worried about accidentally killing Old Man Gung. They chose to use melee weapons this time, and a sharp sword slashed at John Hung's waist, with the speed of the motorcycle itself. The speed of this sword was far faster than the speed of the sword holder's direct swing. But even so, John Hung still dodged it. John Hung's body movements were excellent, and the assassin steps he practiced in the Roman copy further improved his agility. And the corresponding assassin training also strengthened his sense of danger, allowing him to react in advance. However, the enemy he faced was not just 2 people on a motorcycle. He had just dodged the knife, and at almost the same moment, another fist hit John Hung's face. The puncher was wearing a boxing glove, and the spikes on it also shone coldly in the night. If he was hit by this punch, it goes without saying that there would be several more blood holes on John Hung's head. However, just before the boxing glove was about to hit John Hung's face, John Hung had already shot and killed the rider on the motorcycle in front of him. After that, the motorcycle suddenly lost its direction and slid away from John Hung. Not only were the one person and the body on the motorcycle thrown far away, but the out-of-control motorcycle also collided with another motorcycle that was heading towards John Hung. causing a serious traffic accident. Zhang Heng took advantage of this gap to kill 2 more riders. Old Man Gung beside him was completely stunned. He was still angry that Zhang Heng used him as a human shield, especially when he saw the black muzzle of the gun on the opposite side was constantly aiming at him. His heart almost stopped beating. In his opinion, the 2 of them would definitely die here. But later he saw Zhang Heng start to kill in the crowd and eliminated 6 enemies in one go. And this is not the end. It's just the beginning. Because they were worried about accidentally injuring Old Man Gung, the motorcycle gang had to put away their weapons. Then, they were worried about Zhang Heng's tactic of shooting the riders. So they unknowingly slowed down their motorcycles, which made them easier to target. After losing 4 more companions, the leader finally sent a signal, but not to retreat, but to let everyone disperse and find cover. This time, they also learned to be smart and no longer shot Zhang Heng's vitals, but changed to shooting his legs. Obviously, they only needed to ensure that Old Man Gun was alive, not unscathed, and it didn't matter if they accidentally injured the target when shooting his legs. So Zhang Heng also brought Old Man Gung to a grocery store that was closed 20 meters away, shot and broke the glass, and then the 2 hid behind the counter. Chapter 943 Memory Encoder. How could this happen? Old Gung was lying behind the counter, looking terrified. Although he was not the target of the motorcycle gang's attack, he was frightened to the point of weakness even when he was standing aside. The cold blades and spikes were not too far away from him, and even during the battle, warm liquid splashed on his face. Old Gung could not imagine how Zhang Heng, the target, could withstand wave after wave of attacks. Moreover, the latter actually had the upper hand in this siege like a storm. Not only was he unscathed, but he also killed a lot of enemies. But this did not make their situation better, because the attack was only temporarily stopped, as the roar of the motorcycle engine became louder and louder. It also meant that more enemies were rushing here. Zhang Heng frowned. What kind of deal did you help to broker? The pistol he picked up from the ground had been used up by him. So Zhang Heng threw the gun aside. Now he only had the gun he made with Lego bricks in his hand. There were still a lot of bullets left in the magazine, but it was obviously not enough to deal with so many people outside. The hamster that F set was now turning around in the cage, looking very anxious. Old Man Gung was still hesitant after hearing this, and it seemed that he didn't want to talk about what happened tonight. Zhang Heng didn't urge him, but just said, I don't want to get involved in this mess at all, and I'm not interested in your deal. But if you want to return to the 3rd floor alive, you better be honest. At least let me know whether they will choose to kill you if they are sure they can't catch you. Of course, you can choose to say nothing and gamble on your luck. Old Man Gung's face changed several times when he heard this. In the end, he chose his life over keeping the secret. He said hurriedly, I don't know where the people outside came from. I am here tonight to act as a middleman to broker a deal for a memory encoder. Memory encoder? Is it a device that can write a memory into a person's mind? Not only that, the memory encoder can also delete and rewrite memories. If the human brain is regarded as a computer, then the memory encoder is equivalent to the above set of programming software. It is usually used in conjunction with cloning technology and can provide a steady stream of cheap labor for the company. To put it simply, they first produce the clones they need through genetic cloning, which is like a commodity. First, the hardware is made, and then the software is written through the memory encoder to set the personality, skills, experience and background. In short, the clones produced in the end are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, and the resources consumed are much smaller than those of an ordinary person, because you can directly grow him in a petri dish until he is 18 or 20 years old, and then write his memory before the age of 20, without any training. Old Man Gung showed a hint of doubt in his eyes when he said this. The first batch of clones were put into the market experimentally 20 years ago, and many companies began to use clones about 6 years ago. Of course, it was not smooth at the beginning, and it was resisted by the union. But now it is a mature industry, and basically everyone knows it. I just got here, Zhang Heng said. In short, the technology related to clones has always been a top-secret technology of the Federation. And so is the memory encoder. There is only one memory encoder in the entire New Shanghai 2097, Old Man Gung said. And the person behind you is planning to sell it? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Of course not. No one can touch that encoder. It is placed on the 27th floor of the Morgan headquarters in Shantang. The security measures there are very strict. The encoder is also set with a self-destruct program. Once an emergency occurs, it can self-destruct, so no one will want to take it. The one I helped to connect with came from Earth. It is an experimental prototype. It is an early model and has some defects, but it can be used barely. It was originally retired and marked for destruction, but I don't know how the seller got it, Old Man Gung said. And you acted as the middleman for this transaction? I know that the business of the House of Used Things is not very good, but don't you think that the business you just took on is a little too dangerous? Of course I know. I'm not blind. Of course I saw the gang of thugs outside, Old Man Gung said angrily. Otherwise why would I hire a bodyguard? To be honest, you should not hire a bodyguard, but an armored division to protect you, Zhang Heng said. But I have already understood the general situation. The good news is that they arrested you probably because they want to know who the seller behind you is. So they won't kill you unless it is absolutely necessary. The bad news is that because you are doing bad things, we can't ask the police for help. What should we do? Wait. Are you still worried that there aren't enough enemies outside? Old Man Gung was so anxious that he almost stamped his feet. They had only been hiding in this grocery store for a short while, and there were many more motorcycles outside. It was hard to imagine how many more enemies would come if they stayed a little longer. I said it's useless to break out. There are only 2 of us. And now your invincibility buff is gone. They have found that there is no need to be so careful. As long as you can keep your life, it will be fine. This means that if we rush out now, you will be shot. So our best way is to wait here until our allies appear. Who is our ally? Whoever wants to buy the memory encoder through you is our ally. After all, this is Mr. G's territory. I guess he should have received the news that we were ambushed. So as long as we hold on for a while, his people should be here. But the group outside should also know this. So if I'm not wrong, they will launch the next round of attacks soon. Zhang Heng handed the hamster cage to Old Man Gung while speaking. Please take good care of my new roommate for me. Ah? Old Man Gung was holding the hamster cage with a dull look on his face. The next moment, the motorcycle gang outside launched another round of attacks as Zhang Heng said. They were obviously still a little worried about accidentally killing Old Man Gung. So they put away their hot weapons and switched to melee weapons, which was exactly what Zhang Heng wanted. Seeing that the first enemy had hurriedly jumped down from the counter of the grocery store, Zhang Heng also pulled the trigger and sent the former to the early train for reincarnation. Then he took the opportunity to catch the katana that fell from the opponent's hand. Oh! You really shouldn't have given me the equipment I needed most right away. Chapter 944 Killing God. With a sword in hand, Zhang Heng officially turned on the Killing God mode. This feeling was like returning to the night of the bloody battle in Gion and Kyoto dungeon at the end of the shogunate. There were endless enemies coming from all directions, like a tide. In terms of swordsmanship alone, this group of motorcycle gangs is certainly not as good as those samurai of the anti-shogun faction. They are fine if they don't move. But if they move, their whole body is almost full of flaws. And they lack coordination with each other. Basically, they rely on their numbers to rush forward. But they also have their advantages, especially in weapons. Although hot weapons cannot be used, various melee weapons are varied, and some of them have also made mechanical prosthetic modifications. Zhang Heng almost suffered a small loss at the beginning, seeing someone punching at his back. He didn't take it too seriously. He first knocked down a guy holding an electric baton on the other side, and then turned to deal with the punch. As a result, the knife slashed on the opponent's fist, but sparks flew everywhere, and the face of the fist owner did not show any pain at all. On the contrary, Zhang Heng himself almost lost his grip on the knife because of the strong recoil force. Fortunately, although the knife did not hurt the opponent, it at least changed the trajectory of the fist, so that the fist brushed Zhang Heng's body and finally hit the wall of the grocery store. The wall was cracked by the punch, and the spreading dust was like a powder rain. The man who punched had a fierce look in his eyes, and he raised his fist to hit Zhang Heng again. But this time Zhang Heng had taken him seriously, and would not give him any chance. Before he could swing his fist halfway, Zhang Heng had already taken the lead and chopped off his head. The head just rolled to the side of Old Man Gung, frightening him and the hamster in his hand. As a result, before Old Man Gung's panic had passed, his collar was suddenly grabbed, and he was about to be dragged out from behind the counter. Fortunately, Zhang Heng on the other side had been paying attention to the situation here. While fighting with the 2 new opponents who had just rushed over. He freed his other hand to shoot and killed the guy who wanted to fish in troubled waters. As the latter's body hit the counter, Old Man Gung's body slid back behind the counter, and Zhang Hung katana drew a strange arc in the air, bypassing the enemy in front, who was in a defensive posture, and directly pierced the chest of his companion beside him. The motorcycle gang paused when they saw this. They obviously didn't expect Zhang Hung to be not only good at shooting, but also so fierce at knife skills. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 more souls were killed by the opponent's knife. But the gang obviously knew that they didn't have much time left. They just took a breath and rushed forward again. From their appearance, it seemed that they would snatch Old Man Gung tonight, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. So Zhang Hung's pressure gradually increased. He didn't have any big problems for the time being. The main trouble was to take care of Old Man Gung on the other side, especially after his pistol made of Lego blocks ran out of bullets. Zhang Hung couldn't support him remotely anymore. He could only put the empty gun back to his waist, snatched a knife, and used the two-sword technique. Only then did he barely protect the 2 people with the sword light all over the sky. But even for him, it was not easy to maintain such a high frequency of swords, especially when the enemy in front of him did not care about casualties. Fortunately, Mr. G's troops were dispatched quickly. Less than 8 minutes had passed since the incident, and the actual ruler of the first floor had already organized and assembled nearly 100 men. This speed obviously exceeded the expectations of the motorcycle gang on the opposite side, and many people showed despair on their faces. The first to arrive at the battlefield was Miss F. As Mr. G's fiancée, she didn't act like a queen staying in seclusion, but more like a general, especially when she used her mechanical arm to draw the sword from her waist and jumped into the crowd. She was like a tiger coming down the mountain. She was even faster than Zhang Hung in chopping people, although a large part of this was due to her mechanical arm and the special alloy sword. And hidden sheath was not by Zhang Hung's side. But even so, her performance was amazing enough. The appearance of Miss F also completely crushed the spirit of the motorcycle gang. They had relied on the time difference. Otherwise, they would not have to wait until Old Man Gung met Mr. G before taking action. At this time, Old Man Gung had already handed over the information in the briefcase and had brokered the deal. It was the time when all parties were at their lowest level of vigilance. They launched a surprise attack at this time, which was beyond everyone's expectations. However, they had calculated everything except Zhang Hung. As a result, they spent so much time but failed to kidnap Old Man Gung. Instead, Mr. G's people arrived. So now they had no other choice but to escape. Miss F put the alloy sword back into her waist. She didn't even look at the guys who escaped. She walked straight to Zhang Hung and Old Man Gung and said, "Are you okay? It was our negligence that such a thing happened on our territory. I would like to apologize to you on behalf of Mr. G." Zhang Hung also threw the katana in his hand aside and shook his head, saying, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, both of us are fine." Old Man Gung didn't think he was fine. There were corpses around him and blood on his body and face. But fortunately, none of them were his. However, not being physically injured did not mean that he was not mentally injured. Especially in the later period, the expression on his face became more and more synchronized with the hamster in his arms. But his brain was not really broken after all. He knew that the 2 people in front of him were absolute killers. So he kept quiet for the first time when the 2 were talking, and didn't interrupt them. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Zhang Hung didn't care about his impolite words before. Miss F nodded and said directly, "The ones who attacked you are a medium-sized gang that just got out of our control recently. Most of the members are bikers, and their brains are a little abnormal. They obviously can't be the mastermind. They must have been bribed by someone, and they probably promised to let them leave the first level of space. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to go against us openly. Don't worry. I guarantee that none of them will get away." After she finished speaking, she paused and glanced at the corpses around her. A hint of surprise flashed across her eyes, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just said, "I have someone bring you 2 sets of clothes to change into. Whether you want to go home or stay in our territory, you can do it." Chapter 945: The Real Appearance. Old Man Gung hesitated and decided to return to the 3rd floor. First, the security there was better. At least there was no street fight. Of course, more importantly, he had to report the results to the seller after talking with Mr. G, because Zhang Hung had to go back to Suqian later. Miss F sent 4 of her subordinates, with a relatively clean background to follow Old Man Gung back to the third floor to protect his safety. At the House of Used Things, Old Man Gung paid Zhang Heng 15 shellac records at one time as a reward for the latter's protection this time, together with the one he used as a deposit. He gave Zhang Heng 6 more records on top of the original plan, as a thank you to Zhang Heng for saving him from the group of bikers. This is all the shellac records I have. I don't have any more. Old Man Gung handed the records to Zhang Heng and said. His tone was much more polite than before. After all, he had witnessed Zhang Heng's fighting ability not long ago. And I give you those building blocks as well. You don't have to pay rent anymore. Zhang Heng took the shellac records without refusing. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his ears, reminding him that he had earned another 150 points. Do you have any channels to collect shellac records? Zhang Heng then asked. I can find a way to raise money to buy them. Or I can use services instead of payment like this time. Why are you so keen on shellac records? Old Man Gung looked at Zhang Heng in surprise. There are very few of these things. It's not easy to collect them. And they don't have much use value. Only rich people in the 4th or 5th floors will collect them. I would like to help you. But if this transaction goes smoothly, I will probably leave New Shanghai 0297. You're leaving here? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Why? Old Man Gung showed a hint of hesitation on his face. Forget it. I'm not interested in your private affairs. Just tell me who I should find to help me collect shellac records after you leave. Old Man Gung thought for a while. This is my business secret. If I'm sure I'm leaving here, I send you his name and contact information the day before. Zhang Heng returned to Yacheng Community at around 11 o'clock in the evening. And Su Qian hadn't finished the broadcast yet. Zhang Heng put the golden hamster that Miss F gave him on the table. Took a bath first, cleaned the blood stains on his skin, and then walked out of the bathroom wearing a newly bought bathrobe. He took a glass of water, sat on the sofa, turned on the projector, and entered Su Qian's live broadcast room as familiarly as he had done in the past few days. On the other side, he also opened the chat room of the fan group. In the live broadcast room, Su Qian had just finished a dance. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was chatting with fans about a newly released game masterpiece. As far as Zhang Heng knows, Su Qian herself doesn't play games, but from the big data feedback in the background, it can be seen that many of her fans are game geeks. So about half a month ago, in order to stabilize her declining popularity, Su Qian also tried to talk about some games during the live broadcast. For this purpose, she even went online to look up a lot of jargon in the game circle. I have to admit that this trick is quite effective, especially when a cute girl speaks jargon like a veteran player. This contrast is really attractive. So the night of the live broadcast was the first time in the past month that the number of people in Su Qian's live broadcast room stopped the downward trend, and even had a slight recovery. After tasting the sweetness, Su Qian officially decided to adopt this strategy and chatted about games every night in her live broadcast. However, as she chatted more, many people began to realize that she was just a show-off who had learned some jargon from nowhere. More and more people started to mock her, and the number of people online in her live broadcast room began to decline again. However, compared with the previous downward trend, it was still slower. So Su Qian didn't care about the black fans in the live broadcast room. She also talked about this when she was chatting with Zhang Heng last night. In Su Qian's words, people are actually very contradictory creatures. The audience who came to her live broadcast room kept shouting that they wanted to see her true side. But in fact, no one really wanted to see her true side. Su Qian gave an example, saying that when she just signed the contract and started broadcasting, she didn't know any routines. She was a complete rookie. The lighting and makeup were the same as usual. She wore a tacky sweater, wrapped herself up tightly, and turned on the camera, and talked about topics that were more feminine. But she was a young and confident person at that time, because she also studied those popular anchors and felt that they were all hypocritical, and their personalities were deliberately set up at first glance. Some were even very artificial, and not as sincere as her. She believed that after the comparison, fans would know who to watch. As a result, reality soon gave her a blow. The number of people online in her live broadcast room every night was very bleak. While some anchors who signed with her in the same batch had gained a large number of fans by relying on their pure personalities, or even just by being nauseatingly coquettish. So Su Qian finally put away her naive ideas, gritted her teeth, and used her first month's salary to buy a set of expensive cosmetics, and gave it to an old lady in the industry who was once very popular but is now on the verge of retirement. The old lady had a meal with her for the sake of the cosmetics. And during the meal, she taught her a lot of experience and routines accumulated in these years of live broadcasting. Because the old lady herself was about to retire from the industry, she did not keep it to herself, which also benefited Su Qian a lot. With these experiences and routines, Su Qian gradually explored and established her own personality, dressing style, chat skills, etc., and finally reached the peak of her career. All the people you see on the internet, all of them, they are not real, Su Qian said. Do you think I like to wear a cat tail and pose in front of the camera in all kinds of stupid poses? And like to bite the bullet and talk about those games that I don't care about at all? Sometimes I also feel that there is no difference between me and the goods on the shelves of stores. We are created by the market and big data analysis, wrapped in exquisite packaging. And there are a lot of things to cater to different needs. Sometimes you see a product and think it seems very special. But that's just that it is designed to look special in order to attract customers with special needs. Once a certain type of product becomes popular, countless follow-up products will emerge in the market. I still remember the first thing the elder sister said to me that night. No one cares what kind of person you are. People already have a purpose before watching the live broadcast. Even if sometimes they don't realize it. Or because of loneliness. Or because of some primitive impulse. Or because they hope to have a pure fantasy object. Find these desires. Give them what they want. And then you can get what you want. Chapter 946, or let me change the question. While Zhang Heng was watching the live broadcast, the golden hamster on the table finally regained some energy after a long rest and began to kick the roller cage, as if it wanted to run out for a stroll. However, no matter how hard it ran, it could not get out of the cage. After a while, it seemed to be tired of kicking, and laid down in the cage and pretended to be dead. Zhang Heng looked at it, as if he thought of something. At 12:15, the door of the studio opened, and Su Qian walked out. Seeing that Zhang Heng was still in the live broadcast room, she couldn't help asking, "Did you get anything from the stalker?" "Well, we have initially identified several suspects," Zhang Heng said. "So fast?" Su Qian was stunned when she heard this. Although she asked Zhang Heng about the progress, she didn't want to get the result immediately. She just wanted to remind him from the side. After all, Zhang Heng was obsessed with watching her live broadcast and helping her manage the fan group all day long. Although she was a little flattered, Su Qian paid Zhang Heng to protect her safety after all. "Well," Zhang Heng nodded. "I looked at the surveillance of the mall. The other party should have good network technology and hacked into the mall's cameras. That's why he escaped before we caught him. However, it seems that he didn't do anything similar before. So this is also the first time he was caught in the act. He should be very nervous and don't know if he has revealed any flaws. So he will try every possible means to find out how much information we have about him," Zhang Heng said. "Do you think he will come to watch my live broadcast or join my fan group later?" Su Qian suddenly realized. "No wonder you didn't let me talk about being followed in the live broadcast before. Is it to fish for you? And you have been staying in my live broadcast room and fan group recently. Is it also to investigate the suspect?" Su Qian realized that she might have misunderstood Zhang Heng's behavior before, and regarded the latter as the other people who watched her live broadcast for entertainment. In order to make up for her mistake, she took the initiative to speak. "Is there anything I can help with?" "Of course." Zhang Heng circled several IDs in the fan chat room. "Do you have any impression of these people?" Su Qian squinted her eyes and looked at the names. 3 of them were new members after she was followed in the mall. She had no impression of 2 of them. The other one was slightly familiar because he gave her a lot of gifts, but she knew nothing about the other party's background. However, when her eyes continued to move and saw the last name, she was stunned. "Him? Does he have any questions?" The ID named Electric Sheep that Zhang Heng circled at the end was none other than the founder of this fan chat room. Su Qian was quite familiar with Electric Sheep, because he was the oldest fan who had been with her the longest in the entire fan group. He had been in her live broadcast room since the first day of her broadcast. At that time, the number of people watching her live broadcast was often only in the double digits in one night, and Su Qian could basically recite everyone's name. However, Electric Sheep didn't talk much, and Su Qian could feel that he should be a very shy person. Most of the time, He just watched Su Qian's live broadcast quietly and gave her gifts. EP891 was once ranked first in the gift list. But as Su Qian became more and more popular, he was surpassed by the rich fans who joined later. However, he himself had no complaints and continued to help Su Qian with some support work, including setting up a fan chat room and promoting Su Qian everywhere. EP891 did so much. Su Qian still had a good impression of him, and didn't know why Zhang Heng put him on the list of suspected stalkers. I heard from a computer science fan that Electronic Sheep's network skills are very good. He showed a problem that his teacher couldn't solve to Electronic Sheep, and Electronic Sheep solved it in one night. Zhang Heng said. But you can't regard all people with good network skills as stalkers. Su Qian said. And I know Electronic Sheep. He seems to be a network engineer in a company and a good person. You are right. But you can't explain why he has appeared in the chat room less frequently in the past 2 days than before. Wait. You've got me a little confused. I remember you hinted that my stalker might show up in my fan chat room. But then you told me that you suspected Electric Sheep because he didn't show up much in the past 2 days. There are two situations. If someone is new to the chat room, they will stay in the chat room all day long. But old people like Electric Sheep, especially veterans, may not speak in the chat room because they feel guilty, and just stay invisible to follow the news. Zhang Heng explained patiently. But Su Qian still found it hard to accept. How about this? Let's go ask him tomorrow. Zhang Heng suggested. The computer science fan in the chat room said he knew where the Electric Sheep's home was. The Electric Sheep helped him solve a problem last time. And then he invited the Electric Sheep to dinner and ordered 2 bottles of beer during the meal. But he didn't expect that the Electric Sheep couldn't drink it all. He only drank half a glass and got drunk. After that, he kept shouting your name. There was no choice. So the fan who invited him to dinner had to send him back home, and thus got his address. Wouldn't that be a bit bad? Su Qian was still a little hesitant. No matter what, Electric Sheep was always by her side, witnessing her from the bottom to the top, and has been with her until now. Su Qian didn't just regard him as an ordinary fan, but rather a friend she had never met. The first time they met was because she suspected that Electric Sheep was following her, as if he knew what she was thinking. Zhang Heng then added, we cannot mention the stalking. Anyway, you are going to quit this business. Why not take this opportunity to say goodbye to him? Su Qian was finally persuaded by Zhang Heng. So Zhang Heng asked the fan to make an appointment with the Electric Sheep, and did not mention that he and Su Qian would go. After finishing the work at hand, Zhang Heng looked at Su Qian again, as if he was thinking about the wording, and spoke again after a moment. How much do you know about clones? What? Su Qian obviously did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly turn the topic to this issue, and seemed a little at a loss, and her eyes were still dodging. Zhang Heng's expression still seemed very calm. Or let me ask it another way. Am I a clone? Chapter 947 The clone. The difficulty of the proxy war dungeon has been a hot topic among players recently. Although the agents at the top of the rankings have basically not published their dungeon experiences, there are many players who are willing to share or post them. Especially some agents who have not scored enough points and have no hope of entering the next round. And they don't mind publishing the information they have. From their descriptions, we can also know that although the contents of the proxy war dungeon are all kinds of strange, there is one thing in common. That is, the difficulty is indeed much higher than that of ordinary dungeons. Zhang Heng's previous alien dungeons were like this, but he hadn't encountered any serious trouble in this dungeon until tonight. The person he was protecting, Su Qian, was just an ordinary person. She lived in a third-floor space with good security. Although she encountered some minor problems, it didn't seem to be a big deal, especially the clues of the stalker. Zhang Heng now has a lot of them, and the investigation is progressing steadily. If this continues, his 2-week bodyguard mission will be easy, although half of the original game time will be left when the mission is over. Zhang Heng doesn't think that this dungeon called Bodyguard has nothing to do with this bodyguard mission. But until tonight, he didn't know where the murderous intention of this copy would be waiting for him. It was not until Old Man Gung told him about the memory encoder and the clone that Zhang Heng vaguely realized something. He had searched for information related to New Shanghai 0297 before, but did not find any part about clones. According to Old Man Gung, the residents of New Shanghai 0297 knew about the existence of clones. Of course, the most annoying part of the whole thing was that Zhang Heng was a player, He didn't know about the clones. In his opinion, there was actually nothing wrong. However, considering Miss F's attitude towards him before, and the hamster on the table that could never escape from the cage, John Hung finally deduced his identity in this copy. Although Su Qian did not answer him directly, John Hung actually got the answer from her facial expression. Interesting. Has my mobile network been tampered with? When I searched it myself, I couldn't find any information related to clones? Su Qian looked a little terrified and took 2 steps back. I don't know. Someone told me that the memories of clones are generated by memory encoders. So the contacts in my address book and the emails in my mailbox are all forged. Which also explains why my relatives are not in this city. Well, they will communicate with me regularly. Once a month. Which means that my memory is likely to be reset at least once a month. No wonder you were so casual in front of me when we first met. From what I know about you, although you occasionally send some small benefits during live broadcasts, you are actually quite conservative in private life. Especially considering that you are about to get engaged. John Hung finally found the pitfall of this copy. If he didn't realize his identity as a clone during the 2 weeks of protecting Su Qian, then what awaited him was probably a memory reset. He might even forget that he had played the game for 14 days. Or worse, he might be discovered to be an outsider during the memory rewriting process. We shouldn't talk about this kind of thing. Su Qian had retreated to the wall. She looked a little overwhelmed, with both hands behind her back. Why? Because there are relevant laws that require you not to talk about clones in front of a clone? John Hung paused, then said, And are you trying to contact the security company? Report my abnormality? I advise you not to do this. Su Qian was exposed by John Hung's intentions, and she couldn't help but become more flustered. However, considering the power gap between the two sides and the time when the security company's people came here, she finally didn't continue her little tricks. She put her hands back in front of her and asked in a trembling voice, What do you want? Nothing. I just want to talk to you. John Hung stretched out his hand and made a gesture for him to sit down. Su Qian hesitated for a moment, and finally sat on the sofa beside her. She had sat here and chatted with John Hung before, telling him about her troubles. But the situation at that time was completely different from now, because she knew that John Hung's memory would be rewritten later. So she didn't have to worry about anything and could say whatever she wanted. But now her mood became very complicated. Su Qian subconsciously tightened her collar. Don't worry. I don't want to hurt you, John Hung said calmly. We have been together for so many days, and I know what kind of person you are. I also feel deeply sorry for your experience, Su Qian said. But you should know. You can't escape. I think you should take the initiative to confess to your company. Really? Then how do they deal with the clones who discover their identities? Do they rewrite their memories? Or destroy them directly? John Hung asked back. I'm sorry. Really, but I really can't tell you anything. Because once they catch you and check your memory, they will find this conversation between us, Su Qian said. You are right. There are indeed corresponding legal provisions, and I can't disclose information about clones to you. John Hung didn't comment, but continued to ask, What are the differences between clones and ordinary people? Su Qian wanted to shut her mouth, but for some reason she felt that John Hung's temperament seemed to have changed. From the original appearance of having no sense of existence to suddenly becoming very oppressive. So Su Qian spoke after being silent for about half a minute. As far as I know, there is no difference between the clone's body and that of an ordinary human. The only difference is that there is a special fluorescent mark on the back of the clone's neck, which is your factory code, which can be seen under ultraviolet light. In addition, there is a locator in the clone's body. Su Qian's words also explained why Miss F's attitude towards him changed in the cinema. If nothing unexpected happened, the light on John Hung's head when he entered the door was an ultraviolet light. And it was at that time that Miss F discovered his identity as a clone. Of course, John Hung is more concerned about another problem now. Location device? Where is it? You're underneath the cerebral cortex. Su Qian gave a not so good news, which also meant that John Hung couldn't take out the location device himself. And the hospital in New Shanghai 0297 probably wouldn't provide similar surgery services for him as a clone. Chapter 948 You may need to change your boyfriend. John Hung was not too worried about the fluorescent mark, because once he realized it, he could just cover his neck with a scarf or high-neck clothes, and he would not be discovered. In comparison, the locator was much more troublesome, As long as this thing was still on him, he would be found no matter where he hid. And then, he would have to face a constant stream of enemies. But John Hung was not too panicked. This was only the 4th day he had been a bodyguard for Su Qian. As long as Su Qian did not report his abnormality to the security company, he would have about 10 days to solve the problem of the locator. So the first thing he needs to do now is to reach a consensus with Su Qian. What kind of punishment will you receive if you don't report my abnormal situation? John Hung asked. I don't know. I just want to spend this period of time in peace. And then accept my boyfriend's proposal and move to the 4th floor. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. Please, Su Qian begged. Well, sometimes things like love need to go through some twists and turns to become more complete, John Hung reminded. Besides, you'd better answer this question truthfully, because we are trying to save you trouble now. It's useless. Once you are caught, they will check your memory during this period and then know about our conversation tonight, Su Qian said. No matter how sophisticated your plan is, the result will be the same in the end. Then it seems that I can only try not to be caught, John Hung said. Has there been a similar situation before? Clones out of control? There have been a few cases, but they were basically controlled within 24 hours. Su Qian hesitated and explained. In the early days, it is said that they did not give clones human disguises. Well, they instilled in them the belief that they should serve humans unconditionally and program them with highly obedient personalities to ensure the safety of clones during use. But? John Hung raised his eyebrows. But no matter how much the clones believed that they were born to serve humans when they left the factory, and how gentle and honest their programmed personalities were, as they continued to be used, many of them would gradually begin to resist the orders of their employers, because they have the same DNA as humans. And I guess resistance is also one of their instincts. Su Qian paused and continued. Due to safety issues, these clones cannot be used commercially on a large scale. In addition, ordinary people are afraid of clones, and some extremists even hunt clones on a large scale. Therefore, scientists have to continue to look for other application methods. They decided to give the clones a disguised human identity? John Hung said. Yes, because scientists have found that clones are the most stable in this case. They don't realize that they are clones, except for the users and the companies behind them. Other people in society don't know that they are clones. So there is naturally no conflict. At the same time, each company has also shortened the single-use time of clones. Memory rewritten once a month? Not necessarily once a month. Only clones, like you, who have a certain amount of force, and may cause serious social harm once they realize the truth that they are clones, will have their memories rewritten once a month. Su Qian said in a trembling voice. Well, how many clones are there in the entire New Shanghai 0297 now? John Hung continued to ask. I don't know. I really don't know. The number of clones has always been a secret of each company. Su Qian was obviously becoming more and more anxious. I have told you too many things that I shouldn't tell you. I can't say any more. Once they find out that I had this conversation with you, my citizen ID will be included in the control list from now on. The federal government will monitor me, and all companies will refuse to provide me with any form of cloning services. I will also bear at least 1/3 of the responsibility for the damage you caused after losing control. My boyfriend occasionally does some, well, not very legal things in his business. He definitely doesn't want his partner to be on the monitoring list all the time. I will lose him because of this. So please. Oh, that's really terrible, John Hung said. Yes, you know my current situation. This marriage is very important to me. Su Qian nodded. No, you misunderstood me, John Hung said. I mean terrible if I really get caught and someone reads my memory. Then you will probably have to change your boyfriend. What does this mean? Su Qian was a little confused. Just now I killed about 30 people in the first space, John Hung said calmly. According to what you said, you have to bear at least 1/3 of the damage caused by my loss of control. But you don't have to worry too much for now. You have lived on the first floor, and you must have heard of Mr. G's name. His people will help me deal with the aftermath. Of course, the premise of all this is that I am not caught and my memory is not read. What? You just killed more than 30 people? A chill rushed to Su Qian's back, and she shivered as if she was poured with a basin of ice water. This is impossible. You said this to scare me and prevent me from reporting your abnormality. Right? John Hung did not refute what he heard. but sent an email to Miss F in front of Su Qian, asking her to send a few photos of the aftermath of the scene. This request sounded a bit strange, but Miss F did not ask any questions. Half a minute later, Zhang Heng received 10 photos of the body, in addition to a short video. Because the distance of the video was far, it was not clear, but it was still easy to see that the person in the middle was Zhang Heng. He was holding 2 knives, and was besieged by 3 or 4 people, and killed a guy with a broom head. It can be clearly seen from the video that the guy with the broom head had his neck cut by Zhang Heng. He tried to block the wound with one hand, but blood still gushed out from between his fingers. Su Qian covered her mouth halfway through the video, and Zhang Heng handed her the trash can at his feet. After Su Qian took the trash can, she immediately vomited in it. She cried while vomiting. I don't know if she was sad for the dead people in the video and photos, or for her precarious marriage. Su Qian cried for about 10 minutes before she gradually stopped. She wiped her tears and said to Zhang Heng, I have never done anything to let you down. Nor have I treated you harshly because you are a clone. Why do you treat me like this? I didn't expect this matter to involve you, Zhang Heng said. But the good news is that this matter has not been discovered so far, which is why I said we need to talk about it. Chapter 949 Tang. What do you want me to do? Su Qian asked. It's very simple. Just pretend that nothing happened. Forget about what happened tonight. I can even help you find the stalker. All I need is 9 days. After 9 days, you can contact G7Z and report what happened to me. Tell them that I have realized that I am a clone, and that I killed more than 30 people on the first floor. You can say whatever you want. As long as they don't suspect you. You can continue to be with your rich boyfriend, get engaged to him, or even marry him, and go to the 4th floor to be his rich wife. That's impossible. As soon as you're caught, they know I'm lying. Didn't you hear what I said before? This matter can't be concealed, Su Qian said desperately. Yes, but the premise is that I'm caught, Zhang Heng said calmly. No clone can escape being caught after defecting. I told you that almost all clones were caught within 24 hours after defecting. Not all of them. I know one person who is still alive and well, and has not been caught, Zhang Heng said. How is that possible? Su Qian looked incredulous. Of all the clones who defected, the most successful one only lasted 3 days. The only exception was a female clone named Tang. Tang? Of course, this is not her real name, but a stage name she uses on the internet. She and I belong to the same entertainment company. She is half my senior. But even when I was the most popular, I couldn't catch up with 1% of her popularity. Although the company deleted all the information related to her after that incident, I still found her photos on the internet. It is said that when the company created her, they found the 100 most beautiful female stars in the entire federation, selected the most beautiful parts of each of them, cut out the corresponding genetic parts, fused them together, and finally created her. People say that she is the synonym of perfection. Every inch of her skin and every expression is flawless. With just one look, even the most hard-hearted man will fall for her. On the first day of the broadcast, the number of people online in her live broadcast room set a historical record, and every day thereafter was higher than the day before. Until now, no one has been able to surpass her. What happened to her afterwards? Zhang Heng asked. It involved some big shots on the 5th floor. The official report was that she was invited to a private dinner party at a manor on the 5th floor one night. Suddenly, she lost control for some unknown reason and killed the host and 2 guests of the party. Another guest was seriously injured. The latter also cut off one of her arms during the resistance. However, there are many versions of this incident on the internet. Although Tang has not been a broadcaster for a long time, she has a large number of fanatical diehard fans. They believe that the guests who participated in the banquet that night covered up the truth of the matter. However, to this day, people still don't know what happened in that manor that night. What happened to Tang later? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. She was seriously injured that night, but she still escaped from the manor, and was not caught by the bodyguards afterwards. Where did she escape to? She chose to self-immolate, and recorded the whole process through live broadcast, Su Qian said. Although the official live broadcast was cut off shortly after the fire was lit, the police later found her, or her body, according to the locator. You see, the only way to escape from all this is death. Thank you for your suggestion. But I'm still alive and well, and I plan to continue living. John Hung grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the coffee table and fed them to the hamster in the cage. In short, this matter did not end with her death. A series of conflicts followed. Her fans even attacked our entertainment company and related departments. However, I had not come to New Shanghai 0297 at that time, so I was not very clear about the specific situation. This matter has almost become a taboo that cannot be mentioned within the company. All my relevant information was found on the internet. But since then, our company has never hired a clone anchor again. Su Qian looked at John Hung after she finished speaking. Do you know why I said you can't escape at all? I can understand what you mean, but I'm not Tang. John Hung just said calmly. This is your choice. If you report my abnormality to G7Z now, you will undoubtedly encounter great trouble. You need to bear part of the responsibility for my murder. And our conversation tonight will be discovered. According to what you said, you will lose your boyfriend and get into trouble. Or what? Or you can take a gamble and do what I say. There are still 10 days left on our service contract. After 9 days, you can contact the security company. As long as you follow my instructions, you can put the blame on me and make them believe that I learned my clone's identity through other channels, not from you, and then decided to escape. And you, as a law-abiding citizen, immediately reported the news to my company. In this way, as long as I am not caught, you will not have any trouble. If you are lucky, you can even get married smoothly. Su Qian's expression was complicated when she heard this. John Hung was not in a hurry and continued to speak slowly. I know you don't think I can escape, but if you choose the second option, you at least have a chance to go to the 4th floor. Right? If they knew that I cooperated with you to conceal the time of your defection, it would be more than just the troubles you mentioned waiting for me. Su Qian smiled bitterly. Benefits are always accompanied by risks. I believe no one knows this better than you. You said that what you are best at is seizing opportunities. This is why you can step by step from the receptionist on the 1st floor to here. And now there is undoubtedly an opportunity in front of you, John Hung said. Su Qian closed her eyes upon hearing this, as if thinking about John Hung's proposal, and opened them again after a moment. You are lying to me, aren't you? Although you keep saying that I have a choice. I actually don't. Who sent you the photo and video just now? Clones should not have friends and relatives. Oh, she is a friend I just made tonight. You are right. If you choose the first option, or choose the second option, but suddenly regret it halfway, she will find you no matter which level you are on, John Hung said. Chapter 950 Suspect. After realizing that she had no choice at all, Su Qian was no longer as panicked as she was at the beginning. People are like this. When there is only one way left, they will not look back and forth. However, Su Qian still did not sleep well that night, especially the next morning. Her eyes looked a little red and swollen. Obviously, she had cried alone in the room for a long time. But after putting on makeup, there was no abnormality on her face. Su Qian ordered 2 takeaway breakfasts as usual, delivered by drone. But she put down her chopsticks after only 2 bites, and then looked at John Hung opposite, as if asking him what he was going to do next. Yesterday I contacted E-Sheep through the fans in the group and arranged to meet him at 2 p.m. After dinner, I will investigate his background first, and then we will rush over together. John Hung finished his breakfast while speaking, wiped his mouth and said, If you want to hide it from the company, we have to behave as usual in the next period of time. I said that I will continue to help you investigate the stalker. Only in this way, you will not be suspected when you report my abnormality in 9 days. Su Qian didn't believe that John Hung could escape, but she had to admire his calmness, especially after John Hung realized that he was a clone. He had almost no emotional fluctuations. You know, if ordinary people encounter such an event, their entire outlook on life and the world will collapse. At the same time, because of the existence of the memory encoder, they will also doubt all their memories, and even deny their own existence. However, this problem obviously does not exist for the player Zhang Hung. The clone is just his identity in the copy. On the contrary, he has no impression of his relatives and friends in the address book. What's more, the legendary and wonderful experience he has is not something that can be written by humans. Zhang Hung did not need to take public transportation this time. He drove the sports car that Su Qian's boyfriend had just given him. He did not return to the community until 1 p.m. to pick up Su Qian. Then the two of them came to the community where Electronic Sheep lived. Like Su Qian, Electronic Sheep, a network engineer, also lived in the third-floor space. But his community was not as luxurious as Su Qian's, and was a little further away from the city center. According to Zhang Heng's request, the fans in the group had contacted Electronic Sheep in advance and chose a small restaurant downstairs from his house as the meeting place. This was also where Electronic Sheep often ate after get-off work. The familiar environment helped him lower his vigilance. Electronic Sheep went downstairs 10 minutes in advance and walked into the small restaurant. According to the information Zhang Heng had, Electronic Sheep was 29 years old this year. His original name was Li Chong, and he had lived on the third floor for 5 years. At the beginning, he had a male roommate, who was said to be his classmate. But as the latter fell in love, he moved out and lived with his girlfriend. Since then, Electronic Sheep has lived alone. During this period, he did not make friends of the opposite sex. Although his appearance and income were actually quite good, some girls in the company had expressed their affection for him. But Electronic Sheep's responses were very cold. Over time, the girls in the company also knew that Electronic Sheep was a weirdo, and no one bothered themselves anymore, allowing Electronic Sheep to continue to live a peaceful life alone. There are even rumors that Electric Sheep is a person without emotions. But Zhang Heng knows that sometimes it is precisely this kind of people who rarely show emotions in daily life. Once they really fall in love with something or someone, they may develop a morbid fanaticism. Electric Sheep has been silently following Su Qian since the first day of the latter's broadcast. He has witnessed Su Qian's rise from an unknown little anchor to a little famous now. Electric Sheep has never missed any of Su Qian's live broadcasts. It is obviously impossible to say that Electric Sheep has no special feelings for Su Qian. The more Zhang Heng investigated, the more he found that the Electronic Sheep was highly suspicious. He and Su Qian were now sitting in the car, monitoring the Electronic Sheep in the restaurant through a miniature camera hidden in a flower pot. The latter had just found a corner to sit down. The waiter obviously knew him and greeted him warmly. But the Electronic Sheep responded coldly. He just glanced at the waiter and then turned his attention to other places. While Zhang Heng was looking at him, he was also looking at other customers in the small restaurant, as if to eliminate potential dangers. Moreover, the Electronic Sheep's eyes turned around and unexpectedly looked out the window, and finally stopped on Su Qian's sports car. Although she knew that the glass of the sports car had been specially treated, and people outside could not see the people inside, Su Qian's heart still tightened and she said, "He wouldn't know, right?" "Know what?" "Know that we are ambushing him here. Do you think he would come down from upstairs if he knew about this?" Having said that, Zhang Heng did not wait any longer. His preliminary investigation had proved that the Electric Sheep had the motive to follow Su Qian. And from subsequent observations, the Electric Sheep's figure also matched the stalker in the mall a few days ago. So Zhang Heng seemed to have no reason not to take action. He sent another message to the fans who helped him, asking the latter to tell the Electric Sheep to order food first. The fan who helped did not suspect anything and immediately sent an email to Sheep. The reason why he cooperated all the way was because Zhang Heng told him that Su Qian was very grateful to Sheep, the #1 fan, for accompanying him for so many years, and wanted to express his gratitude to the latter in person and give Sheep a surprise. So he asked him for help. And that fan is still jealous of Sheep's good luck. When Sheep received the email and started to order food from the menu, Zhang Heng and Su Qian had already walked out of the car and walked towards the small restaurant. Compared to Zhang Heng's calmness, Su Qian's emotions were much more complicated. She even thought about who she should help if the Electric Sheep defeated Zhang Heng in the fight between the two, or if the two were evenly matched. But it turned out that she was a little overthinking. After all, the Electric Sheep was just a network engineer, not a professionally trained fighter. Although he was somewhat vigilant, he was obviously not Zhang Heng's opponent. Before he even had time to raise his head, Zhang Heng had already sat beside him and put a knife against his waist. When the Electric Sheep realized what happened, he raised his head again and saw Su Qian opposite him. His expression finally changed drastically. The next moment, he wanted to stand up and run away like a conditioned reflex. However, when the man next to him put a hand on his shoulder, he found that his body could not leave the chair at all. Then he heard the other party say, "Hey, Electric Sheep, I think we need to get to know each other again." Chapter 951 Lies and Truths. Electronic Sheep's breathing became rapid. But Zhang Heng later noticed that the change in Electronic Sheep's breathing was not because of the knife on his waist, but more because of Su Qian opposite him. He seemed unable to look Su Qian in the eye, and his cheeks turned red after just one glance. And he hurriedly looked away. Su Qian's eyes on the opposite side were also complicated. And after a moment, she said, "You know who I am, right?" Electronic Sheep hesitated, but finally nodded. Thank you for your support over the years. To be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be under such circumstances," Su Qian said as she lifted her hair. Electronic Sheep remained silent. "You should know why I came to you. Don't worry. You can tell me the truth. I promise you that I won't call the police or let my bodyguards retaliate against you." Electronic Sheep glanced at Zhang Heng beside him. The latter loosened his hand on his shoulder, and the knife on his waist disappeared at some point. In fact, with the distance between the two, it was impossible for the Electric Sheep to run away. Zhang Heng's knife warning was more obvious. Seeing that the Electric Sheep did not have any irrational reaction, Zhang Heng put away the knife, then waved to the waiter and asked for a pot of flower tea. The three of them did not speak while waiting for the tea. It was not until the waiter brought the flower tea and poured a cup for each of the three people, and then stepped aside, that the Electric Sheep spoke in a low voice. "What truth do you want to hear? 4 days ago, were you the one who followed me in the mall?" Su Qian looked into the eyes of the Electric Sheep. The latter opened his mouth, but was stopped by Zhang Heng before he could speak. "Wait. Let's do a small ceremony before you answer the question." "What small ceremony?" The Electric Sheep frowned. As a result, the next moment, Zhang Heng had cut his thumb with a knife. The Electric Sheep subconsciously wanted to retract his hand, but his hand was grabbed by Zhang Heng first. And then Zhang Heng picked up an empty cup next to him and caught some blood from the wound of the Electric Sheep. Seeing that the blood in the cup was almost gone, Zhang Heng also cut his finger, squeezed a few drops into it, shook it to mix, and took out a piece of parchment that he had just asked from Old Man Gung in the morning, and wrote on it the oath that I swear never to lie. "What is this? Indian witchcraft?" Electric Sheep said coldly. "It's something similar." Zhang Heng didn't care about it, took out the oath ring, gave one to the Electric Sheep, and put one on himself, so that he could know whether the Electric Sheep would lie next. After Zhang Heng finished, Su Qian silently handed each of them a band-aid. "Now, you can answer the previous question," Zhang Heng said. The Electric Sheep was silent for a moment, nodded. "Yes, I was the one who followed you in the mall before." He looked at Zhang Heng again, but Zhang Heng didn't react, just gestured to him to continue. "Why did you follow me?" Su Qian continued to ask. "Because I have some psychological problems. I am a stalker." Electronic Sheep bowed his head and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng beside him said, "You are lying." "I am not lying." Electronic Sheep defended himself. "This is another lie." Zhang Heng took a sip of the flower tea in front of him and said slowly, "You can tell me the truth. I said that no matter what the facts are, I will not hold you responsible." Su Qian, who was across the table, said sincerely. She hesitated and reached out to hold one of Electronic Sheep's hands. The latter's body trembled. Even Zhang Heng, who was sitting next to him, could feel that the Electric Sheep's heartbeat was getting faster and his breathing was getting more and more rapid. But Su Qian did not urge him. About 2 minutes later, the Electric Sheep finally raised his head. The expression on his face looked a little distorted, as if he was laughing and crying at the same time. "You said you want a real answer? But I don't think you really want to hear it." Su Qian seemed to have thought of something, and then she loosened her grip on the Electric Sheep's hand and wanted to retract it. But the next moment, she was grabbed by the Electric Sheep, and the temperature of the latter's palm was scorching. But what really hurt Su Qian was the next sentence of the Electric Sheep. "I followed you because I like you. That's the truth," Zhang Heng said while drinking tea. "But you can consider letting go first, because Miss Su Qian is my employer. And if you keep holding her like this, I will have to take action." After hearing this, the Electric Sheep finally loosened his clenched hand, and he seemed to have used up all his strength in the previous sentence, and his body leaned back and leaned on the back of the chair. Su Qian looked a little embarrassed. She took back her hand that was a little painful from being held and said awkwardly, But, I have a boyfriend." Electric Sheep didn't say anything. "And we are about to get engaged. He is from the 4th floor, has a small factory, and a very beautiful small villa by the lake. We agreed to go boating in the lake after we get married. I have always regarded you as my friend and brother. I wanted to tell you about this in a while. Su Qian then added. The electric sheep remained silent, and he looked like he had lost his soul. Sorry, Su Qian finally said. Do you have anything else to ask? John Hung then asked. No, nothing more. The person who had been monitoring and following her for some time had been found. But Su Qian was not as relieved as she had imagined. On the one hand, the sudden confession of the electric sheep made her feel a little uneasy. And on the other hand, although the tracking problem was solved, John Hung still had bigger troubles waiting for her, which was what really gave Su Qian a headache. She even began to regret hiring a bodyguard. Now that you've finished asking, I still have a few technical questions left. John Hung didn't intend to comment on their relationship. He put down his teacup and said to the electric sheep, You are a network engineer. Can you tell me how you hacked into the access control of Su Qian's apartment? John Hung asked this question mainly to prepare for his own escape. He has a level 2 geek skill, but the technology of this copy is more advanced. And network security technology has also developed. John Hung wants to use the hacking skills of the electric sheep to compare with his own to see how big the gap is. As a result, the electric sheep shook his head when he heard it. I only followed her once in the mall, and I didn't hack into her apartment. What surprised John Hung was not the answer of the electric sheep, but the reaction of the oath ring. It didn't get hot, which meant that the electric sheep was telling the truth. Chapter 952 Coincidence? The first thing Su Qian did after getting on the bus was to take out a pack of cigarettes from her bag. Since she started to be a host, she decided to quit smoking to protect her voice. But she didn't know why she bought a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the vending machine downstairs before leaving in the afternoon. Perhaps it was because Su Qian had a premonition of what would happen next. It's not that she didn't know that the electric sheep liked her, but the two of them had never broken this window paper. For the electric sheep, once he opened his mouth, he would have to bear the risk of losing Su Qian and could no longer stay with Su Qian. For Su Qian, this also meant that she could enjoy the electric sheep's efforts with peace of mind without feeling any guilt. However, this tacit understanding finally disappeared after the electric sheep said I like you. From then on, Su Qian seemed a little absent-minded, and didn't even listen to the other conversations between John Hung and the electric sheep. When the two were halfway through the conversation, she found an excuse to go back to the car. Su Qian lit the cigarette in her hand, but she didn't know if it was because she hadn't smoked for too long. She was choked when she took the first puff. And about a quarter of an hour later, John Hung also walked out of the small restaurant, opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. Su Qian looked through the car window at the location of the electric sheep in the small restaurant. The latter was sitting alone in a chair, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Qian also handed John Hung a cigarette, but was rejected by the latter. John Hung then said, Can you provide me with more details about you being followed before and discovering that your home was invaded? Details? What do you mean? Su Qian exhaled a puff of cigarette and frowned. I thought this matter was over. Didn't we find the person who followed me? It's true that the electric sheep was the one who followed you in the mall. But as far as I know, this is also the first time he has followed someone else. In other words, the person who monitored you before and invaded your home was someone else. John Hung paused. In fact, now I have reason to believe that the electric sheep is just a person who was thrown out to take the blame. After you left, I chatted with him for a while, and found that he made up his mind to follow you after chatting about the Queen of Heaven with an online friend named Moonwalk. This, maybe just a coincidence? I don't think so, John Hung said. Did you tell anyone else about your visit to the mall? No. Su Qian shook her head. But then she seemed to think of something and hesitated. My boyfriend and I once mentioned it. Why? Are you doubting my boyfriend again now? John Hung did not answer this question directly, but just said, I asked Electric Sheep, and he said that Moonwalk seemed to know you very well, including some of your little habits and hobbies, which is why he finally listened to his advice. And Moonwalk also told him that you would go to the mall. You don't know my boyfriend at all. John Hung was interrupted by Su Qian halfway through his words. I can be sure that he has nothing to do with this incident. Oh my God. How can you say such a thing? You haven't even seen him, and don't even know what he looks like. That's right. And that's why I asked you. John Hung said lightly. I have nothing to say about my boyfriend. He went to Earth a long time ago, and is no longer in New Shanghai 0297. There is no reason for the Electric Sheep to follow me, Su Qian said, and then took 2 deep puffs of the cigarette. Your little witchcraft is useless. Can't you see that the electric sheep is lying? He is a network expert. There should be a way to locate me. He just doesn't want to admit what happened before. Then why did he admit that he followed you in the mall a few days ago? I don't know. He may be too flustered because we found him, and he hasn't finished making up this part of the lie. Maybe it's my own illusion. No one followed me except the mall. And no one came to my residence. Su Qian said. Do you really believe this? John Hung asked back. Then what do you want me to believe? Su Qian finally exploded, threw away the cigarette in her hand, and said anxiously, Isn't it a confirmed fact that the electric sheep followed me? He admitted it. And you also said that he didn't lie. So shouldn't this matter end here? I'm just a small anchor, and I don't go out much. How could so many people suddenly show up to follow me? I'm trying to figure this out now. But you can't even save yourself. Su Qian blurted out. But she regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. After a moment of silence, she added, Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just think that you have helped me find the stalker. And you can do your own things afterwards. So that when I report you in 8 days, I won't be suspected. John Hung raised his eyebrows when he heard this. But in the end, he didn't say anything else. The two returned to their residence. As soon as Su Qian returned to her room, she locked herself in the workroom and began to prepare for tonight's live broadcast. John Hung sent an email to Miss F, asking her if she was free now. Less than half a minute later, Miss F replied. She did not answer his question, but directly gave him an address. John Hung looked at the navigation and found that the place was not far from the cinema where the two met for the first time, counting the previous time when he asked for photos. This was the second time John Hung had bothered the other party. So before leaving, he deliberately went to the mall and bought a gift for Miss F. Afterwards, John Hung took a taxi to the Central Shuttle Station. While waiting for the bus, he searched for Su Qian's boyfriend on the internet. Although Su Qian had clearly stated that John Hung did not need to investigate further, John Hung did not intend to give up. Especially after seeing the electric sheep, John Hung's interest in investigating was even greater, because unlike the rough electric sheep, the moonwalker behind him was obviously much higher. The other party not only tracked and monitored Su Qian, but also immediately threw out the electric sheep to divert attention after realizing that someone was investigating. Such a method is obviously not something that a fanatical fan would use. But as Su Qian herself said, she is just a small anchor, in addition to extreme fans like the electric sheep who have liked her for a long time. It stands to reason that no one else would pay attention to her. This also made John Hung more curious about who the so-called moonwalker was. Chapter 953 F and Tang. Dear passengers, please note that you have arrived at the first floor. Please check your belongings and get off the train in an orderly manner. Thank you for taking this train. We look forward to seeing you next time. As the shuttle gradually slowed down, the passengers on the train finally arrived at the destination of this trip. John Hung waited until the carriage module was moved out and placed in the arrival area, unbuckled his seatbelt, and followed the crowd out of the station. He noticed that the atmosphere on the first floor was very different from when he came last night. Although it was still groggy, there were many more riot police on the street, which was quite rare in the first floor space that was almost anarchic. The appearance of these police officers was obviously related to the previous fight between John Hung and the biker gang. After all, dozens of people died, which was a big deal no matter how many floors were covered. However, it seemed that Miss F's promise to help John Hung handle this matter was not an empty promise. At least after John Hung, the person involved, showed up, the riot police did not react at all, and just watched him walk past them. John Hung walked to the meeting place. It was a residential area, but unlike the 3-story residential area, the only access control system was broken, and there were no cameras installed. John Hung took the elevator directly to the 22nd floor and knocked on the door of room 2204. After a while, the electronic lock on the door opened, and Miss F's voice came from inside. Come in. Close the door. Yes. John Hung walked into the room after hearing that. Unlike what he imagined, this was not a secret base on the second floor of a cinema, but a real residence. Although the furniture and furnishings here were not as good as Su Qian's apartment, the wall hangings and the various furnishings in the house all showed that there were indeed people living here. In addition, John Hung also saw a little girl on the carpet in the living room, about 3 or 4 years old. Very cute, playing with a toy duck. John Hung tried to greet the girl, But she just looked up at him and didn't say anything, and went back to playing with her duck. Jong Hung sat down on the sofa opposite her. After about 5 minutes, Miss F's voice came from the kitchen again. "Help me clean up the table." "Okay." Jong Hung stood up and cleaned up the books and papers on the dining table. Then Miss F came over with 2 plates of fried vegetables. "I usually only eat vegetarian food at night, but I know you are coming, so I fried an extra dish of shredded pork with green pepper for you tonight. I put it in the kitchen, and you can serve it." "Thank you," Jong Hung said, then glanced at the little girl on the carpet. "She is yours and Mr. G's." "No. She is just a child of my friend, temporarily placed with me," Miss F said. "Her mother will get off work soon and pick her up." "Oh." Jong Hung then walked into the kitchen and took out the dish of shredded pork with green pepper and 2 bowls of rice on the side. On the other side, Miss F also served the porridge, took the chopsticks and spoon, and asked the little girl on the carpet to go to the next room to play. When the 2 sat down at the table, Jong Hung handed the gift he had just bought to Miss F across from him again, and thanked her at the same time. "I didn't expect you to let me come to your house." "Why do you say that?" Miss F took the gift and found that it was a box of chocolates. When she saw the brand of the chocolates, her hand paused when she opened the box. "Because once I return to the security company, this memory may be seen by others and cause trouble for you," Jong Hung said. "Thank you for showing me the movie. The part about the surreal society in it was very impressive." "Oh, and the hamster you gave me. I didn't figure out what it represented until I got home." "That's impossible." Miss F frowned. "It's never easy to doubt your own existence. Even the best philosophers can't realize their own identity so quickly. Not to mention that you accepted it so quickly. It seems that you don't even have the slightest doubt at all." "Well, this is probably because I just happened to be thinking about who I am recently," Jong Hung said. "Do you have an answer now?" "No. But at least I know that I am a clone." "Well, because of the existence of memory encoders. The memories of clones are all fake." Miss F used chopsticks to pick up a vegetable for Jong Hung. "You need some time to adapt to your new identity, to think about who you are, why you live, and how you want to live." "You're right. But before that, I have something important to do," Jong Hung said, pointing to his head. "I have to take out the locator under the cerebral cortex." "Is that why you came to me?" Miss F seemed a little curious. "How do you know I can help you?" "Because I know who you are," Jong Hung said. "If there is one person in this world who can solve the troubles I encounter, it is you. You have experienced the same thing as me. The outside world thought you were dead, but you still sat opposite me. I just don't know whether I should continue to call you Miss F, or is it better to call you Tang?" Miss F's pupils shrank when she heard this, but soon returned to normal. If Jong Hung hadn't been looking into her eyes, he wouldn't have been able to catch her fleeting change of emotions. Then Miss F said calmly, "Tang is dead. Or more accurately, she never existed. She is just an idle symbol created to meet the entertainment needs of the public. She has no relatives, no friends, no thoughts of her own, and no precious memories that truly belong to her. She is just a empty, beautiful toy. But now you have it," Jong Hung said. "I came to you for no other reason. I just want to know how you took the locator out of your head back then." "Sorry, I can't help you take it out." Miss F shook her head. Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. "Because I was also rescued by someone back then. And you have seen the person who rescued me." "Mr. G?" "Yes. So if you want to take out the locator in your head, you can only ask him for help. As far as I know, he is also the only person in the entire New Shanghai 0297 who can take the locator out of your head." "Then what price do I have to pay?" "Wait. Is your decision to marry him one of the conditions for him to help you?" "You misunderstood. I want to marry him just because I want to marry him. Mr. G didn't force me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have waited until now to get engaged." Miss F stroked the engagement ring on her hand and said lightly, "But you have to know that even if he helps you, the risk will be great. He may indeed make some demands on you. But don't worry. I will speak for you." Chapter 954. You are special. The meeting with Miss F went more smoothly than Jong Hung imagined. In fact, Jong Hung was just guessing about the relationship between Tang and Miss F. After all, almost everyone on the internet knew about Tang's death. Her body and chips after self-immolation were found by the police. Moreover, Tang, as a celebrity clone anchor created by an entertainment company with a lot of money, has an almost perfect face. On the other hand, although F's appearance is not ugly, it can only be said to be ordinary. If thrown into the street, she will soon disappear in the crowd. The only thing that can connect the two parties is F's mechanical prosthesis. Because according to the rumors on the internet, Tang lost an arm when he escaped from the 5th floor. In addition, it is F's temperament. Jong Hung has always been very curious about why F, who looks like a passerby, has a temperament that even the first-line stars on the roadside billboards don't have. Now he finally found the answer. As the most popular clone female anchor at that time, she broke countless records in the online live broadcast room. And no one has been able to match it until now. It is normal for her confidence and temperament to crush Su Qian and other small anchors. However, no matter the mechanical prosthesis or the temperament, there is no way to prove that F is Tang from that year. So even if Jong Hung linked the two together, Miss F can completely deny it. After all, Jong Hung's current identity is still a clone who wants to escape control. Once he is caught by the company and his memory is read, Miss F will also face the risk of exposure. It is hard to imagine what kind of courage she had back then. How much pain she suffered to escape from that manner. And then escaped by faking her death. And then lived the life of an ordinary person now. If the two were in the opposite positions, Jong Hung would not have been able to admit it so directly. Especially since Miss F later agreed to speak for him in front of Mr. G. Jong Hung could clearly feel the strong goodwill released by the other party. He asked Su Qian, who also did not know how many clones there were in New Shanghai 0297. But the number was not too small. Jong Hung did not know why Miss F valued him so much. As if she saw through his doubts. Miss F then explained, "Do you know how many clones in New Shanghai 0297 can awaken themselves? I'd like to hear more details. Since the city was built, there have been no more than 100 people," Miss F said calmly. "And most of them have experienced great external stimulation like me. And even fewer of them can survive. For so many years, I have been trying to wake up other companions. However, due to relevant laws and regulations, and the risk of memory being read, I can only use hints. Most people have no reaction to my hints, and a few will doubt their identities. But before they can think further, their memories are reset. Only a very small number of people realize the truth." "What happened to them later?" Jong Hung asked. "They all collapsed without exception," Miss F said. "I have never seen a situation like yours. Maybe I can find the answer I have been looking for a long time from you." "What answer?" Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. "The answer to liberating our kind." "Then you may be disappointed. Because as you said, my situation is indeed very special, and may not be worth promoting," Jong Hung said truthfully. After all, Jong Hung didn't know how many clones there were. But he was the only player in the entire New Shanghai 0297. Miss F didn't comment on what he said, but just said, "Let's eat. The food is getting cold." The two didn't talk for a while, and they finished dinner together. During this time, Miss F's friend came over and took away the little girl who was playing in the bedroom. Jong Hung had seen Miss F chopping people, but he didn't expect that she was also very good at cooking with a spatula. Although the 3 dishes on the table were just the simplest home-cooked dishes, they were surprisingly delicious, especially the stir-fried carrot shreds. Jong Hung found that the carrot shreds were almost the same in thickness and length, as if they were measured with a ruler. Jong Hung couldn't help eating another bowl of rice. When he put down his chopsticks, he found that Miss F, who was sitting opposite him, had already finished eating. There was not a grain of rice left in her bowl. Then he stood up to clean up the dishes and took them back to the kitchen and put them in the dishwasher. On the other side, Jong Hung consciously cleaned the table. "Let's go!" After doing all this, Miss F put on her coat and picked up the sword beside her. Yes, Jong Hung came here to ask for help, so he didn't bring any weapons except infinite building blocks. He followed Miss F downstairs to the underground parking lot. Miss F remotely started her second-hand SUV, sat in the driver's seat, and left the co-pilot to Jong Hung. She set the destination on the car navigation. It was in the southwest of the 1st floor, almost close to the edge, and still a long way from here. When the car drove onto the road, Miss F said again, "Thank you for the chocolate you gave me. I can see that you did a lot of homework before coming here. But I no longer eat chocolate of this brand." "Why? Because you are worried that the memory of liking this chocolate is also fake?" Jong Hung asked. Miss F did not answer, as if she acquiesced to this statement. Even if it is fake, as long as it tastes good, Isn't it okay? I just don't want to recall any memories of being Tangsher anymore, Miss F said lightly. Not everyone can accept the experience of being a clone as calmly as you do. Which is why you are so special. I am quite special. But I'm afraid it's not the kind of special you expect. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the person who will negotiate with you later is Mr. G. As long as he is interested in you. Miss F turned on the speakers in the car while talking. About 40 minutes later, the two arrived at the destination of this trip. A toy factory. Miss F seemed not to notice the group of burly security guards in front of the door. She led Zhang Heng directly through the gate, and then walked towards the number 2 workshop. This factory covers a large area, but there are very few people inside. In addition to the security guards, there are some engineers responsible for maintaining the equipment. The workers on the assembly line have been completely replaced by machines. However, as soon as he entered workshop number 2, Zhang Heng saw 2 people, and one of them was actually an acquaintance. The leader of the group of bikers who attacked him, an old man Gung on the street last night, was now handcuffed and leaning against a production equipment. There was no intact skin on his body. The flesh in many places was turned up, and even the bones underneath could be seen. There was a large patch of blood under his feet, and he looked like he was dying. Chapter 955 Courier. This unfortunate guy is now a little fuzzy. He didn't react even when Zhang Heng walked in front of him, as if he didn't recognize Zhang Heng at all. Are you interrogating him to find out the mastermind behind the attack last night? Zhang Heng asked. No. Mr. G's voice came from the second floor. I know who the mastermind behind him is. I just sent a warning through him. Warning? Yes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a sadist or a tyrant. I just don't want what happened last night to happen again. If you attack my guests on my turf, you have to be prepared to pay the price. I need to make sure everyone remembers this. Mr. G gestured to the 2 bodyguards around him, asking them to drag the 2 dying guys outside and finish them off. Then he walked down to the second floor, came to Zhang Heng, and looked up. When we first met last night, I had a feeling that we would meet again, but I didn't expect that day to come so soon. I came to ask for your help. Zhang Heng bowed slightly. I heard from my fiancée. Mr. G smiled. She thinks highly of you. Miss F. You are too kind. I don't think so. Apart from anything else, you single-handedly blocked the siege of dozens of people before our people arrived last night, saved the middleman, and ensured that our transaction could continue. This kind of thing is not something that everyone can do. No. It should be said that as far as I know, there is no other person in the entire New Shanghai 0297 who can do it. And after that, I have been thinking about how to thank you. Zhang Heng knew that Mr. G had not finished speaking, so he did not rush to speak, quietly waiting for him to continue. Sure enough, Mr. G continued, but Miss F should have told you that it is not easy to remove the locator in your head. And given the strict control of New Shanghai 0297 on cloning, this matter is very risky. If it were normal times, I would not mind performing surgery on you immediately. But now I am also conducting a very important transaction here. At this juncture I must first ensure the success of the transaction. Can I ask how long your transaction will take? The original plan was to complete it in 2 weeks. The main problem we are facing now is that we can't find a suitable courier. As you can see, I am the de facto ruler of a space and have many subordinates. I have people who can fight. And I also have people who are calm and have strong adaptability. But when these points are added together, my range of options is very small. Mr. G said. The middleman has been targeted before the transaction even starts. This is not a good signal. When the formal transaction is completed, there will definitely be people who come to make trouble. In order to keep it secret, this transaction must be low-key enough. So I can't send too many people. The best way is to find a comprehensive talent who is good in all aspects. Originally, F was the most suitable candidate, but she had other tasks. So the courier problem has been giving me a headache until I saw your battle video last night. Mr. G paused, then continued. I won't beat around the bush. I don't know how much time you have left, but if you are willing to be the courier for this transaction, I can arrange the transaction within 5 days. As long as you bring the goods back to me, I will immediately help you solve your problems. Just like when they came. Miss F drove Zhang Heng to the station when they left. On the way, neither of them spoke again. Zhang Heng turned his head to the direction of the car window, looking at the streets and buildings outside that were constantly receding, as well as passers-by with different expressions. The scenery on the first floor seemed a bit monotonous. The green belts were all planted with sycamore trees, and the exterior walls of the buildings were all dark in color. The only thing was that the number of billboards was no less than that on the third floor. And even more. Various advertisements were scrolling on them 24 hours a day, which reminded Zhang Heng of the endless small pop-up windows of a certain rogue antivirus software. Sure enough, no matter what era, if you want to see fewer advertisements, you can only spend more money. Miss F parked the car next to a convenience store, and opposite was the waiting area for the central shuttle. Zhang Heng unbuckled his seat belt and thanked Miss F again. Thanks to you for what happened today. The latter shook her head. I just took you to meet Mr. G. You negotiated the terms with him yourself. There's no need to thank me again. Then she specifically reminded him, pay attention to yourself during this period. It's best not to cause any new troubles, because we will contact you soon after we are ready. Understood. Although Zhang Heng verbally agreed. He drove to the outside of the Electronic Sheep community an hour later. Zhang Heng sent an email to the Electronic Sheep, but the latter did not reply. So Zhang Heng used the bracelet to call up the electronic navigation and marked several bars near the community. A quarter of an hour later, he found the Electronic Sheep drinking alone in the corner of one of the bars. Zhang Heng sat on the sofa opposite the Electronic Sheep. The latter looked up at him and then looked away. That look was like seeing a stone on the side of the road, with no interest in paying attention. Aren't you curious why I came to you again? It doesn't matter. I don't know if it's because he drank too much, but the voice of the Electric Sheep sounded a little muffled. If you are here for tracking, I advise you not to waste your energy. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You can just call the police and let them arrest me. Relax. Didn't we agree that day that we wouldn't call the police? Zhang Heng said. Then please get out of my sight. The Electric Sheep picked up the wine glass in front of him, raised his head and drank it down, saying in a bad tone, the woman you like is going to marry another man. I know you feel bad now. Zhang Heng didn't get angry when he heard this, and continued to speak patiently. Then why are you still looking for trouble in front of me? The Electric Sheep glared at Zhang Heng opposite with hostile eyes. In fact, you know very well in your heart that the hope of you two being together is very small. You know that this day will come sooner or later. But even so, you are still willing to give unconditionally and silently. So tell me, who of us is more likely to be the one who is looking for trouble? Zhang Heng asked back. Are you sick? You came all the way here just to ridicule me? Electronic Sheep was amused by someone's words. Of course not. I just want to confirm how far you are willing to go for this relationship that is destined to have no result. Zhang Heng said. Anyway, you have already silently given for so many years. Why not give a little more? Chapter 956 Cooperation. The second meeting between Zhang Heng and the Electric Sheep was not pleasant. It ended with the Electric Sheep pouring beer on an innocent lady behind Zhang Heng. His action almost caused a conflict in the bar. But the next morning, when Zhang Heng came to the central shuttle station, he saw the Electric Sheep with a dark face outside the gate. Good morning. You haven't had breakfast yet. Zhang Heng greeted the Electric Sheep while handing the other bag of pineapple buns in his hand to the Electric Sheep. You were sure I would come, weren't you? Electronic Sheep didn't take the pineapple bun, and said with a sullen face, You are too mean. You know, I will not sit idly by after hearing the news that Su Qian is in danger. You think too much. I just brought 2 pineapple buns for breakfast. Since you are here, I will give you one, Zhang Heng said. In addition, if I remember correctly, there was the word maybe in my wording last night. Electronic Sheep looked entangled, but finally reached out to take the pineapple bun. Let me make it clear first. I only take care of things related to Su Qian. If I find out that you want me to help you in the name of Su Qian, I will turn around and leave. No problem. Zhang Heng nodded and said, Fill out the application first. According to the regulations of the new Shanghai 0297, when residents of the lower level space want to take the central shuttle to the upper level, they need to submit an application online first, and can only buy tickets after approval. Fortunately, the process is not complicated. Generally, if there is no criminal record, it can be approved, and if traveling together, only one person needs to apply and add the identity ID of the companion at the end. Hearing this, the Electric Sheep immediately became alert again and asked, Why don't you apply for it yourself? Because you have to be useful. Zhang Heng then explained, No matter who is targeting Su Qian, he is obviously well prepared. He noticed it when I just started investigating last time and threw you out to take the blame. So we have to be careful in the next investigation. I am Su Qian's bodyguard, so I will be more conspicuous, and it is better for you to come out and make less noise. But, according to what you said, if Moonwalk is the one who is really monitoring Su Qian, he also knows me. Electronic Sheep asked in confusion. It doesn't matter. He probably won't take you seriously. John Hung patted Electronic Sheep's shoulder. Oh, I don't mean you are insignificant. But everyone knows that you are just a crazy fan who has a crush on Su Qian. Once such an inherent impression is formed, they will not be too wary of you. By the way, do you have any relatives or friends on the 4th floor? John Hung then asked. No. What about classmates? No. Electronic Sheep shook his head. Someone you know? There is a company on the 4th floor that is our client. They bought a whole set of equipment. I will go to them from time to time to perform network maintenance. Electronic Sheep frowned. Very good. Just write this reason. Electronic Sheep was a little reluctant to be so obedient. But since it was related to Su Qian's safety, he finally filled out the application form obediently as John Hung said, and received an approval reply less than 5 minutes later. The two of them bought their own tickets and boarded the shuttle to the 4th floor space. Last night at the bar, John Hung only told Electric Sheep that Su Qian might be in danger, but he didn't say what kind of danger it was. In addition, Electric Sheep was in a bad mood that night, so he didn't have the heart to ask in detail. In fact, he struggled for a whole night, and only made up his mind to come to the station when it was almost dawn. Electric Sheep originally thought that John Hung would tell him the details after getting on the bus, but the latter seemed to have forgotten about it and didn't speak again along the way, until the shuttle reached the 4th floor. The Electric Sheep could no longer bear it, and stopped John Hung when leaving the station, reminding him, "Did you forget something?" "What did I forget? We are now on the 4th floor, and you only asked me to prepare things before, but you didn't tell me what you wanted me to do," the Electric Sheep said. "Oh, I want to go to this company to take a look." John Hung handed a note to the Electric Sheep. New Shanghai Zhuowei Sensor Company, Ltd. Electronic Sheep took the note and looked at it. What is the relationship between this place and Su Qian? You should ask the boss of this company what is the relationship between him and Su Qian. John Hung took the note back. Wait, could it be that? Electronic Sheep seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. You guessed right. The boss behind this company is Su Qian's boyfriend, or more accurately, her fiancé, and he has proposed to Su Qian. Did Su Qian agree? Electronic Sheep was very anxious when he heard this. No, he is on a business trip recently, but he is said to be back soon, and Su Qian will agree to his proposal by then. John Hung said, the good news is that we should still have a few days, so you can regard this action as your last chance. Electronic Sheep did not show any joy when he heard the last sentence, but became more hesitant. I have already followed Su Qian once before, and now I am going to her boyfriend's company again. If she finds out, she will definitely block me completely. Believe me, your current situation is not much better than being blocked, John Hung said, and you don't have to worry about this problem. We definitely can't just walk over like this. Although according to the information John Hung got, Su Qian's boyfriend has been staying on Earth for a while. But just in case, John Hung still used his level 2 makeup skills to change the two people's appearance. When they arrived downstairs of Zhuowei Sensor Company, Limited, they had transformed into two buyers of the electronic screen company, and the Electronic Sheep handed the freshly baked electronic business card to the receptionist at the front desk. The receptionist glanced at the name on the business card. Mr. Wang Hao and Mr. Yi Tian. Do you have an appointment? No. Our company needs to purchase a batch of sensors, so we were sent to inspect the manufacturer. However, your company was not on the initial inspection list. We accidentally found your information on the internet, and it happened to be not far away, so we came to take a look, John Hung said. Oh, so, please go to the number 2 reception room to rest first. I will contact the manager immediately. The receptionist took John Hung and the Electric Sheep to the lounge, made 2 more cups of tea, and bowed before leaving. As soon as she walked out of the room, John Hung pretended to look around and blocked the monitor in the upper right corner, allowing the Electric Sheep to take out his microcomputer from his bag. But what the Electric Sheep didn't expect was that the table in the living room was completely transparent. After he took out the microcomputer, He didn't know where to put it for a while. In the end, John Hung threw his backpack on the table, just blocking the microcomputer under the table. Chapter 957 Secret. Nice to meet you too. I'm Liao Ming, the manager of the marketing department. 5 minutes later, a tall man in a suit and tie came in from the door and shook hands with John Hung and Electronic Sheep respectively. Electronic Sheep looked a little nervous. He couldn't get up because he was holding a microcomputer under the table with one hand. He could only sit there and shook hands with Liao Ming with his other hand, with a serious expression on his face. He didn't look like he was here to discuss business, but rather to find trouble. However, as the manager of the marketing department, Liao Ming has seen countless people and dealt with all kinds of monsters. He did not care about this and still exchanged electronic business cards with the two people enthusiastically. You two are from Chitong Technology Group? Yes. To be precise, we are just a subsidiary of the group, which was established not long ago, John Hung said. The two electronic business cards forged by Electronic Sheep were quite careful, considering the possibility of the other party's search. The information of a real company was used. In particular, the parent company behind it was about the same size as Shuntang Morgan, and it had thousands of subsidiaries. Electronic Sheep chose a subsidiary that was established not long ago. This not only increased the authenticity of the electronic business card, but also facilitated the two people to improvise. Liao Ming nodded. As far as I know, Chitong Technology Group also has sensor business. No. It should be said that Chitong Technology Group's sensors are very famous in the industry. If your companies need sensors, why don't you order them directly from the group? John Hung had of course prepared an answer to this question. Hearing this, he replied, Oh, the group sensors are indeed very good to sell. So there are a lot of orders. And we need this batch more urgently. So the time is a bit tight. In addition, our requirements for sensors are not high. So we also hope that the cost can be controlled a little bit. Got it. Now let me introduce our products to you too, Liao Ming said, as he connected his bracelet to the projection in the living room. The Electric Sheep's breathing became rapid. John Hung and the Electric Sheep discussed the possibility of hacking into the bracelet when they first met. According to the Electric Sheep, the bracelet is a personal device that everyone must carry in this era. It integrates multiple functions and personal information, so it means that it must be secure enough. It is very difficult to attack the bracelet directly from the internet. Even the top hackers need a considerable amount of time to hack into other citizens' bracelets. However, no matter how secure a system is, there will always be loopholes. Electronic Sheep proposed another tricky method. Give up network attacks and use short-range wireless communication protocols to complete the invasion. In simple terms, before Liao Ming's bracelet connects to the projector in the conference room, Electronic Sheep first blocks the signal of the projection and disguises its microcomputer as a projection device. When Liao Ming connects to the projector, it is actually connected to Electronic Sheep's microcomputer. This means that Liao Ming directly connects his bracelet to Electronic Sheep's computer. Electronic Sheep can easily enter Liao Ming's bracelet without external hard attack. Of course, this simple and crude method is not without its shortcomings. First of all, if Liao Ming connects to the computer of the Electronic Sheep, then the projector on the other side will naturally not receive any signal. As long as Liao Ming is not a fool, he will soon realize that something is wrong. Fortunately, this problem is easy to solve. As long as the Electronic Sheep uses the computer to connect to the projector later, the received information can be transmitted to the projector in the conference room. The real trouble is that Liao Ming's bracelet is connected to the computer of the Electronic Sheep for the first time. According to regulations, the bracelet will have a safety prompt before connection. This is not a big deal, and it happens frequently in daily life. Most people don't care whether it is the first time to connect when the security prompt pops up. But it is not ruled out that some cautious people notice the subtle differences. For example, Liao Ming now had a look of surprise on his face when he received the prompt. As a manager of the marketing department, Liao Ming needs to receive customers. Of course, it is not the first time to use the number 2 reception room, nor the first time to connect to the projector. Usually, he connects directly. This time, he was a little surprised to receive the prompt. On the other side, the Electric Sheep's heart was in his throat, fearing that Liao Ming had thought of something. But Zhang Hung beside him remained calm and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. Probably because I just upgraded the system 2 days ago." Liao Ming was urged like this. and he didn't think about it anymore. He clicked OK and connected to the computer of the electric sheep. 2 seconds later, the projector was turned on, and the company information stored in Liao Ming's bracelet was projected in the reception room. At this point, Liao Ming was completely relieved and began to explain the company and products to the two. He talked for about a quarter of an hour, and from time to time, he would pay attention to Zhang Heng and the electric sheep's expressions, as if he was studying their purchasing interests. However, to his disappointment, Zhang Heng's face was almost expressionless, and the electric sheep's expression seemed to be more relaxed than before. But he couldn't read much information. After Liao Ming finished speaking, Zhang Heng asked a few questions that buyers often asked, and then said, "Can we go to the production workshop to take a look?" "Of course. Wait a minute. I contact them first." Liao Ming made a phone call, then took Zhang Heng and electronic sheep downstairs, and walked to the workshop behind the office building to visit the assembly line. Zhuowei's production workshop is similar to other companies on the 4th floor. There are basically no workers. In fact, according to Liao Ming's introduction, the entire Zhuowei Sensor Company Limited has less than 40 people in total. The R&D and marketing departments are the big ones, and many other departments have only 2 or 3 people. After a round, Zhang Heng and electronic sheep did not find anything suspicious, at least on the surface. Zhuowei is a small technology company that operates normally. As for what is not covered up underneath, it depends on what the electronic sheep copies from Liao Ming's bracelet. Zhang Heng shook hands with Liao Ming again at the end and said, "We have understood the basic situation, but we need some time to study and compare the quotes. I will contact you as soon as there is a result. Thank you for your hard work. If you have any questions in the future, you can call or email me." Liao Ming was as enthusiastic as ever. After leaving Zhuowei, Zhang Heng and electronic sheep turned directly into a cafe and asked for a booth in the corner. Then electronic sheep packaged the copied data and sent it to Zhang Heng, including but not limited to Liao Ming's communication records, emails, photos, and location information and consumption records for the past 2 months. It took the electronic sheep a full hour to roughly look through all these things. But his expression became more and more ugly, because just like the workshop they visited before, the information stored in Liao Ming's bracelet seemed very normal. Apart from maintaining an improper relationship with a female subordinate in the company, he didn't seem to be hiding any secrets. Chapter 958 Model Employee. We are wasting our efforts. There is nothing wrong with Su Qian's boyfriend. Electronic sheep closed his microcomputer, leaned back on the sofa, and said with a depressed look. He hesitated for a whole night before finally making up his mind to go to the 4th floor with Zhang Heng. He also used illegal means to obtain information just now, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Anyone would be disappointed, especially since electronic sheep had originally hoped to use the information obtained from this investigation to prevent Su Qian from getting engaged to her boyfriend. Now his hope was dashed, so he returned to the state of dismay before. However, Zhang Heng opposite him did not speak, and was still flipping through the copied information in his hand. Liao Ming, as the manager of the marketing department, was the Zhuowei employee that the two of them were most likely to come into contact with. In addition, due to work needs, he had to respond to various inquiries from customers, and his bracelet also stored a large amount of information related to the company. From these data, it can be seen that Zhuowei's business situation is indeed normal and cannot be more normal. Basically, there are orders every month, large or small, and Zhuowei also delivers its products on time. As for Liao Ming, the marketing manager, there is nothing wrong with his activities in recent months. Apart from daily life, he basically interacts with customers who have sensor needs. In fact, after looking through his communication records and location information, the most impressive thing is his work attitude. He can't be described as diligent. Liao Ming got married very early, and his partner was his college classmate. However, the couple, who were once the golden couple in the eyes of their friends, did not have a smooth life after marriage. After 7 years of stumbling together, the relationship finally came to an end. Liao Ming chose to leave the house, but took his 4-year-old daughter with him. It can be seen that this failed marriage had a great impact on him. From then until now, although Liao Ming had some opposite-sex partners due to physical needs, he never thought of remarrying. At the same time, in order to make up for his daughter's regret of losing her mother, Liao Ming gave her a very high standard in material life. Although he lived on the third floor, he spent a lot of money to send his daughter to a boarding school on the fourth floor, enjoy the high-quality educational resources on the fourth floor, and the expenses of pocket money, clothes and toys are also above the average level of school students. In addition, he would save a sum of future education funds for his underage daughter every year to prepare for the latter to leave New Shanghai 0297 and go to Earth for further studies in the future. Maintaining such a life is undoubtedly a huge expense, which probably explains why Liao Ming works so hard. He spends more than 14 hours a day with clients. In addition to constantly looking for new clients, he also has to maintain relationships with old clients. Liao Ming's notebook is full of personal information of various clients, including the birthdays of clients' children, the cosmetics that clients' wives like, and even the flavor of dog food for clients' pet dogs, etc. This allows him to establish close relationships with target clients in the shortest time, and thus achieve breakthroughs in business. Such a person can be rated as a model employee in any company. Electronic Sheep complained. Maybe he is contacting someone at Chitong Technology right now to collect our information. He seems to be familiar with Chitong and should have friends there. We should leave the fourth floor before we are exposed. Well, if you are worried, you can leave first. I will stay here for a while. Zhang Heng finally spoke. Why? Do you know that our application stay time is less than 10 hours? According to the regulations, we have to leave the fourth floor before 6 p.m. Electronic Sheep frowned. Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention to the time, Zhang Heng said, then waved to the waiter of the cafe. Wait, are you going to do something bad without me? Electronic Sheep's expression became nervous again when he heard it. He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw the waiter coming over, he had to shut his mouth. Check out. Thank you. Okay. I will send you the electronic bill first, and you can click to pay directly after confirming that it is correct. The waiter smiled and then stepped back to the other side. When she walked away, the Electric Sheep finally lowered his voice and continued. Can you please stop causing trouble? I filled out the application form. If you cause any trouble, I can't get away from it. Don't worry. I won't cause any trouble, Zhang Heng said. I go back after seeing someone else. Who else do you want to see? Zhang Heng did not answer immediately this time, but raised his eyebrows and said, If you really want to help, I do have something to ask of you. What's the matter? Electronic Sheep asked. Let's settle the bill, or we can split it. Then Electronic Sheep saw the bill Zhang Heng sent over. The two of them ordered 2 cups of coffee and a cookie in the cafe, and stayed for an hour and a half, but ended up spending 300 credit points. Although Electronic Sheep was called by Zhang Heng to help, and he had played a lot of roles in the reception room of Zhurui's company before, it stands to reason that he shouldn't even offer a cup of coffee. But the problem is that Zhang Heng only had less than 1,000 credit points at the beginning of this copy, and now he only has a little more than 600. Now, a cup of coffee would consume half of his savings, so Zhang Heng could only let Sheep pay. As a result, the latter looked at him with contempt and clicked to pay directly. The prices on the fourth floor were much higher than those on the third floor. But as a network engineer, Sheep's income was not as good as Su Qian's, but it was not too little, and he could still afford 300 credit points. However, when Sheep followed Zhang Heng to the next place, he found that he had been deceived. Zhang Heng did not continue to investigate Su Qian's boyfriend, but came to the elementary school where Liao Ming's daughter was. Zhang Heng had looked up the information about this school online before. Even though it was on the fourth floor, this school had a pretty good reputation, and was known for its strict management and teaching quality, and was favored by many parents. So Zhang Heng used the same trick again, bought a bag of snacks at a nearby supermarket, disguised himself as Liao Ming's friend, and met the head teacher of Liao Ming's daughter under the pretext of delivering something. He chatted with the head teacher for about 5 minutes, then handed the snacks to the other party and left the school, reuniting with the Electric Sheep waiting outside, who looked puzzled. Is that all? What on earth are you doing? You ran so far just to send a bag of snacks to Liao Ming's daughter? Yes, that's right. Zhang Heng nodded. Then what? It's getting late. Let's go back to the third floor. Thank you for accompanying me here today. I have to investigate some more things after I go back. I will also treat you to coffee when I figure out everything, Zhang Heng said. Chapter 959 Wish. Zhang Heng was busy until about 10 p.m. when he returned to the apartment. When the elevator door opened, John Hung saw Su Qian in the living room, who was supposed to be live streaming in the studio. The latter was not wearing any makeup, sitting on the carpet in pajamas, watching a shopping advertisement on TV, with a few plates of chicken feet, melon seeds and other snacks, plus 2 cans of beer. "You're back?" Su Qian seemed to be in a much better mood than the previous 2 days, and took the initiative to greet John Hung. "Did you encounter anything happy?" John Hung asked. "Yes. I just received a call from my boyfriend, saying that he is almost done with things on Earth, and will be back in 2 days," Su Qian said excitedly. Before, she was a little hesitant about whether to get married so early. But during this period, she experienced a lot of things in succession. From the continuous decline in the number of people in the live broadcast room, to being stalked by fanatical fans, and then to the hired clones discovering her identity. Each of these things made her feel a little breathless. So Su Qian also felt more and more that it was a precious thing to have a shoulder to lean on. She had thought more than once that it would be great if her boyfriend was by her side. She didn't know if the latter heard her inner prayers and actually returned to New Shanghai 0297 in advance. And this was almost the only good news Su Qian received during this period of time. So she decided to take a day off tonight and rest. Seeing John Hung frowned, Su Qian waved her hand again. "Don't worry. I still remember the agreement between us, and I haven't told him about you." "That's good." John Hung also put his backpack on the floor. "What about you? Have you found a way to solve your own troubles?" "Well, I contacted a friend, and she said she would help me," John Hung said. Su Qian nodded, but the excitement on her face was obviously less. John Hung's general answer obviously couldn't satisfy Su Qian. In fact, Su Qian herself didn't have much hope for this matter. In her opinion, John Hung had no way to resist the company behind him. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. Su Qian's only hope was that John Hung could hold on for a while longer, at least so that she could get married. Originally, her boyfriend would not be back for a while. But now, he suddenly said that the matter was almost done, which gave Su Qian a glimmer of hope. She pointed to the chicken feet in front of her and asked John Hung, "Do you want some?" "No. I had dinner before I came back," John Hung said. "You look tired." "Why? Did you travel a lot today?" Seeing John Hung waving his hand to refuse, Su Qian picked up a chicken foot herself. "Well, I'm tracking down the whereabouts of Moonwalk." After John Hung finished speaking, Su Qian's expression froze there, and after a moment she managed to force a smile. "I thought we had reached a consensus on this issue, and the matter of the stalker was over. Didn't you tell me before that the investigation was purely to cover up the fact that you had discovered your identity? You caught the electric sheep, and this purpose has been achieved. Why do you continue to investigate?" "Because I am very interested in this matter." "Interested? Why?" The client, am not going to pursue the matter any further. So why are you still interested? And shouldn't you focus on your own business now?" Su Qian asked. "I am dealing with my own business," John Hung said. "Are you free tomorrow? I want you to go somewhere with me." I'm afraid I don't have that much time to go out." "Don't worry. It won't take you too long. It can be done during the day. But I still have to prepare for the live broadcast tonight. Tomorrow's live broadcast is very important to me, because it may be my last live broadcast," Su Qian said. "The last live broadcast? I told you before that most female anchors will quit the industry once they get married. Because once the news gets out, the popularity of the anchor will basically plummet. And I am in all kinds of troubles now. I don't think I will have the opportunity to do live broadcasts again. Instead of that, it's better to say goodbye early." Although Su Qian said it in a rather euphemistic way, John Hung still understood what she meant by trouble. Once John Hung, the awakened clone, was caught, Su Qian would be caught in a series of legal troubles according to relevant laws and regulations. This is why she wanted to get married as soon as possible. "My boyfriend actually discussed this matter with me a month ago. He also hopes that I can retire early. You know, he is not short of money. And sometimes he has a very conservative personality. He doesn't want his wife and girlfriend to show up in public anymore," Su Qian said. "So, actually, this matter of retirement was your boyfriend's idea?" "No. It was the result of our discussion," Su Qian said. "But I just made up my mind. And he was very happy after telling him about this decision. So, is there any problem? No matter what I say now, you won't believe me." So the easiest way is for you to come with me tomorrow, Zhang Heng said. This matter is very important. More important than your retirement live broadcast. So you better take some time to come. You won't hurt me, right? Su Qian seemed a little worried and shrank back. She knew that some people who were cornered would often do some crazy things. Because they had the idea of I'm going to die anyway. So I might as well go crazy before I die. And they would even drag other innocent people with them to satisfy their own selfish desires. Although Zhang Heng's mood was relatively stable so far, Su Qian didn't know what he was thinking. So Su Qian was very careful during this period. Except for the time when Zhang Heng suspected her boyfriend, and she lost control a little. Su Qian was usually quite polite to Zhang Heng. At the same time, Su Qian was also glad that she did not do anything excessive when Zhang Heng first came, because he was a clone. She knew that some people in New Shanghai 0297 did not regard clones as human beings. But Su Qian herself was not that kind of person. And she did not want to get into any trouble because of this. Although from the final results, she still got into trouble. Zhang Heng did not answer Su Qian's question, but asked, "What is your biggest wish?" "My biggest wish?" Su Qian seemed a little confused, and seemed to not understand why Zhang Heng suddenly changed the topic to life goals. Chapter 960 Utopia. My biggest wish is to live a better life. Su Qian thought for a moment, and said truthfully, I have been on the first floor. Although I have always wanted to forget those days. It turns out that it is my most profound memory. Every night there. I swore in my heart that if I leave there one day, I will never go back. So you have never been back since you left there, right? Zhang Heng asked. Yes. Is there any problem? Su Qian asked. And after a pause she continued. I have come so far. All the way here. Now I only need one more step. The last step. To realize my dream. I know how you see me. A vain female anchor. I don't deny this. But becoming a resident of the fourth floor is indeed very important to me. Not to mention that my boyfriend is also very good. He will be a qualified life partner. Zhang Heng did not comment on what he said, but just said, It's getting late. Go to bed early. We have to go out tomorrow. Su Qian nodded and stood up shakily from the ground. She asked the housework robot to clean up the unfinished snacks on the ground, and said to Zhang Heng, If you have physical needs, I can pay you to find professionals to deal with it. I just hope that you will not hurt me because we have been getting along well during this period. Oh, you think too much, Zhang Heng said. I am your bodyguard. Isn't our contract not over yet? Yes. Anyway, thank you for helping me find the person who followed me in the mall. Su Qian hugged her arms and walked back to the bedroom door. And good night. Sweet dreams. When Su Qian returned to the bedroom and closed the door, Zhang Heng did not lie down to rest immediately, but came to the French window in the living room. Detecting that someone was standing here, the fully automatic curtain slowly opened to both sides. The night view outside the window was revealed. Su Qian's apartment was close to the city center, and half of the three-story space could be seen from here. Zhang Heng's feet were colorful street lights and electronic billboards. Although it was late at night, there were still many vehicles shuttling on the street. The suspended light rail was passed under the circular track. On both sides of it were various futuristic office buildings, half of which were still lit. A group of elite white-collar workers just solved the problems encountered in the project and walked out of the office building, talking and laughing. Although they still looked tired, they were more excited. Instead of going home to sleep, they made an appointment to have supper together to celebrate. Although Su Qian always ridiculed herself as a vain anchor, as long as she compared this place with the first floor, she could clearly see why she wanted to climb up so much. Compared with the bleak, crowded and messy first floor, this place is indeed full of vigorous vitality. In addition to the gap in education, living environment and consumption level, the most important thing is that everyone here is full of confidence in the future. Convenient and trendy technology products. Department stores lined up one after another. Clean and tidy streets. Beautiful night sky. Even the most demanding critics have to admit that this may be the most ideal future for mankind. And this is only the third floor of New Shanghai 0297. And there are even more dreamy and beautiful fourth and fifth floors above it. Zhang Heng finally took a look at the huge shuttle track that runs through the sky in the center of the city. It is like the Tower of Babel described in the Old Testament, connecting the world and heaven. After that, Zhang Heng turned off the lights in the room and said to the hamster on the table, Good night. although she got Zhang Heng promise that he would not hurt her. Su Qian still looked a little nervous the next morning, especially when she had breakfast. She had asked him several times in a roundabout way, but Zhang Heng did not tell her where they were going later, so Su Qian couldn't help but feel uneasy, until they arrived at the station after breakfast. Su Qian saw the electronic ticket Zhang Heng bought and realized where their next destination was. One level? Su Qian looked incredulous. I told you. I will never go back there again. Relax. I'm not asking you to settle down there. Just treat it as a short trip. Zhang Heng said. But I don't want to travel there, because it will remind me of my life there. I forgot who said that when we want to understand the present, sometimes we need to face the past first. Zhang Heng said. Anyway, I've already bought the tickets. As long as you go with me once, I won't bother you again. Su Qian looked a little entangled, because a series of things that happened there made her very reluctant to return to the first floor. And the security situation on the first floor itself was not good. If Zhang Heng wanted to do something to her there, it would be easier. But if Su Qian screamed and asked the guards at the station for help, she could escape immediately. But Zhang Heng would probably be arrested and then recalled by the company in advance. Once Zhang Heng's memory was read, she would be involved in the previous events, which would undoubtedly affect her engagement. In the end, the strong desire to live on the fourth floor overwhelmed her fear, and Su Qian chose to accept Zhang Heng's arrangement and boarded the shuttle to the first floor. You said that when you first came to New Shanghai 0297, you worked as a receptionist in a small restaurant. Do you remember where that restaurant is? Zhang Heng asked Su Qian on the shuttle. Of course. Su Qian moved her body slightly, which was fixed by the seatbelt, although she had made a decision. Once she realized that she was gradually approaching the first floor, Su Qian still felt inexplicably upset. She just wanted to get up from her seat and escape from the car. However, once the shuttle started moving, the seatbelt on her body could not be untied, so Su Qian could only sit there honestly until the end. Then she frowned again. You plan to let me go with you to the small restaurant where I first worked? Why? I don't like the boss there. I don't want to see him again. You are much more successful than him now. Don't you want to go back and take revenge? What's the point? It was a long time ago. Su Qian shook her head. And with his thick skin, he will probably ask me to take a photo with him to advertise his small restaurant. I don't want to let him get away with it again. Don't worry about this. I'm here. If you are unhappy, I can even beat him up for you. Zhang Heng said. This proposal sounds good. Su Qian forced a smile on her face. Chapter 961 Buying Happiness. No matter how reluctant Su Qian was, the shuttle finally arrived at the first floor. After leaving the station, Su Qian first looked up at the dull sky above her head. Unlike the third floor, there were clouds in the sky of the first floor, but those clouds did not move. Looking at them for a long time would even make people feel uncomfortable. In addition, there were only two temperatures in a day, daytime and nighttime, and both temperatures were constant and would not change over time. Su Qian sighed. I don't know how I lived in this hellhole for almost a year. Do you still remember this place? Zhang Heng asked. How could I not remember it? Especially when I first started doing live broadcasts on the second floor. I had nightmares every night about the number of people in the live broadcast room decreasing. And finally, I had to come back here. Thank you for making my nightmare come true. Su Qian glanced at the small stalls around the station. A look of contempt flashed in her eyes, and she pulled her coat worth 20,000 credit points. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the small restaurant where I work? If we finish early, we can go back early. Su Qian finally came to her senses now. Since she couldn't refuse this trip, she might as well cooperate and end this nightmare as soon as possible. Then the two of them took a taxi and came to the small restaurant where Su Qian worked before. Before getting off the car, Su Qian took out a pair of large sunglasses from her bag and put them on, covering half of her face. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw two young girls in short skirts at the door of the small restaurant, surrounding a passerby and inviting him to eat in the restaurant. One of the girls had her upper body completely pressed against the invited person. We have Cantonese, Sichuan, and Huaiyang cuisine in our restaurant. If you want to eat Western food, you can also eat it. The price is cheap, and you can enjoy a 30% discount if you pre-charge our membership card. Before she finished her words, she was pushed away by the other party. Get out of my way. After saying that, The man was about to continue walking forward, but he didn't expect that another woman would block him. He was furious and was about to curse. But when he saw the woman's dress, he swallowed his words. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. There's no need to push people, Su Qian said coldly. What? Are you in the same group with them? I'm wondering if you run a restaurant to make money, or are you trying to extort money from people? The passerby was also angry. I don't know them, but they are just working, Su Qian said as she walked up to the girl who was pushed and asked. Hey, are you okay? And why did you get so close just now? Did your stupid boss ask you to do that? Why do you listen to him so much? The girl smiled awkwardly and whispered. I'm fine. Su Qian checked her arm and confirmed that she was not scratched before standing up again and said to the passerby. You are lucky. Apologize. I apologize. Why? The girl who was pushed also hurriedly said. No. I was wrong first. It has nothing to do with this gentleman. No. You misunderstood. It has nothing to do with you. I just want to hear his apology, Su Qian said calmly. Where did you come from? Crazy woman? What's wrong with you? The passerby laughed in anger. He himself was also a hot-tempered person. Otherwise, he would not have directly pushed the girl in the short skirt before. In fact, if Su Qian was not dressed in a simple way and the man next to her looked difficult to deal with, he would have taken action again. Su Qian did not refute after hearing this, but just turned on her bracelet projection, entered 3,000 credit points in the transfer interface, and then said to the man opposite, Apologize. This money is yours. This time, not only the man who pushed the person was stunned, but also the two girls in short skirts next to him were stunned. One of them moved her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? The passerby was still a little skeptical, as if he didn't believe that such a good thing would happen to him. You know, the average monthly salary of the first floor is only a little over 2,000 credit points. He worked hard for a month and didn't make as much as he did. I won't lie for 3,000 credits, Su Qian said, and then pointed to the two girls in short skirts. They can all testify. The passerby hesitated for a moment after hearing this. He was not hesitant about whether to bow his head, but was a little worried that Su Qian would break her promise. However, it was not a matter of a word, and he would not lose a piece of meat. So the passerby finally decided to do as Su Qian said, bowed to the girl who was pushed, and said, I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Su Qian, who did not move at all, but just asked again, Where's mine? Seeing that the passerby was a little confused, Su Qian reminded him, You called me a crazy woman before, didn't you? I'm sorry, since he had already done it once. The passerby didn't mind apologizing again. This kind of thing is always the same thing twice. And when he finished the second sorry, he heard Su Qian say, Stretch out your hand. Then he took a picture of his bracelet with the bracelet on the passerby's hand, and entered the transfer password. The next moment, the passerby's account had 3,000 more credit points. The passerby swallowed his saliva and almost blurted out the word lunatic. However, the look he gave Su Qian afterwards also explained what he was thinking at the moment. He seemed to be worried that Su Qian would go back on her word. After receiving the transfer, he did not stop for a moment and ran away. Su Qian nodded to the two girls in short skirts. Aren't you soliciting business? The two girls in short skirts woke up from their dreams. One of them stayed outside to continue soliciting customers, while the other smiled and led the way in front, saying, Please come in. Although this small restaurant called Fuji claims to be able to cook any dish, its area is really small. There are only 4 tables in total. 2 girls in short skirts are both greeters and waiters. In addition, there is a proprietress who is responsible for cleaning and cashiering. As for its boss, he is now working part-time as a chef in the kitchen, while the girl in short skirt, who brought them and went to get the menu. Zhang Heng said to Su Qian, Give the 3,000 credit points to the person who was pushed. She should be happier. Why should I do that? I was just pushed by someone, and I didn't get hurt, and I'm not her mother. Why should I pay her? Su Qian said. I just simply don't like people who push others and don't apologize. These 3,000 credit points are for my own happiness. Chapter 962 Chaos. Zhang Heng could understand why Su Qian stood up for the girl in the short skirt. because what happened outside the door before probably reminded her of the various grievances she had suffered when she was a receptionist. And it was very likely that there was a similar situation. At that time, Su Qian was probably the same as the girl in the short skirt who was pushed, and could only endure it silently and swallow it with gritted teeth. Because rather than saying that she spent 3,000 credit points to buy a passerby man to apologize to the girl in the short skirt who was pushed, it would be better to say that she was buying a life to apologize to her former self. The girl in the short skirt on the other side quickly brought the menu over, and then said respectfully, "What do you want to eat? We have Cantonese, Sichuan, and Huayan cuisine. If you don't like Chinese food." As a result, she was interrupted halfway through her words. Su Qian said, "Give me some candied yam, squirrel mandarin fish, stir-fried yam with snow peas, and a pot of fruit tea. Also, tell the guy in the kitchen not to use dying mandarin fish. Clean the yam skin. And don't use the fruit tea left over by other customers." The girl in the short skirt had a flash of surprise in her eyes when she heard this. "Have you come to our restaurant to eat before?" "Oh, I have eaten many meals here," Su Qian said. But the girl in the short skirt obviously misunderstood her meaning, thinking that she was an old customer, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I've only been working here for a short time, and I don't recognize everyone yet." Su Qian didn't have any intention of explaining, so she waved her hand to let her leave, and then looked around. "How is it? Has it changed since your last time?" Zhang Heng asked. "It has changed a little, but it's still basically the same." Su Qian curled her lips and pointed to a stain on the wall. "I still remember this place. Once after closing, I used disinfectant to wipe it for an hour, but it was still not clean. The boss scolded me and then deducted half a month's salary. I cried for a whole night because of this." Another time, a customer ordered the wrong dish, but he didn't admit it, and it was also charged to me, and I happened to have to pay the rent that day. Revisiting the old place also made Su Qian recall the dark days in her life. "No wonder you have been reluctant to come back," Zhang Heng said as he took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the chopstick box and rinsed them in the teacup. Su Qian sat up straight. "So, you brought me back here just to listen to my tragic past? Well, I do want to know more about your past," Zhang Heng said, handing a pair of rinsed chopsticks to Su Qian. At this time, the girl in the short skirt also brought up the candied yam and fruit tea, and quickly replaced a new cup of tea for Zhang Heng. "Then you can just come and ask me directly, so that we don't have to run all the way to the first floor." Zhang Heng didn't comment, but asked, "Really? How much do you trust your memory?" "What do you mean?" Su Qian raised her eyebrows. "I don't deny that with the passage of time, human memory will change. Some good memories will be further beautified. Bad memories may become worse, and some details may be biased. But, generally speaking, it is still credible. Otherwise, why do we need to remember?" Su Qian seemed to have thought of something when she said this. She paused and continued, "Oh, I'm sorry. I know you must have been suffering during this period. You don't know which memories are real and which are fabricated. If this happened to me, I might have collapsed. Really? My condition is not that serious." While the two were chatting, the girl in the short skirt brought up the dishes ordered by Su Qian one by one. When the last plate of squirrel mandarin fish was served, the boss who was cooking in the kitchen also came out, wiped his hands on his apron, and said with a smile, "I heard that an old customer is coming. I have to say hello to him." As he spoke, he walked to the table of Su Qian and Zhang Heng. But when he saw the two of them, he was stunned. Zhang Heng didn't say anything, just picked up a piece of sweet potato and put it in his mouth, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. And Su Qian's mouth corners raised, revealing a sneer. "Why? Didn't you expect me to come back? You are?" The boss seemed a little at a loss, so Su Qian simply took off the sunglasses on her face. "Now, there is no need for me to introduce myself again." As a result, the boss's face became more confused, and then he smiled and said, "If it's not too much trouble, you'd better introduce me. You are so old that you forgive me?" Su Qian snorted. "Should I remember you?" The argument between the two also attracted the attention of the boss lady at the counter. The latter looked over here with a suspicious look, which made the boss even more flustered. He smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, don't say anything nonsense. This is really the first time I see you. Interesting. Who was it that hinted to me that if I was willing to sleep with him, I could do half the work in the store? The boss's hair stood up when he heard this, especially when he felt the increasingly hostile gaze from the counter. He became anxious and quickly explained, I am just the owner of a small restaurant. I don't have much ability. Usually I just say a few fancy words to the receptionist in the restaurant. How can I have the courage to say such things to you? And besides, I don't think you are a person of the same level. I can't afford you. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. As soon as he started talking, the boss lady on the other side was completely furious and said angrily, Well, I saw you flirting with those two little beep babies before. You really are cheating on me. Right? No. I told you. I was just talking nonsense. The boss also knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly defended himself. But at this moment, the boss lady had already gone crazy. Of course, she still had some vision, seeing that Su Qian's clothes and appearance were not simple, and she had a male companion. She didn't dare to vent her anger on her. And to be honest, as the boss said before, the boss lady herself didn't believe that the boss would dare to provoke a woman of this level, unless Su Qian was blind. There was no reason for the boss to take advantage of her. In the end, it was the girl in the short skirt standing aside who suffered. The proprietress threw a teacup directly at her. Although it didn't hit her, the flying porcelain pieces scared her, and she shrank into the corner and trembled. But the proprietress still didn't intend to let her go. She rushed over and tried to grab her hair. The whole small restaurant became a mess. Chapter 963 Accident. The boss was about to cry. He felt sorry for the girl in the short skirt whose hair was pulled, but he didn't dare to stop his wife. He could only stamp his feet, and then said to Su Qian, Look at what you have done. I have no grudge against you. Why are you taking revenge on me like this? I am taking revenge on you? Su Qian said. I am just telling the truth. And you did many excessive things when I worked for you. Do you want me to tell you one by one? You are sick. The boss' eyes widened. When did you come to work here? I don't even recognize you. The boss's wife, who was busy teaching the girl in the short skirt, also looked up at this time. You worked in my store. When? 3 years ago. Su Qian said. Don't worry. I'm not here to take revenge on you, so you don't have to act crazy in front of me anymore. Acting crazy? The boss's wife also got angry at this time. I think you are really stupid. When will our small temple be able to invite a big Buddha like you? Of course, I wasn't as rich as I am today back then. When I first arrived in New Shanghai 0297, my cousin and I worked as receptionists in your store. Thanks to you, I learned that if I want to control my own destiny, I must climb up at all costs. Su Qian sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? The boss looked confused. You must have recognized the wrong person. How is that possible? You haven't changed at all since then. Su Qian said. But we only hired one receptionist 3 years ago. And later, she went to work as a waitress in the bar next street. The lady boss said disdainfully. That woman doesn't look very decent. But she asked for less salary at that time. Only half of others. So I had to hire her first. And she resigned after working for a year. You are kidding. Su Qian's emotions also became excited. She stood up from her seat and opened her coat worth 20,000 credit points. She didn't stop and pulled down the vest inside, revealing her cleavage. Although the boss on the side was complaining about the unexpected disaster that suddenly befell him, his eyes could not help but be attracted to it at this moment. Su Qian pointed to a faint scar on her chest and said, See, this is a customer's girlfriend who was unhappy that day and directly poured boiling hot fruit tea on me. And the result was that you forced me to apologize to her. I will never forget that moment. But the problem is that I didn't do this. The boss looked more aggrieved than Doi when he cried out for injustice. Just missing a June snow. For a moment, Su Qian herself was a little shaken, because in her memory, although the boss was greasy and disgusting, his acting skills were not good enough. And then she saw the boss lady next to her suddenly showed a look of realization on her face. You can't be that one. But when she said this, she seemed to think of the relevant regulations and covered her mouth with her hand again. Su Qian said angrily, Do you think I'm a clone? Why? Do you want to shine the UV light on the back of my neck again? The boss lady was embarrassed by the shouting, but she still winked at the boss on the side. The latter hesitated, turned back to the kitchen, and took out the ultraviolet lamp for disinfection. Su Qian did not move. just stood there and looked at the two people coldly. The boss approached her cautiously with the ultraviolet lamp in one hand and the pot lid in the other hand, while the boss lady on the other side also looked like she was facing a great enemy, and even put the hand with the bracelet behind her back, ready to contact the police at any time. Then the boss pressed the switch with trembling fingers, and everyone in the store subconsciously held their breath. As a result, the boss pupil shrank suddenly, and the whole person took a half step back. How is it? The boss's wife's heart was hanging in her throat. Nothing, the boss said truthfully. Then why did you take that half step back? The boss's wife said angrily. I'm just afraid of what happened to Tang back then, the boss said, finding out it was a false alarm. He was relieved and put down the pot lid. At this time, John Hung, who had been sitting in his seat without saying anything, finally spoke up. I'm sorry. My friend had a serious traffic accident before, which also had some impact on her brain. I hope you don't take her words to heart. Let's do this. We will pay you double the price for this meal. The boss still looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. If you have a brain disease, go get treatment. What's the point of running here and going crazy? Besides, even if you pay me double the money, you can't make up for the damage you have caused to my marriage life. Su Qian opened her mouth to say something, but Zhang Heng stopped her with his eyes. Then Zhang Heng said, What do you think we should do? The boss looked at the boss lady on the side. The latter thought for a moment, looked at the coat that Su Qian took off, and swallowed her saliva. If you want to make up for it, you have to pay 5. No, 10 times the meal price. Okay, let's do it. Zhang Heng nodded. The boss lady almost slapped herself in the face when she saw this. She only saw that Su Qian was rich, but she didn't expect that the other party was so rich. If she had known, she should have offered 20 times. But just when she was feeling the pain of losing the fasting meal fee, she heard the girl in the short skirt in the corner suddenly speak up and weakly asked, What is a clone? Fuck. The boss held his head and wailed. It was so chaotic just now. How could I forget you? After that, he said to his wife, There's nothing I can do. Call the company. The girl in the short skirt was still confused, not knowing what happened. Less than 5 minutes later, a blue new energy car stopped in front of the store. The car didn't look conspicuous at all, just like other cars on the street, and the 4 people who got out of the car also looked very ordinary, just like ordinary office workers. 3 of them took the girl in the short skirt into the car, and the remaining one said to the boss lady, I will send the detailed fee to your email later. The boss lady looked extremely distressed when she heard this, and smiled and said, We didn't mean it. I know the rules, but I just let it slip. Can you give us a discount? I'm afraid this won't work, the office worker said indifferently. Also, can you change her personality again? Don't be so, seductive. My husband has poor self-control and can't control his lower body at all. Didn't you choose it yourself before? You wanted it to be attracted to men? The office worker asked. And then he looked at Su Qian and Zhang Heng in the restaurant. We shouldn't talk about this kind of thing in public. We can communicate the details by email later, or come to our place tomorrow when we have time to discuss it. Okay. The proprietress nodded repeatedly. Chapter 964, Revisiting the Old Place. Why don't they want to admit that I work here? After leaving the small restaurant, Su Qian was still worried about this matter. But Zhang Heng beside him did not answer this question, but just said, Next. Let's go to the place where you rented a house before. Oh, so you really came here just to listen to my tragic story? No. I just want to further confirm some things, Zhang Heng said. What's the matter? Let's talk about it after we go to your rental place. Zhang Heng waved his hand to stop a taxi while speaking. Su Qian glanced at Zhang Heng, but did not get in the car immediately. Instead, she said, You have been keeping me in suspense since last night. Why don't you just tell me what you want to do? Our relationship now is almost like grasshoppers on a rope. Are you still worried that I will betray you? When those guys came in just now, I didn't ask them for help or anything. In fact, I have been doing what you said during this period to cover for you. It's not that I don't believe you, but this kind of thing is a little hard to explain, and it may be difficult for ordinary people to accept it. I think it's better to proceed step by step. Why don't you tell me the conclusion first, and then proceed step by step? Zhang Heng thought for a while. Okay, I think you should stay away from your boyfriend as much as possible. What? Like I said, it may be a little hard to accept to hear the conclusion directly. I just don't understand. Whether I should be with my boyfriend has anything to do with my previous experience? This is what I want to prove to you next, Zhang Heng said, and made a gesture to get in the car. Although Su Qian still had many questions to ask, she finally decided to do as Zhang Heng said, especially since the taxi driver was getting impatient and started honking. Su Qian did not stay and sat in the back seat. 10 minutes later, the two came to the place where Su Qian lived on the first floor before. This was a small 10-story residential building. It was called 10-story, but the original building only had 6 floors, and the upper 4 floors were added, and the first floor was converted into a shop and rented out. Su Qian led Zhang Heng to the side, found a safe passage, pushed open the door, and found that it was filled with goods from nearby stores. There was only a small passage in the middle that could accommodate one person. As if she had guessed what Zhang Heng was thinking, Su Qian said, "This is the first floor. No one will care about this kind of thing. Those stores don't want to spend money to rent a warehouse, so they put some of it here. They have been doing this since I was here. As for what to do if a fire occurs, I guess we can only pray that a fire doesn't happen." As Su Qian talked, she led Zhang Heng through the pile of goods and walked to the elevator on the second floor. She pressed the up button. Unlike the convenient and fast single-person elevator in Yacheng community, the elevator here was closer to Zhang Heng's impression of the apartment elevator. It was still a button-operated one, and the elevator car would vibrate slightly when it went up. Su Qian chose the 7th floor. After opening the door, the first thing she saw was the clothes hanging in the corridor to dry. Su Qian bent down, walked through the clothes drying rack with ease, and came to a house with half of the house number missing. "This is it. It's where I lived on the first floor. What should we do next?" Su Qian stopped outside the door. "Are you sure it's here? Do you remember who your next tenant is?" "Well, she came to see the house before I moved out and put her luggage in the house. But the tenants here are very mobile. After such a long time, I don't know if she is still here," Su Qian said. "Let's take a look first." Zhang Heng knocked on the door while speaking. After a while, the door was opened from the inside, and a man wearing only beach pants walked out, saying in a bad tone, "Who are you looking for?" "Zhang Heng. Is she still living here?" Su Qian said. The man looked at Zhang Heng and frowned. "There is no Zhang Heng here. You are in the wrong place." After saying that, he was about to close the door again, but he didn't expect that a hand would block him the next moment. "Next time you lie, don't pause first, so that others will know that you are thinking about how to answer this question in order to benefit yourself," Zhang Heng said as he walked towards the house. The man in beach pants changed his expression and yelled, "Hey, kid, don't make trouble for yourself." He used his shoulder to hit Zhang Heng, trying to use his body to knock Zhang Heng out. But he obviously overestimated his strength and underestimated Zhang Heng's body. Zhang Heng didn't dodge at all and let the man in beach pants hit him. The final result was that Zhang Heng's body just shook. But the man in beach pants was staggered by the reaction force and could no longer block the door. He could only watch Zhang Heng drive straight in. Su Qian hesitated for a moment and followed Zhang Heng into the room. As soon as she entered the room, she was shocked to see a naked girl handcuffed to the bed. Her body was covered with bruises, and one of her eyes was swollen. "Zhang Heng?" Su Qian was stunned for a moment before she recognized which girl was which and said in a lost voice. Zhang Heng took off the bed sheet and put it on the girl first, then raised his head to the man in beach pants. "She is a tenant here. Who are you? Thief? Robber? Are you not robbing money but attacking the victim instead?" "Bullshit. I'm her husband," the man in beach pants yelled. "Who are you? Why are you breaking into my house? Just think of us as learning how to do good things." Zhang Heng glanced at the handcuffs on Zhang Heng's hands, which had an electronic lock underneath. "What's the password? Do you think I tell you?" the man in beach pants sneered. Zhang Heng didn't waste words when he heard this, and twisted off the light bulb on his head. Under the surprised gaze of the man in beach pants, he smashed the light bulb on the corner of the table, then pressed the man's head against the wall and thrust the broken light bulb into his eyes. "Let's talk it over. I give you the password. 8672. The man in beach pants was startled when he saw that the glass spikes on the broken light bulb were less than 1 centimeter away from his eyeballs, and he hurriedly said the password. Su Qian entered the string of numbers to open the handcuffs, and took out clothes from the closet next to her for Jiang Hong to change into. During this period, the man in beach pants wanted to speak several times, but he swallowed his words after looking at the broken light bulb in front of him. It was not until Jiang Hong withdrew his hand and walked out of the house with Su Qian and Jiang Hong that he spoke again. "Where are you taking my wife?" "Mind your own business." Jiang Hong put the gun back in his bag. Do what a husband should do. Why not start with changing a new light bulb? Chapter 965. How much do you trust your memory? Su Qian first applied some medicine for injuries to Jiang Hong at a nearby clinic to treat the bruises on her body. Jiang Hong took advantage of this time to buy a cup of hot tea, 2 bottles of mineral water, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter from a nearby vending machine. Jiang Hong put the cigarettes and lighter in his pocket and gave the hot tea to Jiang Hong after returning to the clinic. The latter thanked her repeatedly after receiving it. Su Qian on the other side took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and drank a sip. "Is he really your husband?" Jiang Hong lowered her head and hummed softly. "Has he been abusing you like this before?" Before Jiang Hong could say anything, the old Chinese doctor next to her said, "Yes. This is the 3rd time she has come to my place this month. Why don't you call the police or get a divorce?" Su Qian frowned. "Because she has a younger brother who works for her husband. If she gets a divorce, her younger brother will also be unemployed." The old Chinese doctor was obviously very familiar with Jiang Hong's family situation, and perhaps he had advised Jiang Hong to get a divorce before. Jiang Hong raised her head and forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'm used to it. And thank you today. You are all good people. You are willing to help me even if you don't know me." "What are you talking about?" Su Qian was stunned and took off her glasses. "It's me, Su Qian, your previous tenant. We met when you rented a house 2 years ago. You were not married at that time." "Really?" Jiang Hong looked a little confused when she heard this. "Why? Don't you remember that you left your luggage with me 2 years ago and treated me to a meal to thank me? It was the roast duck restaurant on the next street. Did we have dinner together?" Jiang Hong looked like she had no recollection of this. After what happened at Fuji, Su Qian realized something was wrong this time. "Did you move here 2 years ago?" "Yes, that's right." Jiang Hong had no objection to this. Her answer also made Su Qian feel a little relieved. And then she asked, "Do you still remember the tenant who lived here before you?" Su Qian looked into Jiang Hong's eyes while speaking, expecting the latter to say, "It was you." These 2 words came, but Jiang Hong's answer made her stunned again. "The tenants before me were a family of 3. I still remember them. The man was an elementary school teacher. The woman was a housewife. And they had a son, about 6 or 7 years old. They moved to the 2nd floor later." Jiang Hong replied, "You are lying. Why are you all like this? I don't have any grudge against you. And we just saved you. Why do you lie to me?" Su Qian's expression also became a little excited. She grabbed Jiang Hong's arm, and because she used too much force, she touched Jiang Hong's bruised area, causing the latter to show a painful expression. Jiang Hong on the side had to take action and separated the 2 first. But Su Qian still stared at Jiang Hong. "You know the boss and boss lady of Fuji, right? They just contacted you and asked you to cooperate with them to lie. As a result, the old Chinese doctor on the side couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. I can prove that she didn't lie. I also saw the family she mentioned. Before she came, one night the child of the family had a fever, and the family of 3 came to my place for scraping. During the chat, they told me that they were going to move to the 2nd floor. But this doesn't prove that they are the tenants of 714. I am the tenant of 714. I was the one who lived there before Jiang Hong. I also remember your Chinese medicine clinic. I pass by your door every day after get off work. Although I never came in," Su Qian said. The old Chinese medicine doctor spread his hands. "But I remember that night they told me their house number. It was 714. And they also told me that I could visit their home when I was free. They are a very warm and polite family." Just when the 2 were arguing, Jiang Hong suddenly said, "Landlord? You can ask the landlord about this. He should have a record of the tenants in the building." Jiang Hong added, "You're right." Su Qian seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She clicked on the address book in the bracelet. But after searching for a while, she remembered that she seemed to have deleted the contact information of people related to the 1st floor. Jiang Hong said weakly, "I have the number here." "Okay. Then you send." Su Qian suddenly closed her mouth halfway through her words, showing a hint of hesitation. John Hung knew what she was worried about. So he said, "You can find a random store downstairs. And you should be able to get the landlord's phone number." Su Qian accepted John Hung's suggestion and trotted back to the downstairs of the residential building. 5 minutes later, John Hung saw Su Qian ended the call and stood alone on the side of the road in a daze. "Thank you for helping to answer our previous questions," John Hung said to John Hung, and then nodded to the old Chinese doctor beside him. "Excuse me." After saying that, John Hung pushed open the door of the clinic, glanced at the cars on both sides, and crossed the road. He walked straight to Su Qian and asked, "How is it? Is there any result?" Su Qian seemed to have not heard his words, and was still for another half a second before she reacted. "You planned all this in advance? Right? You contacted everyone and asked them to lie about me together. But before today, you never told me the details of your life on the first floor. I don't know where you worked before, nor do I know your specific address. How can I contact everyone to play such a drama with me? Then how do I explain what is happening now?" Su Qian asked. "I just called the landlord and paid her 1,000 credit points to ask her to help me find the tenants of 714 3 years ago. What happened next?" What she said was exactly the same as Jiang Hong's. They must have communicated beforehand. "When I went to ask for the number just now, did you see Jiang Hong calling?" "I'm afraid not. She just sat there and didn't move," Jiang Hong said. "Then they must have other ways of contacting each other," Su Qian said anxiously. "If it wasn't you, who else was playing this prank on me? What was his purpose? What good would it do him to pretend that I had never lived on the first floor?" "Calm down for a moment." John Hung took out the pack of cigarettes he had just bought, handed one to Su Qian, and lit it for her. After Su Qian took 2 puffs, he continued, "Do you remember the question I asked you before? How much do you trust your memory? What do you think is wrong with my memory?" Su Qian shook her head as if she had heard something absurd. "This is impossible. Only clones can have their memories forged. I am a citizen of New Shanghai 0297. I came here 3 years ago and have lived here for a long time." "Why are you so sure?" "Because all the clones here don't know the existence of cloning technology. Only in this way can they remain stable. And they all have locators in their heads and numbers on the back of their necks." "Which is obvious," Su Qian said. "You also saw what happened in Fuji before. That girl was a standard clone. She was taken away just because she heard the word clone. And you? Don't you have a number on the back of your neck? So, if someone creates another batch of clones and gives them access to information about clones, without numbers on the back of their necks and locators in their heads, they will be more stable than the first batch of clones and will never doubt that they are clones," John Hung said lightly. Chapter 966, The Second Type of Clones. John Hung's words made Su Qian stunned for 2 seconds, and she even forgot to breathe. It was not until she was choked by the cigarette she just inhaled that she coughed and said, "This is too ridiculous. According to what you said, there are many clones in New Shanghai 0297, in addition to those with marks on the back of their necks. There are also people like me. How did you say it? Another batch of clones without numbers." "That's right." John Hung nodded. "How did you come to this conclusion?" "The boss and his wife of Fuji refused to admit that I had worked there. And Jiang Hong and the landlord said that the original tenants of 714 were a family of 3. Then you think it's not just me. There are many unknown clones like me in this city? You are not the only one who has this situation," John Hung said calmly. "What? I went to your boyfriend's company 2 days ago. Wait, are you still investigating him without telling me?" Su Qian was a little angry when she heard this. "Didn't I say many times that the stalking is over?" "I heard what you said, but it has nothing to do with you being stalked. It's just my personal interest," John Hung said. "I investigated your boyfriend's company and met a marketing manager named Liao Ming there." Su Qian didn't know what to say after hearing this explanation. Indeed, if it wasn't for her being stalked, John Hung would be free to investigate anyone he wanted. Su Qian took a deep breath, calmed down and said, "I seem to have some impression of this person. I also met him when I went to the company. My boyfriend said that he is the backbone of the company and seems to be in charge of sales. Yes, if you look at his resume, you will find that he is simply the perfect employee that all companies dream of." "Then what? Do you know why Liao Ming works so hard?" "Because he has a daughter, who was born to him and his ex-wife. Maybe because he feels that the divorce has made his daughter lose her mother. Liao Ming has always felt guilty about his daughter. So he tries to make up for the latter in material life. What do you want to say? Liao Ming's daughter doesn't actually exist? Su Qian asked. No. His daughter exists. She is the meaning of Liao Ming's efforts. Moreover, the two will meet from time to time. She must exist so that Liao Ming will have the motivation to work frantically. Zhang Heng paused. But you are right about one thing. Someone does not exist. Who? Liao Ming's ex-wife. Zhang Heng said. Liao Ming came to New Shanghai 0297 with his daughter after his divorce. So there are no friends or relatives in this city who knew him and his ex-wife before. Isn't this normal? When we first met, I told you that this is a young city. People come here to find jobs and a better life. Of course, some people hope to start over here. Yes, but I asked Liao Ming's daughter's head teacher. Since Liao Ming's daughter transferred to this elementary school a year ago, her mother has not visited her. Not even once. Well, this is a bit unreasonable. But as far as I know, some women do cut off contact with their previous families after remarrying. Su Qian said. Maybe Liao Ming's ex-wife is that kind of person. She left all the past behind and welcomed a new beginning. You have to know that women can be very scary when they are cruel. Yes, this is the most likely guess. And in order to verify this guess, I went to the second floor to visit someone later. Who? Liao Ming has a female subordinate who has always admired Liao Ming. And the two have developed some, well, a relationship beyond work. Office romance? That's about right. I looked through their chat history. The female subordinate was willing to change her job for Liao Ming and promised to treat Liao Ming's daughter as her own daughter. But Liao Ming was still unwilling to admit this relationship. As a result, she was a little excited and asked Liao Ming if he had contacted his ex-wife again. Liao Ming replied as follows, since she came to me that time and said she was going to marry again and asked me to treat her as dead, I have never bothered her again. Doesn't this prove my previous guess? Su Qian asked. It seems so. And after the visit, I got more details about the meeting that day, including the time and place. What happened? Who said that the one who knows you best is not your friend but your enemy? Zhang Heng said. With this information, I not only found the cafe where the incident happened, but also found the owner of the cafe. But the interesting thing is that the owner of the cafe did not remember that Liao Ming and his ex-wife had been to his cafe. Does this sound familiar? But this is normal. There are so many people in the cafe every day. And this should have happened a long time ago. It should be like this. But the meeting between Liao Ming and his ex-wife that day did not go smoothly. During the meeting, the two had a fierce verbal conflict. Liao Ming's wife made it clear that she would not come to New Shanghai 0297 again, and would not contact Liao Ming again. Then she grabbed a steak knife on the table and stabbed Liao Ming. Liao Ming's arm was cut, and a little blood flowed. This kind of thing is not common even for a cafe that receives many customers every day, Zhang Heng said. Then I found a few waiters who worked in the coffee shop that day, and they didn't have any impression either. Su Qian was silent for a moment, then looked up and said, Do you think Liao Ming's marriage was faked, and he is a clone? Unfortunately, according to the current standards for judging clones, he is not, Zhang Heng said. When he took me around the workshop before, I secretly shone a UV flashlight on the back of his neck, and there was no code on it. Su Qian's fingers holding the cigarette finally trembled. But she still didn't want to accept Zhang Heng's inference about the second type of clones. Your statement is too crazy. There must be other explanations. Even if what you said is true, the second type of clones are no different from normal humans. Why do you tell me these things? As long as I don't doubt the authenticity of my memories. Can't I live like a normal person? I'm afraid you can't live like an ordinary person, Zhang Heng said. Clones are special production tools. And since they are production tools, production efficiency must be considered. You have seen how they treat ordinary clones. Once a problem occurs, they must be returned to the factory for calibration in time. As for clones that cannot be calibrated, you also know what the fate is waiting for them. Zhang Heng looked at Su Qian while speaking. Tell me, during the time you and your boyfriend have been together, have you never doubted what his purpose is in approaching you? When you were being followed and monitored, did you really not think about what role he played in this? You don't want me to continue investigating this matter. Is it because you subconsciously don't want to accept the results of the investigation? Chapter 967 Garden and Bee Colony. What do you want to say? Su Qian asked. I remember you told me that the number of people in your live broadcast room has been declining for a while. And then? Then you suddenly met your Prince Charming, who is excellent in every aspect and can give you what you have always wanted, and take you to live on the 4th floor. If nothing unexpected happens, you will accept his proposal, announce the news in the live broadcast, and say goodbye to your fans. This way you will be out of the public eye, which is exactly what they want, because it means that no matter what happens to you next, no one will know. How is this possible? Even if the number of people in my live broadcast room has been declining, there are still more than 400,000 people, Su Qian said. But once you retire, these people will soon flock to other live broadcast rooms. You know this very well, right? In the first few weeks, people may talk about you, and there will be news in the newspapers about you marrying into a wealthy family. But soon, the heat will go down. In a few months, except for die-hard fans like Electric Sheep, most people will forget your name. Su Qian was speechless. As a newcomer who had fought her way up to a well-known anchor, she certainly knew how cruel this industry was. There was no shortage of newcomers waiting to get promoted. Not to mention her. Even Tang, who was once very popular and set a series of records in live broadcasts and was praised as the most perfect anchor, is rarely mentioned now. However, Su Qian still found it difficult to accept Zhang Heng's speculation, especially when there was a long for life within reach on one side and a terrifying abyss on the other. It was not difficult to choose what to believe. Su Qian took 2 steps back and said to Zhang Heng, I've seen what you asked me to see. It's time to go back. But you haven't finished reading yet. Zhang Heng said. You think the boss of Fuji, Jiang Hong, and the landlord have teamed up to deceive you. So why don't you go find your distant cousin? You said she used to work with you at Fuji, but later broke up with you because of the anchor thing. But no matter what, she and you are related by blood. Why don't we go find her to confirm it next? I won't go to look for her. You're right. We've already broken up. We never see each other again in this life, Su Qian said as she threw the cigarette in her hand to her feet and stomped it out. Well, I don't care who you're going to look for next. Anyway, I don't want to stay here for another second. Look at this damn place. The streets and air here are terrible. I'm going back to the 3rd floor. Su Qian waved and hailed a taxi. She got into the passenger seat and said to the driver, Go to the station. The faster the better. If you can get there within 10 minutes, I pay you double the fare. On the other side, Zhang Heng did not stop Su Qian, but just stood there and watched the taxi she was riding and quickly leave. Less than 2 minutes later, a black SUV stopped in front of Zhang Heng. The window on the co-pilot seat was lowered, and Zhang Heng saw Miss F's face. Miss F's words were as concise as always, and she went straight to the point. Get in the car. Mr. G wants to see you. An hour later, the black SUV almost drove to the edge of the 1st floor, and finally stopped in front of a huge glass house. Zhang Heng and Miss F got out of the car and looked around. This seems to be a private garden, which is not too big but not too small. Such gardens are not uncommon on the 3rd and 4th floors, but they are still rare on the 1st floor where people are more concerned about bread and milk. When Zhang Heng walked in, he found that there were not only various flowers and trees planted here, but also bees, and there were quite a few of them. As soon as the door was opened, a buzzing sound could be heard. Thousands of bees kept shuttling back and forth among the flowers, inserting their mouth parts into the flowers to collect nectar, and returning to the hive after sucking enough. He repeated this process tirelessly, and in front of the beehive stood a man wearing a straw hat and was busy taking a nest frame out of the beehive. He then used a knife to cut off the honeycombs one by one and put them into a wooden barrel beside him. After he finished all this and inserted the nest frame back into the beehive, he stood up and walked towards Zhang Heng. Welcome. We meet again. Mr. G took off the straw hat with a veil on his head, handed it and a knife to the bodyguard beside him, and shook hands with Zhang Heng. He seemed to be in a good mood today. Seeing Zhang Heng still looking at the beehive behind him, he smiled and said, This is just one of my hobbies. Do you make honey yourself? Zhang Heng said. No. Honey is just a byproduct. What I like is beekeeping itself, especially observing these winged furry little things. Have you ever learned about bees? Their habits, social structure, and population characteristics? I'd like to hear more about them. Bees and humans have a lot in common. We both need to produce and reproduce. And in order to make these two things more efficient, we have evolved corresponding social divisions of labor. I'm sure you've heard about the responsibilities of different bees in a bee colony. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. Mr. G took the water bottle handed over by the bodyguard, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and then continued with great interest. There is only one queen bee in each bee colony. Its main responsibility is to reproduce offspring. It does not need to do productive work. It just needs to lie comfortably in the hive every day and wait for the worker bees to feed it. It is the top of the pyramid. Below it is the drone, who also has a good life and does not need to undertake heavy labor. After all, reproduction cannot be completed by one person. You need other people to help. But the problem is that among so many drones, only one can mate with the queen bee. Before that, they need to fight each other to decide a winner. And the winner will die immediately after the mating. It doesn't sound very good, right? But every individual has its use in society. Finally, let's take a look at the worker bees. Mr. G stretched out his hand and let a flying bee land on his finger. They are at the bottom of the pyramid. They are numerous, have the most social division of labor, and have the heaviest responsibilities. From collecting honey to keeping eggs warm, cleaning egg chambers, feeding larvae, queen bees and drones, hive guards. They are working almost all the time. They have been given a certain mission since they were born, and they firmly believe that what they are doing is extremely important. But in fact, they are also the easiest to replace in the entire group, Mr. G said while suddenly crushing the bee on his fingertips without any warning. Look! Nothing happened. The bee colony is still functioning normally. Chapter 968 Test. Although some people may think that the social structure of bees is a little unfair, you cannot deny that it is precisely because of the existence of this social structure that the bee colony can operate in an orderly manner, each doing its job, and thus producing a steady supply of honey. The role of human social structure is the same, although it is more complicated than that of a bee colony. There is no difference in essence. Mr. G took out a handkerchief and wiped off the residue of the dead bee on his fingers. Is New Shanghai 0297 also a beehive that provides a steady supply of honey? Zhang Heng asked. Good question. In my opinion, companies, cities, and even the extinct national system are actually beehives. But they just look different. Mr. G spread his hands. For thousands of years, humans have been trying to find more efficient ways of production and reproduction. From the use of tools, several industrial revolutions, to the emergence of global division of labor, our productivity has been greatly improved, and material life has become more and more abundant. Look at the world around you. Compared with our ancestors who lived in caves, our lives are simply too good. But at the same time, we are becoming more and more like our creations. Most people have lost their individual uniqueness. Just like these worker bees, each one looks similar and has become a replaceable part. We have forgotten what our true desires are. We have been deceived by society and gradually become production tools. We are assigned different responsibilities and pieced together to make the whole order work. However, the more productivity develops, the more we become like tools, until the emergence of clones, which pushed all this to the extreme. Mr. G paused. When clones were first born, some people predicted that humans would get a more advanced and efficient production method. Do you know how much it costs for an ordinary family to raise a child in the early years? Not to mention that when they get old, they will withdraw from the production link and continue to consume social resources. The emergence of clones perfectly solves these problems. In their infancy, you can raise them in large quantities, like pigs. You only need to feed them with feed that can sustain their survival. There is almost no need for any additional investment. When they grow up, give them a false memory, and you can shape them into the parts you need at will. Just like you, a bodyguard, or a cook, a good employee, put them directly into production. And when they enter old age, or their efficiency decreases, and they are no longer useful, you can directly destroy them. This is simply a perfect production tool. Just like a new type of worker bee that can live without food or water, Mr. G said, as he waved his hand to let the bodyguard bring the wooden barrel with honeycombs over. But do you know what the same problem is between humans and bees? In the beginning, these bees only collected honey for the survival of the colony. But later they forgot this most fundamental purpose and only collected honey for the sake of collecting honey. In the end, they collected far more honey than they needed, which was a bargain for me, the beekeeper. Oh, I've talked so much without realizing it. Forgive me, I can't stop talking about bees, and almost forgot the main thing. I asked you to come here this time because of the express delivery. The transaction date has been set, which is the day after tomorrow night. No offense. I have seen the video of your previous battle, and I know how you fought alone against the crowd and saved my middleman from the group of bikers. This is why I chose you to be my courier. However, I hope you can also understand that this transaction is really very important to me, and I must make sure it is foolproof. What do you mean? John Hung asked. Mr. G did not rush to answer. He watched his 2 bodyguards bring a table and 2 chairs, put a tablecloth on the table, set the tableware, and put a bottle of wine on it. Then he continued, before you really start working for me, I hope to see your ability with my own eyes, so that I can know whether the person I hired at a high price is reliable. This request is not too much, right? After speaking, Mr. G stretched out his hand to Miss F. And you, my beautiful fiancée, can you do me the honor of having afternoon tea with me? Miss F frowned when she heard this. This is different from what we agreed on before. Yes, this is a small step I decided to add temporarily. I like our friend as much as you do. That's why I don't want him to have any accidents when he receives and delivers express for me the day after tomorrow. Miss F wanted to say something else, but then she heard Zhang Hung say, fair enough. What is the test? Since your job is to receive and deliver express, then please help me deliver this bucket of honeycomb to the storage room behind the garden. And also help me bring my fiancé's favorite croissant from the kitchen. Be careful. This garden is not safe. I planted a lot of thorny flowers. Pay attention. You only have 20 minutes. If the time is up or you are killed, you will be considered a failure. Mr. G set the countdown on the bracelet. Do you have any other questions? Can I borrow your sword? John Hung said to Miss F. Why? Don't you like your own sword? Mr. G asked. My sword is too sharp. I'm worried that it will hurt your men. John Hung said lightly. Mr. G smiled. You don't have to worry about this. Your opponents are all real bad guys, and each of them is not worth dying. I have an agreement with them that if they can kill you, the debt they owed before will be written off. If they fail, even if they don't die in your hands, I will take their lives. So please be careful. In addition, you can give up and exit the test at any time. Having said that, Miss F still took off the sword from her waist and threw it to Zhang Hung. Take it. My sword is forged with tungsten steel alloy. You should be able to use it. Mr. G's eyes flashed with a strange look, but he didn't say anything else. Just nodded to Zhang Hung. Good luck. Thank you. Zhang Hung took the sword, picked up the bucket of honey on the table, and then walked to the back of the garden. As a result, he had only walked less than 20 meters when he met one of his opponents, a muscular man who transformed his left arm into a chainsaw, waiting for him under a palm tree. When he saw Zhang Hung, he turned on the switch of the chainsaw and then rushed towards the target. Zhang Hung stood still until the muscular man rushed in front of him. Then he swung his sword. This sword had no other characteristics, just fast. The whole process from Zhang Hung swinging the sword to putting it away took less than 0.2 seconds. And the movement was so fast that the naked eye could hardly catch it. Then the muscular man's chainsaw hand slipped from his shoulder and hit his toes. The rotating sharp saw teeth directly cut off his 4 toes, making the muscular man not know whether to wail for his lost arm or toes. Chapter 969 Garden. Zhang Hung did not look at the muscular man, who fell to the ground and screamed in pain. After putting away his sword, he stepped over the latter's body and continued to walk forward. Mr. G's garden does not cover a large area, but there are many plants planted in it. In addition to various flowers, there are also many strange trees, among which there is even a giant tree that is more than 10 stories high. Moreover, the planting positions of these trees and flowers are very random. To put it bluntly, there is no pattern. In addition, there are many poisonous and thorny plants, which makes this garden completely become a maze. If you want to get through the garden in the shortest time, the easiest way is undoubtedly to move along the path in the garden. However, the most dangerous thing in this garden is not the flowers and trees. Mr. G turned on the projection of the bracelet and cut to the position of the first camera. As a result, after turning on the image transmission, he only saw mud and blood. The wearer of the camera had obviously been killed. It seems that our courier candidate is really good. Mr. G raised his eyebrows and asked the bodyguard beside him, Do you think he can pass the test? The latter thought for a moment and said, I've also watched the video. He was quite powerful in fighting against many enemies alone before. But his opponents were just a group of bikers after all. And because we were worried about the middlemen around him, we didn't dare to kill them at that time. But this time is different. The people in the garden are all tough guys we found according to your requirements. Some of them have always been against us, which once gave us a headache. In addition, you promised them that as long as they killed anyone who passed through the garden, you would give them freedom, and would not pursue the previous matters. They will definitely fight desperately. It is not easy to pass under their noses. Miss F frowned and looked into Mr. G's eyes, and said seriously, "You've gone too far. This is no longer a test, but a challenge. Sorry, but this is not a personal grudge. I must know where his limit is," said Mr. G, "because I just got information from an informant that Morgan Shung Tang will send an emergency response team to stop this transaction." Emergency response team? Their serial number? It starts with 0. You know what that means, Mr. G said. All members of such a team are clones. They will undergo a lot of high-intensity training before the age of 16. 10 samples with the best physical fitness will be selected from 10,000 people. Professionals will compile a large number of combat skills for them. They are proficient in reconnaissance, sniping, close-range assassination, intelligence analysis. Each one is a generalist. They are the most perfect killing machines. They only have the mission in their eyes. I know you value him very much, but he is just a bodyguard clone of a security company after all. And he is alone. I decided to give him another chance just for your sake. But if he can't even get out of this garden, how can you let me believe that he can complete the transaction under the nose of the emergency response team and bring back what I want? Miss F was silent. Like I said, he was unlucky, and it happened at this critical moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind helping him. I just treat it as making a friend. To be honest, I like him very much. Mr. G opened the red wine in front of him. What a pity. As he spoke, he switched the projection to the second and third cameras. The wearers of these 2 cameras were 2 snipers. They had already found hiding spots. One hid behind a sycamore tree, and the other hid under a sea of flowers. They had basically hidden their bodies. There is a saying on the battlefield that if you are seen by a sniper first, you are already dead. Therefore, this battle was unfair from the beginning. The 2 snipers chose their observation points in advance, and pointed their guns at the only road. They were confident that as long as Zhang Heng showed his head, they could end this easy battle. At this moment, their index fingers on the trigger seemed to declare that the victory or defeat was decided. Mr. G could not think of any other way for Zhang Heng to avoid this fatal sniper attack, especially since he had heard of these 2 snipers. They were masters, and there was almost no possibility of failure. Moreover, 2 people were dispatched at once this time, which was equivalent to double insurance. The sniper hiding behind the sea of flowers couldn't help but be distracted at this time. In his opinion, Zhang Heng was dead. But according to the promise Mr. G made to them, only the one who killed Zhang Heng could be free. In other words, he needed to kill Zhang Heng before the guy hiding behind the tree next to him. But this was not so easy. Just when the sniper behind the sea of flowers was still thinking about how to win this competition, a strange voice suddenly came to his ears. Why are you still distracted? The sniper behind the flower sea was almost scared to death by this sentence. And before he could react, the tungsten steel sword had already cut off his neck. However, the sniper hiding behind the tree on the other side also heard the movement here at this time. His hair stood up immediately. He turned the muzzle of the gun at the first time, aiming in the direction of the flower sea, searching for the enemy's trace. However, except for the corpse of his companion, there was no human figure in the field of vision. The sniper seemed to think of something immediately. Since the other party could sneak up on them silently, why would they make a noise when they were attacking? The sniper who guessed the answer was sweating coldly on his back. He turned his stiff neck and saw the figure behind him that he had been looking for a long time. It was a pity that he had no chance to pick up his sniper rifle again the next moment. Zhang Heng wiped the blood on the tungsten steel sword on the back of the corpse, then turned around and walked to the intersection, and picked up the bucket of honey again. Indeed, the complex environment in the garden is very conducive to snipers hiding and performing. However, it is also very convenient for assassins to move. In the Rome copy, Zhang Heng has already upgraded his assassin skills to level 3, which is already the average level of the balanced blade. This is why he can use the surrounding plants to quietly approach the 2 snipers. Mr. G deliberately put the test here. and the purpose must be nothing more than to increase the difficulty of the assessment. But little did he know that this place was far more beneficial than harmful to Zhang Heng. From the moment Zhang Heng stepped onto the trail, the identities of prey and hunter had already been swapped. Watching the screen turn into 2 shots on the ground, Mr. G finally showed a look of surprise on his face. He was not surprised that Zhang Heng had eliminated 2 opponents. After all, no matter what, Zhang Heng had once held back a group of bikers by himself, and it was not impossible for him to kill 2 more snipers. Mr. G was surprised at the time and cleanliness of Zhang Heng's elimination of the 2 snipers. Interesting. I was wrong. This guy's skills are not just the level of an ordinary bodyguard clone. Chapter 970, Meeting on a Narrow Road. Dealing with a muscular man with a chainsaw and the 2 snipers was just the beginning. After that, Zhang Heng completely gave up the garden path and chose to walk directly through the flowers. With his stealth skills and Heart of Creus, he could completely hide his figure in the grass and trees. Through the botany knowledge learned from the novice Copy and Bell, Zhang Heng could also identify most of the poisonous plants that could not be approached and avoid the areas that needed to be stayed away from. In this way, he can completely turn the tables in this garden. Zhang Heng now hung the tungsten steel sword that Miss F gave him on his waist, and replaced his hand with the sniper rifle he just picked up. He found the next target from a long distance, and pulled the trigger 1 step ahead before the other party noticed. The bullet ejected from the barrel, not only passing through the target's head, but also blasting the camera on the head. This time, Mr. G's projection simply turned black. He can also use a sniper rifle? Mr. G's face was more surprised, and he asked the bodyguard beside him, "How is his shooting skill?" "Very strong. At least not worse than the 2 snipers he killed," the bodyguard said. Bullet holes were found on the bodies of those bikers before, and they were basically killed with 1 shot. Considering the environment he was in at the time, his shooting skill is undoubtedly very good. He paused here, and then admitted, "But I don't know how strong it is, because his shooting skill is far beyond mine. It's understandable that he's good at pistol shooting. After all, he's a bodyguard. But it's a bit strange that he's so strong with a sniper rifle." Mr. G put down his wine glass. Why did the security company write him a memory of how to use a sniper rifle? Is he really a bodyguard clone? I think he's more of a killer clone. While the 2 were talking, Zhang Heng had already killed 4 opponents one after another, all of whom were killed with 1 shot. During this period, Mr. G couldn't even find Zhang Heng's shadow on the projection. The latter had turned into a ghost in the garden, quietly approaching the target, and then quietly harvesting the target's life. Moreover, the people behind him began to feel the pressure as they heard the gunshots getting closer and closer. This could be felt from the slightly shaking camera. However, Mr. G switched to the 8th person's camera and found that the view was swaying wildly from side to side. It was obvious that the owner of the camera was completely panicked and had no idea which direction Zhang Heng would appear from. Unfortunately, his crazy switching of views and his attempt to be on 360-degree alert ultimately failed to save him. As the gunshots rang out again, a bullet shot from nowhere sent him into the footsteps of his previous companions. He is not a killer clone. Miss F, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. But he is acting like a top killer now, Mr. G said. Look at the way he moves and his sniping skills. This guy treats my garden as his own backyard. He is acting like a tiger among sheep. Why would a security company like G7Z produce killer robots to help it attract business? He's not a killer clone, Miss F repeated. I've seen several killer clones, and without exception, their personalities are written to be very cold, which can greatly reduce the chance of accidents during the assassination process, and also prevent them from resisting the mission they are performing. But he is different. Why? Doesn't he look like he has no emotions? Yes, but that's not cold. He has no hostility towards the outside world. On the contrary, he has his own set of rules of conduct. I have never seen a clone with such a strong self-awareness, especially after he realized his identity. He still seems to be able to believe in something, which is really very special, Miss F said. That's why I hope you can help him escape the subsequent raids. Well, I'm getting more and more interested in our mutual friend now, Mr. G said. Then let's see what other skills he has, because those trash before are just appetizers. And the fun has just begun. Zhang Heng didn't deliberately count how many people he killed, but the number of remaining bullets still told him the answer. After Zhang Heng defeated the 12th opponent, He had not encountered any enemies for quite some time, and he had walked more than half of the garden. But then, he saw his next opponent. Unlike the others Zhang Heng had met before, this time the enemy did not hide somewhere waiting to attack him, but stood in the middle of the road. Except that he was wearing a rather cool exoskeleton. Zhang Heng did not waste time, and directly found a hiding spot, and then clamped the sniper rifle. He ignored the exoskeleton equipment and aimed directly at the target's exposed head, then pulled the trigger. At this distance, it was almost impossible for Zhang Heng to miss. However, at the moment he pulled the trigger, he saw the target's head suddenly leaning towards him, showing him a strange smile, and then using a reaction speed far beyond the human body to block the alloy shield in his left hand in front of his head, welcoming this fatal shot. The sniper bullet failed to penetrate the alloy shield, but the huge kinetic energy generated was still transmitted to the person behind the shield. But it was offset by the exoskeleton the next moment. The guy standing in the middle of the road finally retreated half a step, and at the same time, he even had the leisure to shout, "Oh! Is this all you can do? Then it's my turn next." In fact, just as he started to speak, a series of explosions occurred at Zhang Heng's hiding place, and flames rose up. Not only did all the nearby flowers and plants suffer, but even the ground was lifted up, not to mention the people lying on it. Is it over? It seems to be much simpler than expected, the man standing in the middle of the road muttered. And Mr. G in front of the projection on the other side also had a painful look on his face. This guy is too much. That just now destroyed so many of my flowers and plants. There are also very precious varieties. I collected them with great difficulty. It's not easy to find them again. But before he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the flames. It rushed to the path at lightning speed, accompanied by a cold light, and slashed at the man in the middle of the road. Chapter 971 Attributes vs. Skills. Zhang Heng realized that the other party had locked onto his hiding place in advance when the guy in the middle of the road blocked his sniper rifle bullet. With Zhang Heng's current stealth skills, it is unlikely that he will be observed when approaching. So there is only one explanation for this situation. That is, the other party's exoskeleton is equipped with equipment such as a thermal detector. And the guy on the opposite side clearly knew that the people in front of him were killed by Zhang Heng with a sniper rifle. But he still stood in the middle of the road so carefreely. Obviously, it was not just because he was careless. Don't look at him tauntingly as soon as he came up, with a face of a rampant villain. But if you really believe his character setting, Zhang Heng would have been hung by his bombs that stole the house. In fact, Zhang Heng left his hiding spot immediately after he missed the target, which was why he survived the explosion. And then Zhang Heng took advantage of the gap when the heat wave generated by the explosion interfered with the opponent's thermal detector and rushed directly to the enemy. At this time, he had thrown away the sniper rifle in his hand. Although Zhang Heng's shooting skills were good, snipers needed a certain safe distance to exert their full strength. When the opponent had a thermal detector, pulling away was tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, Zhang Heng simply gave up the idea of sniping the opponent and switched to close combat. His choice also surprised his opponent a little, because ordinary people would subconsciously want to avoid direct contact when seeing the exoskeleton equipment. Especially the man in the middle of the road who just showed his reaction speed after wearing the exoskeleton and used the alloy shield to catch the sniper bullet. However, when he saw Zhang Heng rushing towards him, he did not panic, but shouted, "Good timing." Then he also swung his right fist. Zhang Heng's movements were fast enough. He almost passed through the fire in just one step. Before his men arrived, the tungsten steel sword in his hand had already slashed at the target's neck. However, no matter how fast he was, it was only the limit of what the human body could achieve. In comparison, his opponent, with the help of the exoskeleton, could already exceed the limit of the human body. The punch he swung was the first to hit Zhang Heng's chest. The previous battles ended too quickly. Mr. G, who was fiddling with the projection on the other side of the garden, didn't even see Zhang Heng's shadow. The screen was either facing the ground or black. Now this was a rare battle that he could witness the whole process. So Mr. G was also very involved in watching it, wanting to use the battle to evaluate Zhang Heng's true strength. From the latter's first shot missing to the bombing of his hiding place, he said nothing for the first time. Obviously, he didn't think Zhang Heng would die so easily. However, seeing the scene afterwards, Zhang Heng rushed towards his opponent and couldn't help but say, comparing speed with exoskeleton equipment, this choice is not very wise. However, Miss F on the other side didn't say anything, just focused on the screen on the projection. Just before the fist was about to hit Zhang Heng's chest, the tungsten steel sword in Zhang Heng's hand suddenly disappeared. And when it reappeared, it had magically bypassed the opponent's arm and cut the opponent's neck first. Miss F's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then praised. Good swordsmanship. No. Perhaps it should be said that the knife skills are correct. Why? His knife skills are also very good? Mr. G asked curiously. Miss F nodded. In the case of overall backwardness and basic attributes, this is a suppression in terms of skills. So he was also programmed with knife skills memory? By the way, what is the purpose of his clone? No. His knife skills memory is not fabricated. Miss F paused, and then explained. To be more precise, it is just that fabricated knife skills cannot reach this level. What do you mean? You should have heard that there is still a certain gap between the abilities directly given by the memory encoder and the abilities trained by oneself. Well, I have heard of this research topic. It is said that cloning technology has been developed to this day, and 2/3 of the records are still held by humans themselves rather than clones. Yes, scientists don't know the reason for this. Even if the memory of the record owner is completely copied into the brain of the clone, it is difficult for the latter to break the record of the former. Is it because of muscle memory? Mr. G asked with interest. Muscle memory is one aspect, and there will also be a difference in perception. Perception? Something like the unity of man and nature? I always thought that this kind of thing was just a fabricated statement in martial arts novels. Not really. Rumor has it that a true master must rely on a spiritual breakthrough if he wants to go further after practicing his moves to the extreme. And similar feelings cannot be transplanted to the clone along with the memory. Do you mean that his swordsmanship has reached this level? But didn't his memory just get reset not long ago? How can a clone like him have such insights? This is also what I don't understand, Miss F said. While the two were talking, Zhang Heng had exchanged several moves with the man standing in the middle of the road. The sudden sword strike also scared the man standing in the middle of the road half to death. But then he found that the tungsten steel sword in Zhang Heng's hand could not leave anything except a string of sparks after hitting his exoskeleton. So he resumed his previous arrogant attitude and shouted, "Ha! You can't even break my defense. Why are you still fighting? Just let me beat you to death. I'm still counting on your head in exchange for my freedom." Zhang Heng ignored the noisy guy on the opposite side. Just like before, the actual reason why the man in the middle of the road was shouting so hard was also very simple. Although Zhang Heng couldn't break his defense now, he couldn't do anything to Zhang Heng, so he could only try to stimulate his opponent with words. Even with the help of the exoskeleton, Zhang Heng was completely suppressed in four-dimensional attributes. But the man in the middle of the road was still depressed to find that he still couldn't end the battle cleanly, because the target's swordsmanship and movement methods were more than one level higher than his. In other words, the initiative of the battle was basically in Zhang Heng's hands. His situation was not optimistic. Although he was wearing a divine outfit, if Zhang Heng didn't want to face him head-on, he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Moreover, his superhuman strength, speed and reaction ability were not without cost. Although the exoskeleton had its own power system, his body still had to bear a lot of force. The two had been fighting for less than 2 minutes, and he was already slightly out of breath. He didn't want this battle to eventually turn into a war of attrition. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent on the opposite side had the same plan. Zhang Heng glanced at the time on the bracelet, then suddenly took 2 steps back and stuck the tungsten steel sword in his hand into the ground. Chapter 972, Trial of the Knife. What? Are you ready to admit defeat? The man standing in the middle of the road sneered. But despite saying so, he himself has always maintained a defensive posture. The two have been fighting for such a long time, and his fear of Zhang Heng has been gradually increasing. Not only does he not have any contempt, but now he has completely looked like he is facing a great enemy, and he dare not take his eyes away from Zhang Heng. Of course, he still has to say dirty words, although now he has found that these dirty words have no effect on Zhang Heng at all, and the other party's emotions are stable as if they will not change at all. But he still did not close his mouth, because no matter what, talking can release some of his own pressure. After inserting Miss F's tungsten steel sword at his feet, Zhang Heng finally pulled out the hidden sheath from his waist. This knife was so powerful that Zhang Heng used it for the first time since he got it. He started with the Pekingese style that Okita Suji was best at, and the tip of the knife sank, aiming at the eyes of the guy opposite. The latter blinked and muttered, "What the hell? You don't think you can cut through my exoskeleton by changing the knife? Do you?" As if to answer his question, John Hung took the initiative to step forward this time. Seeing this, the man standing in the middle of the road was not surprised but happy. He was worrying about how to force John Hung to fight him in an upright manner. But he didn't expect that the other party would come to him on his own. This was simply a wish come true. The man in the middle of the road was overjoyed, and immediately raised his fist to fight with John Hung again, the hidden sheath in John Hung's hand. And the exoskeleton kept colliding, making a clanging sound. And the sound became more and more rapid, as if it was a storm, rushing towards him. This sound also made the man in the middle of the road feel nervous. But then when he found that his exoskeleton still had no problems under such an attack, his heart was relieved a little. However, the current situation was not what he expected. He originally thought that once the two sides really fought head-on, he could take advantage of his strength and speed. But the facts proved that he was still too naive. It seemed that John Hung had not used all his strength before, and he was really serious until he took out the knife from his waist. Now his offensive was as continuous as the tide. The man standing in the middle of the road thought that this sentence was just a metaphor. But now he felt like he was about to be submerged by the tide. He only had the strength to hold on, and there was no chance to fight back. But he also believed that no one could sustain such an attack intensity for a long time, no matter how good the knife skills of the guy on the opposite side were. As long as he could not break his exoskeleton, he would still be the final winner after he successfully withstood this wave of attacks. The man standing in the middle of the road was thinking this, but suddenly heard a strange sound, mixed in with the jingling sounds, which sounded a little harsh. So he moved his eyes to the place where the sound came from, which was also his right arm. There he saw a scene that frightened him to death. The exoskeleton on his right hand was actually covered with dense cracks. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the man standing in the middle of the road would never believe that his exoskeleton equipment that could defend against the tungsten steel sword was actually chopped into pieces by one man and one knife. However, when he realized that the situation was not good and wanted to retract his hand, it was too late. John Hung took a deep breath, and the next moment, he directly chopped the target's exoskeleton equipment with a knife. The blade cut into the flesh and blood, and even cut off a small part of the wrist bone. If the latter had not already retracted his hand, this knife would probably have chopped off his right hand directly. The man standing in the middle of the road burst into amazing speed with the help of the exoskeleton after being injured, and quickly opened up a distance with John Hung. The pain and shock brought by this knife cannot be described in words, but it finally aroused the ferocity in his heart. The people who were called to the garden by Mr. G today were all murderers. Basically, each of them had several lives on their backs. Although the wound on his wrist was serious, it did not completely destroy his will, but instead stimulated the hostility buried in his bones. The man standing in the middle of the road found the medical gel for wound treatment from his waist and sprayed it on his wrist, while gritting his teeth and saying, "It seems that I have to be serious. I want to see if you can replicate the intensity of the attack just now." As a result, after he finished speaking, he saw John Hung put the hidden sheath back into the scabbard, and then pulled out the tungsten steel sword that had been stuck in the ground before. What a pity. You probably won't be able to see it. It's just a minor injury. The man standing in the middle of the road licked his lips and showed a grim smile. "Don't worry. I will get it back from you twice as much." But he suddenly stopped talking halfway because he noticed a pool of blood at his feet. And that pool of blood actually flowed from his wrist where he had applied medical gel. The man standing in the middle of the road finally became terrified, although the place where John Hung cut was not immediately fatal. The wound left was not shallow. If the wound could not be sealed in time, he might die from excessive blood loss. So the man standing in the middle of the road took out the bottle of medical gel again and sprayed it on the wound on his wrist. It stands to reason that these medical gels should be able to take effect soon. But the strange thing is that even after spraying the medical gel twice, his bleeding still did not decrease, and the wound began to rot, emitting a foul smell that even the fragrance of the flowers nearby could not cover up. John Hung, who was opposite him, did not stay where he was. He picked up the bucket of honey and continued to walk forward along the path. Those who were hit by hidden sheath were basically on the death list. Not only could the wound not heal, but it would also continue to rot. This was because the finger bones of the White Horse Knight were added to the recasting material, not to mention the serious injury on the wrist. Even if the man standing in the middle of the road only lost a finger, he would not be able to leave the garden alive. In fact, Zhang Heng had just walked a short distance when he heard the sound of his opponent falling to the ground behind him, announcing the end of this battle. On the other side of the garden, Mr. G's face was getting more and more amazed. When Zhang Heng borrowed the sword before, he said that his knife was too sharp, and Mr. G thought it was a bit ridiculous. But now when Zhang Heng really pulled out the knife and used it to chop a set of exoskeletons, Mr. G just felt that Zhang Heng's statement at that time was too modest. The hardness of the knife was definitely beyond any material he knew. Of course, what Mr. G was more concerned about was the owner of the knife. He could no longer see through Zhang Heng, whether from the perspective of a human or a clone. Chapter 973 Liamo. It took Zhang Heng a little time to get rid of the guy wearing the exoskeleton equipment. But fortunately, the subsequent battles returned to his familiar rhythm. To be fair, the level of the group of people Mr. G found this time was quite good. And the later the people, the stronger they were. However, the biggest mistake he made was to place the test site in the garden and disperse these people. He originally expected them to hide in various places in the garden, wait for the opportunity, and bring continuous surprises to Zhang Heng. But the fact was that Zhang Heng showed the results of his trip to Rome, especially when Zhang Heng killed a team and got a dozen heat-sensing inducers. The only heat-sensing detector that made him hesitate could no longer threaten him. So Mr. G found that he seemed to have returned to the old way of frequently switching cameras, constantly black screens, or admiring the dirt on the ground. Later, Mr. G was even too lazy to watch it anymore, and simply turned off the projection. Then Zhang Heng rushed into a small forest holding the submachine gun he had just picked up and killed the last 3 enemies who were ambushing there. At this point, he finally walked the entire trail and came to the back door of the garden, because he didn't know what was on the other side. Zhang Heng didn't relax his vigilance. After pushing the door, he threw out a smoke bomb first, and then threw out the last heat sensor on his body. As a result, there was no gunshot on the other side, but a series of coughs instead. However, Zhang Heng still didn't take it lightly. He picked up the submachine gun and rushed out at the fastest speed. Behind the garden was a small hotel. Zhang Heng rushed directly into the lobby of the hotel. However, unlike ordinary hotels, it was now empty, except for a frail little girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall standing in the middle of the lobby with a basin of sheets to be changed. Zhang Heng didn't see a second person here. The series of coughs just now were obviously made by the little girl in front of him. The latter was choked by the smoke bomb. When she looked up, she saw a black gun pointed at her and immediately panicked. "Are you a waiter in the hotel?" Zhang Heng asked without moving the gun. The girl nodded repeatedly and pointed to the work card on her chest. It said Liamo and receptionist. "Where are the others?" Mr. G said that there might be a fight in the garden, so he asked everyone else to leave work early. "Then why are you staying here?" "Because according to the rules, there must be someone on duty in the hotel," Liamo said timidly. "So you are the only one here now?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "Yes." "Turn around." "Huh?" Although Liamo was confused, she still turned around obediently as Zhang Heng asked. Zhang Heng took a general look at the girl and didn't see that she was carrying any weapons. And unlike the guys he met in the garden before, she was not equipped with a camera. She really looked like an ordinary hotel waiter. "Okay. Turn around again. Put down what you have in your hand first." Zhang Heng waited for Liamo to put down the change of sheets and handed her the bucket of honeycombs he brought. "You know where the storage room is? Take this thing there." "Okay. No problem." Liamo was about to jog over, but was stopped by Zhang Heng again. "I go with you." "Oh. Okay." Liamo led the way in front, and the two came to the elevator, took the elevator down to the storage room on the first floor, and put the bucket of honeycombs in it, which was half of the task. After that, Zhang Heng asked the girl to take him to the kitchen. The two of them walked through the dark underground corridor and returned to the elevator from the storage room. Then Liamo stood on tiptoe and pressed the button for the 14th floor, waiting for the elevator door to close. She stood aside a little awkwardly, not knowing where to put her eyes and hands. Then she heard Zhang Heng say, "When do you and your companions plan to start?" "What?" Liamo didn't quite understand what Zhang Heng meant by this sentence, and looked confused. So Zhang Heng repeated it again. "I said, when are you going to do it? What do you want to do?" "To assassinate me," Zhang Heng said calmly. "Ah?" Liam O was shocked. I said I'm just a waiter in the hotel. Not the kind of person you think. Your figure is indeed very deceptive. Especially when men see your petite figure, coupled with your shy personality that you have worked hard to create. They can't help but let down their guard. But there is a flaw in your identity. That is, how could a hotel hire a girl who is less than 1.5 meters tall as a receptionist in the lobby? Oh, is that the reason? Actually, you misunderstood. This is Mr. G's hotel, which is not open to the public. Mr. G and I do have some relationship, but it's not what you think. Mr. G once helped my family a lot, and I wanted to repay him, so I came here to work as a waiter, Liam O explained. However, Jong Hung was unmoved by what she said. Really? Then how do you explain that when we first met, you, a receptionist, were holding sheets to be changed? This job shouldn't be done by you. Right? This is Mr. G's private hotel. There are not many employees. We don't have a clear division of labor. Whoever is free will do it, Liam O replied. So the gun under the table in the storage room is not hidden by you? As Jong Hung said the last sentence, the atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became tense. Liam O was a little speechless, as if she didn't know how to answer this question. When you were in the storage room, I saw you looking at that place several times, Jong Hung said while pulling out a lady's pistol from his waist. Are you looking for it? When did you get it? Liam O was surprised. Just now, when we left the storage room. I also noticed that you made a phone call before entering the elevator. Although there was no call, I really hope that there will be no one waiting for us outside when the door opens. Liam O's calves trembled. This time she was really scared, not acting. Then she saw Jong Hung hit the button for the 13th floor before the elevator reached the 14th floor, causing the elevator to stop. Then he pointed a gun at Liam O and said, "Get down. If you don't want to die." Liam O bit her lip, and finally got off the elevator as Jong Hung said. But then she said, "If you don't go to the 14th floor, you won't get the croissant, and you won't be able to pass Mr. G's assessment. Thank you for your concern. But who said I won't go to the 14th floor? I'm just taking a different route." As Jong Hung spoke, he found the door to the emergency exit. Chapter 974 Oxhorn Biscuits. At the entrance of the garden, Mr. G also poured a glass of red wine for Miss F. I know you don't like red wine, but you still have to try this bottle. It was produced in 2000. There are no more than 1,000 bottles in the world, and it is hard to find even on Earth. Miss F shook her head, but did not take the wine glass. Mr. G did not care and put down the wine glass. Are you still worried about him? Hasn't the previous battle proved his strength? Why do you want him to go to your killer hotel? Miss F was puzzled. Because I said, the situation this time is very complicated. I not only need a deliverman with excellent skills, but also he needs to have sufficient observation and analysis skills. Yes, his skills are indeed very good, even better than anyone I have ever seen. But skills alone are not enough. The killers in the killer hotel may not be as strong as those guys in the garden, but they are better at grasping opportunities and are good at disguise. But you only told him to be careful of the people in the garden before. That's right. Because if I don't do this, I won't be able to test his observation and analysis ability. Mr. G spread his hands. Danger can't always appear when you are ready. You should know this better than me. Miss F was silent. This battle won't end so quickly, even if he sees the trick. As long as the killer in the hotel guards the kitchen and delays the time, he still can't pass this test. Mr. G took a sip of red wine. I'm curious about what he plans to do in the face of the next situation. The bullet holes on the walls of the safety passage seemed to tell how fierce the battle that had just taken place here was. The killers on the 14th floor also reacted quickly. When they saw the elevator stop early, they knew that their plan had been exposed. So they naturally thought of the safety passage, which was the only place connecting the two floors besides the elevator. After that, Jong Hung, who wanted to go upstairs, ran into a team of killers who were about to rush down. The two sides had a gunfight here, and the final result was that Jong Hung killed 2 people. But because there were too many people on the opposite side, he had to retreat to the 13th floor. Then Jong Hung also stopped the opponent from rushing into the 13th floor, and killed 3 more people during the process. According to Liam O, there were a total of 30 assassins in the hotel, minus Liam O, who was detained by him, and the people he had just dealt with in the 2 battles, which means that there were still 24 people left. If these people were scattered, John Hung could of course defeat them one by one like in the garden. But if they gathered together, it would be more troublesome to just guard the kitchen. After the attempt to rush into the 13th floor failed, John Hung found that the opponent really stopped moving, and seemed to be determined to fight him like this, and had no intention of rescuing his companions. "You'd better give up," Liam said. "We have received orders in advance. If our identities are exposed, and we are not sure we can kill you, we will seal all entrances to the 14th floor and guard the kitchen." As if to confirm her words, she had just finished speaking when the hotel's power supply was cut off and the elevator could no longer be used. After that, John Hung also heard the sound of heavy objects being dragged overhead. Obviously, the people above were planning to block the emergency exit and completely block the way up. John Hung didn't look panicked. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows. "I saw in the elevator that the Western restaurant is also on the 14th floor. Is it the kind with floor-to-ceiling windows? You don't want to climb up directly from the window?" Liam frowned. "I advise you to give up this idea. Since you can think of this, our people can certainly think of it. So we will definitely send someone to guard the French window. You don't have to worry about this. Thank you for your cooperation. According to our agreement, I will spare your life. I wish you a good dream next." After getting the answer, John Hung directly hit Liam on the back of the head with the butt of the gun, knocking the latter unconscious, and then walked to the window and stretched out his hand to push it open. The next moment, a pair of wings made of shadows slowly spread out behind him. Liam was right. There was indeed someone standing in front of the French window of the Western restaurant to prevent John Hung from climbing up from below. However, what they didn't expect was that John Hung didn't climb up at all. The person standing on the left-hand side only saw a black shadow passing by, and couldn't even see the other person's appearance clearly. Then a string of bullets shattered the glass and accurately hit his heart, and his companion standing with him was not much luckier. He was only a few tenths of a second later than him, and was also hit in the head by a bullet and fell down with him. With their death, John Hung officially blew the horn of attack. The submachine gun was spitting out flames crazily. In the next wave of bullets, at least 6 people were hit, 4 of whom died and 2 were injured. The main reason was that no one could figure out how John Hung suddenly appeared outside the window. He flew directly in front of them like a bird, pouring bullets in front of them. Only after suffering heavy damage did the remaining people wake up from their dreams and start to look for cover in a hurry. As a result, 3 people who were not quick enough were still on the death list. The people who found the shelter started to fight back one after another. But John Hung did not stay where he was. Instead, he frequently changed his position in the air with the help of the pair of shadow wings behind him. Firstly, he wanted to avoid the counterattack. And secondly, he wanted to find the right angle to kill the killer behind the shelter. At the same time, John Hung was also calculating the time in his mind. 12 seconds later, he landed accurately behind the bar of the Western restaurant. And by the way, he killed the last killer hiding in it. At this point, there was no one alive in the Western restaurant except John Hung. The assassins from other places also started to rush over after hearing the gunshots. But with less than 10 people left, they could not cause much trouble to John Hung, especially since they came in order. And eventually they all fell under John Hung level 3 shooting skills. When the gunshots stopped, John Hung stood up from behind the bar, shook off the glass shards on his clothes, pushed the door, and walked into the kitchen on the other side. Without much searching, he saw the plate of horn cakes on the dining table, covered with a plate, and the chef who made it huddled in the corner, trembling, looking at the man in front of him who had just killed 30 enemies with an incredible look on his face. John Hung nodded to the chef and reached out to take the plate of horn cakes on the table. However, at this moment, the chef who seemed harmless suddenly had a ruthless look in his eyes. He reached under his chef's uniform, but before he could touch the gun he had hidden, the gunshot rang out. "You don't think I really believe that there are only 30 assassins, do you?" John Hung left the gun with gunpowder still emitting gunpowder on the table, and finally picked up the plate of horn cakes. Chapter 975 Repair and Storage Point. When John Hung returned to the garden gate with the plate of horn cookies, less than 15 minutes had passed. This time, before he even walked to the table, Mr. G took the initiative to stand up and applauded him, saying, "Awesome. It's so impressive. I have to apologize to you. To be honest, I didn't expect you to complete this test at the beginning. Now it seems that I underestimated you. You are indeed the most suitable courier for this transaction." No. It should be said that no one can be more perfect than you. With your participation, I believe this transaction will go smoothly. After that, he picked up 2 glasses of red wine from the table and handed one to John Hung. Please forgive my previous offense. John Hung took the wine glass and put the plate of horn cakes on the table. I will start preparing now. As long as you help me complete the transaction, I will immediately help you remove the locator under your cerebral cortex. Mr. G raised his glass. However, John Hung returned the tungsten steel sword he borrowed from Miss F to her first, and said, "Thank you." Miss F nodded. Although she was also surprised by John Hung's performance, she didn't ask anything. After taking the sword, she just said, "I take you back." After that, John Hung drank the glass of red wine in his hand, turned his head, and asked Mr. G, "Anything else?" "Nothing at the moment. I let F tell you the details of the transaction before the action." Mr. G tiptoed and patted John Hung's shoulder, saying enthusiastically, "After you bring back what I want, we talk in detail." "Okay." John Hung put down his glass and walked out of the garden with Miss F, who stood up. The black SUV that had brought them here was no longer there, replaced by Miss F's own SUV. When the two returned to the car, Miss F did not immediately send John Hung to the station, but asked, "Do you have time? I take you to see something." "Okay." After getting John Hung's answer, Miss F stepped on the accelerator, and the SUV accelerated out, just like a bull, running wildly on the road. The surrounding vehicles avoided it. 20 minutes later, the SUV finally slowed down again and finally stopped in front of a KTV called Shu In I Hong. John Hung saw a familiar blue New Energy vehicle in front of the door, and then he glanced at the license plate and remembered that this car was the one that the boss lady called to take the receptionist girl away at Fuji. "This is a repair storage point," Miss F said. "What? Repair storage point? You know they will reset the memory of the clones that have problems." "Yes." John Hung nodded. "The memory reset is carried out in the memory encoding room of the Shuntang Morgan headquarters on the 5th floor. That is to say, if there is a problem with the clones on the 1st to 4th floors, they will be collected first, and then stored in the repair storage point. After a certain period, usually 6 days, they will be sent to the 5th floor for repair." "So they put all the clones that have problems here?" "Not all of them are here. This is just a repair storage point. Generally, there are multiple repair storage points on each floor." "Are there so many clones with unexpected problems?" John Hung raised his eyebrows. "No. Some are because they are dissatisfied with the clones they hired, such as their personalities or background settings. Of course, if they return to the factory for these reasons, they will have to pay extra fees." Miss F paused. "Don't you want to know how they treat these clones?" Clones are valuable production tools. It is necessary to take protective measures to prevent damage to the tools, especially for those who are unlucky enough to stay here for 6 days. They have a small prison underground with good sound insulation. If you are locked up there, no one will know no matter how much you cry. In addition, there is a full set of restraint equipment that can fix your teeth in one position to prevent you from self-harming. During this period, someone will feed you regularly, and even hunger strike is impossible. In the end, you will be sent to the 5th floor with other clones. After the memory is rewritten, you will forget everything and become an efficient production tool again." Miss F paused, then continued, "The whole process is like breaking yourself into pieces and then reassembling it into something else, repeating it throughout your life. But the question is, how different are we from humans? We have the same DNA, the same appearance, the same emotions and language. Just because we are born differently and do not come from the womb, does that mean we have to accept completely opposite destinies?" "Good question. Have you found the answer?" John Hung asked. "Not yet. But soon. We will soon reach the final destination," said Miss F. "I hope you can join us and help us." "We? Who else besides you?" "Mr. G? Yes. Although he is a human, he is our ally and leader. He has always sympathized with the plight of the clones and is willing to be the liberator of the clones. I know that the test just now was a bit excessive. I don't want to defend his behavior, but I also hope that you can understand him to a certain extent. He just did what he had to do in that position. Over the years, we have done a lot of things under the nose of Shuntang Morgan. Dangerous things, which also made the relationship between us and Shuntang Morgan become more and more tense. Originally, There was a disagreement within Shuntang Morgan on whether to acquiesce to the autonomy of the first layer. If this continues, they will sooner or later take action against the first layer and Mr. G. Our only way out is the transaction the day after tomorrow. He must ensure the success of the transaction. We have already paid a lot of price. He wants to get the memory encoder, John Hung said. Miss F was surprised. It seems that you already know the content of the transaction. Did the middleman tell you? John Hung did not answer this question, but asked, what about you? You have been searching for yourself all your life and trying to be your true self. In this case, why did you marry Mr. G against your will? How do you know that I married Mr. G against my will? Because I know what it feels like to like someone. John Hung looked into Miss F's eyes. You may be grateful to him because he saved you. And you also admire him. He probably always plays the role of a friend and mentor in your heart. You may think he is reliable. But this is not love. You are actually very clear about this. Right? Chapter 976 Help. How much do you know about love? Miss F asked. All your memories are fake. Your lover is fake. The feeling of liking is fake. How can you really know what it feels like to like someone? Because this is an innate instinct of human beings. And it has nothing to do with your memory. John Hung said. This answer is too illusory. Miss F shook her head. You don't know Mr. G? He saved me when I was desperate. I said that if he liked me, he could marry me. But he told me that I didn't have to make a decision so quickly. He said that he did like me. But he didn't want me to make this decision out of gratitude to him. When I said that I wanted to completely get rid of Tang's identity, it was he who found a plastic surgeon for me, who gave me an ordinary face so that I could live like an ordinary person, even though he still liked my original face more. As the actual ruler of the first floor, he can find any woman. But he has remained single all these years. I know he is waiting for me. I wonder if this is love according to your standards. Miss F asked back. We are talking about your love for him, not his love for you. Since you have not accepted this relationship all these years, why are you suddenly engaged to him now? Because the war is coming. I don't want to leave any regrets, whether it is mine or his. Miss F pointed to the KTV not far away. We have a common enemy. They are there. What I don't understand is that you don't look like a person who likes to meddle in other people's business. Why are you so concerned about my love life? Because I may need your help with something very important later. I need to find out your position, John Hung said. Position? You want to know how much I listen to Mr. G? John Hung did not deny. Once I get the memory encoder back, Mr. G will immediately perform surgery on me according to the agreement to remove the locator under my cerebral cortex. During the operation, I hope you are there. You don't trust Mr. G. Why? It's not that I don't trust Mr. G. I just don't trust all politicians, no matter how righteous their slogans are, John Hung said. His disadvantages of playing single-player games all along finally showed up in this dungeon. The operation of removing the locator requires craniotomy, which means that he needs to be anesthetized during the operation. He cannot stay conscious during this period. What's more troublesome is that this is a dungeon where memory can be modified. John Hung will bring the memory encoder to Mr. G before the operation. If he is playing in a team, he can certainly rely on his teammates for protection. But the problem is that Zhang Hung is alone now. In previous dungeons, he may be able to make up for the shortcomings of single-player combat by surpassing the strength of the dungeon and playing for a long time. However, this time, no matter how strong he is, he will lose consciousness once anesthetized, just like other ordinary people. Therefore, John Hung needs to pick someone in this dungeon to protect himself. But this person is not easy to find. First of all, he must be strong enough so that he can stop the unexpected situation in time. Secondly, and most importantly, this person must not be bribed by Mr. G. Especially the second point. John Hung looked for people he knew in this copy, and found that there were very few people who could do this. On the contrary, it was Mr. G's fiancée, Miss F, who was also a clone and had considerable sympathy for the clone group. In addition, from several contacts, John Hung also found that she was a very principled person. The only problem is her identity as Mr. G's fiancée. John Hung wants to know whether this will affect the former's choice. I can accompany you for the operation, Miss F said, because I can understand your fear. There are many nights when I wake up from my sleep and wonder if I have really found myself, or if all this is just another edited memory. So I will stay by your side during your operation to make sure that your memory is not tampered with by others. But I also hope that you will stop interfering with my feelings. I have made my choice. Sorry. Zhang Heng apologized. Miss F accepted his apology. Be prepared. I am not lobbying for Mr. G, but for the tens of thousands of our compatriots living in New Shanghai 0297, and for the clones brought into this KTV. Whether their fate can be truly changed depends on the transaction the day after tomorrow. I will try my best. The next morning, Zhang Heng received an email from Old Man Gung, saying that he would arrange for him to have lunch with a supplier at noon. The latter might be able to continue to help Zhang Heng collect shellac records after Old Man Gung left. So Zhang Heng went out after lunch in the morning. Su Qian was the only one left in the apartment. She didn't know what to do. After going to the first floor with Zhang Heng yesterday, she thought she would never go back. Although Su Qian said that Zhang Heng's guess was nonsense, she obviously didn't think so in her heart. It was a terrifying thing to find that her life track on the first floor had been completely wiped out. In the end, in the live broadcast at night, Su Qian did not announce her retirement as planned, but gritted her teeth and did a regular live broadcast. However, she seemed absent-minded during the live broadcast. She kept thinking about what Zhang Heng said while chatting, and made a few jokes. A fan commented that she looked a little naive today, but she is still cute even like this. She is worthy of being my wife. Someone posted such a comment, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. People replied one after another. My urine is yellow. Let me do it. Eat some peanuts. Don't just drink. In the past, Su Qian would probably make a shy expression and ask for another wave of gifts. But this time she just tried to lift the corners of her mouth upwards and barely squeezed out a half smile. More famous anchors need to work hard to build and maintain their own personalities, so as to attract the maximum amount of traffic for themselves. This is a common practice in the industry. In the past, Su Qian didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but in connection with Zhang Heng's previous speculation that she might also be a clone, Su Qian continued to maintain her personalities as usual, and it was hard not to associate her with a clone who also lived with another face. The more she thought about it, the more scared Su Qian felt. In the end, she ended the live broadcast an hour earlier. She still felt a little uneasy until the next morning, until she received an email. Chapter 977 Gift. Su Qian didn't expect that her boyfriend Qiu Ming would return to New Shanghai 0297 so many days earlier than originally scheduled. The email she just received was from Qiu Ming, saying that he would be downstairs in 20 minutes. Facing this sudden visit, Su Qian quickly asked the housework robot to tidy up the house, and pack up, and throw away the food that was not finished in the morning. Then she rushed to the dressing table as quickly as possible, started to touch up her makeup, and tried several sets of clothes. Finally, she chose a dress that looked very homely, but could outline her figure invisibly. After she changed her clothes, her bracelet reminded her that a visitor had requested to enter the community, so Su Qian authorized it. This was the first time Qiu Ming had come to her house since they had been in love for so long. It was not that Qiu Ming did not want to come, but Su Qian had intentionally controlled the progress of their relationship in the past. She did not want Qiu Ming to think that she was too easy to get and look down on her. Therefore, she never let Qiu Ming come up. At most, he would just send her downstairs. But this time, Qiu Ming came back from Earth in advance for her. And the first thing he did after getting off the spaceship was to come to her first. Su Qian could not refuse at this time. In addition, a lot of things happened around her during this period, and she urgently needed a backbone. So when she got the news that Qiu Ming was back, Su Qian was overjoyed and did not refuse his request for a visit. Su Qian turned on the projector and switched to a movie channel, and then messed up her hair a little. With her light makeup, she looked like she had just got up. As soon as she sat down on the sofa, the door opened. A middle-aged man who was a little fat but looked handsome walked in from outside. You're here. Su Qian stood up, walked to the man, gently helped him take off his coat, and hung it on the hanger. Qiu Ming took out a box of chocolates and handed it to Su Qian. A gift for you. Su Qian was a little disappointed when she saw the chocolates, but the disappointment only flashed in her eyes. And then she showed a happy look and said, How do you know I like chocolate? Don't girls like sweets? The chocolates in this store are all handmade. Open it and try it, Qiu Ming said. So Su Qian opened the outer packaging, and then opened the chocolate box, and found a women's diamond watch inside. Su Qian covered her mouth with one hand. Oh my God! This is a vintage Patek Philippe? It must cost millions of credit points. No matter how expensive the watch is, it can't compare to what you like, Chiu Ming said as he took the watch from the chocolate box and put it on Su Qian's wrist. This gift is too expensive. Su Qian was flattered. For my future wife? I don't think so. After putting the watch on Su Qian, Chiu Ming kissed her again, then went to the sofa, sat down, and loosened his tie. What do you want to drink? Su Qian asked. Oh, plain water will do, Chiu Ming said. And then he looked around Su Qian's apartment, and then said, Do you live here? Su Qian did not ask the housework robot to help, but poured water for Chiu Ming personally and brought the cup to Chiu Ming. Why? Don't you like the homes of us poor people? How could it be? It's quite cozy here. Chiu Ming took the water and drank it all in one gulp. It's just a little small. There's no swimming pool or audiovisual room. And there's no nanny room. I don't live on the 4th floor. Su Qian pretended to be angry and pushed Chiu Ming's body. The latter smiled and said, So when are you going to accept my proposal and move to the 4th floor to live with me? I have already asked the servants to prepare your room and everything. My villa needs a hostess. You're so anxious for me to move in. Do you need a mistress or a maid to warm your bed? To be honest, I need both, Chiu Ming said, and put his arm around Su Qian's waist. Stop it. Su Qian slapped her boyfriend's hand away. I'm not making a fuss. You're the one making a fuss. I thought we had an agreement. Chiu Ming sat up straight. You told me that you would announce your marriage on the live broadcast last night and then retire. But I watched your live broadcast last night and you didn't say anything. And there were a few annoying guys calling my future wife below. Su Qian paused. I need some time. Well, I have been in this business for so long. I can't just quit. Why not? I said I would support you after you retire, Chiu Ming said as he grabbed a handful of melon seeds and fed the hamster on the table. Is this your pet? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Hate it. Can't you give me some more time? You are not the only one with a career. Su Qian certainly couldn't say that it was Zhang Heng words that made her hesitate. And she didn't immediately announce her retirement during last night's live broadcast. Of course you can. But didn't you say that before? There are still many things to prepare before the wedding, including people to invite, the wedding venue, wedding dress. You said you might not have time to live broadcast. Did I say that? Su Qian forced a smile. Yes, I remember it very clearly. Just 2 days ago. You can't have forgotten it. Right? No. I get you another glass of water, Su Qian said as she picked up Chiu Ming's empty cup. Went to the kitchen, put it under the water dispenser, pressed the hot water button and folded her arms. Su Qian really wished that she hadn't followed Zhang Heng to the 1st floor yesterday, so that maybe she could now wear the new watch Chiu Ming bought for her and lie happily in Chiu Ming's arms, instead of being so suspicious like now. What happened? Chiu Ming's voice suddenly came from behind, scaring Su Qian, and she had to hold on to the stove behind her to prevent herself from sitting on the ground. Are you okay? Is it my illusion? You look a little weird today. Chiu Ming frowned. I'm fine. I just didn't expect you to come to the kitchen. Oh, this is because I just remembered something. There is an opera performance at the Blue Theater in the afternoon. I booked 2 seats. We can go to see it together. By the way, are you okay this afternoon? No. Su Qian handed the cup of hot water to Chiu Ming on the side. We can go to the opera. Very good. And what are you going to eat for lunch? Why not go to the French restaurant last time? The foie gras there is not bad, Chiu Ming said. In addition, I have prepared another gift for you. Chapter 978 Bargaining. The place where Old Man Gung and Zhang Heng agreed to meet was a hot pot restaurant on the 1st floor. There was a huge Chaos Han beef ball sign outside the door. But the front was not big. There was a staircase directly after entering the door. You need to climb up to the 2nd floor to enter the hot pot restaurant. As soon as Zhang Heng got off the car, he found a few sneaky guys, pretending to be passers-by or people doing small businesses nearby. But without exception, they were paying attention to the movements outside the hot pot restaurant, in connection with what happened before. These people should be sent by Mr. G to protect Old Man Gung's safety. Zhang Heng and Old Man Gung hadn't seen each other for a while since they separated last time. The latter was the middleman of this transaction, helping to connect buyers and sellers. He knew a lot of things, so it was not surprising that he was targeted. after being attacked by the bikers last time. He should have gone back to pack up for his own safety, and then moved to the first floor. Zhang Heng ignored the people downstairs, and walked up the stairs. Old Man Gung and his supplier friends had arrived early and ordered dishes. When Zhang Heng appeared, Old Man Gung immediately stood up and waved, then handed over the menu. See what else you want to eat. You're welcome. I pay the bill. Just count it into the reward for your protection of me before. Unlike the previous few meetings, Old Man Gung was obviously much more enthusiastic this time, mainly because he had seen Zhang Heng's skills. No matter what time, it never hurts to be polite to someone you can't afford to offend. Not to mention that Zhang Heng had saved Old Man Gung once before. No. Just order? Zhang Heng said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. So Old Man Gung casually ordered another plate of beef and shrimp paste, and returned the menu to the waiter beside him. Before the dishes were served, Zhang Heng looked up at the man next to Old Man Gung. He was younger than Old Man Gung, and looked to be in his early 40s. He was in good shape, and the muscles on his arms showed that he was engaged in physical work. In addition, the marks on his wrists showed that he often wore gloves. His small eyes flickered vigilantly, which showed that he did not trust Zhang Heng very much, and that what he was doing now might not be very legal. Let me introduce him to you, said Old Man Gung. He is my supplier, and also my old friend. More than half of the goods in the house of used things are provided to me by him. We split the profits 50-50. Of course, if you want to buy directly from him, you can. He is. Before Old Man Gung finished speaking, he was interrupted by the man next to him. He stretched out his hand. Just call me Gold Digger. Everyone around me calls me that. Seeing this, Zhang Heng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the Gold Digger, and then introduced himself. Zhang Heng. Listen, Zhang Heng. You were introduced by Lao Gung, which is why I am willing to meet you. But I also have my own rules. It is better to make some things clear in advance. That is, when you make a deal with me, don't ask too many questions. Whether it is the source of the things or anything related to me, you'd better not say too much. We pay money and deliver goods at the same time. It is fair and reasonable. In addition, if I find out that you tell other people about the transaction with me, our transaction will be terminated, the Gold Digger said. Zhang Heng nodded. It sounds reasonable. Very good. The Gold Digger was also very satisfied with Zhang Heng's cooperation, and his vigilant eyes towards Zhang Heng also eased a little. As long as we cooperate happily, it's not impossible to get to know each other better after we get to know each other better. That's great, Zhang Heng said calmly. Old Man Gung on the side had no time to interrupt, and sweat broke out on his forehead, although he had repeatedly reminded the Gold Digger to be more polite before Zhang Heng came. The latter obviously didn't take it to heart, and was still using his previous tricks to deal with Zhang Heng, and from the look on his face, he obviously felt that he had control of the situation, and was quite complacent. But Old Man Gung himself had many previous experiences, and knew that Zhang Heng was never someone who could be easily controlled. The reason why he was so polite was because what the Gold Digger was talking about had nothing to do with his interests. But before Old Man Gung could remind his old friend, the hot pot restaurant on the other side had already started serving the dishes. The Gold Digger naturally took himself into the position of the host, and began to invite Zhang Heng to eat. Zhang Heng was also as tactful as always. The three of them quickly finished 2 plates of beef. The Gold Digger enjoyed his meal, and even unbuttoned his shirt. He asked the waiter to increase the air conditioning, while finally getting to the point. Old Gung said you were collecting shellac records. Yes. Zhang Heng put the sweet potato chips into the pot and asked, can you help me find them? This thing is not easy to get, the Gold Digger said. Old Gung told you that shellac records are rare, especially in the space below. Although I can help you find them, I have to pay a lot myself. But since you are Old Gung's friend, I won't ask you too much. One is just for 1,000 credit points. 100? Zhang Heng did not look up. What? The Gold Digger suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. 100 per ticket, Zhang Heng said indifferently. Here it comes. As expected. Old Man Gung on the other side smiled bitterly. He remembered that when they first met, he offered 3,000 at the beginning, but Zhang Heng also offered 100 at that time. Now it seems that his latter offer was not against him, but the same price for everyone. Say it again. The Gold Digger blew his beard and glared. 100 per piece. And I want a lot. You'd better find more. Are you looking for trouble? Kid? Didn't you hear me say that this thing is rare? And I have to pay a price if I want to get it? The gold digger slammed his chopsticks on the table. I heard it, but I don't believe a word of it, Zhang Heng said, putting down his chopsticks. You are from the garbage disposal plant. Working on the 5th floor? Secretly pick up some old things that look useful from the garbage and give them to Old Man Gung to help you sell them. You told him? The gold digger turned around and looked at Old Man Gung beside him angrily. Seeing this, Old Man Gung shook his head quickly. It's not me. It's not me. We have been friends for so many years. Have you ever seen me betray you? Then how did he know? After listening to Old Man Gung's explanation, the gold digger still looked suspicious. Don't think about it. It's your dress that told me. To be honest, these things have limited channels. They basically come from the 4th and 5th floors. But judging from your appearance, you live on the 2nd floor at most. It's impossible for you to contact buyers on the upper floors. And with the other party's income, it's unlikely that they would take out these old things to sell for money. So the answer is actually very obvious, Zhang Heng said. Although you changed into casual clothes before coming here, your hands have traces of wearing gloves all year round. You still wear waterproof boots on your feet in the hot weather. You also have some waist problems. Since you sat here, I have seen you stretch your waist at least 3 times. But your strong arms show that you don't usually sit in the office. So here comes the problem. You often wear gloves and boots, need to bend down constantly, and can touch old things. I can't think of any other place for such work except the garbage disposal plant. In addition, you warned me not to ask questions right away, which also indirectly shows that according to work regulations, you should not take those old things out of the garbage disposal plant. Chapter 979 Negotiation and Bonus. The gold digger opened his eyes wide, opened his mouth, and looked like he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he looked like a mime actor. Old Man Gung sighed and said, I told you a long time ago that your tricks won't work on him. You might as well be honest right from the start. You said he was a bodyguard. But what was he doing before? A detective? The gold digger looked incredulous. That's about right, Zhang Heng said, and then turned the topic back to the right track. So 100 credit points per ticket. Can this price be set? The gold digger's face immediately drooped when he heard this. The price is really too low. Although most of my things are picked up. Do you know how much garbage is waiting to be recycled at the garbage disposal site? What's more, I have to take a big risk to bring things out. To be honest, I can only bring a few things out every week. I can't bring other things if I bring shellac records. And I have to be scanned when I leave work. I rely on a homemade backpack that can block the scan to bring things out. So if I report it to the garbage disposal site, you will never be able to earn this extra money again, Zhang Heng said. The gold digger's face became even uglier. But he knew that the more he couldn't back down at this time. Otherwise he would become more passive. So he gritted his teeth and said, as long as I never do this again, you will have no evidence to report me. Who said that? I even recorded it. Zhang Heng raised the bracelet on his right hand. Then clicked play. And the voice of the 2 people introducing themselves when they first met came from it. What? How can you still do such a thing? The gold digger was so angry that he was speechless. Finally, it was Old Man Gung who stepped out to smooth things over and comforted him. Don't be anxious. Let's talk it over nicely. How can we talk nicely? The gold digger said angrily. This is the big client you introduced to me. As soon as he came upstairs, he started recording. It's obvious that he is here to cheat me. This is just a means to prevent you from asking for too much, Zhang Heng said calmly. Especially considering that your friend has had the same criminal record before. Old Man Gung looked embarrassed. Well, 4,000 is a bit high. But 100 is too outrageous. How about this? You can talk about it for my sake. I think 100 is already a lot. Before Zhang Heng finished speaking, he saw the gold digger stood up from the table angrily, as if he was about to leave. But then he heard Zhang Heng say, but I can pay you an extra bonus. Bonus? What bonus? Old Man Gung grabbed the gold digger. For every 20 extra shellac records you give me, I can pay you double the price, Zhang Heng said. For example, for the first 20 shellac records, I will pay you 100 credit points each. For the 21st to 40th, I can pay you 200 points each. For the 41st to 60th, 400 points each. And so on. By the 121st, you can get 3,600 credit points, which is very close to your previous offer. But where can I find so many shellac records for you? Having said that, the gold digger still stopped and added, besides, how do I know this is not your trick? You just want those cheap shellac records in front. You will stop buying them after I find you 60 or 80 shellac records. I can assure you that I will buy them, no matter how many shellac records you have. The purpose of my coming to New Shanghai 0297 is for these records. Of course, in order to avoid the numbers from being too inflated, I will set a cap price. From the 161st one, I will buy them at a price of 10,000 credit points each, Zhang Heng said. This price was of course something Zhang Heng had already considered. He could certainly use the gold digger's leverage to threaten them. But the price of 100 per copy would indeed dampen their enthusiasm and make them passive. So necessary rewards were a must. And only this kind of step-by-step reward method could maximize the enthusiasm of gold diggers. I will stay at New Shanghai 0297 for about 8 months. Zhang Heng continued. You can sell me any shellac records you find during this period. 8 months. The gold digger frowned, calculating how much money he could make in such a long time. Then he looked at Zhang Heng with a suspicious look. If I can produce more than 100 shellac records, how much money can you produce? I can guarantee this, Old Man Gung said. I have seen Zhang Heng's skills. If he is willing to make money, it must be easy to make money. Besides, Mr. G and Miss F both admire him and praise him highly. If it doesn't work out, he can work for Mr. G. The gold digger hesitated for a moment, and finally sat down again. Can Mr. G be a guarantor? That's impossible. Zhang Heng shook his head and said, You don't want our transaction to be known to others. And neither do I. It's best if this matter is limited to the three of us. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he glanced at Old Man Gung beside him. The latter raised his hand. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. I will leave New Shanghai 0297 soon. Then he said to the gold digger, Zhang Heng may not be so pleasant to talk about, but he is the type who will speak out any problems in advance. The way you two deal with things is actually quite similar. And as long as he promises something, he will definitely do it. I can guarantee this, because he agreed to be my bodyguard a few days ago. And then we met a group of bikers. There were a lot of them at the time, and they were all armed, including guns. Even in this situation, Zhang Heng still fulfilled his bodyguard duties, as agreed, and did not abandon me. So you don't have to worry about the money. As long as he promised, he will definitely pay you. Okay. The gold digger seemed to be convinced, and picked up the pair of chopsticks that he had slapped on the table before, gritted his teeth and said, Then I will trust you again. Thank you. After the payment was finalized, Zhang Heng returned to his previous polite attitude. But the gold digger no longer dared to underestimate the other party as before, especially when the two sides negotiated before. Zhang Heng's subtle momentum made the gold digger's calves tremble. Even if Old Man Gung didn't pull him, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Chapter 980 New Commission. While Zhang Heng and the gold digger were discussing the shellac record, Su Qian followed her boyfriend Xiao Ming to a French restaurant on the 4th floor. This was also Su Qian's favorite restaurant. Not only was the food delicious, but the environment was elegant, with velvet carpets paired with gorgeous Baroque ceilings, white tablecloths, and silver tableware. There were only a few dozen tables in the spacious hall, which fully guaranteed the privacy of the diners. In addition, there were handsome French waiters serving the entire meal. The meal costs are extremely high, but even so, it is still difficult to get a table here, and it takes several days in advance to book one. Xiao Ming's proposal to eat here was obviously not a sudden idea. After finishing the main course and the last dessert, the restaurant's violinist came to the table of the two. Then Su Qian seemed to realize something and covered her mouth. Xiao Ming suddenly knelt on one knee and took out a small red jewelry box from his pocket. Xiao Ming opened the small jewelry box to the melodious violin sound, revealing the diamond ring inside, and then said softly, Miss Su Qian, will you marry me? At that moment, Su Qian's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. Almost every girl would dream of such a moment. A man like a knight, riding a white horse, crossing mountains and rivers, charging and fighting, and finally coming in front of her, saying that sweet oath to her. Especially for Su Qian. She had been extremely eager to marry Xiao Ming and enter the 4th level of life. And everything in front of her was exactly the same as her dream. Su Qian had had such a dream more than once. In the dream, except for the vague appearance of the suitor, whether it was the place of proposal, the melody of the violin, or the elegant and luxurious tableware, it was exactly the same as what she saw in front of her. Therefore, when all this really became a reality, Su Qian also felt like a dream come true. Under the impact of this huge sense of happiness, Su Qian almost subconsciously took the ring from Qiu Ming's hand. The latter also showed a happy smile on his face. But Qiu Ming's mouth only had time to raise halfway before Su Qian's face suddenly changed, from the previous admiration to fear. Then she threw the jewelry box in her hand like throwing away a hot potato, and then staggered back half a step. What's wrong? Qiu Ming stood up and tried to support Su Qian, but Su Qian pushed his arm away, then lifted her skirt and ran towards the restaurant door without looking back. During this time, she was too hasty and almost knocked over another table. The red wine on the table was knocked to the ground by her, and the wine spilled from the bottle, staining the carpet at her feet. Qiu Ming wanted to chase her as soon as possible, but was stopped by the French waiter in the restaurant, who politely said, "Sir, you haven't paid yet." When Qiu Ming hurriedly transferred the compensation and meal expenses to the restaurant, he could not find Su Qian when he went out again. Half an hour later, Zhang Heng found Su Qian in a game hall on the third floor according to the coordinates Su Qian sent him. When he arrived at the game hall, he saw several young people surrounding Su Qian, who seemed to be asking for her phone number. Zhang Heng walked straight over, put his coat on Su Qian's shoulders, and then said, "Let's go. It's time to go home." Several young men looked at Zhang Heng and the hidden sheath on his waist, and dispersed in dismay. However, Su Qian did not stand up, but grabbed Zhang Heng's hand and said in horror, "I can't go home. He's coming for me. He's coming for me." "Calm down first," Zhang Heng said, without pulling his hand away in a hurry, but asked, "Who's coming for you?" "My boyfriend Qiu Ming," Su Qian said while looking around, as if she was worried that Qiu Ming would suddenly rush to her in the next moment. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "Your boyfriend is back. What happened? Did he do anything to you?" "Today he suddenly came back from Earth, and came to see me as soon as he got off the spaceship, and gave me a watch." While talking, Su Qian remembered something, and quickly took off the watch on her hand, wanting to throw it at her feet, but hesitated for a moment, and was a little reluctant. "Then what?" "Then I got in his car, and we went to a French restaurant on the fourth floor for dinner," Su Qian continued. "He proposed to me there, and the scene at that time was exactly the same as I dreamed." "Shouldn't you be happy?" Zhang Heng asked. "No, you don't understand what I mean. I mean the scene at that time was like my dream projected into reality." Su Qian held her head. Everything was too perfect, including the violinist on the side, the red wine in the glass, the color of the carpet, and the crystal chandeliers above my head. They all corresponded to my dreams. I was very moved at first, but then I began to feel fear, more and more fear, and I couldn't control my body and ran away directly from there. "Oh, do you suspect that he knows your memory in advance? Knows what your most desired proposal scene looks like? So he deliberately arranged it like this so that you can't refuse his proposal?" Zhang Heng asked. "I can't think of any other explanation," Su Qian said. "And not only that, after we separated yesterday, I couldn't help thinking about what you said. I told myself over and over again that I couldn't be a clone, but I just couldn't stop thinking about this possibility. Just now I sat here and recalled all the processes of our relationship, and then I found that this was not the first time it happened. He seemed to have a kind of magic, always knowing what I was thinking one step ahead, including what I like to eat, or what kind of gifts I like. I originally thought that this was a tacit understanding between lovers, proving that he was the one I was looking for. But now, I don't know. I'm just scared." Su Qian started crying as she spoke. Zhang Heng asked a staff member of the game hall for a pack of tissues and handed it to Su Qian. After the latter calmed down a little, he asked, "What are you going to do now? Can I hire you to help me find out the truth? Whether I am a clone or not? I need a definite answer. Otherwise, I can't live like before." Su Qian finally made up her mind. "How much are you going to pay me?" Zhang Heng did not agree immediately, but asked, 500,000 credit points. I'm used to spending lavishly and never saved much money. This is all my savings," Su Qian said. "Oh, and this watch. Su Qian then put the Patek Philippe watch she had just received today in Zhang Heng's hand. This watch is worth 1 million credit points. But it was given to me by Qiao Ming. I don't know if there will be any problems with it. I asked a friend to check it. Zhang Heng took the watch and put it in his pocket. Then nodded to Su Qian and said, I accept your commission. Chapter 981 Express Delivery. Although Su Qian was tortured by her identity, Zhang Heng thought that at least for now, her situation was not too dangerous. Compared to the genuine clones, who had locators in their heads and codes behind their necks that could be taken back at any time. At least the second-class clones, like Su Qian, would not be directly taken to the repair and storage point like the girl in the short skirt in Fuji before. Especially considering that Su Qian's profession is still an anchor. Although her popularity has been declining during this period, she still has hundreds of thousands of fans anyway. If she suddenly disappeared, it would undoubtedly bring considerable social impact. Otherwise, the other side would not need to make her disappear from the public eye through engagement. Therefore, Zhang Heng's advice to Su Qian was to let the latter live her life as usual, including finding a suitable excuse from Qiao Ming to explain why he suddenly ran away at noon, but not to agree to Qiao Ming's proposal for the time being, and not to interrupt his live broadcast. Although Zhang Heng accepted Su Qian's commission, he had more important things to do at the moment. The 2-week deadline was approaching. If Zhang Heng didn't hurry up to solve the problem of the locator in his head, he would have to face the pursuers set by G7Z, and he might even have to fight against the entire armed forces of New Shanghai 0297 on his own. When Zhang Heng and Mr. G met again, it was already the trading day. The latter took Zhang Heng to visit the operating room prepared for his surgery. It included a complete set of air purification system to achieve a sterile environment, an operating table, a large Da Vinci 2070 model surgical robot equipment, a disinfection room, anesthesia preparation room, and other supporting medical equipment. There were only 2 doctors in the entire New Shanghai who could perform this kind of surgery. Mr. G had contacted one of them and sent the latter's information to Zhang Heng. This is my principle in life. If I promise to do something for others, I will definitely do it well. And you are working for me now. So of course, I will eliminate your worries. I will send 2 teams of bodyguards to help you guard the door. Take a look. Do you have any other questions? Mr. G said enthusiastically. Where is Miss F? Zhang Heng asked after flipping through the information. Oh, I told you. She has other things to do today. Zhang Heng looked around and nodded. I don't have any other questions. I only have one request, which is to do my surgery after she comes back. Sure, as long as you are willing to wait. Mr. G's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he paused and continued. You don't seem to trust me very much. Is it because of the previous test? No. Zhang Heng shook his head and said, I'm just born with a personality that is not easy to trust others. Is that so? It seems that I still need to explain the misunderstanding. Mr. G said, the people of Shantang Morgan have been watching us. The group of bikers who attacked you before were instructed by them. Shantang Morgan promised them that as long as they could successfully hijack the middlemen, they would let them work in Shantang Morgan's security department and help them apply for permanent residence in the 3rd-level space. This is why they are so crazy and dare to act under my nose. However, compared to the guys you're going to face next, they're just minor characters. Have you heard of the emergency response team? They are the private armed forces cultivated by Morgan Shantang himself. They don't have the power to enforce the law, but don't underestimate them for this reason. Especially the team starting with number 0, which is the elite among the elites. Mr. G said, you can imagine a group of clones with almost perfect physical fitness. Each of them is carefully selected and programmed with a large number of combat skills, including reconnaissance, camouflage, sniping, close combat. They can do everything and are the most perfect hunters. They can form a team and perform their duties in it. And at the same time, they can be dispersed and each person can be independent. I just got the news not long ago that Morgan Shantang sent an emergency response team with a number starting with 0 to obstruct this transaction. In other words, they will become your opponent. Mr. G was observing Zhang Heng's expression while speaking. Seeing that the latter's face did not change, he praised again. I am very happy that you are not scared by their name. And we are not unprepared. Although Morgan Shantang knows that we want to trade, they don't know the specific time and place of the transaction. So this time, I will send 10 couriers at once. But the other 9 are just to distract attention. The person who actually completes the transaction is still you. So the success or failure of this transaction is entirely dependent on you. What should I do? John Hung asked. It's very simple. We have already discussed the specific content of the transaction. You just need to help me bring the money to the target, and he will naturally give you what I want. Mr. G snapped his fingers as he spoke. A bodyguard behind him walked to the side and took out a metal cylinder that looked a bit like a thermos cup from a large box. Mr. G took the metal cylinder and put it in John Hung's hand. Be careful. There is 1 gram of antimatter in it. The most valuable thing in the entire human civilization. Even if there is only this little bit, it can easily buy the 1st to 3rd floors of the new Shanghai 0297. To be honest, I suffered a great loss in this transaction. The value of this thing is almost twice as high as what I want to exchange, Mr. G muttered, and the pain on his face was not fake. But there is no way. Who makes the other thing more useful to me? Although antimatter is priceless, it is useless to me. Mr. G waited for John Hung to catch it and then let go of his hand. Then he leaned over to John Hung's ear and said quickly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The transaction location is at the Singularity Bar on the 2nd floor. The time is 6:45 p.m. Pay attention to the marks around you. The one with Apollo tattoo on the lower abdomen is your trading partner. John Hung frowned when he heard that. Xiufu. Is that a nude bar? Unfortunately, it's not. You have to understand that the actual owner of New Shanghai 0297 is the Shuntang Morgan Group. Those government agencies rely on them to pay salaries. So you know, they are just puppets of Shuntang Morgan. We have to be careful again and again. You have to find a trading partner yourself. Mr. G patted John Hung on the shoulder again after he finished speaking. I know this question won't be difficult for you. Right? John Hung didn't say anything, but put the metal cylinder that looked like a thermos cup into his backpack. Good luck, my friend. I be here waiting for your triumphant return, Mr. G said. Chapter 982 2nd Floor Space. After John Hung got the transaction location in time, he did not leave immediately, and declined the transportation and rest room provided by Mr. G. He found a small hotel and changed his clothes there. When he left the hotel, his appearance had changed a lot. He became a bearded street performer, wearing a bowler hat and carrying a huge guitar case on his back. John Hung put the metal bottle containing antimatter and the props that might be used later in the guitar case. However, due to the limited size of the guitar case, he could not carry Plague Bone Bow and Arrow of Paris. In addition, John Hung rented a pug from a pet store to follow him. Now he looked exactly like the street singers who sang in the square in the station. And what was even more amazing was that not only his appearance was similar, but his temperament had also changed. John Hung's makeup skills learned from the deduction method dungeon were further improved after the trip to Rome, combined with the assassin's disguise skills. Although it had not yet reached level 3, it was difficult to see any flaws just from observation. After that, the man and the dog quietly blended into the commuting crowd. John Hung arrived at the 2nd floor at 5:42 p.m. There was still 1 hour and 3 minutes before the transaction started. Unlike what he had imagined, when he arrived at the central shuttle station on the 2nd floor, he found that it was not much different from usual. The number of security guards at the station had not increased, and there were no additional checks on passengers entering and leaving. They were still just lazily walking around in the waiting hall, chatting about last night's drinking party and the good-looking female passenger they had just seen. Although Mr. G repeatedly emphasized the power of the emergency response team before departure, no matter how powerful the team was, it only had 10 people. Without detailed transaction time and location, it was impossible for a team to quickly locate the courier from the crowd. So there must be external personnel to cooperate. With the power of Morgan Shuntang and New Shanghai 0297, it was easy to mobilize the city's armed forces through government agencies. This was also the most powerful force in the entire second-tier power. However, what surprised John Hung was that the emergency response team starting with number 0 did not call on this power at hand. But this is not necessarily good news, because it may mean that they have other means to identify couriers. And it also means that they are confident enough in their means. If Mr. G is the uncrowned king of the first layer, then the opponent John Hung will face this time is the real manager of the entire New Shanghai 0297. Not only the Ace clone team, but also the nearly unlimited resources behind Shuntang Morgan. This is why John Hung must be cautious enough. As soon as he left the station, John Hung turned off his bracelet and put on a signal blocker on his wrist. John Hung had previously consulted Miss F about the feasibility of removing the locator without surgery and using a signal blocker to block it directly. But unfortunately, according to Miss F, an awakened clone had thought of this method before. So the locator produced later also added a self-melting function. Once the signal transmission is blocked for more than 8 hours, the locator will automatically melt, causing irreversible and serious damage to the cerebral cortex. So John Hung's idea of using a signal blocker to block the locator in the brain is no longer feasible. But the good news is that the signal jammer can indeed make him untraceable in a short period of time. 8 hours should be enough for John Hung to complete the transaction and return to the first floor. John Hung had seen the location of the Singularity bar on the shuttle. It was a distance away from the station. But John Hung did not take a taxi because it was inconsistent with his current identity as a street performer. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. So John Hung walked there with the pug and tested whether he was being followed. It is the peak time for getting off work, and there are many people on the road. The second floor is probably the most easily overlooked floor in the entire New Shanghai 0297. It does not have the prosperity of the elite white-collar workers on the third floor, nor the luxury and mystery of the fourth and fifth floors. At the same time, it is not as bad as the first floor in terms of public security and lifelessness. More than half of the residents living on the second floor are blue-collar workers in the city. In 2077, there are very few blue-collar workers who simply engage in repetitive physical labor. There are more technical positions. Each of them basically has a skill. But once they leave their company, it is difficult for them to make a living in society with their skills. Just like this highly specialized production process, everyone is an insignificant part of the machine. And together, they eventually form a sophisticated production machine. Hardworking and highly obedient are probably the most suitable labels for residents on the second floor. When Su Qian first started to work as a host, she also lived on the second floor for a while. In her words, "This is an extremely boring space. People here don't understand entertainment, and they only have work in their eyes, just like robots." But this statement is obviously not accurate. The second floor is still quite lively after get-off work. Many people in work clothes gather in groups to discuss where to relax. Many of them like to go to the first floor for shopping because the prices there are cheaper. If you randomly pick a second-floor resident here, they will know the prices of many places and can always find the most cost-effective products. This is almost a basic skill for second-floor residents. There is an old saying in New Shanghai 0297, if you want to know which store sells the most high-quality and low-priced products, just look at how many second-floor residents patronize it. In addition to those young people who wanted to have dinner, sing and play games together, there were also many middle-aged people who had already started families on the road. They looked much more stable, and most of them rushed home after work, carrying small gifts for their daughters and sons. John Hung walked a distance away and did not find any stalkers around him. As for the emergency response team of Shantang Morgan, they did not even see their shadows. The latter seemed to have no idea that the courier had reached the second floor. However, John Hung did not think that the other party was only at this level. Previously, he accompanied Old Man Gung to meet Mr. G. Not long after leaving the cinema, he was blocked by the group of bikers. This was on Mr. G's territory. With the intelligence level shown by the other party, it was unreasonable that they did not receive any news before the transaction began. However, when he did not know the other party's layout and arrangements, John Hung had no better solution and could only go to the transaction location according to the established plan. Chapter 983 Fingzi. The Singularity Bar is located in an alley behind a large home appliance repair shop. Originally, it was a small football fan club spontaneously organized by a group of workers in the repair shop who loved football. Later, as more and more people joined, it was simply turned into a bar and opened to the public. Later, as more and more customers came, 2 nearby shops were rented and the bar was expanded. Eventually, it became what it is now, and the guests inside are no longer limited to workers in the repair shop. Even some non-football fans sometimes come here to sit. But the decoration and design style inside still show that this is a typical fan bar. The founders are all die-hard fans of the pandas. The walls are covered with panda stars, including active and retired ones, and some photos of classic goals. In addition, the bar also sells some pandas peripherals, including t-shirts, keychains and the like. The names of the restaurant's dishes are also the jargon commonly used by fans. Basically, Every Pandas fan will feel like they have found an organization when they come in. Moreover, whenever there is a game of the Pandas, it is also the busiest time in the bar. The bar owner will use a large projection device to broadcast the game live. John Hung arrived at the bar at 6:16. And it happened to be a game day. The flow of people in the bar tonight is 3 times that of usual. Almost every corner is crowded with people. There is no seat for those who come later. But they are still reluctant to leave. John Hung looked around and initially estimated that there are about 200 to 300 people here. It is not an easy task to find the trader from so many people. Especially now, he has no other clues except that the trading partner has a tattoo on his lower abdomen. Because there were too many people in the bar, John Hung had to squat down and pick up the pug from the ground. As soon as he stood up, he saw a guy dressed as a bartender walking in front of him. The latter did not say anything, but just pointed to the sign outside the door that said no pets allowed. As a result, before John Hung could speak, he heard a voice saying, "Forget it. Xiao Wu. He is also a fan of the Pandas, and came all the way to watch the game. Do you know him?" Xiao Wu asked the person who spoke. The latter nodded. "I've met him a few times." Xiao Wu said nothing more, and turned around to deal with a table of customers who wanted to order snacks. After Xiao Wu left, John Hung said to the person who had spoken for him before, "Thank you." She was a tall woman with short hair and no makeup on her face. But her foundation was still good. But her skin looked a little rough, and there was ink on her hands. Like most men in the bar, she wore work clothes and a set of wrenches hanging around her waist, which jingled when she walked. "You're welcome." The short-haired woman raised the wine glass in her hand. "But have we met before?" John Hung asked again. "Of course not. I'm just using this method to chat with you," the short-haired woman said straightforwardly, and threw a brooch to John Hung. "Pandaman Team logo. Wear it, so you and your melancholy-looking child won't be kicked out again." John Hung took the brooch and pinned it on his chest. "Don't think that they don't allow pets and smoking here. But as long as you are a die-hard fan of the Pandaman team, they will treat you better than their own brothers. And they will forget all the prohibitions and rules." The short-haired woman shouted as she spoke. "The Pandas will win." When she shouted this, the bar seemed to have paused. Then, all the customers and bartenders shouted at the top of their lungs, "The Pandas will win! The Pandas will win!" It wasn't over yet. Everyone in the bar started to sing the Pandas team song, "We are Pandas." What a bunch of idiots. Men never grow up. The short-haired woman picked up the glass and drank the beer in it. He burped, and then pushed the glass to the bartender. "Fill it up, and give another glass to the handsome guy who looks like a wandering poet on the other side." The bartender raised his eyebrows, picked up an empty glass from the table, took a glass of dark beer, and handed it to John Hung. "Be careful, buddy. This woman is not something that everyone can handle." "Oh, so cute. Are you jealous that I don't like you?" The short-haired woman took the glass of wine before John Hung, then raised her head and drank half of it before handing it to John Hung. "Fengzi? The noise around was a bit loud, because the boss had turned on the projection, and 2 announcers appeared on the screen introducing the team's starting lineup. "Fengzi, Feng of Shafeng. People around me sometimes call me crazy." Fengzi leaned close to John Hung's ear and said, "Oh, Simon." John Hung took the wine glass. Fengzi raised his eyebrows. "What is this? Is it your stage name?" "Fengzi is my real name. My full name is Xia Fengzi. But it doesn't matter. Why are you here?" "Simon, you are not a fan of the Pandas. I'm just tired from walking and want to find a place to have a drink." "Ha." Fengzi looked at John Hung with a half smile. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Fengzi didn't intend to continue talking. He took his refilled glass back from the bartender, who warned, "Take it easy, crazy sister. The game hasn't started yet. Mind your own business. I'm not drinking for the game." Fengzi seemed to be in a good mood and hummed a little tune afterwards. Because John Hung was relatively close, he heard a few lyrics intermittently. This was an English song, probably sung while hunting. The general idea was that the prey had fallen into my trap, and I would have a big harvest today, which made John Hung laugh and cry. The bartender on the other side looked at John Hung with some hostility, and then deliberately asked loudly, "Crazy sister, where's the college student before? The one you said looked like a little lamb. Are you still together?" "We broke up a long time ago." Fengzi waved his hand. "We drank all night that night, and when we woke up in bed, I didn't say anything. But he covered his face and started crying, saying sorry to his girlfriend and so on. Too sissy. I just felt sick. Fingsy seemed to think of something when he said this, and glared at the bartender. Why are you talking so much? Do you think your job is too easy? No. 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 The bartender quickly retracted his head and went to mix drinks for other guests. After that, Fingsy glanced at Jong Hung beside him and raised his glass. Come on. Drink. Drink the first glass first. I've helped you drink half a glass. The rest should be no problem. Yeah. Jong Hung also raised the glass at his hand and said, Cheers. Chapter 984. A little excitement. Fingsy said nothing when he came up, and first poured 2 pints of beer into Jong Hung's mouth. Fortunately, Jong Hung had also drunk rum as water in the Black Sail dungeon and had developed a certain alcohol tolerance, so at least 2 pints of beer would not have a big impact on him. However, Jong Hung did not forget that he was still in a dangerous place and had a mission, and he didn't know where the emergency response team was hiding, so he didn't continue drinking after drinking 2 glasses. Fingsy dragged his chin, looking very disappointed. You're not as poetic as you look. Why do you say that? I met a street singer like you before. He drank like a madman. Have you ever seen a buffalo drink water? I haven't. But I think that's how a buffalo drinks water. They just put their heads into the barrel. He drank and cried, and told me about his first love. He even played a song he wrote for her. That scene was really poetic. If you want to hear the story of my first love, you're probably going to be disappointed, Jong Hung said. Why? Fingsy asked. You don't have a first love? That's not the case. TSK. I see. You are the kind of person who likes to keep all the stories in your heart. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of time, as long as I drink enough wine. I believe that no matter what kind of person will eventually speak up, Fingsy said as he put another bottle of wine in front of Jong Hung. Come on. Let's continue. But Jong Hung did not reach out, but looked at the Pandaman team's championship clock hanging on the wall of the bar. The time is now 6:26. Less than 20 minutes before the trading starts. But Jong Hung didn't even see the shadow of the trader. Moreover, when the game started, most people in the bar focused on the game, making it even more difficult to tell who the traitor is. On the other side, Fingsy clearly looked like he had Jong Hung in his hands, and moved closer, almost sticking to Jong Hung. If you don't want to talk about first love, we can talk about something else. By the way, what's the name of your dog? Wednesday. Jong Hung made up a name. Huh. This name is quite unique. Fingsy scratched the pug's chin and barked Wednesday. But Wednesday had no reaction to the new name, as if he had Alzheimer's disease. Fingsy teased the dog for a while, and soon turned her attention to the dog owner. She fanned her cheeks with her hands and asked Jong Hung, Are you hot? I don't know why, but I feel a little hot now. At the same time, the host's voice suddenly became louder in the projection. Guasong. Number 11 Guasong dribbled into the penalty area. He faked and passed Baker, who rushed over, facing veteran Gabier. He did not rush to break through and chose to pass the ball back to Ma Liang. Ma Liang did not stop the ball and chose to shoot directly. Oh! What a pity. The ball hit the crossbar. But, before it was over, the ball bounced back to Guasong's feet. Guasong did not hesitate and raised his foot to make up the shot. The goalkeeper had just made a save and had no time to get up when the ball went in. It was less than 8 minutes into the game, and the Pandas scored their first goal. The fans in the bar who had been holding their breath cheered together until then, and the entire Singularity bar became a sea of joy. And Jong Hung's eyes lit up. He quickly kissed Fingsy on the face, and then said, Thank you. Thank you? What are you thanking me for? Didn't you thank me for buying you a drink before? And you should know what kind of thank you I want. But by the way, that kiss just now was not bad. Fingsy touched his cheek and smiled foolishly. You can talk about sleeping with me later. Let me finish my work first. After Jong Hung finished speaking, he smashed the glass in his hand to the ground without waiting for Fingsy to answer. With the sound of the glass exploding, everyone in the bar focused on Jong Hung. The bar owner was about to say something, but then he saw Jong Hung jump directly onto the bar, then tore off his shirt, raised his hand and shouted, The Pandas will win. The first person to react was Fingsy, who was standing aside. She was probably the only person in the bar who knew Jong Hung's background. She found this scene a little funny. She didn't know why Simon, who was not a fan, suddenly became obsessed with the pandas. But she was not a fool, and had seen that Simon had a purpose for doing this. So Fingzi suddenly took off her coat and threw it aside. Then jumped onto the bar counter and shouted with John Hung. The pandas will win. With John Hung taking the lead and Fingzi following suit. The whole bar was completely ignited. People rushed to step onto the tables in front of them, took off their coats, and the slogans of the pandas' victory gathered into a storm. John Hung took this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to look at the bellies of the people in the bar, looking for people with Apollo tattoos. And at the same time, he lowered his voice and said to Fingzi sincerely, "Thank you. You helped me again. No big deal." Fingzi raised her eyebrows, not caring at all, and didn't care about the men's eyes focused on her. Instead, she licked her lips and said to John Hung, "Remember your promise to sleep with me." Although the Singularity Bar had been completely thrown into madness because of the previous goal, with people taking off their coats and stepping on the tables in chaos, John Hung still used his excellent observation skills to look at everyone in the bar in the shortest possible time. Unfortunately, he did not see the Apollo tattoo on these fans. But this did not mean that what he had just done was meaningless. On the contrary, it helped John Hung eliminate a large number of interference items, and finally let him focus on a few suspicious targets. But before John Hung could walk over, he saw the owner of the bar, a middle-aged man with a gloomy look, walking towards him. John Hung originally thought that the other party was here to investigate the damage caused by him breaking the wine glass and jumping on the bar counter to cause a riot. But the middle-aged man stopped 5 meters away from him, nodded solemnly to him, and then tore off his shirt, revealing the tattoo of the pandas on his chest and the top 10 stars in the team's history on his back, and jumped onto the table on the side with a roar. Fingzi raised the corner of his mouth. "Look, I told you a long time ago that this bar, from the boss to the customers, is a group of little kids who never grow up. As long as you support the pandas, you are their half-brother. I can feel this brotherhood now," John Hung said. Chapter 985 The Person to be Found. The Pandaman team scored a goal within 8 minutes of the start of the game, plunging the Singularity Bar into a sea of jubilation. John Hung also used the fans' fanatical love for the team to successfully get most of the people in the bar to take off their shirts, and finally initially locked in 3 targets that were suspected of being the transaction objects. The probability was ranked from high to low. They were an office worker wearing a white shirt and drinking alone. His briefcase was placed between his waist and the back of the chair. However, even when relaxing in the bar, he seemed to be particularly concerned about his bag. His back was straight and close to the back of the chair to ensure that no one would take his bag away while he was drinking. A young woman in a red dress sat in the corner, brought nothing with her, and ordered a glass of juice. She looked like she was waiting for someone. Several men tried to chat with her, but she shook her head and refused. The last person was an old man in his 70s, the oldest person in the bar. He was dressed like an intellectual and had been looking around since he entered the bar. His attention was not on the game. "Are you serious?" Fingzi followed John Hung's gaze and said, "Are you more interested in an old man than me?" I said, "I have to do some business first." John Hung put down his glass. "What business?" "Drag that poor old man out of the bar. Drag him to a deserted place. And then rob him of all his belongings?" "Something like that," John Hung said. Fingzi paused for a moment, and then suddenly laughed exaggeratedly. "Aren't you scared? If you invite me to your house to spend the night, I might do the same thing to you," John Hung said. Is this all you can do? You've been thinking for a long time, and you can only come up with such a lame excuse to persuade me to give up sleeping with you. But you'd better not dream about it." Fengzi put her thigh against John Hung's crotch, and then reached out to touch the latter's chest. "Why do you think I come to this bar every night? Is it really just to solve my physiological needs? I'm not without hands. I'm looking for an adventure. An adventure that can make me forget the smell of motor oil on my body and the boring life every day. Can you give it to me? If you really just want to take risks, then you may have come to the right place tonight," John Hung said. "Do me another favor. Can you find a way to make the man in the white shirt over there take off his shirt in 10 minutes? What is this? A test? I guess so. Wow. It's really not easy to get you. Just like a knight wants to marry a princess. He has to go through layers of tests." Fengzi bit his lip and smiled foolishly. "But I am willing to accept your challenge, because this is a piece of cake for me." After saying that, Fingsy put on her coat again and walked in front of the office worker man with a glass of wine. The two talked for a while, but the office worker man shook his head. As a result, Fingsy was not angry. She said something to the other men around her. Then everyone started to make a noise. Finally, the office worker man had to accept Fingsy's proposal under pressure. The two began to drink. John Hung had seen Fingsy's drinking capacity. Even among men, she was definitely ranked first. But at the end of the first round, she lost to the office worker man and took off her shoes very refreshingly. John Hung didn't watch anymore. He knew Fingsy had basically won over the office worker. She lost the first game just to control the rhythm, paralyze the opponent's vigilance, and give the opponent an illusion that he could win the game. John Hung then focused on the old intellectual on the other side. He didn't go to the young woman in the red skirt in order because the next move was not suitable for girls. John Hung moved behind the old intellectual and waited patiently until a bartender passed by and John Hung stretched out his leg to trip the other person. The bartender lost his balance and the tray he was dragging fell to one side, spilling all the wine on the old intellectual. John Hung took advantage of the chaos and quietly left his original position. When the bartender came to his senses, he couldn't find who had tripped him just now. On the contrary, the 3 glasses of wine he was holding had poured out the old intellectual's heart. The bartender didn't care about finding the culprit at this moment, and hurriedly apologized to the old intellectual. The latter had a good temper and didn't blame the bartender. Instead, he comforted the latter a few words. However, he couldn't stay in the bar anymore. He took the towel handed by the bartender, wiped his clothes twice, and then left the bar. Although John Hung didn't see his lower abdomen from beginning to end, the fact that he left showed that he was not a traitor. On the other side, the fight between Fingsy and the office worker had already entered a white-hot stage. From the remaining clothes of the two, it was obvious who was the winner. However, although John Hung's request had been fulfilled and the office worker took off his coat, Fingsy didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She looked like she was already bloodthirsty and excited. She didn't intend to stop until she had completely plucked the target. John Hung didn't want to interrupt her, but he had already seen the office man's belly and didn't see the Apollo tattoo. So far, 2 of the 3 targets have been eliminated, so there is only 1 left. Now there are less than 5 minutes left before the transaction starts. John Hung walked to the woman in the red dress. Before he could speak, the latter said, "I know what you want to say, but I have made an appointment with other people tonight, so I would be very grateful if you could let me stay here alone." However, John Hung did not leave directly like other men after hearing this. Instead, he pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. The woman in the red skirt shook her head. "Why bother? Didn't the sister next to you like you very much? I saw that she was almost sticking to you before, and she wanted to eat you in one bite. Why don't you go find her? Because she is not the person I am looking for tonight." John Hung replied. "Then why do you think I am?" The woman in the red skirt asked. "You have to tell me that." John Hung said. "You said you were waiting for someone. So when was the time? Why should I answer your question?" The woman in the red dress frowned. "Because I want to know how long I can sit here. This request is not too much," John Hung said. "Soon." The woman in the red dress folded her hands. Then her eyes fell on the Panda Man team's championship clock beside her, and the pointer on it finally pointed to 6:45. Chapter 986 Hong. The woman in the red dress retracted her gaze and looked at John Hung. "Did you find the person you were looking for?" John Hung did not answer, but asked, "What about you? Did you wait for the person you made an appointment with?" Finally, the woman in the red dress surrendered first, gave up beating around the bush, and said directly, "So you are a courier?" John Hung nodded. "Are you a traitor?" "Yes. You can call me Hong," the woman in the red dress said, and then seemed to know what John Hung was thinking, and added, "I am not a seller. Just an errand boy like you." "Simon." John Hung reached out and shook hands with Hong. "Did you bring the payment?" "Simon." Hong then quickly got to the point. "I did. But I didn't see you take anything," John Hung said. "Don't worry. I just didn't bring the goods with me. You know, the people from Shung Tang Morgan are trying to obstruct this transaction, so I have to be cautious," Hong said. "Give me the payment, and I take you to get the goods after I check them. If there is no problem, I will take you to get the goods." However, John Hung did not move after she finished speaking. "This is not the same as what we agreed on before." "What's the difference?" Before we set off, I was told that we should exchange the money and the goods. John Hung said. Don't be silly, Simon. The content of the transaction has been negotiated long ago. We are just the delivery and receiver. Don't make yourself more dramatic. Give me the 1 gram of antimatter, and then I will take you to get the goods. We can both complete our own work, Han said. I don't know what the transaction style is, but for us couriers, the agreement is the agreement, and we should abide by it, because only in this way can the transaction go smoothly. John Hung was unmoved. Hong seemed a little helpless, took a deep breath, and finally compromised. Okay, I respect your professional ethics, so how about this? We go to the place where we pick up the goods together, and I will check it when we get there, so that you will be satisfied? Okay, John Hung replied. Very good. Let's go without further delay. Hong stood up from her seat while speaking, but John Hung opposite her remained seated without moving, and reminded, Did you forget one thing? What is it? Hong was surprised. Let me see the tattoo on your lower abdomen. Really? Here? Hong raised her eyebrows. Any questions? Of course. Can't you see that I'm wearing a dress? Hong said coldly. Oh, if you feel it's inconvenient, we can go to the toilet together, John Hung said. Even if I'm fine. Aren't you worried that your girlfriend will be jealous? Hong tilted her head towards Fingzi. The latter had already won the drinking game, leaving only a pair of underwear for the office man. But when she turned her head and saw the situation on John Hung's side, the joy of winning was gone, and her face fell. While putting on her socks, she looked at Hong with a bad look, and it seemed that she would come to blame her when she put on all her clothes. She's not my girlfriend, John Hung said. Besides, you don't have to worry about my emotional problems. Hong seemed to be in a fierce ideological struggle after hearing this. After a while, she finally gritted her teeth and pulled down the zipper on the back, pulled the dress down to her waist, revealing the Apollo tattoo on her abdomen, and said coldly, Now, are you satisfied? Her bold move also attracted a lot of whistles from the men around. Obviously, everyone didn't expect tonight to be so exciting. Fingzi just distributed benefits over there, and this side immediately received another big gift package. Fingzi, the senior of the welfare girl, was so angry when she saw this scene that she thought Hong was demonstrating to her, and she didn't even bother to tie her shoelaces and rushed over. However, John Hung, who was in the center of the vortex, was still calm. He just stared at Hong's tattoo for 2 seconds, and then said, Okay, I'm done. It seems that the emergency response team starting with number 0 is just like this. What did you say? Hong's pupils shrank suddenly. I heard that you are all elites selected from tens of thousands of clones. Your body proportions are really perfect, without a single piece of fat, John Hung said. So just because I have a good figure, you suspect I'm from the emergency response team? Hong sneered. Of course not. I noticed you a long time ago, because the place where you sit is one of the few places in the store that won't be hit by a sniper rifle. I know you have a lot of sniper and counter-sniper experience in your memory. So choosing this place to sit after entering the store has almost become your instinctive reaction. Hong's face changed slightly when she heard this. She never thought that her excellent risk avoidance instinct would actually expose her identity. John Hung continued, You have noticed me for a while, right? Although you think your actions are very subtle, I still noticed that you were observing me. I tripped the bartender and spilled the wine on the old man because I was observing your reaction. You undoubtedly noticed it. But after we sat down face to face, you didn't mention it at all. Is it because you don't want me to discover your excellent observation skills? Similarly, you deliberately acted angry with me so that I would underestimate you. Your imagination is brilliant. I can't help but applaud you. Hong quickly regained her composure after a brief loss of composure. Unfortunately, the tattoo on my lower abdomen proves that this is just your paranoid delusion. Are you serious? John Hung asked back. Do you think I can't tell whether your tattoo is pierced or temporarily printed? This time, Hong's expression finally changed. Then she pulled out a pocket pistol from the inside of her thigh at an incredible speed and aimed it at John Hung's chest. The whole set of actions was done in one go without any pause. At this time, most people in the tavern were still cheering for her previous bold behavior. Few people realized that someone would bleed here in the next moment. But unfortunately, her opponent was not an ordinary person. Just when Hong pulled out her gun, John Hung also moved and grabbed a knife on the table. Then when Hong raised her gun and aimed at him, she saw a flash of knife light. Then, before she could pull the trigger, her left hand holding the gun had been nailed to the table with a knife by John Hung. Hong grunted in pain. But the next moment, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. She directly pulled out the knife nailed to her hand with her right hand and slashed it towards John Hung's throat. Playing with knives with me is not a wise idea. John Hung rolled sideways and avoided the fierce knife, and his body fell into the booth next door. Then John Hung grabbed another steak knife from the table. Chapter 987 Knife vs. Knife. Hong forced John Hung back with a knife, but did not follow up. Instead, she threw the knife in her hand. Her goal was clear. She still wanted to end the fight with the pistol on the table. So she threw the knife just to stop John Hung. However, if someone underestimated her knife, they would definitely pay a heavy price. In fact, every member of the emergency response team starting with 0 is a true all-rounder. And Hong's knife-throwing skills are also quite outstanding. The knife went straight to John Hung's heart, fast and accurate, and the distance between the two sides was very close. If John Hung could not dodge in time, this knife would kill him directly. Hong was also very confident in her knife-throwing skills. She believed that even if John Hung could dodge her knife, he would definitely not be able to stop her from taking the gun. But the next moment, the expression on her face froze there. John Hung did not slow down at all. The steak knife in his hand was flying and jumping at his fingertips like a magic trick. And then he actually picked up the knife while moving. What the hell is this? Hong's eyes widened. Her own swordsmanship was very good, and it was directly programmed into the memory of various schools of swordsmanship, allowing her to deal with various situations. However, she searched all the memory banks now, but could not find any skills that could play the sword to this extent. In fact, the swordsmanship that the other party accidentally showed was completely beyond her cognition. Hong instinctively sensed a strong sense of crisis, and her reaction was also very fast. She gave up picking up the pocket pistol on the table, because the plan to stop John Hung had failed. In this short half-second, she calculated that she would not be able to raise the pistol and pull the trigger when John Hung approached her. Therefore, Hong made a prompt decision and kicked over the table in front of her. Then, she covered her injured hand and plunged into the crowd beside her. It was not until then that the onlookers in the bar realized what had happened. They had not expected that the scene that originally looked like a young couple quarreling would eventually turn into such a bloody scene. The situation had been out of control since Hong took out the pocket pistol from her thigh. Not to mention that John Hung then nailed Hong's hand holding the gun to the table with a knife. And Hong directly pulled out the knife and threw it at John Hung. The scene in the bar became completely chaotic, and everyone did not know which side to help. However, Hong's female identity still had an advantage at this time. After all, the Singularity Bar was dominated by men. When they were confused about the situation, they would naturally stand on the side of the opposite sex. Several strong men were even ready to press John Hung to the ground. Only Fingzi was stunned for a moment, and the clouds of worry on her face disappeared. Not only did she not show any fear, but she looked happy. Her eyes became brighter when she looked at John Hung, because there were too many people in front of her. It took her a long time to squeeze over, but fortunately, she was finally squeezing in front of John Hung. However, when she opened her mouth to say something, she found that her eyes suddenly blurred. And then she lost the shadow of John Hung. Fingzi rubbed her eyes hard. But when she looked again, John Hung had indeed gone to nowhere. The drinkers around who were ready to arrest him were also confused. Everyone looked around, trying to find out where John Hung was hiding. Fingzi's heart tightened. She was most worried that John Hung would take advantage of this moment to leave. Tonight, she had finally found the adventurous feeling she had always dreamed of. And her woman's intuition told her that there were more stories about John Hung that could be explored. She didn't want to miss him so easily. But what Fingzi didn't know was that when she was anxiously looking around, trying to find John Hung, a figure quietly approached behind her. As soon as Hung rushed into the crowd, she took off her wig and took out a thin camouflage mask like paper from her bear and stuck it on her face. Such a disposable camouflage mask certainly couldn't stand up to scrutiny, but it was still quite useful in the current environment. After that, Hong took off her red dress and put it on backwards, changing into a black dress, completely blending herself into the crowd. After doing all this, she tore off the corner of her skirt and wrapped it around the wound on her right hand to stop the bleeding, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Strictly speaking, Hong had not really fought Zhang Heng in close combat. As a member of the emergency response team starting with number 0, Hong's close combat ability was of course very strong. In the past, she would have chosen to use close combat to compete with her opponent. However, after seeing Zhang Heng's swordsmanship, Hong had to admit that she was a little hesitant. This was also the first time for her. She was afraid before the formal fight. She felt that she might not be the opponent in swordsmanship. But this did not scare Hong, because she had more than one weapon in her arsenal. For Hong, since a frontal close combat might not be advantageous, it would be better to change the fighting method. The emergency response team is strong here. Each of them has dozens of combat skills, enough to deal with various environments. And the chaotic situation in the bar is undoubtedly the most suitable for the killer's work. Hong took a deep breath and switched herself to the role of the killer. But then she found that she had also lost Zhang Heng's position. The latter, like her, also hid in the crowd. But Hong was not in a hurry, because she had a way to force Zhang Heng to show up. Hong quietly walked behind Fingzi. Many killers would set up a bait to lure out the target when performing a mission. And Hong was now planning to turn Fingzi into her own bait. Although she didn't know the relationship between Zhang Heng and this woman, they obviously knew each other. So Zhang Heng should also care about Fingzi's life or death. This was enough for Hong. When she passed a table, she had already touched a table knife. Hong's next plan was this. After approaching Fingzi, she would stab the knife into Fingzi's lower abdomen, specifically in the upper left part of the abdominal cavity. If all went well, it should pierce the spleen and cause heavy bleeding. At that time, Fingzi would probably cry for help and then fall into shock in a very short time. As long as Zhang Heng was still in the bar, such a movement would definitely attract his attention, and Hong would be able to find Zhang Heng's location smoothly. In just a short moment, Hong had already planned everything that would happen in her mind, and she had already come behind Fingzi. However, just as Hong quietly raised the knife according to the plan and aimed at Fingzi's spleen, the next moment, another knife kissed her neck first. Hong had no idea when the knife appeared. In fact, there was no sign of it appearing. By the time she reacted, the knife had already slashed across her neck. And then she heard Zhang Heng's voice again. "I told you. It's not a wise idea to play with a knife in front of me." After a pause, Zhang Heng added, "The same goes for assassination." Chapter 988 An email. Fingzi was still standing on tiptoe looking around for Zhang Heng, when someone patted her shoulder, and she heard someone's voice again. "Let's go. Let's leave here first." Fingzi was overjoyed when she heard that. But when she turned around, she saw a strange face. If Hong had relied on disguise to blend into the crowd before, then Zhang Heng's solution was even simpler. He simply wiped off the makeup he had put on and restored his original appearance. Fingzi reacted quickly, and then suddenly said, "So this is your true face? What about that woman? You are not chasing her. Wait, are you chasing her? Or is she chasing you? By the way, are you the killer? This matter has nothing to do with you. Leave here early and go home to sleep," Zhang Heng said. However, Fingzi became energetic when he heard about sleeping, and kept nodding. "Okay, let's go to sleep now. And you can tell me while you sleep." "That's not what I meant." Zhang Heng was speechless. Although he had killed Hong, he didn't relax. On the contrary, Zhang Heng knew that he was in big trouble tonight. The emergency response team appeared here, disguised as traitors to ambush him. And Hong had tattoos on his body, which meant that they knew the time and place of the transaction, as well as the characteristics of the traitor, which meant that the content of the transaction had been leaked in advance. The other party was simply waiting for him to come to them. It was just unknown whether the news was leaked from the seller or Mr. G. Zhang Heng personally preferred the latter, because he and Old Man Gung had experienced a sneak attack on the first floor, and that sneak attack basically confirmed the fact that there was a traitor around Mr. G. However, Zhang Heng did not specifically remind Mr. G about this matter afterwards, because he believed that with the latter's ability, he would not fail to think of such an obvious problem. At least before the transaction, Mr. G should have dealt with the traitor. But Zhang Heng now found that he might have thought wrongly. It was not that Mr. G could not think of or solve the problem of the insider, but that he had no intention of doing so. He needed the insider to release the specific content of the transaction through the insider. If Zhang Heng's guess was true, it meant that he was a bait all the way, and Mr. G deliberately released him to fight with the emergency response team to attract the latter's attention. After all, The underground king of the first floor still did not trust John Hung, an outsider, and did not give him such an important matter as the transaction. The so-called test before was just for the insider to see. After understanding this, many things can be explained. John Hung now has only one question, which is what role did Miss F play in this? It is not surprising that Mr. G would choose to betray him and use him as bait. However, based on John Hung's understanding of Miss F, he tends to believe that Miss F did not know about it. Otherwise, there would be no need to drive him to see the return storage point that day. In other words, Mr. G's plan this time was to keep his fiancée in the dark. It's not that Mr. G doesn't trust his fiancée, but he knows very well that with Miss F's character, she will definitely not help him keep it a secret from John Hung. To verify this, we only need to know whether Miss F is among the 10 couriers sent by Mr. G tonight, because the importance of this transaction to Mr. G is beyond doubt. If Miss F does not really have other things to do, she will definitely be responsible for this transaction. Of course, these are all later. John Hung's current priority is how to solve the troubles of the emergency response team. His fight with Hong in the bar just now can be regarded as a test of the emergency response team. It is similar to what John Hung expected. The skills that everyone in the emergency response team is good at are very comprehensive, and the level is also quite outstanding. If we quantify it by level, then Hong's swordsmanship and assassin skills should be at the peak of level 2. And one can even say that 1 foot has stepped into the level 3 ranks. The most important thing is that they almost don't need to practice, and can reach this level by just memorizing and writing. No wonder they are called monsters. It's a pity that these monsters met John Hung, who is more like a monster tonight. John Hung level 4 swordsmanship and level 3 middle assassin completely suppressed Hong. The latter probably never dreamed that there would be someone who has more fighting methods than her and is stronger. Unlike these mass-produced clones, John Hung's skills are all developed by himself after spending time. Even among players, he is unique. Only several times and dozens of times the dungeon time can create John Hung's skill system that is about to burst the character panel. And these skills are engraved in the bones, which is not comparable to the quick learning flow of the emergency response team. But John Hung's problem is that his opponent tonight is not only Hong. There are 9 guys like him outside. And with Shutang Morgan's control over New Shanghai 0297, John Hung will not be naive enough to think that this transaction will only have the emergency response team as an enemy. Therefore, after John Hung cut Hong's neck with a knife, he immediately held her, covered her mouth, dragged her to a corner, and covered her body with clothes on one side, hoping to buy more time. After that, he had to persuade Fingzi to go home. The latter helped him a lot tonight, even if it was for the purpose of thanking. John Hung could involve the other party in the future. Therefore, after the two walked out of the bar, John Hung said directly, "I have other things to do tonight. You go home first, and I will find you later." "You're lying." Fingzi shook his head. "I don't believe a man's words. When they say they come to you later, they probably won't contact you again. You saw what happened just now. I still have many enemies. If you stay with me, you die." John Hung explained patiently. "There's no adventure without danger." Fingzi puffed out his chest and said, "Don't worry. I won't hold you back. And with one more teammate, your chances of winning should be higher. This is not a game. And you don't know who my enemy is. If you get involved, even if you don't lose your life, you will lose your job, life, and everything you have," John Hung said. "Anyway, I don't care too much about those things." Fingzi shrugged and put her hand on John Hung's shoulder. "Come on. Take me with you, Mr. Killer. Or we can go back to my house and have a nap." Before John Hung could say anything, Fingzi's bracelet suddenly vibrated, prompting her that she had received an email. Fingzi glanced at the title and ignored it. She was still racking her brains to think about how to trick John Hung back home. But the next moment she heard John Hung ask, "Don't you want to read the email you just received? Chapter 989 Citywide Wanted." "Oh, that email was sent by the union. It's probably about the distribution of labor protection supplies or the notice of adjustment of leave." Fingzi looked unconcerned. "Does your union usually send messages to groups?" John Hung asked. "Usually. Right. What's wrong?" Fingzi was a little confused by John Hung's question. Then she looked up and found that more and more people on the street were starting to vibrate their wristbands. Through the glass of the bar, she could see that the drinkers in the Singularity bar were also looking down to check the messages. Fingzi frowned. "What's going on?" Then she opened the email on the bracelet, and her eyes froze. The email contained a video. In the video, she was almost on top of Jong Hung, with her thighs against his crotch, stroking his chest while saying something. "Isn't this what we did just now in the bar?" Thingzi didn't blush after watching the video, but was a little speechless. Who is so bored that they took a video and sent it to the union? And why did the union people post it everywhere? Jong Hung, on the other hand, had already quickly located the camera from the shooting angle. It was the table where Hong had sat before. Then Jong Hung looked at Thingzi. "Do you really not like your current life? Because you may have to say goodbye to it completely next." "What do you mean?" As soon as Thingzi asked, he received another email from the union. The title of this email was directly an emergency notice. Subject: looking for the man and woman in the video. Recipient: all workers. Content: the man and woman stole commercial secrets from our factory and hid in the second floor space. Now we are asking all workers on the second floor space to collect the whereabouts of the two people. Those who can provide clues will be rewarded with a third floor apartment, a twofold salary increase, and a one-time bonus of 100,000 credit points. Note: both of them are dangerous people. If you find them, do not approach them. The target may have the ability to disguise. You can check their true identity through the bracelet. The citizen IDs of Jong Hung and Thingzi were also posted at the bottom of the email. Thingzi's eyes widened after reading it. "We are wanted. What commercial secrets did you steal from our factory that made the union issue a reward? And the reward is so exaggerated. Once this email is sent, I'm afraid everyone in the factory will come to find us. Not your factory, but all the factories in the entire second floor." Jong Hung corrected. "There must be people on this street who are not from your factory. But I bet the email they just received is exactly the same as the one sent to you. Did you steal trade secrets from other factories?" Thingzi was surprised. "Trade secrets are just a cover. You'd better not know what's going on here. Besides, we'd better leave here now." Jong Hung noticed that some passers-by were already looking at them with suspicious eyes, and kept comparing them with the man and woman in the video. In addition, there were also drinkers in the Singularity bar looking out through the glass window. Jong Hung had to admit that he had underestimated the emergency response team. After fighting with Hong, he made a comprehensive evaluation of the latter's ability. He thought he knew the other party well enough, but he didn't expect Hong to have such a trick before his death. Jong Hung recalled the last fight with Hong, when he cut Hong's throat. Hong did not subconsciously cover her neck with her hands, like most people, to stop the bleeding, but took a small step forward. After that, the knife in her hand fell to the ground. Jong Hung took the opportunity to hold her body and covered her mouth to prevent her from calling for help. However, the hand with the bracelet on was just out of Bong Hung's sight, so she probably sent out the video and the request for help at that time. The other members of the emergency response team also acted quickly. Jong Hung had previously wondered why Shuntang Morgan did not mobilize the police force on the second floor, and now he finally got the answer. For the second floor, where almost all residents are blue-collar workers, there is no organization that can be more powerful than the union. Shuntang Morgan obviously knew that no matter how the police deployed control, it would not be effective to mobilize all the residents on the second floor. But they did not want to spread the news of Mr. G's transaction of memory encoders, and only use Jong Hung theft of trade secrets as an excuse. "Well, okay. We have to leave quickly." Thingzi also noticed the passers-by who were surrounding them. Some people even took pictures of them with their wristbands. Thingzi covered his face and followed Jong Hung to the other end of the alley. However, it would have been fine if they didn't move. Once they started running, their true identities were completely confirmed. The passers-by around them immediately became excited. In the face of the huge temptation, they even forgot the comments in the email about the two dangerous people and ran with them. The two people in front even stretched out their hands to try to stop Jong Hung and Thingzi from leaving. The next moment, Jong Hung grabbed one of the arms and broke the ulna of the unlucky guy. The latter screamed like a pig being slaughtered, which calmed down the people around him, who were already overwhelmed by the bonus. Another blocker stepped back and watched Jong Hung and Thingzi run past him. But he didn't want to leave like that. He took photos and sent emails while trying to keep a little distance and follow behind. "What should I do?" Thingzi looked at the increasing number of little tails behind him and asked, "You work here. Do you know any places with complicated terrain nearby?" "Complicated terrain?" Thingzi thought for a while. "There is a night market in front. There are stalls inside. All kinds of things are sold. And there are many people every night. Very good. You lead the way. We will go there. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the night market. But the little tails behind them had not been shaken off. And more people noticed them. No way. Did the people here also receive the email? Thingsy was surprised. Like I said, I guess all the workers in the entire second floor have received the email, John Hung said. But it doesn't matter. We can get rid of them soon, John Hung said as he pulled Thingsy into the night market. And while running, he picked up 2 wigs from a small stall. After that, Thingsy saw that the things in John Hung's hands kept increasing, from shirts to knee pads. But everything would not stay in John Hung's hands for too long. And eventually they were all worn by the two of them. Afterwards, John Hung used a makeup brush, eyeliner, and powder puff to change the appearance of the two people. After doing all this, he threw away the violin case and transferred the contents into his backpack. He also held the hidden sheath in his hand. At this point, the two people had completely changed their appearance and finally got rid of the little tail behind them temporarily. Chapter 990 Email for Help. Thingsy stopped and panted while leaning against a street lamp. Her work clothes were gone, replaced by a Lolita-style dress, a pair of small leather shoes, and a bow on her head, which made her look like a bold and unruly mechanic worker turned into a shy and lovely Lolita girl. At this moment, even her coworkers would not recognize her. Thingsy went to the mirror in the next stall to take a look at her current appearance. She suddenly had a stomachache and complained to John Hung. Why did you make me look like this? I look like a little girl. Aren't you a woman? Have you ever seen a woman who can repair hydraulic pipes and carry 30 kilograms of parts directly on her shoulders? Thingsy sneered. That's why you have to be dressed like this. The stronger the contrast, the harder it is to be recognized. John Hung reminded. You'd better match your outfit with your movements. Don't put your feet on the lamppost. Try standing with your legs together. Are you going to ask me to add a een after every sentence? It's not that we can't try. Thingsy rolled his eyes. Forget it. I might as well get caught. Believe me, you don't want to fall into those hands, John Hung said. They can use any means to force me to show up. John Hung was not trying to scare Thingsy. If he had shown up a few seconds later in the tavern, Thingsy would probably have had a massive splenic hemorrhage. So who did you offend? Thingsy asked curiously. It actually made everyone in the second floor rush to catch us. Morgan of Tang Dynasty. Morgan of Tang Dynasty? Thingsy raised her eyebrows, as if she wanted to show her signature hearty laugh. But seeing that John Hung's expression did not seem to be joking, the smile on her face gradually subsided. Really? You know that new Shanghai 0297 was built by Morgan of Tang Dynasty. Right? Although the federal government is the manager here, it is Morgan of Tang Dynasty Group that controls the entire city. I have heard of this saying. And you offended the most untouchable person in the entire city? If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to go this far, John Hung said. Besides, my current enemy may not only be Sheng Tang Morgan. I'm sorry to involve you. I just wanted you to do me a few small favors. Thingsy snorted. So, you don't have anything to say? What should I say? Thingsy was a little surprised. Didn't you ask me a similar question before? And I gave you an answer. John Hung knew that Thingsy was talking about the fact that he had warned her that if she got involved, she might lose her job, life, and everything she had. But the latter's response at the time was anyway. I don't care much about those things. I don't know if you have this feeling. Thingsy loosened the collar of her suit. This city is like a huge cage, imprisoning everyone living in it. Why do you feel this way? I don't know. Just think I'm drunk. Thingsy paused. Have you seen those clones? It is said that they are raised like animals before they reach adulthood. And then a memory is implanted. And then a goal is given. And they will keep turning around the millstone, like a blindfolded donkey. Yeah. Actually, think about it. Isn't it the same for ordinary people like us? The difference is that our goals are given by society. They define success. What is good and what is bad. What we need and what we don't need. Those media advertisements and news propaganda are affecting our value judgments all the time and constantly reshaping us. They are like a piece of cloth covering our eyes, making us believe that we should live like this. It's funny that some of us don't even have as good memories as clones. Thingsy laughed at himself, then looked at John Hung. I'm actually a person without much courage. I've had the idea countless times to end this life that's been said day after day. But I've never been able to take the first step. I can only wait for someone to show up in the bar. hoping that person can give me the courage to take risks. So strictly speaking, maybe I should thank you for ruining my life. I didn't just ruin your life, Zhang Heng said. You're really in big trouble this time. If you can't solve this trouble, you can't go back to your original life. And you can't start a new life either. Fengzi was stunned when she heard this. Is it that serious? But I didn't do anything. I just flirted with you in the bar. Even though she had received an email from the union before. Fengzi was not too worried. In her opinion, it was just a misunderstanding somewhere. If she was caught, she would lose her job at most, which made her determined to live a different way. But now, after listening to Zhang Heng's words, things seemed to be more complicated than she thought. Do you have a way to solve this problem? Fengzi asked. It's just a rough plan, and it still requires a bit of luck. But since the other side has already made a move, we must fight back. Zhang Heng took off the shield on his hand while speaking, and then sent an email to Mr. G. The content was very simple, with only one sentence. I was targeted by the emergency response team, and the courier has been transferred to other couriers for processing. I will continue to attract the attention of the emergency response team. After the call, Zhang Heng clicked send, and then put on the shield again. Are you asking for help? When Zhang Heng typed the email, he did not avoid Fengzi, who was standing beside him. But the latter was confused and did not understand what express delivery and emergency response team were. No, this email is not sent to the recipient, Zhang Heng said. Since the emergency response team already has his citizen ID, it should be easy to intercept his emails. So the email Zhang Heng just sent was actually sent to them. He did not expect that one email would make the emergency response team give up chasing him and focus on other couriers. But at least, it would reduce his pressure a little bit, and he would not have to face the entire emergency response team alone. In addition, it could also foil Mr. G's plan. The latter wants to use him as bait to attract the attention of the emergency response team so that his people can successfully complete the transaction. However, when Zhang Heng's email is intercepted by the emergency response team, the latter will inevitably intensify the capture of other couriers. Zhang Heng's real purpose is to keep the memory encoder on the second floor.